strength.
I think it might be a strength of a Raging Fire.
It could be a strength, but is it going to be enough?
I don't think it's enough. No, and there it is. We see the scoop, realizing there was not much she could do there in that situation, but wow. I mean, she maintained such a wide board throughout that whole game, but Alberto really bringing it back there, and those genies coming in clutch for just Jennifer couldn't deal with them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Jennifer was playing any genies, but if she was, we didn't see any. We did see the Lexington. If Lexington was able to keep to the board, it would have been great to use against those genies, would have been able to survive. We could have moved the damage off with the Cheshire Cat and just kept challenging those genies, but, you know, our Sapphire Amethyst player making the excellent decision early on to get rid of that Lexington, and poor Jennifer didn't see another Lexington at all. So maybe this game will be different. Jennifer was on the draw last time. This time she will be going on the play.
Yes.
So I'm excited. We got to bring you more Disney Lorcana trading card game.
And isn't that what we all want, really? So, yes, we are in round 9 here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent, Belgium. We've just seen match 1 of our feature table here, and I'm very excited to go and see how this next game is going to pan out. I think it will be so different if Jennifer sees those all-important cards like Lexington or like her own Genie Wish Fulfilled if she plays them, which we don't know yet, or more Strength of a Raging Fires maybe. And I think we have, there's like a, did you see something?
No. That's all nothing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's going to be really interesting. If she gets those cards, it's going to be a very different looking game, don't you think, King?
Yes,
I called you King.
King. Oh, thank you. I am a king.
I was so distracted by what I thought I maybe saw. I thought there was someone behind me.
I don't know. Are you feeling okay, Jen?
No,
I didn't see anything.
Maybe I'm, I don't know. Anyway, yeah.
Yes, but our Sapphire Amethyst player there, seeing everything they needed to see that game, essentially, they had a 1-drop, they had a turn 2 ramp, and they were also able to do ink their Tipo and play the sail, meaning they could get an extra glimmer onto the board, really helping them against Amethyst, which can move a lot faster, because a lot of these Sapphire decks, they take a little bit of time to get going. However, they have such a great later game, and we saw it in the form of Demonas, and we can see it in the form of Hades, Infernal Schemer being able to just deal with their board, and then just putting a load of characters on the board with, like, the evasive Genie Wish Fulfilled. We had Elsa's. I didn't see a single Elsa, I don't think, from Jennifer last game. However, there is one in our opening hand as we enter our altering phase, and she does have
Genie Wish Fulfilled, I think.
Oh yeah, she does have it, but unfortunately, the Christopher Robin this time round not going to be so good turn 1, as she is going first. Won't be able to play it, but looking like we will keep it just in case. We can still get Christopher Robin out turn 2, and it's still a great turn 2 play, because the Christopher Robin, he may be a little bit of an underdog, but he just quests for 2.
Exactly, and that can go a long way, of course. But yes, it's really cool to see that she is playing those Elsas, she is playing those Genies, so hopefully that will help her out in this game. But I do think that Lexington, if she can see her Lexingtons, it's going to do a lot for her.
Yeah, I think particularly in Amethyst Steel, Lexington teamed up with the likes of Cheshire Cat, and of course, we don't see it a lot recently since the addition of our Cheshire Cat Whisper, but Bell accomplished Mystic. Just all of these Amethyst tools to be able to move damage. Of course, not played as much anymore. Cheshire Cat has kind of moved in and taken that away, because you can do it multiple times and not just on play like Bell's ability. But I'm really intrigued to see now, with Jennifer going first, will it be a completely different game? Because Amethyst Steel has the ability to move pretty quickly, especially against these slower starting decks like Sapphire Amethyst. Because we know Alberto needs to take a little bit of time to get all that ink so he can drop some of those big bodies. But we do have key tools being able to just play those Iagos, like our Iago with the Vanish ability. Like, it's also a big body, and I do believe I saw on Iago. But the question is, does he have a turn 2 play? Yes, well, he has a turn 1 play anyway, but unfortunately Jennifer did not have a turn 1 play of her own, but she drew into it there that she has a Diablo. But the question is, are we going to see the Diablo come onto the board, or is it going to be Christopher Robin?
She's putting that Diablo in the Inkwell. Didn't see it early enough, and Christopher Robin is going to come out to play and join the fun.
Yeah, and if Alberto didn't have ramp already in his hand, he just drew into a Tipo Growing Sun. Looks like he already did have the ramp in his hand, going to be inking Tipo Growing Sun. And is it going to be a sail? It is going to be that sail, the Azurite Sea. And do we have another one drop to follow it up like last game, our game one? If so, it's going to be very nice for Alberto here.
And we do another Basil. Wow. Okay. I mean, very importantly as well, with their support ability, they can support each other if he so wanted. You know, you can quest with one Basil and give the support to the other Basil, who then can maybe deal with something a little bit more hefty on the other side. For example, a Lexington with a 4 willpower, but of course it does have to be exerted.
Yeah, not yet at our 5 ink threshold for Alberto to be able to play the likes of Elsa, the 5th Spirit, to be able to exert and challenge into that Alberto. But something we could definitely see, not this turn, but it's next turn. This turn we may perhaps see a Genie or even the Iago. It is going to be the Genie Wish Fulfilled, going to be able to draw a card, perhaps hoping to draw into the Elsa, the 5th Spirit, for next turn to be able to deal with this Lexington. We could see a quest off of Basil to give the support to the Elsa to be able to cleanly get rid of this Lexington, like last game, because we know, had this Lexington survived, a lot of Genies on Alberto's board would have been history.
Yes, exactly. But we see that Genie Wish Fulfilled that she didn't see in the previous game going down on Jennifer's board there to draw a card. And yes, I must say, quite glad she saw the Lexington. I'm happy that she has it, and hopefully it can stay there and come in clutch. Because also with a 4/4 stat line as well, even if it did challenge into a Genie, it would only take 2 damage and therefore still be on the board. So and then if it's obviously not banished itself in the following turn, you've still got him there to hopefully deal with something else. So yeah, Lexington, a really, really powerful card that we've seen. And it's interesting as well, because I've heard a lot of people talking about, you know, since Winter Spell came out and we got that GG Best in Snow, also a steel card, also with Alert, a 2/4 stat line, but of course when she has no damage, she gets +2 strength, which makes her of course a 4/4. I've seen a lot of people choosing to put a GG into their deck instead of Lexington because they don't want to be hindered by that Stone by Day ability.
Yeah. Well, it's none other than the 9th wonder of the universe coming into the room. It is that Dumbo, which is really going to help Alberto with a little bit of card draw, but also we're not going to want to do a little bit of card draw with this if this Lexington is still on the board, with Jennifer realizing these Basils are a little bit of a threat. We're not going to quest with our Christopher Robin, who can easily be taken out by one of these Basils by just supporting, or even our Lexington, because a Basil can easily support the other Basil and trade into it.
Okay, playing the Dumbo and passing turn to Jennifer. She's really going to be wanting to see a Cheshire Cat, like we just saw drawn into her hand, or Strength of a Raging Fire here, because of course Alberto not wanting to quest with his characters and make them vulnerable, but we see that Elsa 5th Spirit come down. It's going to exert the Dumbo, ready for Lexington to challenge into it and get it gone.
Yeah, we didn't even need to rush in there with our Elsa 5th Spirit, only using her ability to be able to exert the Dumbo. Jennifer didn't want Alberto to start drawing cards with the 9th wonder of the universe here.
Definitely not.
But then perhaps next turn we are going to see that Cheshire Cat coming into the board to move some damage off, unless of course Alberto is going to challenge into this Lexington.
Yes, we will see. So going into Alberto's turn now, he's lost his Dumbo. Not a great position, but he's still got his Genie and both those Basils with that all-important support ability. And of course, now our Lexington is exerted and already has 3 damage, so it can be easily dealt with by any of the characters on Alberto's board right now.
Yeah, looking like he has another Genie Wish Fulfilled in hand, seeing like it is going to come onto the board to help him draw a card. We lost a Dumbo, but we have another way to draw a card, and perhaps this card is going to help him.
Perhaps indeed. Of course, though, you know, Jennifer now having an Elsa on board, which has evasive, can still try and you know, swing some damage in to Alberto's evasive character is not quite enough because she does only have 2 strength. But maybe she has a way to boost it. I don't know. She probably wouldn't be playing any support characters in this deck, but yeah, but we see that Junior Woodchuck guidebook come down there on Alberto's board, ready to draw those cards when he needs them.
Yeah, looking like one of our Basils going on a little quest to we're gonna go support our Genie Wish Fulfilled and challenge into that underdog Christopher Robin. And the question is, will Alberto use the other Basil to get rid of this Lexington before it has a chance to challenge into our Genie Wish Fulfilled next turn?
It's difficult, isn't it? It's a difficult decision because you don't want that Lexington around, but you also don't necessarily want to lose your Basil. I think if it were me, personally, I think I would go for the challenge to banish the Lexington.
Yeah, I think you also have to be aware of the possibility of the Cheshire Cat coming down, for example. Like
exactly.
Alberto and Jennifer playing a lot of similar cards in this Amethyst. Like they share a lot of similarities. Knowing, oh, I have Cheshire Cat in my deck, you probably have Cheshire Cat in your deck. We're both playing Amethyst. We're both going to do some things, draw some cards. We both have evasives. And a Cheshire Cat coming down to move the damage off Lexington would mean if Lexington were to challenge the Genie Wish Fulfilled next turn, he wouldn't be banished in return. They wouldn't take the trade. However, if we are willing to give up our Basil here,
we're thinking about it.
We're thinking about it. We're thinking about it. We're not sure what to do. It's all these little micro decisions because one wrong decision, even inking the wrong card, and it does look like our Basil is going to challenge into that Lexington. We don't like the fear of that Cheshire Cat coming down to move the damage off. And now just 1 damage left on the Genie. We could still see the cat coming down to move the damage off the Genie to get rid of the Basil. I know Jennifer did it previously. We don't like the support ability on the Basil. And she still has 2 ink remaining, meaning we can boost the Cheshire Cat if she wants to.
Of course, we see that Cheshire Cat come down. As you say, still 2 ink, so she could try and do some stuff here. She's challenging into the Genie with her Genie and Elsa. Get rid of it. And of course, that all-important damage fuel. We're going to boost the Cheshire Cat. We're moving that damage from our Genie over to that Basil. Get gone.
Yeah.
Leave.
Jennifer doing a great way there to clear up some of Alberto's board, and now just 1 Genie Wish Fulfilled left. But we do have that item we were able to play last turn, Junior Woodchuck's Guidebook. And will we see Alberto pay the 1 to banish it to be able to draw 2 cards now first?
It could be very useful. He's only got 2 cards in hand, I think. So, yes, potentially might want to see a 3rd card, especially if, yes, I think he is. He's there. He's paying the 1 ink, banishing the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook to draw 2 cards, trying to find some options here, trying to find some way that he can deal with Jennifer's board because it is, she did, as you said, she did a great job of clearing up his board in that previous turn and still remaining with quite a few characters on her own board here.
Yeah, not yet enough ink in Alberto's inkwell to be able to play the Hades Infernal Schemer. I just had a look at his hand. It does seem like he does have it, but looking like we are going to use 4 ink to possibly play the Iago in his hand instead and just establish another few characters onto the board, giving Jennifer a little bit of, you know, we got to deal with a little bit of these characters. You've got some characters, I need some characters, and especially because this Iago giant spectral parrot, I believe,
yes,
is also, not only has the vanish keyword, but also is evasive. So we'll be able to cleanly challenge into either the Elsa or the Genie Wish Fulfilled next turn.
Yes, really, really putting some pressure on Jennifer here. You know, I'm threatening you here with this giant spectral parrot. He's big, he's evasive, he can get you. But we see a Dumbo coming down on Jennifer's board there. Yet another evasive, but of course won't be able to use its ability just yet. But I wonder if Alberto will have a way to deal with it. If he sees an Elsa 5th Spirit, that would be incredibly useful in the next turn because she'd be able to, of course, exert it, and then he could deal with it, perhaps with that Iago. But we will see. I don't know what else he has in his hands. So.
Yeah, but of course we don't need to use Dumbo's ability on himself. We have two other evasive
Of
characters
course.
on board. We will be able to exert them, pay one, gain a lore, and draw our card. And it's looking like we drew into Strength of the Raging Fire. And because Iago has that Vanish keyword, meaning it's just going to poof into thin air, poof, poof into the discard. And even though we don't have 6 characters on board, it doesn't matter because Iago, targeted by an action, is essentially made him poof because he is a Vanish. He has the Vanish keyword.
He's vanished. He's gone. Wow. That is exactly like a perfect card that Jennifer needed there. Wow. That was awesome. That was really awesome. But going back into Alberto's turn here with only that singular genie wish fulfilled on board. Very, very different to the previous game where he had 3 and Jennifer couldn't deal with them. But we see that Hades Infernal Schemer coming down, popping the whichever it was.
The Dumbo, sending the Dumbo,
yes, thank
into
you.
the
into the
Inkwell.
Inkwell. Wow. Okay, and passing back over to Jennifer here.
Yeah, doesn't want Jennifer drawing any more cards with Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe. But still, I believe there's a Demona in hand and a Calhoun, but we could more than likely see either a Genie and a Calhoun being played here, or just a Demona. But ideally, we're going to probably see the Calhoun and then the Genie fill out our board a little bit more, meaning next turn we can play this Demona, or we don't even need to do that. We can just play the Calhoun and the Demona now, and we have 3 other characters on board, 3 other Glimmers on Jennifer's side of the board that can still challenge in here, and I believe Jennifer just drew into another Strength of the Raging Fire.
Wow, she's in an incredibly good position here. Wow, I mean, it's still both players on quite relatively low lore. Jennifer on 4, Alberto on only 1, but very, very different board states. And yes, she really, really has the advantage here, especially with that Strength of a Raging Fire that's coming down, gonna get rid of that Genie. She doesn't even need to challenge with her characters to deal with it. She can just quest with them. How very lovely for her.
Yeah, our Cheshire Cat doing a little bit of singing there, meaning no more evasives on Alberto's board. Jennifer can easily quest with our evasive Elsa and Genie with no threat of them being easily challenged unless Alberto has maybe another Hades Infernal Schemer to get rid of it. But Jennifer, or maybe we'll see Alberto play and Let It Go, another reprint card we had this set in Winter Spell. But Jennifer currently having a 6 lore lead. It's only 7 lore to 1. We've seen a lot of games when it's been 50-50, it's slow but we know that the Sapphire Amethyst is slow to start, but it is going to be another Hades Infernal Schemer, and the question is, does he have the Let It Go to be able to be sung? And he does.
Oh, wow.
Unfortunately, though, sending both the Cheshire Cat and the boosted cards into the Inkwell. We did just give Jennifer a lot of ink to play with. However, just 3 Glimmers remaining on the board is pretty nice for Alberto, and 2 Hades with a pretty nice strong stat line of a 3-6.
And I did just see that she drew another Strength of a Raging Fire, slightly less useful in this current situation because, of course, those Hades do have a 6 willpower, I believe. And she only has 3 characters on board, but she, of course, could still potentially challenge into those Hades to try and deal with them. Of course, she could do the Strength of a Raging Fire to that exerted Hades to deal 3 damage and then finish it off with the Calhoun and gain 2 more lore. Perhaps that's an option?
Yeah, but of course we do have another Demona in hand that could be used to help us like redraw up to 3 cards. Then after that, looking like we are going to be able to sing Strength of the Raging Fire, deal 3 damage to one of our Hades, and then Calhoun's going to be able to finish it off. Yes, she's going to get banished in return. Yes, you did, Jen, exactly as you said.
I did one of those things that you guys do, where you say a thing and then it happens. I did it. But yes, we see that Demona come. Sorry, I'm really proud of myself.
I'm so proud of you doing it. It's like exactly as you said it, Jen. It's what happened.
Yes, we see that Demona coming down there, and also a Christopher Robin joining in the fun.
Yeah, Jennifer now going up to 11 lore, I believe. A pretty wide board now Jennifer has built back up for herself. Alberto now really going to have to do something to deal with this. Otherwise, Jennifer is going to be able to quest
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes, quest for a lot.
8,
Jen's
9.
going to do the maths.
Yes.
I can't count right now.
I think she has exactly 9 on board, if I'm not mistaken, meaning that she would be able to quest to exactly 20 on her next turn if Alberto does not deal with any of these characters that she has.
She has exactly game on board, but of course he will be able to at least deal with one, and that's going to be in the form of Hades' Infernal Schemer, going to be sending that Genie Wish Fulfilled into the Inkwell. But of course, we can't even challenge the exerted Elsa Fifth Spirit or Genie Wish Fulfilled because there are evasives and our Hades on the board that is available to challenge. And if it was evasive, could have taken out this Elsa because she needs 3 more damage on her. Unfortunately, we can't do that because this Elsa is evasive.
No, I think Jennifer in this moment will be hoping for that all-important giant Cobra because she can currently with these characters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If she got that giant Cobra, which I don't think she did.
No, unfortunately,
she would have been able to get up to 20 lore, but we've got a Hades looking for a deal coming down, choosing that ready Hades Infernal Schemer. Is he gonna? He's letting her draw 2 cards. Did she get the giant Cobra? I don't think she did.
I don't think she did, but that would have made the game ultimate win if he did. I don't know. It's such a hard decision when you play that Hades looking for a deal. It's not a great deal either way. But luckily in this case for Alberto, didn't get to target the card, but did give Jennifer 2 more cards to be able to play. And now Jennifer is just going to play so many glimmers to the board, make Alberto have to deal with it. And she's already so far ahead on board. I reckon we just quest out here. We're going to be able to get up to 19, meaning Alberto is going to have to deal with every single one of these glimmers on Jennifer's board. Otherwise, we're going to game. Otherwise, yeah, Jennifer's just going to take the win.
Yes, there is really not much that Alberto can do here because he could even if he can deal with some of those exerted characters, it is not enough given that she only needs 2 more lore on her next turn to win. And there's the scoop. We see it. Both players are laughing, enjoying the experience, and that's what we want to see in this game. I love it. Wow, absolutely incredibly played by both players, but congratulations to Jennifer on taking that win of the second match in this round. We will be going into a 3rd match very, very shortly.
We love a 3rd match.
We love a 3rd match. We really do, and I'm really excited to see how it pans out. Of course, Alberto will be on the play. He will be going first in this next game, which is going to be big for him, I think, especially if he can, of course, get all of that all-important ink ramping that Sapphire needs and looks for. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and this time Jennifer, if she does have another Christopher Robin, we've seen that underdog Christopher Robin come out in the 2 other games. Will we see it come out in the 3rd game? The question is, we're about to find out. And hopefully Alberto, once again, will have a 1-drop followed up by a sale to play another 1-drop, being able to keep up with Amethyst Steel, which can move so fast because we know, as I've said before, these Sapphire decks do take a little bit of time to get going, but once they get going, we've got some big bodies, some big Demonas, we've got some big Hades, we've got Elsa the Fifth Spirit teamed up with Basil, the detective, to be able to challenge in and do some challenging and do some banishing. And I'm excited for a 3rd game. I never root for either side, but I love when it goes to a 3rd game because then we get to talk about more games of Disney Lorcana TCG.
Exactly, me too. I'm very, very excited. And I think also, you know, our players now will be, of course, shuffling their decks, preparing for this 3rd match. They will then go into their altar phase, and that is going to be incredibly important because, of course, being able to, if you are new to Disney Lorcana, which who knows, maybe you are, you can alter, you draw 7 cards into your hand initially, and then you can choose any number of those cards to return to the deck and replace them with new cards. So you can really cater your hand to what you need. And of course, going to this 3rd match, they know exactly, we see this alter happening here, they know exactly what they're up against and so what they need to try and deal with each other's decks and each other's boards. So this stage is very, very key to each player here, looking for the cards, the exact cards they need.
Yeah, and I have to comment there on both players. When we first went back to them, they were both smiling and having a little giggle, and that honestly is what our Disney Lorcana community is all about and why the environment this weekend is so magical, so wonderful, no matter when you're winning or losing. I've talked to so many amazing Lumineers this weekend who aren't even here for the main tournament, Jen. They're just here as attendees, just coming to chill, vibe, hang out. We have an amazing just fan zone area. There's so much going on, and like we see the fist bumps and we see the happy smiles, and everyone's just really enjoying themselves, and that's what's so magical about this card game.
Agreed. It really is wonderful. I've made so many friends, yourself included, through this game. And I mean, we're here because of this game. We get to do this because of this game. And it really is a very, very special thing. There's nothing quite like it. I think the Disney Lorcana community, it is so incredibly special. So yes, wonderful vibe every time I go out and wander around, every time I'm able to wander around the venue and see people. It is just people enjoying themselves, people having a wonderful time, and we're having so many conversations with these people. But we're off here. We've got that all-important Basil there with the support coming down for Alberto. We are playing that Christopher Robin underdog on Jennifer's board here, of course, with the underdog ability. She is going second, so she's able to pay one less for it and play it for only 1 ink.
And unfortunately for Alberto, it doesn't look like we have that all-important turn 2 ramp. But luckily, we did have a turn 2 play in the form of Junior Woodchuck's guidebook, meaning next turn, we'll only be able to get up to 3 ink, but we can still play Glimmer to the board, and that Glimmer may just be the Cheshire Cat, because I do believe I saw it in Alberto's hand. But that Basil, not going to be joined, well, going to be joined now. Maybe it's going to be joined by the Cheshire Cat, and yes, it is. And Jennifer having a Calhoun, Marine Sergeant, and Robin Hood, not Robin Hood, my gosh, Christopher Robin, different Robin. Will it be joined by Jennifer Cheshire Cat of her own?
I think it will. Yes, you said it. It happened. It's there. Cat on cat here. Wow. Yes. Unfortunate for Alberto. You see something in his hand.
Yeah, Alberto now drew into a ramp. He drew into Sail Azure Icy. Will we take the time here now to play Sail? We could draw a card, ink 2 cards, and perhaps, well, we can't challenge anything. We can just take the minute to ink 2 cards, or do we just ink the Sail and perhaps take a moment to play our 9th Wonder of the Universe, to play our Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, to honestly start setting up an evasive card, because, well, if Elsa comes in, Elsa can't challenge it alone, and Calhoun can't challenge it because Calhoun's not evasive, unless, of course, we see Jennifer play a Lexington.
Yes, exactly. That all-important Lexington that did so much in that previous game. Wasn't there for too long, but did so much. But I think we're just having a little pause in our game, our match 3 here. We just had a Lord Guide come in, I think, to just do couple of little checks there. So in the meantime, we'll just...
In the meantime, you're just stuck with us. Hi,
yeah, you're
how's
stuck
it
with
going?
us. I'm so sorry. Hi.
Jen, Amethyst Steel, your pick to take it and win it all versus none of the casters, actually. None of our predictions was Amethyst Sapphire. However, I did try to go for Amethyst Sapphire coordination today, so you know I'm feeling it. I'm here for whatever. Well, it's 1-1. It's 1 apiece. Amethyst Sapphire still doing pretty well. Where we left it, there was a Cheshire Cat, there's a Calhoun, and there's a Christopher Robin on the board. You got to be pretty excited to see that Amethyst Steel has made it to day 2 at least.
I know, and clearly doing incredibly well on 20 points here, Jennifer and Amethyst Steel. Yeah, like absolutely chuffed about it. But yes, of course, you know, we know that our Amethyst Sapphire is a highly represented deck, well loved by the community, and I do believe it's been second place in our representation.
I believe it might have been first. Well, these are our top 2 representation.
Yeah, our top 2, yeah. So Amethyst Steel was first.
I believe Amethyst Steel was first, and then Blurple was second.
Exactly, yeah.
But our top 2 most represented decks in the room here this weekend across both days. And I'm not surprised we're seeing them in our feature match 1 for round 1 here, or technically round 9 here on our day 2. This is our Friday main event. So both of these players played on Friday in our main event. They did 8 rounds of Swiss. So they had a nice little break yesterday. Yeah. They could have played some more games, or they could have went to see some sights, because I know I really want to try and get out and see some of Ghent myself, some of Belgium. It is, from what I've seen so far, it is absolutely stunning. And
Yes.
hopefully I will get the time too. But right now, we're back to the action. Alberto is going to pay 1 to banish Junior Woodchuck's guidebook. We're going to draw 2 cards. And will we play the Sail the Azurite Sea? Yes, we will. We're going to draw a card. And we will be able to ink 2 more cards. And then perhaps, if Alberto really wants to, we could play another Sail the Azurite Sea and ink another card. So it doesn't matter that we missed turn 2 ramp. We're really able to catch back up on the extra ink we missed and get a little bit of an ink advantage against Jennifer here on Amethyst Seal.
You are correct. A little bit of a shame that he didn't get that ink ramp on turn 2, but as you were saying, you know, getting it now, very, very key to any Sapphire deck. Of course, what Sapphire does so well is getting as much ink into the inkwell as possible. And there is that second Sail the Azurite Sea that you said might come down. We're seeing it. He's getting that ramp. He's making up for missing it on his second turn. And a Royal Guard.
Yeah, we still had one. We were able to ink one more ink for a turn. We just inked 3 cards for this turn. How amazing is that? And, you know, like I say, never late than never. We hit ramp. It may have been 2 turns too late, but we still hit ramp. And now, look at this. We don't only have like 4 ink now on turn 4. We have 6 ink, meaning next turn, if Alberto really wants to, we could see the likes of maybe a Demona or even a Hades Infernal Schemer coming down, but that Cheshire Cat on his board is no more, as Jennifer's Cheshire Cat is going to do a little singing for us. It's going to sing a Strength of the Raging Fire.
Meow, meow, meow.
Against Alberto's Glimmer.
Wow.
I think it would sound a bit like that.
Yeah? You think
Yeah,
so?
we're all mad here. Why not?
Yeah. We really are. It's great. Anyway, yes, so no Cheshire Cat now for Alberto, but of course, Jennifer's still got hers. Very, very important, but could potentially go. Of course, we've got that Basil with the support and the Royal Guard, which gets a +1 strength for each card that is drawn in that turn. So Cheshire Cat could be dealt with here. Potentially,
but then Jennifer was also able to get a Yzma Conniving Chemist onto the board, which is really going to help Jennifer next turn. I believe there's only 2 cards left in hand. I just love her little hand token. It's a little Mickey Mouse hand. And she will be able to probably ink a card, play a card. There'll be no cards left in her hand. Well, no, she will draw another card per turn, but she will be able to draw back up to 3 cards if she has less than 3 cards in her hand. And Alberto really taking his time here to think about what he's going to do. We are going to ink that Tipo Growing Sun. But what is he going to play, Jen?
I really don't know. I'm not sure exactly what he's got in his hand. He's having a good think here. Very important, you know, we talk about it. I like to mention it because I think it's really, really important. You know, there's so much on the line for these players, these very, very dedicated and skilled players that we have here this weekend, a lot of whom, you know, travel from very far, travel from all over the world, you know, with 4,000 players in our main event this weekend. You know, so it's very important that they take their time, especially when you're at this point. You know, take your time, make the right decisions.
But we don't want to take too much time because I'm just having a look at the timer, Jen. And there's only 10 minutes left on the timer. Jennifer having a little bit of a lower advantage. She's on 4. Alberto still on 0, but looking like we are going to exert 7 ink. And yes, it is going to be a Hades Infernal Schemer coming in. But what are we going to target?
That is the question. Again, these very important decisions, you've got to figure it out. But yes, you are correct. I didn't realize there was only 10 minutes left on the time for this round.
Well, now we're only down to 9 minutes and 38, 37, 36. Anyway, that's how much time is left. It is 1-1 apiece.
We just spent the next 9.5 minutes counting down.
Yeah, I think, you know what? I think people would find that entertaining.
Yeah, 27,
TikTok,
26.
TikTok. Yeah, anyway. No TikTok alligator in game, but the time is TikToking down. Do you like that? I thought it was funny. Yeah. Anyway, bit of improv. Let's get back to the game. The question still remains, and it is going to be Yzma Conniving Chemist being sent into the inkwell by Alberto's Hades, looking like Basil is going to take a little questy quest. Are we going to support the Royal Guard? Yes, we are. And we are going to be able to deal with that Cheshire Cat now. Unfortunately, Calhoun Marine Sergeant remains on the board for Jennifer, meaning she does have the opportunity to challenge into Basil here to be able to take it out. But then, of course, Alberto also has the opportunity then the turn after to be able to challenge him with the Hades to get rid of this Calhoun Marine Sergeant. And then we can still quest with Robin Hood here and just keep ahead of Lore, but we still haven't played any cards to the board.
No.
I do see an angel in the hand. Maybe we're just going to play a load of cards to the board, or
And an Elsa.
there's also an Elsa. We could exert this Hades, but we won't be able to take it out with the Elsa alone. We would have to hit with we would have to challenge with the Calhoun and the Christopher Robin to be able to deal that total of 6 damage to deal with his 6 willpower. He's a beefy Hades.
He is a big boy. But yeah, that Yzma Conniving Chemist we don't see last too long often when it's on the board. You know, you don't want your opponent to be able to utilize that ability, feel the power, to get more cards, you know. So yeah, we don't normally see her last very long, do we?
No, not at all. See, the difference would be if she did have ward, she would normally survive at least 1 turn, but then she's always guaranteed to be, when she's exerted and you use her ability, she's always going to be challenged into. However, she does not have ward and can easily be targeted by the likes of this Hades Infernal Schemer.
Taking a think here, we are aware of the time, just over 7 minutes left in the round. And still only a 4 lore for Jennifer and 1 for Alberto. But we see that Basil getting dealt with. Got to get rid of it here with the Calhoun to bump up 2 more lore for Jennifer.
Yeah, our Sergeant Calhoun going to be able to give Jennifer that additional 2 lore. And we do see Angel Experiment 624 coming back onto the board. We saw her the last 2 games. Pretty nice card, but is Jennifer going to discard a card to be able to deal 2 damage? No, we don't need to. We've got another Calhoun. We're going to ink the Elsa 5th Spirit and play the Calhoun to the board. But now, unfortunately for Jennifer, she's no cards left in hand. However, obviously realizes, I really got to start putting on the pressure because there's only like 6 minutes left.
Exactly.
And I'm already ahead on lore. I've got to start questing out. I've got to start putting on cards to the board, got to start questing. And at least now, next turn, if this Hades quests, both Calhouns will be able to challenge it, and we will be able to at least gain 2 lore. But Alberto, I do know he has a Demona in hand. If we choose to play this Demona, it would have let Jennifer also draw 3 cards. But it's not going to be that. I think Alberto realizes Jennifer doesn't have any cards in hand. I would actually be helping her out here, and he doesn't want to do that. It's going to be Genie Wish Fulfilled coming in to help Alberto draw a card, and I believe it was a Dumbo 9th Wonder of the Universe. We could choose here to perhaps ink the Demona, play the Dumbo, and at least then we're also building back up our board. And then next turn, if the Dumbo survives, depending on what Jennifer is going to top deck off the top of her deck, we will be able to draw a card to help Alberto get back. And yes, we're going to see it. The Demona goes into the Inkwell, and the 9th Wonder of the Universe comes out into play. And yes, we are going to quest, I believe. Oh no, we challenge the Christopher Robin.
Oh, another Yzma Conniving Chemist coming down.
What a great top deck.
Alberto's not going to be happy to have seen that. But Angel challenging into the Hades there.
Yeah, and because she has no cards in hand, this Angel does have resist 2, meaning she's only going to be able to get 1 damage back. And we did challenge in with our other Sergeant Calhoun, meaning Jennifer is now on 10 lore.
Really bumping up here. She's trying her best to get as much lore as possible here, of course. Only 4.5 minutes, just over 4.5 minutes left on the round. Are we going to see a win, or are we going to see a tie here? Yeah,
using Dumbo's ability, breaking records. We are going to pay 1. We're going to be able to exert Dumbo. You draw a card and gain a lore. Now Alberto on 2 lore, but it's 2 lore to 10. Looking like there's only 4 minutes left on the timer there, folks. It's getting intense.
It really is. I think we're just having a brief pause here while maybe there's a lore guide checking some things. Not sure exactly what's happening, but I'm sure we'll find out shortly. But hopefully we can get back to our match very quickly. But in the meantime, I mean, I'm really keen to see if Jennifer can really get her look. She was on 10 lore there, and I really want to see if she can get it back up. And here we are. We're going to see now But I mean, what do you think? What do you think?
I think Hades Infernal Schemer was just the card he needed to get off Dumbo's ability, breaking records. We didn't even need to use his other ability, making history, to pay another ink and exert our Genie Wish Fulfilled to gain a lore and draw a card, because I believe the Royal Guard was already in his hand. I had saw it previously, and then we were able to use Dumbo's ability and draw into the Hades, meaning that I don't remember the card that was on the... Oh, it was the Yzma, wasn't it?
It was, yes,
the Yzma was going to be sent into the Inkwell. We don't want to give Jennifer any cards. Alberto realizing this right now, just 2 cards left on Jennifer's board, even though she is at 10 lore. Alberto now has, well, now it's 3 glimmers apiece, but of course, just Jennifer's in top deck mode. There's not much she's going to be able to do about these evasives right now, because no other evasives on Jennifer's board.
No, very, very tricky situation. We've got Genie Magical Researcher coming down on her board, immediately going to be boost it with its Boost 1 ability. And of course, for each card under him, he gets +1 lore that he can quest for. So really, she's really trying to build up that lore count, so that she can quest as much as possible before the time runs out. And we see, I think, that ability, yes, that Dumbo ability being used, breaking records, I believe, is that first one. Yes, being to tap him to gain a lore and draw a card. Alberto really hoping for some useful cards in this situation.
Yeah, and we still have the possibility of being able to quest here up to 8, putting a little bit of pressure on Jennifer. But we still also have the ability to use Dumbo's other ability. If we don't have a card we want to see, or did we, because we would have drawn a card for turn and we would have drawn a card off Dumbo's ability, but we have yet to pay anything to play any of these cards in Alberto's hand. So the question is, what did Alberto draw?
I want to know. There's a Dumbo.
It's a second Ninth Wonder of the Universe.
Wow, okay. I don't know why I wasn't expecting that, but I wasn't.
Yeah, so we also have the ability now to next turn to be able to draw not only a card off one of our Dumbos, we can draw a card off another one of our Dumbos, and of course, another evasive character to the board. And this is essentially how Alberto took game 1, by just putting so many evasives on the board, and we still have enough ink remaining to be able to hard cast and let it go, and we are going to let it go onto that Genie Magical Researcher to let it into the Inkwell. And of course, the Genie was boosted, meaning we did give Jennifer an extra 2 ink.
Yes, it takes those boosted cards with it into the Inkwell, so she does have a little bit more ink now. But unfortunately, when you are in a top deck situation, but she did top deck a Giant Cobra, which is what a lot of people are always looking for. It doesn't do a huge amount for her, of course, in this moment, though, because you have to be able to discard a card to be able to utilize its ability and gain 2 lore. But it is a 4/4 strength and willpower, so, you know, it can be quite a good body to have on the board to try and challenge into things. But we are in just 20 seconds now left on the timer. She's played the Giant Cobra. She's going to challenge with the Angel into that Hades. But of course, can't utilize Angel's ability to, no cards to discard, but she's going to challenge into the Hades, finish it off with the Calhoun, get 2 more lore.
Yeah, it's only 8 lore to 12 to Jennifer. Jennifer will be able to quest up to 14 next turn unless Alberto does anything else to Jennifer's board. But first, we can just use Dumbo's ability to gain a lore, draw a card, helping Alberto here get back up into the game, going all the way up to 10 lore, not far behind Jennifer. I believe he drew into a Woodchuck's Guidebook. We can also just play this and banish it to be able to draw another 2 cards, maybe searching for perhaps another Let It Go to be able to get rid of one of Jennifer's cards, or maybe we'll just challenge with the Genie. But Jennifer has no cards in hand, meaning this Genie challenging into Angel won't even do anything. Right now, Alberto probably just wants to quest and try to beat Jennifer. But well, the time's already been, there's no more time left. We're just going to flood the board as we go to turns, unless Jennifer can do anything else to deal with Alberto's board. Next turn, Alberto is going to have game.
Exactly. And in case you're unaware just how it works, when the timer runs out, we go into taking turns. So the turn that is happening as the timer runs out is turn 0, and then they get 5 more turns. So then the next player's turn would be turn 1, then back to the other one, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5.
Oh, I actually stand corrected. Alberto right now does not have game on board.
Okay.
There's only 19 lore on board. Next turn, Jennifer can only get up to 14. 17, I believe. Alberto here getting up to 19.
And I believe we are now going into a turn 2, I think it will be, of our 2 or 3 of our
Yeah, or our
our
timer might have been a little bit ahead. We're not too sure. But we will first be able to draw cards and gain a lore off Dumbo's ability, and then we can still play a lot of cards, because when you're playing a deck with Sapphire, you still have a lot of ink to play with. And not only that, if Alberto really wants to, Iago, even though he's vanished, but he's not only vanished, he's also evasive, can also be used to draw a card if we are looking to just take complete control of Jennifer's board, especially if he doesn't want Jennifer getting up to 17 lore next turn.
Exactly. So we're just questing very furiously here on Alberto's board, trying to get as much lore as possible. Both players currently on 14 lore, but of course we have gone to time, so there is a limited amount of turns left here, but we're playing a Cheshire Cat inexplicable here on this huge board that Alberto has suddenly managed to build up here. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we're going to be able to sail that Azurite Sea as well. Cheshire Cat and Sail might have been one of the cards that Alberto was able to draw off Dumbo's ability, but not only that, we've got a Woodchuck's Guidebook coming into play, and we still have damage remaining to be able to boost this Cheshire Cat to move the damage off Iago onto Angel after our little challenge that Iago was able to do into that giant Cobra, and we can still quest. We're not quite at 19, but next turn, Alberto does actually have game on board.
Whoa, I was about to say, wow, it was incredibly close there. Wow, and I had just noticed the dice. I think our timer was a little bit ahead, and they had just gone into their turn 2 of 5 left that you get once the timer has run out. But wow, absolutely wonderful gameplay from both of those players. Wow, incredibly strong players, really showcasing what both of those decks do best. I mean, that was great to watch.
It was wonderful, and it's no surprise why why these decks made it into day 2, the most represented in the room over the last 2 days. Yeah, both amazing decks, and both clearly well piloting, because any great deck needs a really good piloting Illumineer.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it's extremely hard, and both of these players knew exactly how to play these decks, and unfortunately for Jennifer, she just didn't have a card. The only way she was going to be able to win was to top deck another giant Cobra, but sadly, just didn't have any more cards in hand.
Unfortunately not, and it's always really tricky when you do go to time. It happens, we know it happens. You know, you're limited, you really are limited, but as we say, incredibly wonderful playing from both of those players. I believe we may well be going in to see our other feature match potentially very shortly. But yes, it was a wonderful show of both of those decks there. I think I've just heard we are not going to see a second feature match, I think, but that's okay because we got a wonderful show there, and I think we might be going back over to the lounge for a little bit of a chat very shortly. But I mean, how are you feeling, Kim, right now about that was our first round of today.
It was our first round. Unfortunately, that game went to time, meaning we don't have enough time to bring you the second feature match, but that's okay because I'm so glad we got to cast that match. It was such a compelling story, and I think we are ready to throw it over to the lounge, to Rebecca, for a little bit of something special. Do you know anything about something special?
I don't know. I think it might be. Let's go have a look.
Welcome back to the Lounge Illumineers. We are here live in Belgium for Disney Lorcaana Ghent, and I am joined by Baker. We have something fun to show you. We have the VIP package that Illumineers get when they purchase that, and this was not only available here in Ghent, but this is also going to be available at the next Disney Lorcaana Challenge coming up in Dortmund.
Yeah, this is a new initiative for Disney Lorcaana. We are constantly trying to level up, and this is our newest offering, the VIP and premium package. And I think personally you get pretty good bang for your buck, Rebecca. We just had a quick look at this ourselves, and we are jealous. We are jealous.
I'm a little jealous, and we're going to do a little unboxing here for you. Take a look at what's inside the backpack. Buzz wants to see what's inside the backpack.
You think Star Command's in there, I swear.
Yes, so let's go ahead and show off what our Illumineers are getting.
Absolutely. So, yeah, Rebecca modeling the new Disney Lorcaana Challenge backpack, and honestly, it is really sturdy. This ain't cheap and tacky. This is a lovely bit of kit. I think it's absolutely beautiful. I'm going to try and steal one and become a VIP to see if I can legally obtain one. But yeah, it's absolutely stunning. In the bag, you get a bag inside a bag. Bag in a bag. We've got these lovely tote bags, which are wonderful. My mum would love one of these. I'm ready for what's up. We got
so
something on the other
about
side.
The art on the other side.
There he is, the
so
OG
good.
Mickey Mouse, brave little
Oh,
tailor.
I didn't even notice this before.
And there's a Stitch Rockstar on the side as well.
What's
Pretty
on the
cool.
other side?
Some of the original Disney Lorcaana stars. There's the Elsa, the original Chapter 1. So yeah, this is a must-have for Disney Lorcaana collectors. It's a wonderful bag. My mum definitely wants one of those. So you get that bag inside a bag, and of course, two of the highlights for this VIP package. You get two incredible play mats, and they are displayed here on our lovely table. We'll show them off for you in a minute when we finish going through the bag, but you are going to get both of those play mats, the Simba and the Mulan charging ahead. Oh, we've got some Belgium chocolates. Oh, delicious. And I believe these are called Ghent noses.
Yes.
This is a new one to me.
Coupodons.
Coupodons.
Coupodons, also known as Ghent noses. Yeah, they're little candies. And then some Belgian chocolate. I mean, who doesn't love some chocolate?
A little burst in sugar, a little energy before you go into your next round of Disney Lorcaana. So, yeah, they're beautiful. I'm going to have to try one of those Ghent noses. And, of course, it would not be a Disney Lorcaana package without some boosties. We've got the latest set, Winter Spell, 6 packs there. This is specifically for VIP members to play some Pack Rush up in our VIP area, up in the lounge. You get 6 packs, so that's enough for 3 rounds of Pack Rush against other players, and of course our esteemed Disney Lorcaana Challenge promos from Season 1. You've got the Let It Go and the Dragonfire. And then for Season 2, of course, the participation promo, which is Pegasus, a gift for Hercules. We've got Simba Pride Protector. We've got the Mulan charging ahead. And, of course, that Elsa Ice Maker. These are stunning, and you get the lot in the VIP package.
These are all the non-foil versions, but so cool to be able to add these to your collection with the VIP package. So you get the promo cards, you get Pack Rush, you get chocolate, and you get an awesome backpack. Oh, and the mats.
Yeah, the backpack's absolutely one of the highlights, the thing that all of this comes in.
Okay, so I know Baker's always trying to steal things, but I am going to be trying to steal this.
Oh, okay, that's your person. Are you going in your villain arc?
I am. This is where it starts. It all started with a backpack. Let it be known.
Let it be known. But yeah, an incredible set of things that you can get here. I'm just going to put these promos back a moment so we can flash these mats for a moment. First of all, the Mulan. There you go. The Mulan charging ahead. It's a foil play mat at that. Give that a little shake. Absolutely stunning. And of course, let's also take a very quick look at the other mat that will come in this VIP package. Get those Belgium chocolates out the way. The Simba Pride Protector. We've actually started having all the casters sign this one after every event. We've already got some names there from the past. Me and you have signed it. We've got Kara on there. Shout out to him. Spessie's on there. And of course, we're going to get all of our casters to sign this throughout the year. But your one will come sign free. It will be completely fresh. So
completely fresh in the tube.
And the tube.
No signatures.
To keep it nice and safe. Yeah, what a beautiful package. So yeah, the newest initiative in Disney Lorcaana, the VIP package. We're looking to level up as much much as we can. An incredible set of products that you get, and yeah, I want it all, Rebecca.
And not only that, but the VIP also get to go into the lounge area, a private set-aside area. It's a little quieter in there, so perfect to wind down, recharge. There's some snacks in there. And then also, I've been up there a few times. I know you have as well. And the artists are making their way up there, game developers. So it's a very cool VIP zone that they have set up for Illumineers. So it's
like you say, it's that place where you can get a bit of a breather, you know, away from the white noise of the venue, and just sort of mentally reset before your side event, your main event, whatever it is you're doing.
Yeah, so definitely stay tuned to Disney Lorcana's social channels, the official website, the lore.
And welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent, Belgium. I am joined by Alberto Salaz, who's just come off a 2-1 victory. Alberto, great to see you again, mate. A pleasure.
Thank you very much.
We first met at CCQ.
Alberto there, our Amethyst Sapphire winner of that feature match that we got to see just a moment ago. That was really, really wonderful. Yeah, lovely guy. But we did see also all of those wonderful
Look at that
goodies.
and the VIP package.
Yeah.
How amazing.
I want one of those backpacks.
Yeah, but sorry to just cut that interview short, but now we're going back to that interview because it wasn't meant to happen like that. Anyway.
We wanted to talk to you a little bit first, but let's go and hear from that winner, Alberto, now.
And welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent, Belgium. I am joined by Alberto Salaz, who's just come off a 2-1 victory. Alberto, great to see you again, mate. A pleasure.
Thank you very much.
We first met at CCQ Cardiff towards the end of last year, in which you were able to take that one home, stamp your ticket to the European Championship.
Yeah.
Before we get into Lorcana stuff, just how are you enjoying your day and your weekend in general?
Oh man, I'm loving it. Like, I just love Lorcana so much, and like just coming here and play with all these great players. I mean, I found all the top players from Cardiff. I've talked to them here, so it has been like amazing. It's like a old friends reunion or something.
Yeah,
you
so
know,
a
it's
family
pretty
reunion.
Cool.
These events are always like that. So yeah, that's awesome. You brought Blurple today. Justify it for me. Why did you bring that deck?
I mean, people tell me like I'm like a one-trick pony at this point, right? So I'm just playing.
Me too, son.
I'm just playing it because I really enjoy the gameplay, and yeah, and I think I played it for so long now that I think I've gotten better at it. So I want to like keep doing it. Although it's not very favored in the meta right now, I believe, but.
Okay.
Still, you know, I have fun with it, which is I think the most important thing whenever you choose a deck.
Having fun is very important. Again, you talk to a lot of players that are known for a specific deck, and they sort of say, I ummed and ahed about like maybe playing this, but when you've got so many miles on a particular deck, does it kind of feel like you're just disadvantaging yourself to switch to something else?
Yeah, I think I've tried some decks, and they feel like either I'm not performing as well as I hope to, or I'm like, oh, I'm missing like this one card this turn, and if I don't have it, I don't know what else I can do, right? So that's why I think so.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So let's talk a little bit about that game that you just had, 2-1 against Amethyst Steel. Were there any particular tense moments or pivotal turns that really had you grinding your brain? Talk to us a little bit about that.
Oh yeah,
match.
for sure. Like I think this year is like the strongest Purple Steel player I've ever played.
Wow, what a compliment.
I mean,
there you go.
Really, because for me, I think that's a favorite matchup. I think. But it didn't feel like that. It didn't feel like that. I am like the third game where I missed ramp. I was like, I need to go book and find 2 ramps, and I did, which I wasn't. I was like, oh wow, so I can actually come back, right? So that was like my only plan. And sometimes you have to, you have to be lucky, but you have to put yourself in that position as well, right? So I think that's important. I got super rigged on game 2 though. I had all my Hades and stuff, but like all the threats were, they kept coming, and
it was a pretty disgusting looking hand in a bad way.
2 Genie, 3 Hades, but so I could only really play one thing at a time, right? So yeah, I mean it happens.
But you managed to squeak it out. You are still live. I'm sure you've already got your invitation to European Championships, but I'm sure you're keen to get yourself to the World Championship next year. Amazing. Always great to talk to you, Alberto. Before you let you go, any shout outs, any thank yous, anything you'd like to say to the community?
Oh yeah, it's like every single player in Mexico we have tons of great players here in Mexico today. You saw Hipólito yesterday. He got 7-1. He's a really good player. As I said in Cardiff, I told people, you know, I'm not the best player in Mexico. It's just like some people cannot make it over here, right? So now we have all these events in Mexico, and people are like, hey, let me try it as well, right? So shout out to every single Mexican watching this. You guys are amazing. Los amo y los tengo en el corazón. Sorry, I had to say it in Spanish, right?
No problem at all. Please, it's my pleasure to allow that. Alberto, a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. I wish you the best of luck over the rest of the event. Don't go anywhere. We got more Disney Lorcana coming up straight away.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent with myself, Ross, and the lovely Joe, Mr. Joseph Curley. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing very well, thank you, Ross. We've just been enjoying our time up there in the VIP lounge, haven't we? Which is a new feature here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent. I've seen a lot of some of the biggest names in Disney Lorcana up there, many competitors enjoying a nice, quiet space, which is a really interesting addition for this new one. And I think everyone's been really enjoying it up there. The atmosphere is really calm and composed, and the perfect place to rest in between rounds.
No, absolutely. Now, interestingly, you know, we just saw Baker and Rebecca on stream talking about all the goodies from the goodie bag in the VIP. They mentioned the VIP area. We did scout it. Ran into Greg Tito, no big deal. Stopped and had a lovely chat. You had some baked goods.
And some coffee.
Yeah, and then some more baked goods.
And some more baked goods, that is true.
I found some amazing vegan cupcakes when I went up there yesterday. I've been told what time the cookies come out today in the VIP lounge.
You should probably keep it secret for me so I don't eat them all.
I'm not telling anyone else. I'm just saying that I know the time, and I've checked with the lovely people up there. Although I did not get the VIP package, apparently being on this desk makes me VIP level, so you best believe I'm getting me a cookie later.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake. I don't think they should have gone for that. But the other thing that was really, really awesome
Tell them that on stream, mate.
Yeah, the other thing was brilliant was these ink color themed cakes.
Oh, yes.
Did you see them?
Well, no, I missed them. I got the vegan ones at the end that were amazing, but I didn't see the color themed ones.
Yeah, and I believe that there was even like, for example, like the amber was like lemon flavored and all this kind of stuff. And apparently it's like actually within the Disney Lorcana artist team, there's like actually like this is what amber tastes like, this is what amethyst tastes like, which is just amazing attention to detail and such a cool thing to see in that VIP area.
I mean, it just means that from now on, I will be theming my snacks at tournaments alongside the deck I'm playing, which I think sounds A-okay by me, but seriously up in there. And, you know, they're getting to meet the artists and play with the developers in a much more relaxed setting with less of a queue. So also, little tip for anyone that's coming to future events, Friday is the best day to get in and see the artists and developers a little bit quieter.
Yep.
So when we have these 3-day events, Friday is the day, but don't tell anyone I told you. Keep it a secret.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Because a lot of people are coming in on Friday, and the people arriving on Friday maybe doing that main event on Friday, which means it might be the more quiet time in the building. Of course, that Dortmund event is also going to be 4,000 players.
Oh, I cannot wait. 4,000 players is, you know, the context here is, you know, you look at the history of trading card games, 4,000 players is absolutely gigantic. You compare this to, you know, to the history of all European card game tournaments, and this is right up there as one of the very biggest ever. 4,000 is absolutely huge, and this does give us a good time to give that reminder. We are actually splitting into 2 main events as we get into our second round of the day. We have a Friday main event and a Saturday main event, and they are both playing the top cut right now, but it is 2 separate top cuts. We are not mixing those main events. The only mix we get is that the winner of the Friday main event and the winner of the Saturday main event will play in the final game today, best of 5, to decide who gets that invitation to the World Championship. Within the event, I believe we're giving 32 in each are getting the invite to the Euros.
Correct.
8 in each are getting the Golden Mickey.
Correct.
But it is only 1 World Championship invite out of all 4,000 players.
Yeah, so that is going to be an extremely impressive prize to achieve. And it seems as though we've got a very spicy matchup happening here. And we're going to be waiting for the players to do their altering, of course. We've got Felix versus Maximilian. We've got Tinkerbell sleeves versus those nice blue sleeves. Those are some beautiful enchanted Tinkerbell giant fairy sleeves, Ross. Actually a card that I have in my collection, which I'm quite proud to say.
It's not a card I have in my collection, but I do very much appreciate the artwork. So we got just a little bit of a hint there at the decks, and we're seeing something a little bit different, a little bit spicier.
Yep.
And of course, that is what we're kind of thinking at the start of this day 2. Are these decks going to be able to go through? We know that Amethyst Steel is going to be huge. We know that Blurple is going to be huge. We know that Dogs is going to be huge. Are there any decks outside those top 3 that can take those records that they got from day 1 and then force a way into the top 32 cut in either main event?
Yeah, so let's talk about some of those sort of like underdog decks, if you will. You've got, or dark horse decks, as underdog means something slightly different in Disney Arcana. You've got Amber Ruby.
Yep.
Amber Ruby, usually people are going to say it's got a really good matchup into the Dogs deck, but it might struggle into Blurple. You've got Amber and Sapphire, which is this like control-heavy deck utilizing Raging Storm. We've got Amber and Amethyst, which is sort of like this mid-range, similar to Blurple, but also maybe including those Raging Storms in there. And then you've got other decks like Sapphire Steel, Emerald Sapphire, which is still seeing quite a lot of play as well.
Yeah, and we got some Ruby decks still floating around. I know Baker's loving Amethyst Ruby. We saw a couple of them on stream that seem to be doing all right as it goes. So it's going to be very interesting to see as we go through how many of these can kind of get up to top 32. And look, day 2 alone is a great accomplishment.
Yep.
And we know that there are promo cards that go down further than that top 32 cut. But for a lot of these players, it's get top 32. That is your invite to Euros, and then you fight through from there. Now, if you are playing one of these lesser played decks, you have an inherent advantage. Your opponent has not play tested against you as much, and they may well make some misplays before they realize they've made misplays. And that can be enough to vault you up the standings to get into that top 32. Where it does get harder because then you've got less of a surprise factor.
Yeah, that's very true. And also the other thing is, in that first game at this stage in the tournament, there is no deck lists available. You don't know what your opponent's playing. That is going to change when we hit top 32. But at this stage in the tournament, when you take that first altar, you have no idea what your opponent is playing. So if they're playing something more unorthodox, you're very likely not to even consider that matchup when you're taking your mulligan, right? Whereas if you're playing Blurple or you're playing Dogs or Amethyst Steel, one of those top 3 represented decks, when your opponent's doing that blind altar, they're probably trying to find the balance between finding the perfect hand for all 3 of those matchups, but not considering the rogue decks in that.
And that's the thing when you play these rogue decks. Essentially, you can be playing a game and your opponent has made a game-losing misplay before they've even realized they've made that game-ending misplay, and then you can take advantage of that and go and finish out the game. These decks, they're not the strongest decks. If they were the strongest decks, they'd be in the top 3, and we do have a clear top 3 this weekend. They are inherently less strong decks in a vacuum.
Yeah, absolutely. But sometimes one of the things with these unorthodox decks, right, like coming into this tournament, Ross, if I was playing, one of the real strategies would be, okay, Amber Emerald is a really, really good deck. It's difficult to deal with, but historically it hasn't been played that much. We've seen it at about 15% play rate. So what you could do, theoretically, is you could just build a deck and you say, okay, I'm going to be really good into the whole field and just accept that I have a bad matchup into Amber Emerald and try and dodge that specific matchup. So that can be another strategy that you could go for with one of these more rogue decks.
And that's the thing. If you got it, Dogs might be the best deck in the format, and I do believe that it is.
I think so too.
But if it's 15% of the meta, then that means 85% of the meta is not Dogs. And sometimes, and look, it is a risky strategy that can pay off and it can backfire. But there is absolutely an argument sometimes to go, I'm giving up this 15%.
Yep.
Maybe I draw well, maybe our opponent draws badly, maybe I get lucky and I can get a win or 2 against them. But realistically, if I've got good matchups into 85% and a bad matchup into 15%, that might be 1 game all weekend that I'm just giving up, so that the other 7 on day 1 I've got a much stronger matchup into. And look, if there was a deck that was amazing against every other deck, all the top players would be playing it.
Yeah.
That deck doesn't exist. You have to very literally pick your battles.
Or you can try and be really, really, really spicy in the deck brewing kitchen and try and find that one deck which has good matchups across the board. We saw Lucas Kalpa in day 1 in his interview with his Amber Ruby deck say, well, the reason I'm playing my Amber Ruby boost deck is because it just has decent matchups into everything. It has reasonable matchups. I get to play the game. I get to try and outplay my opponent. But certainly another strategy, Ross, for this weekend, if I was playing, I would have been looking at Amethyst and Emerald, hyper aggro with the enigmatic Inkcaster, and just say, okay, I know that I have a really bad matchup into Dogs, but I'm going to be absolutely crush Blurple, and I'm going to feel very confident into the rest of the field.
And to be fair, hyper aggro, you're talking my language here, and I absolutely agree. Sometimes it is worth just having that really good matchup against the field, taking that 1 loss, but also, and one of the things I like about playing hyper aggro, sometimes you will just win because your opponent doesn't go fast enough.
Yes.
All it takes is dogs to miss, like, you know, if they miss their turn 1 or turn 2 play, they just falter by half a step, and then you can jump ahead of them and win the race. And sometimes it can really be as simple as that. You set up this hyper aggro and you sit there against a dogs player and they play that Tramp Street Smart dog and you go, if they drop it under the sea, I'm losing this game. And then the next turn, you're like, oh, mate, if they drop it under the sea, and it never comes. If they don't draw into that under the sea, you know, you might have a board that gets completely wrecked by under the sea. But if under the sea never comes, you can still end up winning that matchup.
Yeah, and you know something about hyper aggro and going so quick that your opponent can't catch up, Ross, because that's exactly what happened to me at the first ever Content Creator Set Championships. I was feeling so confident with my Emerald Steel, and you just went total hyper aggro on me. You hit me with like the turn 2 Maleficent 1-drop and befuddled my character back to hand. It was very difficult to deal with.
And shout out to Zach Bivens, because I can take very little credit for that deck. That was one that Zach made and popped out online, and I had a bit of a play with it, and I was just like, yeah, this deck is absolutely right up my alley. And it got me that Stitch Rockstar, so yeah. Shout out Zach Bivens, making a great deck.
I'd also like to give a shout out to Zach Bivens, because he was on my fantasy draft team, but he wasn't able to make it this weekend, but I'm sure he's going to be watching it at home. So big shout out to Zach Bivens, one of the best members of the community, such a positive player and great person to have in this community.
I do hope he is watching, otherwise this whole little bit was just wasted.
He's probably sleeping right now, to be fair, with the time zone difference, but I'm sure he's gonna catch up later on.
I like to think he's going to catch up and he's going to see this. And look, if you're watching and you know Zach, just drop him a little message, right? And just be like, let's say nice things about you on the stream. Check it out.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Ross, we're going to be jumping back into the game very soon. Our apologies, everyone, for the delay, but fear not, you're not missing any action. As soon as we are ready to kick off this match, we will be jumping in on it. I predicted Amethyst and Amber as my deck to win the whole tournament. A bit of a rogue pick.
Yep.
What do you think about my choice?
I like it. I think Amethyst is incredibly strong in the current meta. I think the draw that it's got is awesome. And you start listing off some of the best cards in the game. You've got Elsa the Fifth Spirit.
Yep.
You've got Cheshire Cat Inexplicable. You've got Genie Wish Fulfilled. Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe. These are all Amethyst cards.
Demona.
I think they go. Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. Again, one of the absolute best cards in the meta. And one of the reasons I play so much Amethyst in, you know, my own play is I like drawing cards.
Yeah.
And Amethyst has always been, you know, that ink that draws a lot of cards. For Amber, honestly, I think the biggest thing Amber's got right now is Raging Storm.
Yeah.
It is the only deck, it's the only color, the only ink that has a proper board wipe. Yes, I know that Emerald has got the combination of Malicious, Mean and Scary and Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, but that is a 2-card combo with an expensive shift card built in. It's not the same.
Yeah.
I know that Spooky Sight can do a similar thing. I know that Under the Sea can do a similar thing, but there are limits to what those cards can do. Raging Storm is that big red or big amber button. It is the only ink that has that. And you know, anytime I get to play Daisy Duck Donald's Day, I'm a happy boy. There's other great stuff in Amber, but I think when you combine all the awesome stuff Amethyst has got, and the board control that deck can have is awesome.
Yeah.
But you combine that with Raging Storm, and that is why I think it's a really strong deck.
Yeah, I think you've put it really well. Like when you're building an Amethyst deck, you've got such a high density of good cards. You can almost think, right, if I could just play 56 Amethyst cards and I pick a playset of one other card, what would it be? Raging Storm might well be my answer. But here we are, we're ready to kick things off. We do apologize there for the delay as we get into this round number 2 of the Championship Sunday here in Ghent, Belgium.
Absolutely, we got our 2 players sat ready to go. The lore guides there were just making sure that we had everything ready. I believe there was some re-sleeving that needed to be done. You have not missed a second of the action. We are here in the altar phase. We have an aggressive mulligan. Our player on the right has kept 2 cards from this altar phase, and they are getting 5 new cards. Essentially what that means is they looked at a hand and they went, oh, don't love that. I like these 2 cards.
Yep.
Everything else can go back, and it's going to be just a blind draw. But it looks like our player on the left with those giant fairies just kind of chilling, no sleeves. So it looks like we are now ready to get rolling in round 2 of day 2, Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent. Are we going to get a nice friendly fist bump? There we go. Thank you. That makes the stream look much nicer. And we are rolling here in round 2 with Maximilian Cole, who is going to be inking
The Underdog Liquidator.
Well, it's a Liquidator, thank you. Yes, Underdog Liquidator. You love them underdogs.
It's an underdog story. It's not an underdog story, of course. You can't play it on your first turn when going first. That's the difference. But it's going to be this lady coming down on turn 1, but already seeing that Liquidator. That is going to be a really good card for Maximilian in this matchup when they're going second. So we've got Felix versus Maximilian, 2 players coming out of Germany.
We've got 2 German players. We've got 2 decks that are looking like they might want to do something a little bit aggressive early doors. That Liquidator iced over with Reckless, absolutely brutal in the early game. We've got Ebenezer Scrooge. That is Ghostly Ebenezer we've got rolling here. It's Scrooge McDuck, Ghostly Ebenezer. Yeah,
and we did see Lucas Kalpa playing this Boost Amber Ruby deck, and so far, every card we've seen from Maximilian suggests it could be something similar here. It's not going to be that turn 2 Grandmother Willow from Felix, but it is 3 ladies down on the board.
2 Decisive Dog, 1 Elegant Spaniel, all out there. That is going to help out these dogs. They do like to go in packs.
They certainly do. Do you know what lady's called in German, Ross?
I do not.
Susie.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So, yeah, 3 Susies down on the board for Felix.
I know that Doc is called Chef in German.
That's correct.
And I know that, what's the clock called in English?
Big Ben in French, Cogsworth.
Thank you, Cogsworth is Big Ben in French. That makes me happy. There, however, is a Grandmother Willow for Maximilian, and that is going to lead to a second Scrooge McDuck, Ghostly Ebenezer.
Yeah, and you talked about that aggressive altar from Maximilian of 5 cards. One of the risks of that is if you draw lots of uninkables, but thanks to this Grandmother Willow, Maximilian has been able to get down 2 of those uninkables on turn number 3, which is going to make their hand that little bit easier to work with now. Really, really good value off this Grandmother Willow as Clarabelle is sent to the Inkwell by Felix, and for 3 ink, it's going to be a Nani.
That's always nice. Nani Stage Manager does let you go and search for those 2-cost cards, and there are so many of those 2-cost cards in Felix's deck. We love these dogs. You know, we see all the lady on the board. They are all 1 cost as it happens, so you can go and get a fairly significant portion of your deck with this Nani, and it's just this consistency. It's one of the cards from Winterspell that has made this Amber Emerald Dogs deck so much better. Just being able to go and search them out really has become a staple.
Yeah, it certainly has. The odds on this card are absolutely brilliant. I was speaking with Sailor, who won the CCQ with this Amber Emerald Dogs deck last week, and he said yesterday he actually managed to miss on the Nani, which sort of summed up the luck of his day. So it just goes to show you, as good as this card is, it can still miss. But when it hits, you get a 3-cost character with a 3/3 stat line that replaces itself, can dig for your answer. We've seen Diego Saz using Nani in Amber Steel to help find those docks as well. It is a card I expect to see lots of moving forwards in Disney Lorcana metagame.
Absolutely. Well, Maximilian there with those 2 Ghostly Ebenezer. We've also got that Grandmother Willow, which means 1 card here. This could be a free cost coming down because of Grandmother Willow. Could even play a 4-cost right now, but instead we're using 1 ink. It's a second Grandmother Willow, which means we again get a second reduction coming in here. So this should be a free cost card. Oh, it's actually not. It is...
It's going to be this Aladdin Whisper. So it's a 4/4 stat line on this Aladdin. It has Reckless, Ross, but as well as these 2 Scrooges, it also has Boost 1. And what the boost effect on the Aladdin does is it allows you to exert your Reckless characters to gain 1 lore. A really good tech card against something like a John Silver, but in this deck, it's just going to be a really good stat line. It's a boost card. I'm expecting, Ross, to see Webby's Diary in Maximilian's deck. That was what Lucas Kalpa played as their card draw engine, but it's going to be Grandmother Willow being played by Felix, as well as this Tramp.
And that Tramp at this point should have been a 2-cost if you didn't use Grandmother Willow, a 1-cost if you did. There's 5 other glimmers on the board, and that Tramp Street Smart Dog is reduced by 1 for every other character you have in play. So it looks like a 7-cost. It is not a 7-cost. And Felix has gone really, really wide, really, really quickly. If he finds another Tramp here, because of the Grandmother Willow, could literally play it for 0. But instead, it's a Daisy Duck and a Bobby Zemersky Spray Cheese Kid. Oh, and wait. Oh, no, that's the discard pile. Yep. That makes sense. I was like, he does not have enough ink to do all of this.
Yeah, it's also going to be that lady. Elegant Spaniel sent into the discarder. It's going to be a pass. Now, Felix obviously is representing the threat of Under the Sea, but look at Maximilian's board. Scrooge McDuck with 3 strength, Aladdin with 4. Not the best targets for Under the Sea. It's going to be that Maleficent, Monstrous Dragon into the ink. Maximilian just deliberating on what the play they want to make is. It's going to be another Aladdin. Another one of those Boost 1 characters. There comes Webby's Diary. I believe it's the Webby's Diary. It's this 3 ink item. And every time you boost one of your cards, you may pay 1 ink to draw a card. So suddenly, all of these boost cards with boost 1 effects can also be drawing. Maximilian with a very similar deck to what we saw Lucas Cowper playing on day number 1.
I am absolutely adoring this deck. That is a draw engine that we do not see very often in Disney Lorcana. But if it were used properly, it can be one of the best. We've got another tramp coming down here. And that tramp didn't cost any ink if the Grandmother Willow was used. But it also means you draw 6 cards, and then you discard 6 cards from your hand. So Felix here, you don't gain a card advantage, but what you do get to do is see a lot of cards and really fix your hand into whatever you want here.
Yeah, there's 3 ink exerted, Ross, but that is a mistake. That did not cost anything. That ink was not readied at the start.
That was a free tramp.
But now the Under the Sea can come through. But look, Maximilian, again with that board, very, very difficult to deal with. Those Grandmother Willows can be, but this is where some cost reduction plays would be great for Felix. Things like Rhino, things like Delamoon's Lullaby could make such a big difference at this moment.
And we haven't paid for the tramp, and you don't need to pay for Under the Sea because it can be sung by the characters on the board. So that means that that ink can actually be used elsewhere, like you say, Rhino, Delamoon's Lullaby, anything at lower strength. It's another tramp! Although I think you probably had to pay for this.
I don't
No,
think
you didn't,
so.
because there's 7 other characters. So the first tramp played this turn was -6, and then Grandmother Willow. But then there were 7 characters, so the second tramp comes down. There's 7 other characters. What did you pay for that? Nothing. And now all of a sudden, you've got, and this is drawing 7 cards and then discarding 7. Felix better have the perfect hand by now, because he has drawn and discarded 13 cards this turn.
Yeah, and Felix goes for the Emerald Chromacon, discarded Delamoon's Lullaby, discarded the Under the Sea. They could have gone for this Under the Sea line and put a Scrooge McDuck or Aladdin Under the Sea instead. But instead, I think Felix has made a great decision at this moment in time. They've developed the Emerald Chromacon and they've decided to start questing. This is the moment to place the Chromacon down on the board and turn everything sideways. The Emerald Chromacon is now exerting so much pressure. Every time Maximilian banishes one of Felix's characters, that Emerald Chromacon can bounce a character back to a player's hand, and that is going to be extremely difficult for Maximilian to deal with right now.
And when you're drawing and discarding 13 cards before you've even paid any ink, you better believe you are going to be, getting everything you want. If Felix is digging for that Emerald Chromacon, you're gonna find it when you're getting that many cards.
He actually discarded a second one, Ross, so that just goes to show they had 2 available, but of course 2 is going to be over the top. Often at this point in the game, Ross, as well, you end up with very few cards in hand with this Emerald Amber deck. You just get all your resources down on the board, and the tramp just finds your last couple of cards that you want to play.
Absolutely, it does. Well, we do have that Scrooge McDuck, Ghostly Ebenezer, which we are just having a little bit of a look at here. Does quest for 1 if you want it to. Instead, we are challenging into Lady.
But now it's the Chromacon, and this is the key thing for Maximilian. When you're playing against the Chromacon, Ross, you have to plan out your whole turn right from the beginning. Felix now going to be deciding what to return to Maximilian's hand, who, remember, has not spent any ink. I imagine the pace of play is going to start to slow down at this moment in time, because this is where the big decisions start to happen. It's going to be one of those Scrooge McDucks bounce back to hand, but a Scrooge McDuck is played down on the board. You might say, oh, Maximilian hasn't exerted his ink. Well, they didn't have to because of those 2 Grandmother Willows. This Scrooge McDuck came back for free, although it will be, of course, drying and not able to challenge or quest this turn.
The good news is there at least weren't any boost cards under there to end up getting wasted. Now, we do see that Aladdin is going to... No, we're almost. We got that Aladdin barreling through there. Are we going to boost it? We are going to boost 1 of those Aladdin now.
And then, of course, you could pay an additional ink to draw off the Webby's Diary. But whenever an Aladdin is boosted, all of your characters with Reckless may exert to draw to gain 1 lore. But look at that. Felix bouncing back the boosted Aladdin, not wanting to challenge, and Maximilian basically just used that boost effect to get it back. Look at that smirk. Maximilian is happy with that play, and frankly, I'm pretty impressed by it too.
Yeah, that's really nice. You put a card under, but then when your opponent bounces it back to your hand, you're like, cool, I just drew a card. And that's the bonus you get with Aladdin there. This is one of the reasons why we see players boosting even when the boost doesn't actually give any benefit, because when those cards get bounced back, you then have essentially just drawn a card because the boosted cards get bounced back as well. Looks like another Lady Elegant Spaniel has been taken out. That is going to bounce the other Aladdin back to Maximilian's hand. And I'm not loving that these cards keep getting bounced back, but Maximilian is still taking out these characters on the board. And look, yeah, the Tramp is a 7 cost, but it's only got 2 power, and it's only questing for 2. So you can start taking them out later. Now here we've got a Mowgli getting inked. We see one of those Aladdin coming down again. He's barreling through back onto the board.
Yeah, Maximilian really played this turn well. And as we see that Lilo Escape Artist, who is a great, great play with this Emerald Chromacon down on the board. Everything's going to be ready, not that Lilo Escape Artist, of course. And then Felix is going to draw for turn. But yeah, Maximilian, I think, planned out this turn quite perfectly. Now for Felix, the question is, do I take any trades or do I just quest? It's going to be a double challenge, taking out those Willows, which I think seems like a good decision considering the powerful ability from those Grandmother Willows.
And there were 3 of them on the board. That's 3 cost reduction, every turn for Maximilian. That is going to get out of control. Gives you access to 3 more ink than you actually have. It's not something you want to be dealing with here. Then we quest out as Felix. We go up to 14 lore. Felix does, I believe, have game on board for next turn. He's got plenty of lore pips there. There's 2 on each of the Tramp, Street Smart Dog. 1, I believe, on all of the others. So there's going to be plenty of lore there. And that means that Maximilian has to go board control here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Felix with that triple Tramp, those are not easy cards to deal with, Ross. Of course, Under the Sea, not going to be an option when you're playing Amber Ruby.
Nope.
Although there can be the Raging Storm as a potential board clear. But at 8 cost, that just seems to be that little bit too expensive. Remember, this was not actually the best possible opener for Felix as well. As good as their board is, they didn't actually find that Grandmother Willow on turn 2, which meant Tramp couldn't come down until turn 4. But despite that, Felix, just with this explosive triple Tramp, is looking to close out the game quickly.
And he is in as, what, 9? Oh, no, the Lilo's also got 2 lore. So we've actually got 10 lore represented on board, only 6 needed. So Aladdin is going to challenge into Tramp, but it's not enough to banish. So that it should be 4 on there, yeah, not 2. But it's still not enough. There's 2 left with the 6 willpower. So there's going to have to be a 2 for 1. Grandmother Willow's not going to finish. You could finish with one of the Scrooge McDuck Ghostly Ebenezer.
The problem is, Ross, right, if you challenge with the Scrooge McDuck, surely Felix is going to be using the Chromacon to bounce back the other Scrooge McDuck.
Yep.
So that's the problem with the Chromacon and why Maximilian now is having to make all the decisions and really try and sequence their turn perfectly. And you have to plan everything out right from the get-go. Goes for the Grandmother Willow, and this is probably going to mean one Scrooge gets bounced back and then the other Scrooge. I love the sequencing here from Maximilian. They recognize if they just challenge with the first Scrooge, the other one gets bounced back. And this way, I think, works out to be a little better because you get this second challenge with the Scrooge, and then the second Chromacon trigger isn't going to be as impressive. What's Maximilian going for now? It is going to be another Scrooge McDuck.
Then if you challenge, this Scrooge would presumably just be bounced straight back here again. Maybe you're doing that to give your opponent a more awkward choice, or maybe you don't think they're going to bounce the Scrooge back. It looks like it's going to be the Aladdin barreling through, which is going to be bounced back to hand here, and that is the choice that is made in the end.
Yeah, and right now, there is those 2 Tramps. There's the Lilo Escape Artist and Nani on the board. That is questing for 7. That's going to be the scoop for Maximilian. Felix takes game number 1 with the Amber Emerald Dogs. Are you still feeling quite confident about your pick, Ross?
I feel very confident about my pick, and that's the thing. This boost deck we just saw from for Maximilian there is obviously a really fun deck, a really good deck. We saw there were a lot of tricks, and it seemed like sometimes that could be very powerful. But you just saw what Felix did with that dog stack. And again, missed the turn 2 Grandmother Willow, did not have the perfect curve. We saw at one point a tramp was played for one, well, we had a tramp played for free because of Grandmother Willow.
Yep.
And then immediately a second tramp played for free, irregardless of the Grandmother Willow. And that's 13 cards drawn, 13 cards discarded, shockingly hit the Emerald Chromacon.
Twice.
And yeah, exactly, and even discarded one because one was enough. And as soon as that Emerald Chromacon was on the board, it felt like that was a point at which Felix went, yeah, I've got this, mate.
Yeah, and big credit to Felix. They made that big decision. A lot of players would have been tempted to hold on to that Undersea, hold on to that Delamoon's Lullaby combo, but at that stage of the game, you often only have 2 cards left in hand. Trying to go for the Chromacon and for the Undersea is going to be almost impossible at that stage, and they made the bold decision to discard the Under the Sea and just go full questing, recognizing they had that window of opportunity to develop the Emerald Chromacon, and at the same time you play that Emerald Chromacon, start questing.
And by the end of the game, they were so far ahead in terms of board position. They were ahead on lore, they were ahead on board position, and it was just a case of, like, I don't need to do anything.
Yep.
Like, I'll take out your Grandmother Willow because they could potentially get you back in, but generally speaking, you're the one that needs to play board control, not me. I can just sit here and quest out, and I'm just forcing you to react. If you can take out enough of my characters, then we can talk about making this a game again. If you can't, I'm just going to quest out and win the game, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and let's not forget, that was Amber Ruby going first. So that was Amber Emerald going first. So in this second game, you would certainly expect that we're going to be seeing Amber Ruby going first. So really, really fascinating deck, Ross. Nice to see a whole deck built around this boost mechanic.
I really like this boost mechanic. You know, having Webby's Diary there to draw cards when you boost is really nice. But you got the Aladdin that can boost and then allow your reckless characters to actually go ahead and get some lore.
Yep.
You've got that Scrooge McDuck Ghostly Ebenezer, which can keep, you know, putting cards under, keep boosting, and every time you boost, then all of a sudden you get +1 strength and +1 willpower turned into just phenomenally powerful characters. But we didn't really see it do everything that it can do in that previous game.
And that's because Felix just ran away with the game so very quickly. And a key thing to note about this deck from Maximilian with those boost characters is there's so many characters which are boost 1 effects, which is meaning that you can trigger them quite easily. If you've just got 1 spare ink, you can boost. If you've got 2 spare ink, you can pay to boost and also pay 1 to draw off the Webby's Diary. So really rewarding you for taking those boosts. Often when you boost, you just get 1 benefit, Ross, but with the Webby's Diary, you sort of double dip on those boost abilities.
And then you can potentially be drawing everything you need, get towards those game-ending cards or anything else you might be looking for. In terms of a mulligan here, looks like a fairly aggressive mulligan from Felix, altering his hand by 5 cards, only leaving 2 and then taking 5 new. For Maximilian, I think we've kept free an altered hand by 4.
Yeah, and worth noting there is a bit of a disparity in the points heading into this round, Ross. We've got 21 points for Felix and 23 for the other player playing Amber Ruby. So definitely a little bit of a disparity. Certainly the Amber Ruby player with the better record at this stage with those 2 draws. But of course, that could all change quite quickly. Maximilian on 23 points is going to be going first.
Well, it looks like we are going to be going here in game 2, round 2, day 2. And here we go.
It's an underdog story.
It's not an underdog story, but we are inking that Liquidator.
Yeah, and in fact, it was Maximilian going first in game 1, Ross. My mistake, because that's exactly what happened.
I was going to say
in game number 1. So Maximilian on the play in that game 1. Felix still didn't find that tramp on turn 3, but was able to run away with it. And imagine if there was that Liquidator able to come down on turn 1 for Maximilian. It could have made all the difference.
Yeah, that reckless card sitting there, taking out all of those smaller dogs, cards like Bobby Zamirski, Spray Cheese Kid. These could have been things that we saw, but it's not for the moment. Maximilian could still go Liquidator here once he's inked up to 2 ink. But right now it is just a decision as to what gets inked. The ink is going to be that Webby's Diary, and it is that Scrooge McDuck Ghostly Ebenezer, which is there down on the board.
Yeah, again, Ross, I was just so impressed by Felix's play and how quickly they were able to quest out that I almost forgot that it was Maximilian that actually was on the play. So what a round 1 performance that was from Felix, winning so quickly despite being on the draw. And look at that, Lilo Escape Artist. There's no place she'd rather be. That ability can trigger, of course, when she's in the discard. That is something to look out for down the line. But again, no Grandmother Willow on turn 2, which means Felix cannot get that turn 3 tramp down.
But does have 3 characters down, which does mean that essentially you are Yeah, it's not going to happen, unfortunately, but you're right. We still got 3 characters down.
It's still a really good start.
Yes, we get a second Scrooge McDuck goes to Ebenezer after inking that world's greatest criminal mind for Maximilian. And we finally boost. That never happened back in game 1. We never saw these ghostly Ebenezer being boosted. We finally get the first one here. So that is not a 3-3, it's a 4-4. Are we going to see Maximilian being more aggressive here before Emerald Chromacon comes down, just trying to challenge everything while they have the opportunity to do so without being bounced back?
Yeah, Ross, this is actually giving me flashbacks to my Winterspell Seal deck. I had these Scrooge McDucks on my deck. I had 2 of them, and I boosted them every single turn. Here comes Clarabelle. They are really, really good, almost engine-like cards, which is not something we often see in Disney Lorcan. If you can boost them each turn, they just keep getting bigger and better.
And we do see that Clarabelle Contented Wallflower coming down.
I revealed that card, Ross.
You did reveal that card. It's a cool card.
It's a very, very cool card, of course. Usually, you're often going to be seeing that legendary Clarabelle Light on her hooves being a shift option on that. But in this Dogs deck, it's just there as a nice body, a 3 cost to help you sing Under the Sea, and it can help you draw. And we see another Scrooge McDuck, a new Winterspell card. It's an uninkable. Whenever this character quests, each opponent loses 1 lore, and you draw 1 card for each 1 lore lost this way. And at the end of your turn, if an opponent has 0 lore, you gain 1 lore.
Yeah, now I did sneak these on the deck list, but I didn't want to tell you about them till we saw them. This is a card I was hoping to see here because, and this has to be as early as you possibly can. And this basically says to Felix, you better start questing, buddy, because if you don't, things are going to get wrong. The thing is, if you quest for like 1, Scrooge McDuck's going to go, cool, well, I'm going to take that away, and then I'm going to go and gain another lore. Now, we have seen a little bit of questing here from Maximilian because, of course, it's all well and good saying, well, I'm going to challenge aggressively and take those dogs off the board. Yeah, you can't do that if they're ready. They have to be exerted to be challenged.
It really is the Scrooge McDuck deck here for Maximilian. 3 glimmers, all Scrooge McDucks. Really awesome to see. Now for Phoenix, they've developed that Clarabelle. At this stage in the last game was where those tramps started coming through. But does Felix have access to it? Of course, with those bobbies, they've been able to draw and discard. That Clarabelle was able to draw without discarding. And of course, with that altar, there's been a lot of opportunity for Felix to find the tramp and has done so.
Well, that is a nice cheap tramp here. 2 cost tramp, reduced by 4 for every card on the board. Then you, of course, get to draw 4, 1 for each other character you've got in play. And then you have to discard that many. But we're searching, presumably, for that Emerald Chromacon. And I'm just having a little bit of a look here. If I'm Felix, I'm like, right, well, I need to quest a little bit here to turn off that Scrooge McDuck Ebenezer Scrooge. But if you only quest once, then Scrooge is going to quest and take that lore away and it's still going to activate.
Yep.
So you need to quest twice in order to actually stop Scrooge McDuck working. But if you quest twice, that's 2 characters that are then going to be challenged and banished by these bigger characters on Maximilian's board. And I think that 1 Scrooge McDuck is actually causing some consternation for Felix here.
Yeah, the cards discarded was 4 character cards there. So Felix potentially looking to line up an Under the Sea, but of course, all 3 of these Scrooges have more than 2 willpower. It's going to be Tramp combining with Bobby to take out that Scrooge McDuck Glimmer. And look what follows it. It was boosted by another Scrooge.
Shockingly enough, it was. But here's the thing. We've now still got 0 lore down on Felix's board. So that means at the end of the turn, that Scrooge McDuck will go and gain another lore. It's a really nice card. It kind of works like a location in a lot of ways, where your opponent's got no lore, so you just gain 1 every turn. Gain 1 every turn. And I love the interaction here that your opponent can stop it by questing, but they've got to go in harm's way.
Hello.
Here we go with Mowgli Man Cub. Huge hit. Gets that Emerald Chromacon. Absolutely fantastic. We saw how big that was back in game 1. Well, Maximilian has an answer. Hey, and the best part is, he made Felix choose to discard it because there's no other option.
And we are going to see the Scrooge McDuck boost come through. That is now a 4-4. There is almost no item removal that comes to mind in Amber and Ruby. Once that item is on the board, it is probably not leaving the board. So how do you deal with it? Well, Mowgli Man Cub can get that discarded. That is a huge play from Maximilian. And also that information from the Tramp. You see those characters character's discarded, you expect it's going to be either Under the Sea or that Emerald Chromacon in hand. Maximilian managed to prevent themselves from inking that Mowgli, which was a huge decision, and just finding it at the perfect moment.
And that's the thing. Last time it was...
There's another one!
Oh, it's
Can you believe it?
That is absolutely harsh for Maximilian. Felix actually able to get that Emerald Chromacon after having to discard one with Mowgli. And the point you made a second ago absolutely works here, Joe, and that is... I don't think Maximilian's got a way to get rid of this, and that means that's going to be sticking on the board, and we saw how brutal that was back in game one.
Felix has just found the best card off the top of the deck they could have wished for, and Maximilian probably can't believe their luck. But the game is far from over, but that is a pivotal point in this game number 2.
You've got to feel aggrieved if you're Maximilian here. You wait for them to draw it off of Tramp, you play Mowgli Man Cub at the absolute perfect time, you get the Emerald Chromacon out of hand, and then they only have it if they top deck, and they do. Absolutely heartbreaking there for Maximilian. Game's not over yet, but they're up, 5 lore to 4. They've only got a 1 lore advantage, and once again, as you would expect, Felix and them dogs, they have a much better board state right now.
Yeah, and that is part of the joy of card games. We've all been there where we've been drawing the perfect card off the top. What a feeling that must be for Felix, and the difference in emotions there. Maximilian is going to be feeling absolutely gutted, but at this point, Ross, you can't dwell on that. You've got to put it behind you and just deal with the cards that are in front of you and see if you can find out a way out of this pickle.
Absolutely you do, and it's not like you can just sit there and not challenge, because Felix has already got that trap there, which is questing for 2, and 4 other characters that are all questing for 1, and that is going to build up very, very quickly. If we go into just a flat lore race here, Felix right now, with the boards we're looking at, is going to win that race. Now, it is going to be a challenge. Ebenezer Scrooge is going to go after that Clarabelle Contented Wallflower, and that is obviously going to then activate the Emerald Chromacon to bounce the other Scrooge back to hand.
Yeah, that Mowgli Man Cub is going to be the Headless Horseman coming through. That's going to deal with Lady, but of course it will be the Emerald Chromacon triggering once again. Could go for, of course, one of your own characters, don't forget, but usually it's going to be used at this stage in the game offensively towards Maximilian's side of the board. If you go for that Scrooge, it's an additional card in hand, of course, for Maximilian.
And that is one of the reasons you'd boost it. At least if it gets bounced back, I get to draw an extra card. But if you bounce Mowgli, then potentially... Now, here's the thing. Felix is probably doing this because there's nothing to hit this turn. Mowgli could get a hit of this in a turn or two's time. We see another boost onto Ebenezer. Scrooge goes to Ebenezer. Scrooge McDuck. It's now a 5-5. But also, if it gets bounced back, that is at least 2 cards in the hand. But Maximilian on the ropes a little bit here. This is going a bit too similar to game 1. And I think we've just had 2 Lilo escape artists played from the discard. You've got them in there. Why not use them?
Yeah, we certainly have. And the synergy that these cards have with the Emerald Chromacon is absolutely devastating. Usually this Lilo escape artist can feel a little bit lackluster, Ross.
Yep.
At just 1 strength, 2 willpower. It comes in exerted. But with that Emerald Chromacon, they are such a big threat, because when one is banished, that Chromacon will trigger. Felix, not many cards left in hand, doesn't need cards in hand when he can spend all his ink on 2 Lilos.
And that's kind of the thing. It means you've always got those 2 cards in hand you can put down, and they quest for 2. So either your opponent deals with them and you get Emerald Chromacon and your opponent has to expend resources, or you get to quest for 4 every turn.
Yeah, and Felix is 12 lore away. The board is questing for 8 currently. Maximilian with that Scrooge currently at 5 strength, 5 willpower, that Headless Horseman as well on the board. You would imagine it's actually a quest here from Maximilian with the Scrooge. Do you just leave those Lilos and go for the Tramp and the Bobby instead, perhaps? Let's wait and see.
Well, here comes the Headless Horseman.
Grab your bow. It's Grab Your Bow! What a big play this is. A new song card. I've been waiting to see this card all weekend, Ross. The 5-cost song sung by the Headless Horseman, and you can banish 2 characters with 2 strength or less.
And that Tramp Street Smart Dog is a 2 strength character, 6 willpower, but only 2 strength, so you can get the big Tramp here. The one that quests for 2, the one that is otherwise very awkward to get rid of. It is going to be Bobby Zemirski here, and it is going to be Tramp. but that is then going to activate Emerald Chromicon because it is banished with Grab Your Bow. We really want a bottom deck to try and get around it, but we can't.
Yeah, and look at this decision here for Felix, right? What Maximilian's doing so well is making things awkward for the Emerald Chromicon player. You can bounce back the Headless Horseman, you can bounce back the Scrooge McDuck, but both of those are not going to feel brilliant because that's 2 additional cards added to Maximilian's hand from the Scrooge, and of course the Headless Horseman is really not the kind of card you want to be putting back in their hand.
No, not with that on-play ability that it has, but right now, no board for Maximilian Cole.
Imagine another Grab Your Bow here, Ross. Wouldn't that be something?
Oh, that would be something. It is that Aladdin barreling through. That is the same one we saw a couple of times last game. We are seeing a Scrooge McDuck Ghostly Ebenezer come back down on the ball. Oh, it's not Aladdin, sorry. It is Lady Tremaine, Sinister Socialite, that we do see coming down here, though it is another boost card.
It certainly is. Boost 2, not a card I've ever seen play with that 5-4 stat line, and it quests for 2. What's the ability on this one, please, Ross?
Whenever this character quests, if you put a card under her this turn, you may play an action with 5 or less from your discard for free, and then put it on the bottom of your deck instead of back in the discard to stop you cycling it. An action like Grab Your Bow, for instance.
Are you telling me that Lady Tremaine might be grabbing her bow?
She might be grabbing her bow. She is a bit of a sinister socialite. She's not somebody with whom I'd want to go to a dinner party, if I'm honest. But right now, she is going to be helping out Maximilian.
Frankly, Ross, I'm not sure she would want to go to a dinner party with you.
I find that offensive, sir.
But this is a really interesting board state. 8 lore to 6. In comes Nani. Top 4 cards off the deck. Of course, you can add a character that costs 2 or less. Tramp is the card found, Ross.
That enterprising dog is back here. And that is going to be, I mean, there's already a lady on the board. Oh, no, there isn't a lady on the board. They all gone. I just assumed there was, but they're in. So you don't get the cost reduction here. But we do get Webby Vanderquack Mystery Enthusiast. And that is going to boost one of your characters by 1 strength, which ends up being irrelevant. But if you're Felix here, you're just building out the board. You want to quest out and win next turn.
Yeah, you certainly do. And this Lady Tremaine, though, surely is going to be going on a quest to get that Grab Your Bow back. So Scrooge McDuck questing first. So you'd want a challenge here, but this is due to the power of the Emerald Chromicon that is not going to be a good option. If you challenge with Scrooge, the Emerald Chromicon hits the Lady Tremaine, and you're left in a bad spot. Here comes the boost 2. Now boost 2 and a quest.
You need to boost this turn, and you don't get the card back. You play it for free. So you don't have to put it in your hand and pay any ink. You just play it for free, and then it goes to the bottom of your deck. You do have to boost this turn in order to get it, but you did. So you pay 2, but then you quest and get to play this free cost Grab Your Bow. So you've essentially played the free cost for 2 costs from your discard, but yeah, it does not go back in a discard. It's bottom decked to essentially prevent you looping this with Lady Tremaine every turn.
Yeah, and it is going to be, again, 2 Chromicon triggers, and yet again, Felix goes for both of those glimmers for Maximilian. The boost card follows. I was wondering if Maximilian might be able to get up to that 8 ink mark this turn, Ross, and go for a Raging Storm if available. But of course, that boost 2 from Lady Tremaine means that is not going to be possible if they even have Raging Storm in their deck. We have not seen it at this stage.
We haven't seen it come through at all. We've not even spied it in their hand. Maybe it's there, maybe it's not. Right now, Maximilian has done a good job of keeping Felix off of having game on board. We inked the Maleficent Dragon, but right now, there's only 3 lore on the board, and Felix needs 6 to win the game, 7 to win the game. So potentially on a 2-turn clock. Here we go with a couple different Scrooge McDuck, Ebenezer Scrooge, and Ghostly Ebenezer, as I like to call them, regular Ebenezer and Ghost Ebenezer.
It's back on over to Felix, who's going to ready, set. And at that set stage, doesn't forget those Lilo Escape Artist triggers. The No Place I'd Rather Be ability, then draws for turn. They are now 7 lore away. And again, it's just going to be questing time. This is the power of the Emerald Chromicon. You make your opponent do all the hard work at this stage in the game.
And once again, those 2 Lilo, and this is where Lilo Escape Artist is so brutal for your opponent, because you just get it back every turn. You pay 4 ink, you get 4 lore potentially on the board for your following turn. You make your opponent have to deal with it every turn. Maximilian very much on the ropes here, 11 lore away from winning. We are we're going to be questing with Scrooge McDuck, which is going to take one away from Felix. But Felix is so close to winning this game, and there's 7 law represented on the board. You need to remove 3 of them. No, you don't. You need to you get rid of 4 of them, so that's really both the Lilo. That's about the only way you're going to be able to last a turn. But the problem is, we keep talking about lasting a turn, lasting a turn. Well, sooner or later, if all you're doing is lasting one more turn, there's going to be one time you don't do it, and that's going to be the end of the game.
Yep, Lilo Escape Artist challenge, not for the first time in this game. Again, it all comes back to that Emerald Chromacon discarded by Mowgli, but Felix found it off the top. Maximilian is still 10 law away from winning this game. Felix just 4 away. It doesn't look like Raging Storm is available, Ross. We would have seen that double quest. Raging Storm could have been the card needed, but again, those Lilo Escape Artists could have come right back. You can really see the power of this card when combined with the Emerald Chromacon.
That's one of the things I love about that card. It's one of my favorite cards in the game. I absolutely adore it, and part of the reason is when you're playing these aggro decks, a lot of the time you end up with 0 cards in hand. You have ink that you cannot use. I love having something to do with my ink. And if I've got no cards in hand, 'cause I'm playing a really aggro deck, just spend 4 of them on Lilo Escape Artist. Now here comes Headless Horseman, Terror of Sleepy Hollow, and that is going to get rid of that, of the Lilo, which does take game off of board for Felix, and then it's going to be immediately bounced back. The good news is you can replay it next turn. The bad news is Felix is going to quest for 3 next turn.
Yeah, and 3 is not enough, but a Go-Go to Margot is something we see in these Amber Emerald decks sometimes, and that would seal the deal for Felix at this stage, if available.
It also means that Felix will then be forced into a complete board wipe every single turn. If Felix quests for 3, it means any quest at any point ever for the remainder of the game will give him the 2-0 victory and propel him up these standings. Does Maximilian have anything he can do? Raging Storm is really what you need here. You want a Raging Storm, honestly, every turn. Put a bunch of cards down, Raging Storm, quest and Raging Storm, quest and Raging Storm. That's how you finish out this game. If that card is available, we've not seen it, and I don't think it's in the deck.
Yeah, we haven't seen it, and it's quite a little bit different to the Lucas Cowper build. We didn't see that Grab Your Bow, the Lady Tremaine. That's the option that Maximilian's gone for. We saw Lucas Cowper with those Raging Storms, and it does look like a slightly different direction in the deck list. To be fair to Maximilian, if it wasn't for that Emerald Chromacon, I think they had this game too tied up.
I think absolutely they did, and it was that top deck from Felix, and that's what's so heartbreaking. You hit it off Mowgli Man Cub, and then it gets top decked anyway. That is incredibly good luck for Felix and bad luck for Maximilian. Lady Decisive Dog comes down here.
I think there's a Go-Go in the discard, and it's going to come back to hand.
And that means we can play the Go-Go to Margot, and honestly, all you need to do is just play that, and then just get the 1 law from that 1 damage on the Ebenezer, and that is going to be it, frankly. So we should here just see questing out. We quest for 3. Here we go. Quest for 3. And then show me Go-Go to Margot to get that 1 last law.
You're going to need another turn, Ross.
Oh, what?
Because of the ink paid for the lady.
Oh, come on. I was getting ready to do the end of the game.
I know, but
I was building up to it, man.
One more turn. Let's not forget that Scrooge McDuck could steal a law away from Felix yet.
But you do need a board wipe here. You need to go full board wipe is the problem. Because if you leave anything on the board, okay, fine, you can leave 1 character on the board. But honestly, you know your opponent's got the Go-Go to Margot. And, I mean, honestly, maybe you need to board wipe while also getting rid of your own Scrooge McDuck. So the Go-Go to Margot cannot get a cheeky law off of that.
Yep. It's going to be really, really tricky. Felix, of course, with the Emerald Chromacon, is unlikely to bounce that Scrooge McDuck with 1 damage on it back. It's probably going to have to be Nani, therefore. The challenge Maximilian takes to just guarantee that that damage is removed from the board, but there is still 4 law on the board for Felix. That Lady Elegant Spaniel questing for 2, and of course those Lilo Escape Artists are still in the discard as well for Felix.
Yeah, it is indeed. That is the big problem that we've got here. Headless Horseman is going to come down, and it is going to get rid of Tramp, but that is not there yet, unfortunately. We've not gotten enough off here, and that is the big problem. We've not played Keep Away well enough. And that is a big place. It's Lady Miss Park Avenue, by the way. I misspoke. I apologize. It is the 5-cost shift lady here. There's like 4 ladies that see competitive play. There comes another horseman. So game off the board right now. And go to Margot. There is no option to play this and actually get anything, but we are just going to get those 2 Lilo back. And Maximilian here, it is like Sisyphus pushing that boulder up the mountain. Every time you try and do something, it just gets harder, and that is the big problem that Maximilian's got. Those Lilo escape artists, if it wasn't for them, I think Maximilian might have been able to pull this off. He's put his cards down. He's having a look at the board. This is what we see from players often before a concession. We see a cheeky smile. Is there anything that he can do? This is that last look at the board. Is there any option I've got here, or do I just need to let my opponent have the win?
In comes the lady for Felix. Back on over to Maximilian. Needs a miracle off the top. Doesn't seem like there's going to be anything available.
And there goes the fist bump, and Felix takes this 2 games to 0. The miracle did not come, and there were too many dogs to deal with, and it's Lilo escape artist having to deal with both of those characters every single turn was just too much. And we saw Maximilian do such good work controlling the board, but those 2 extra characters every turn coming from the discard, it was too much to deal with.
It was too much to deal with. It was all about the Emerald Chromicon in this one, wasn't it?
Oh,
And
yeah.
in that game too, we saw the Mowgli Man Cub, the perfect counter to the Emerald Chromicon. But you can't play around an Emerald Chromicon off the top of the deck, Ross, can you?
And in game 1, Felix actually did it really well. They were able to play the 2 tramp for free with free ink available. They basically searched like a third of their entire deck, and then they had the free ink to immediately play the Chromicon, so there was no countering it. Game 2 wasn't able to do that, had to play, with all of the ink exerted. So when they drew the Emerald Chromicon, there was 1 turn, exactly 1 turn for Felix to go, Mowgli Man Club, yeah, I got rid of it, woo! And then that wasn't even it in the end, because all we just saw was 1 top decked. And how bad do you feel going to all of that effort, getting the Emerald Chromicon out the hand, and then seeing your opponent top deck it anyway?
Yeah, it's one of those things that's going to happen to every single player at a card game tournament. And it's
Oh,
one of
I've
those
had it.
things you just have to say, okay, it wasn't my day, go on to the next game and try and make a recovery. But a great performance from Felix, despite being the player going second, managed to get that 2-0 victory.
Well, I've been passed a card, okay? We got these lovely Lord Carter Challenge cards. I will be stealing some of these and taking them home. But this one says that apparently we do have another game. We can
Brilliant.
go and have a little bit of a look at.
I like other games.
Now, this is Friday, the Friday tournament. This is round 10, and it is game 3 with Boris Krischel against Johan. So we are tied at 1 game each, both players. We got 21 points for Boris, 23 points for Johan. Tied at 1 game each. We're going into game 3, and shout out to whoever passed me this card. That's pretty comprehensive knowledge. That's everything we need to get into this game where I'm looking at hands and I'm seeing a lot of Amethyst. I'm also seeing a little bit of other stuff there. Although, actually, I'm looking at Johann's hand. I see Demona, I see Iago, I see Elsa, I see Olaf, I see Olaf. That is full Amethyst hand there on Johann's side of the board.
Yeah, Boris representing Germany, Johan from the United Kingdom. It is game number 3. Again, 21 points to 23. Slight discrepancy in the points. Johan with a couple of draws throughout their tournament so far. Amber Steel with that aerial whisper is going to be absolutely fascinating to see.
That's not a card we see very often. We'll see if that one hits the board and we get to talk all about it and what it does. Both players, it looks like we are setting up to go into this game 3. We can alter hands a little bit in the early game, and then we can see what happens after there. So, and actually, I'm having a quick look at this aerial ethereal voice.
Yes.
It's got boost 1, but once during your turn, when you play a song, if there's a card under it, so it's one of these, you only ever need to boost it once, you draw a card. Play a song, draw a card. That sounds like a pretty good deal. Oh, and we've got the underdog Angel, but Boris Krischel here going first and inking that aerial. But I think we're back to steel songs here, Spessy.
Yep, it's going to be Olaf lending a helping hand in the inkwell as that Palace Guard is the turn 1 play for Johan. Again, interesting to see, Ross, those boost 1 cards being so good. In comes Angel.
And we are inking one, and we are playing one, but don't even say it, Spessy.
I honestly had to hold myself back from that one.
It's not an underdog story.
It's not an underdog story.
Not an underdog story. But
Olga Christensen as well, the artist for this one, is in the building, which is really awesome to see.
I may or may not have thrown you under the bus and told her that you spilt that big can of drink earlier rather than myself. We'll never know, but it's a second Royal Guard Spectral Sentry here for Johan. And over to Boris, we do have that Angel, and it is a Singer free. Now, usually it's Singer 2 more than your cost, but here, because it's designed as an underdog to be a 1 cost, that's why we see it as a Singer free. A second aerial gets inked so that Nani, stage manager, can come down and go and search for one of those cards with 2 cost or less. So Boris has drawn 2 of those aerial ethereal voice, but unfortunately both of them have ended up in the ink in the early game. Do we have a song to sing? I don't know that we do. So we pass over to Johan, who seems pretty well protected behind just a battalion of Palace guards.
It's going to be 4 ink, on 3 ink
ink.
rather, for the Giant Cobra for Johan. Of course, don't have to trigger it. It's not going to be triggered on this occasion. That Vanish would be quite disappointing to have that triggered. You're going to lose that Singer 3 potentially. Cards like Delamoon's Lullaby, quite popular in the current metagame. A lot of song cards usually, Ross, can trigger that Vanish effect, although I'm not sure Boris has anything that's going to be that effective in this case.
We'll have to wait and see in a moment. We do have Grandmother Willow in hand, which is, I mean, if you're looking at impactful cards from Winterspell, I do feel like that might be one of the absolute just top tier ones that we see here. It's this card that just sees an absolutely absurd amount of play. First, we do have to go and get our Inkwell up to 4 ink. So this is a decision that Boris is making here. Doesn't seem like it's an easy decision. He's certainly having a good old think about this one.
Yeah, these ink decisions often the most difficult ones to make, and with 28 minutes on the clock in game number 3, plenty of time to work with. So really, really important to just slow down at these moments as we do see that boost 1 aerial, Ross. We're seeing a lot of these boost cards with that boost 1 effect in particular proving to be some of the most popular ones.
It's a decent 3-4 questing for 2 just on its own, but then you do also get the opportunity to make it better by boosting. But that was a song sung by Nani there, Strength of a Raging Fire, going after that Giant Cobra Ghostly Serpent. Of course, didn't actually have enough characters to banish it, but because of that Vanish keyword, because it was targeted, it goes away. They're slightly overstatted, but the Vanish does unfortunately ruin it for them. And then Genie comes down to fulfill a wish after Iago. Giant Spectral Parrot hits the Inkwell.
Yeah, and I think if I'm Johan, I would also be inking the Iago here up against the Amber Steel deck. You're in game 3, you've seen some of the cards in their deck, and I think it's fair to say that you can expect that to be vanished. But Genie also being uninkable is the kind of card you have to play, but it can be taken out by the Amber. The Horseman strikes, an incredibly powerful action card here to deal with that evasive Genie.
Takes out any evasive character, banishes any evasive character. And the problem is that there's a lot of evasives. Well, I said the problem, it's good if you're playing the Horseman strikes, but there's so many good evasive characters around right now. That's why it sees so good. It's a metagame call and a metagame full of these evasive characters. We are now boosting the aerial, so once per turn, when you play a song, you get to draw a card.
Yep, and you don't even have to pay anything extra, right?
Nope, just a straight draw a card as long as you have a boosted aerial on the board.
That's a song.
That is a song. It's a song whose name I very much struggled to get right. Akuda Amuti.
Yep.
It just means you pay 2 less than the next character you play and draw a card. Realistically, it means you draw a card for 1.
Yeah, but also draws into that Troubadour. I'm not so sure it was there before. Also, Grandmother Willow. So a couple of options. This card can be played down now for free. So really making good use of these songs. It is the Angel deck. Of course, with that Angel Singer 3 and that Akud as well. Really awesome to see the theme in this list.
And it is worth noting, if you just pay the free, you pay free to get a 2 cost on the card, you paid 1 for the card. But if you sing it, then you are actually getting the true cost reduction plus drawing a card.
Yep.
So essentially, Nani sung Grandmother Willow into play. Don't think about it, it gets confusing. But then you also get to draw a card at the same time.
And yeah, also that Grandmother Willow does mean that there could be another character which comes down for Boris this turn, potentially, of course. Right now, if they have a 1-cost character, they could play it. If they're able to ink, they could play a 2-cost character. Looks like it's going to be the Troubadour inked, and therefore not expecting to see another 2-cost character in hand that could come down this turn.
No, absolutely not. Now, Nani is exerted because she sang that song a moment ago. We still have Angel ready to go. And we did get to draw a card from Ariel after that Nani did sing, which was a huge advantage. And now over to Johan, and you've got to start thinking, hang on a second, do I need to really prioritize getting this Ariel off the board? We are 1 game each. It is very important who wins this 3rd game. We've got plenty of time, so we're not thinking about a tie here. We are inking that Lexington Small in stature, and then we are paying all 5 ink for Ariel, the 5th spirit, and then we are exerting that Ariel, and Elsa is going to go after. And yeah, that makes perfect sense, because that was going to draw you a card every turn. That was going to get super annoying.
Yep. But it is a big, hefty challenge required. Double Palace Guard and Elsa just to deal with that Ariel. So Boris, again, his Grandmother Willow, still safe and sound, which would have also been a great target for that Elsa. That Angel Singer 3, still just chilling down on the board as well for Boris. Haven't seen an abundance of card draw just yet, so I think dealing with that Ariel was so significant.
Absolutely, it is. And, you know, if the worst case scenario is you drew a card and then you forced your opponent to use all 3 of their characters to challenge just to take out your 4-cost Ariel.
Oh, hello.
Oh, what we helloing? Oh, it's a Moody. But that is going to be sung again by Nani, and I'm going to again apologise for how I say the name of that card.
But the card it drew, Ross, is very significant. I said they need a bit of card draw, and it was that Doc found off the top. And how about a 5/5 bodyguard, which costs just 1 ink, thanks to that Akud and that Grandmother Willow cost reduction. That is a really big character, although that Chief Potan cannot challenge, but frankly, I don't really mind that. 5/5 bodyguard, don't mind if I do.
He's a bit of a protective leader, protective by name, protective by nature. It's got that bodyguard keyword. Why would you need anything else? Now, this is the lesser seen Rhino. This is Rhino Power Hamster. You're not getting the -1 strength, but you are getting a much bigger body onto the board here.
Yeah, and suddenly now, if Boris can develop something like that Ariel yet again, it's not going to be easy for Johan to deal with it thanks to that bodyguard. Can Johan deal with this big Chief Potan 5/5 bodyguard? That is absolutely brilliant, and I can see why it's the protective leader, Ross. Right now, it feels that way, just keeping everything safely protected in the front line there.
And that is why Hades looking for a deal comes down, and we see Johan pointing right at Chief Potan. One of 2 things is going to happen. Either Chief Potan goes away, or Johan gets to draw 2 cards, I believe. Are we resolving this? Is Boris making the decision?
Yeah, I think Boris is making the decision at this moment in time. Might have been the card draw. I did miss that, but we'll definitely work that out in just a moment. Certainly, Boris has not sent any cards to the bottom.
No, Chief Potan's still there.
Yeah. So it looks like 2 cards drawn, but at this stage in the game, that's A-okay, but that Strength of a Raging Fire is only going to deal 2 damage, and guess what? Chief Potan is not an illusion, so no vanish available here. You need the full 5 characters to deal with this bodyguard, so it's going to have to be a different target for the Strength of a Raging Fire.
Well, you could hit it for 2 with Strength of Raging Fire, and then Hades could take it out next turn, banishing the challenge. Doesn't feel like a great efficient use of resources, if I'm honest with you, but that would be one way to get Chief Potan off the field. But I do think this is a better option, just getting that Grandmother Willow off the board. That is an option with Strength of a Raging Fire.
Yeah.
Worth noting, sorry, there's Rhino Power Hamster. It's got Resist 2 while it's got no damage. So it's got 5 willpower and it's hiding behind a 5 willpower bodyguard. That Rhino is sitting pretty right now.
And look at that, Chief Potan. It can't challenge, it can quest, and he can certainly sing a song. He hurled his Thunderbolt. Chief Potan is doing it all right now.
And when you've got such a song-heavy deck, well, brilliant. Now you've got a 4 cost to sing songs. and you want it exerted for Bodyguard anyway.
Yep, and Doc joins the fun, or Chef as it's called in German, of course. 2 fresh cards for Boris, and now the questing can begin. Boris at 0 lore. They were 3 lore behind, and suddenly they jump ahead in this game.
Well, they don't jump. They do jump ahead. They're going up 4-3. Very nice indeed. But it's not just the lore I'm looking at. It is a board I'm looking at here, Joe. We got Rhino. We got Angel. We got Nani. We got Chief Potan. We got a Lilo. They're one of those escape artists that was so good in the previous match. And we got Doc. Iago, Giant Spectral, Parrot comes down. And we see a Calhoun as well. But we've already talked about Vanish. That Iago could not last too long if it is chosen with a song.
Yeah, and Boris now 2 cards in hand thanks to that Doc. It's going to be passing on over to them soon, and that Chief Potan just making things so awkward. Of course, Elsa would happily take out Angel, but that's not going to be a possibility. It's an Angel, a Rhino, and I think it might be another Chief Potan in hand. Maybe not the most brilliant hand. You've even got the option here of inking one of those 4-cost characters, and going really wide this turn with no cards left in hand. So big decision for Boris in terms of, do they ink the Chief Potan, do they ink the Rhino, or do they just leave both of those cards in hand and don't ink this turn?
I was going to say, I want a second Chief Potan here. Like, if my opponent clearly wants it off the board. They made that pretty clear. So why don't I just have 2 of them? Now, we are questing out again. That Chief Potan cannot challenge, but absolutely can quest. So we're questing out here up to 13, and Boris is in a very, very strong position here because we are... I mean, look at all of these characters on board. Look at all the questing that they're doing, and you're only 8 lore away from winning the game. I mean, come on. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, because of... We've got the 2 quester there. That is the Lilo escape artist. Yeah, game on board for Boris.
Yeah, Boris at 12 lore, Johan trailing, down at 3. Chief Potan has been the star of the show here. Really, really fascinating to see Amber Steel. It's not a deck that was on my radar coming into this weekend at all, Ross. I think it's the lowest I've ever seen Amber Steel represented. I have a feeling after this weekend, you might be seeing a little bit more of it at your local game store.
I remember the Steel songs from the first season of Disney Lorcana Challenges we did together, Joe. It was everywhere. Zach Bivens actually was a big proponent of that deck for a long time, doing very, very well with it. Now, Elsa Fifth Spirit comes down along with a Diablo Obedient Raven. I mean, this is not exactly the board that looks like it's going to be going too hard into it. Now, we do finally get rid of the Chief Potan, but it took a lot.
Yeah.
And that, yeah, it took 3 characters off the board, and now that Iago's got 5 damage on as well. So, you know, what did it cost? Not quite everything, but a lot.
Yeah, and Boris, all that while, has just been able to continuing to develop their board, an extremely wide board, continuing to quest. The board is not quite enough, I think, to win. 4, 5, 6, 7 lore, 1 lore away. Don't tend to see much of that cheeky lore, as you like to call it, Ross, in this Amber and Steel deck.
Oh, we are questing all the way up here. We haven't made it. We've got up to 19. But this is one of the things we see so often. Johan, fine, he stopped Boris winning the game, but look at Boris's board. If one of those characters is on the board, and that's too much for Johan, he goes, I can't get rid of all of those characters, Boris. Congratulations for your Steel Song deck, because it is back, and it is putting Boris up to 24 points with a 2-1 victory. And honestly, I'm just sad we didn't get to see games 1 and 2.
Yeah, Ross, you know what? There was a really, really silly line that in my head I was thinking, oh, that would be hilarious, because they had the Rhino in hand, that's a shift 2. They could have shifted 2 onto their other Rhino just to assert some dominance at the end, because it looked like it was a foregone conclusion. Of course, that would be a little bit ridiculous, but it's something that was crossing my mind.
Hey, if you can, why not? And we did get to see that Rhino come down. Rhino, absolute star of Bolt, let's be honest with you. I went to see Bolt once in a cinema that was completely empty. It
Really?
was just me. And because I'd been to a job interview, I was wearing a full suit, alone in a cinema watching Bolt. One of my weirdest cinema experiences, but very good film.
Yeah, sounds like a great experience, honestly. Did you have some popcorn as well in your suit?
Well, I was trying to be nice, but I had like a 2-hour wait after the job interview before my train. I'm like, what am I going to do? I'm going to go watch Bowl.
Sounds like a great move.
That was a fantastic move, quite frankly. I'm very proud of myself, as should Boris be. And that Steel Song deck, it is not one, like I say, there was a time when that was just absolute top of the meta. We are not there right now. But I'm seeing it go through, and we've got that underdog, you know, with a Singer Angel, so many fun tricks. But why am I telling you about the fun tricks of this deck when we can hear about it from Boris? Let's just go chat to Boris.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent, Belgium, and I am joined by Krishel, who just come off of a 2-1 victory. Krishel, great to meet you, mate. You were playing a super spicy deck, Amber Steel, but with the new aerial, almost reminiscent of the Steel Song of old. Not quite Whole New World and Cinderella, but a little similar. I've got to ask you, why did you bring that deck today?
Well, first of all, I always prefer playing decks that aren't necessarily the main meta decks. I like to build something spicy. And this new aerial card, as well as the new Stitch Snowboarder, are just very fun cards. So I tried to build something that's a little bit similar to the original Steel Song deck, but still works in the current meta. And I've played around it with a few cards. It seemed to work. And then recently online I found another deck at some tournament that seemed very similar to what I had built, but put in the 5/5 Bodyguard. And with that addition, it's actually a really good deck now, so all of a sudden. So I thought I'd just bring it to the DLC and see how it goes.
Yeah, and it's going well. Yeah, shout out to Braden Bodish, a member of the community who I know was playing a very similar build with
I
Bat
think
Chief
that's
for
probably
5/5.
the one that I
shout out to
found,
Braden.
yeah.
I know has been enjoying that deck. So what do you think are your favorable matchups in the metagame at the moment?
Probably Amethyst Steel is the main one I want to face, as luckily I faced that right in this match. Unfortunately, it's the first time I faced it this entire tournament. I was hoping to play a lot of Amethyst Steel. This is the first match. And Dogs is also relatively good if you can get out the Angel very early and just start shooting their little guys down. But Blurple is tough, Blue Steel is tough, and all these control matchups are also tough because you're not very fast. But I've somehow managed to squeeze through and still go 8-2 so far. I'm very surprised myself that it's been going so well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the community are going to be thrilled to see your deck doing so well. Anytime we can see something that isn't the norm, then I think that gives a spark of life to the rest of the community. And they say, okay, this guy's done pretty well with this. Let's pick this up, and maybe we can have a more varied metagame. So yeah, you're on an 8-2 record at the moment, as far as I know.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah. So you're on course, hopefully, to secure that top 32. I must ask, how long have you been playing Lorcana?
I've been playing since set 1, since the release day. An OG player, yes. I randomly just saw online that there was an opening day, pre-release, starter deck tournament. I've never heard of Lorcana. I thought I'd just go there to the local TCG store, play it, and I've been playing ever since. I've not had any other TCG experience. I just got into Lorcana, and it's been very, very fun.
Well, welcome to the world of trading card games.
Thank you.
No, that was awesome to watch. I know a lot of people are going to be rooting for you. We'd love to see that deck go even further. How have you found the DLC experience so far this weekend?
It's been incredible this weekend. Everything has been running very smoothly. The side events have been fun. I've played some Infinity yesterday, trying some spicy decks there as well. So
what did you play in Infinity? I have to ask.
I played Amethyst Steel.
Okay, very cool.
But trying to counter all the items and all the control decks with the Gontus that make stuff more expensive to play and item destruction, and it went okay, but it's more of an experience to see all these crazy decks again. I just wanted to play the bounce package again. I missed it.
You've missed the Merlin and Madam Mims.
Yes, exactly.
That's awesome. But yeah, great to chat with you, mate. Before we let you go and have a little break before your next round, any shout-outs, any thank yous, anyone you'd like to call out in the community, please take the stage.
Yeah, I want to do a massive shout-out to my local team in Berlin.
Yep, you can talk about them,
The
sure.
Berlin Mouseketeers. Yep. We've come to every DLC together with a group of around 10 people, and they've supported me. We've been training together, and it wouldn't be fun to go to the DLCs without them. So big, massive shout out to them. And of course, every other player from Berlin, from the local TCG stores who've also been playing very well here at the DLC.
Absolutely amazing. My friend, an absolute pleasure to meet you and to have a chat with you. I wish you the best of luck over the rest of your run.
Thank you.
Maybe we'll see you a bit later on. But yeah, there you go. Amber Steel Song. Maybe it's back. Get your aerial, ethereal voices, because it seems like they're pretty good. We've got more Disney Lorcana action coming up very soon. Don't you go anywhere. Thanks, Baker. I'm Baker, and I'm here in the booth with the lovely Kim. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Aren't you? Are you doing great? Are you so excited to cast with me next?
No, I've been dreading it all weekend. I can't keep up with your energy. I like to think of myself as a high-energy caster, but I don't know if I can keep up with the Sugar Rush Vanellope Von sweets that you are emitting. But we're going to have a fun time, Kim. We're going to make the most of it. Welcome back. We hope that you're enjoying the Disney Lorcana action, and it is continuing, moving into round 11. We're coming towards the end of the Swiss portion of our event before we cut to top 32 from both events, play through a single elimination. We'll get our 2 individual champions, and then they will face off to find out who's going to the World Championship. Are you ready, Kim?
I'm so ready, Baker.
Are you ready? Because I'm ready. Let's go straight over to the match table. What are you seeing, Kim? What's jumping out? Are you taking a look through the hands?
Oh, I have a little bit of maybe your favorite deck. Your deck that you predicted to win it all and take it all, none other than the Ruby Amethyst.
Yes.
And a deck that I didn't predict that would be well represented here this weekend, but it did come out in full force, and that is Sapphire Steel. And I'm a Sapphire girly at heart, and I have to say, I love it. And obviously, going in here, the first thing that they're going to be wanting to do, obviously they're altering their hands, they're entering their altering hand phase, trying to get that all-important turn 2 ramp. But I do see a Jasmine in the hand, which makes me think it may be kind of an ally build of a Sapphire Steel.
Was it the ally one, was it? Because there was also the 5-cost steel one, which can get evasive. But yeah, these blue steel piles quite often come with that ally package. There's the 1-drop Jasmine, and there is the Floodborn Jasmine, who can shift on 2, and the 1 quest, look at the top 3 cards of your deck, and you can put an ally into your hand, and it combos very nicely, Kim, maybe you'll agree, with Pleakley. Not sure if that's in the deck, but a nice additional way of ramping you. Obviously, we'd like to go 2, 4, 6, but maybe you don't see that curve. Maybe you just want to take a different option. So there are multiple ways of getting up to the high end of that curve. And when we get there, Kim, can you talk us through some of the cards that you might expect to see in this Sapphire Steel deck?
Yeah, of course. Like the idea of Sapphire Steel in general is you want to kind of ramp up slowly, ramp up kind of quickly, as fast as you can, and then drop
slowly
those...
but quickly.
Slowly but quickly. Like, we know their early game isn't so strong, but with the likes of the Shift 2, the Dual Ink Jasmine, the Sapphire Steel one, we can get in early, get some early questing in, and then, because we know we're against Ruby Amethyst, but of course our players don't know what they're against.
They don't know that yet.
Sapphire Steel is going to be able to drop these kind of big bodies like the likes of Vincenzo, but of course we have to be wary because Ruby Amethyst also has removal cards like Headless Horseman.
Yes.
But also Elsa, the 5th Spirit, could come in, just exert any of these characters and start dealing damage, moving that damage around with Cheshire Cat. But of course, not at the minute. It's going to be Cheshire Cat going into the Inkwell, and we do have a turn 1 play for our Ruby Amethyst player. It is going to be Diablo, Obedient Raven, coming into the game.
Yeah, Laurent on the play, rocking that Ruby Amethyst, and I can already see another new card from Winterspell, that Slushy in there, who is a 5/5 with the evasive keyword. Not really for this matchup, I would say, but certainly a big body. We're going to have an ink, and down does come that 1-drop Jasmine on play. She can give resist to another chosen character of yours until the start of your next turn. That's not going to be relevant at this moment, but not a bad ability for a 1-drop, but she's just there to set up the shift line. But here's Laurent curving out nicely into that Lumiere, who does give blanket +1 strength to all characters. Diablo perfectly safe to go on a quest here. If this Jasmine wants to challenge, that means then we're not shifting and questing with that second Jasmine, and the Diablo would replace itself, right?
Yeah, not to mention, thanks to this Lumiere, our fiery friend on the board, the Diablo will actually be able to deal a damage back in return. Of course, Jasmine is not going to be banished, but at least if we can shift our dual ink Jasmine, if Viet, I believe, has it in hand, we can do that here instead of ramping, and maybe we go to ramp turn 3 with Pleakley and then send maybe 2 cards into the Inkwell instead of just 1.
Absolutely, and we are going to see that play. The Angel Experiment 6/2/4 into the Inkwell. Down comes that Floodborn Jasmine. She's going to quest. We're going to look at the top 3 cards of the deck, choose an ally to go into our hand. Now, I know T-Bow's an ally, and that was a Tinkerbell as well, who is also an ally, the Giant Fairy.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of different ways you can build these Sapphire Steel decks, and this is definitely one of them. A lot of ways to build around your ally build, and especially it looks like Viet is going to be keeping Tipo, hopefully hoping to get some more ramping in, maybe be able to drop down on Vincenzo later on if we're playing it, to be able to deal with our fiery friend here, Lumiere.
The thing is we need to be scared about with Vincenzo, perhaps a little bit though, is it is one of the most prime targets for, you mentioned it before, Kim, that Headless Horseman, which of course has a lot of very relevant targets in the meta. Sapphire Steel, a lot of their high end is quite big. Obviously, we've got Tinkerbell with 4 strength. We would expect to see Goliath come down at some point with 6 strength, but that Vincenzo does have that 2-8 stat line, so can be easily removed. But if Vincenzo does 3 damage to something and gets his value, then it's not the end of the world. But he is a must-answer character with those 3 lore. We're going to ink the Iago, giant spectral parrot, and down comes the inexplicable Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, and we could definitely start seeing some challenging going on now and moving some damage around. And if we get our Headless Horseman in, all the other characters will not only get their boost off Lumiere, but also getting additional boost for the each opposing character that gets banished in return. But we did see Viet being able to take a Tipo into hand, and the question is, are we going to ramp here? Or are we going to use a Pleakley if we have a Pleakley? Because another thing about ally decks that is really nice is that they all synergize really well with our legendary Cinderella from Whispers in the Well. Cinderella dreams come true, and because they're all princesses, but we don't have that. We're not at 4 rank. It is going to be the Growing Sun Tipo coming in, and we're going to be able to ink. So perhaps next turn, we're going to be on 5. Will we see a Namari? Or Jasmine doesn't even need a quest here. We're going to do a little bit of singing, Baker.
Absolutely. The heavens are going to open and thunderbolts are going to come raining down from Olympus and take out the inexplicable Cheshire Cat. But yeah, I like the Tipo play on this turn, Kim. Obviously, Jasmine is like a great turn 2 shift and can help you with card draw, which can be a weakness for Sapphire Steel outside of that Goliath. But it is slower. You really do want to get to the higher end of your curve as soon as possible. So since we took a slower turn 2, we're going to take the time now to ramp up with Tipo. If you're a new player, when we talk about ramp, just saying we're putting extra cards into our Inkwell per turn, something that Sapphire does extremely well.
Yeah, and we mentioned Slushy being in the hand earlier from Anthony, and here is Slushy coming out onto the board, and there's not much right now Viet can do to deal with this Slushy. He is at 4 cost 5/5. That's a lot of strength, that's a lot of willpower.
It sure is, and that Thunderbolt, obviously we already saw it played, it does 4 damage to a character, so would not be enough to take out the Slushy, so we're going to need a big body down at some point soon, Kim.
Yeah, well, another thing that Sapphire does have that can really help here are many removal tools, which another one that got reprinted in this set of Winterspell is Let It Go, which our Jasmine could definitely sing here if Viet does have it in his hand.
Yep, she surely could, and if we can ramp up a little bit more, then you've got to think Hades Infernal Schemer is going to be coming along soon. Little tribute to you there, Kim. This Hades, a reprint in Fabled, most Sapphire decks taking advantage of it. So, yeah, the sooner Viet can get up to that higher end of the curve, then he's going to have much more options to be able to control the board. I think Laurent needs to lean into the Ruby Amethyst ability to go a lot wider. Of course, we probably only go up to a 6-cost character. I haven't seen Laurent's deck list, so maybe there's some personal interpretation there, but does have a lot of lower-end characters, some good 2, 3, and 4 drops, so we want to go as wide as we can, but also in preparation for that probably inevitable Goliath, right, Kim? Because Goliath, at the end of your turn, if you have more than 2 cards in your hand, you discard to 2. If you have less, you draw back up, and then we can probably use that clan leader Goliath to rejuvenate ourselves. So Laurent definitely wants to try and empty his hand in preparation for that happening, but it's a double-edged sword. Maybe you empty your hand and then they just don't play the Goliath.
Yeah, another thing is really nice against these Amethyst decks, particularly this Amethyst Ruby decks. Amethyst does a thing that it's known to do, and that is draw a whole bunch of cards. So playing Goliath at the right moment, meaning your opponent will have to discard their hand down to 2. But I do see that Headless Horseman in Anthony's hand that he could possibly play next turn. However, right now, we are going to be singing a song, and that's going to be Zeus hurling his Thunderbolt onto the Slushy. Unfortunately, it is evasive, so it's not exerted. Tipo can't challenge it even if it was exerted because it is evasive. But there is 4 damage there. Cheshire Cat is not on the board, meaning Anthony has no way right now to move it. But there is a possibility of playing a Headless Horseman if he does have an inkable card in his hand.
Yeah, we would need to ink, but this 4 damage, worth noting, Kim, setting up really nicely for a potential Tinkerbell coming down soon,
Yes.
who, of course, on play the Rock the Boat ability, which does 1 damage to each opposing character. So while that Thunderbolt didn't finish off the Slushy and was essentially a -1, it's just setting that damage up ready for the Giant Fairy to hopefully come through and finish the job. And we are going to see that Headless Horseman, the terror of Sleepy Hollow, with the Leaves No Trace ability. Going to remove that Jasmine, which she done her work, right? She gained us 2 additional cards. We got 2 quests off with that Jasmine, and she had a round of karaoke singing Thunderbolt. So she's gone now, but she has absolutely done her work.
Yeah, she did indeed, and would have been great there. Also, another new card we got in Winterspell, Belle, Snowfield Strategist. If she was in play, could have ended up getting Viet 2 more ink, but here's Pete going into the inkwell, and exactly like you were talking about earlier, Baker, Tinkerbell, Giant Fairy going to be able to finish off that Slushy very nicely, and also thanks to Lumiere challenging into Tipo, also had a damage on, will be able to banish both Lumiere and the Slushy, only leaving the Headless Horseman, who, by the way, only has 2 willpower and it has 1 damage on it already.
Yeah, that's the problem. This Headless Horseman is obviously very powerful, the Gathering Strength and the Leaves No Trace ability, but quite fragile, and now just another Tinkerbell would finish the job. But we are going to flood the board with a misery of Ravens. 2 copies of that Diablo Watchful Raven coming down, 2 cost uninkable 3/3, quest for 2. So again, preempting a potential Goliath coming down soon, and he's actually going to ink that. Viet might be in a position here to say, okay, you've emptied your hand, I feel confident I can deal with your board. I'm not going to give you the Goliath because it could help you more than me. But here comes Vincenzo, the explosive expert, who's going to put 3 damage on this Diablo. Hey, look, I blew up the bird. It took like 2 seconds.
That was perfect. I love that.
I don't know about perfect,
I had to have a little giggle because I was like, that was perfect.
We try. We do our best.
But exactly the card Viet wanted to see. Going to ink the Goliath was definitely going to help Anthony a little bit more. There was only 2 cards in his hand. However, our Vincenzo, even though he's an explosive expert, he's not very strong in strength himself, meaning this Headless Horseman that was in Anthony's hand is going to come down and be able to banish it immediately.
And not only that, the Gathering Strength ability that you mentioned earlier, Kim, that when an opposing character is banished while there's a Horseman on the board, all of your characters get +1 Strength. And because there were 2 Horsemen, it was actually +2 Strength to everything. So that Horseman went up to a 6/2 character with 1 damage, so able to easily and cleanly finish off that Tinkerbell.
Yeah, but no need to fear. Tinkerbell was not gone for very long.
She's back.
Viet has another one.
Hold up, there's more. I see a Dumbo drawn from Laurent, which a card that's been coming in and out of Ruby Amethyst lists at the moment. There's a lot of evasive answers in format at the moment. Amber decks performing extremely well so far this set. And of course, they have the Horseman Strikes ability, effect, which can banish a character with evasive, and then you draw a card. But if this Iago can stick around long enough, then on the next turn, Dumbo can come down and immediately get his value courtesy of making history. But we're going to play Pete, the Ghost of Christmas Future, followed up by the Doc Bold Knight, who lets us discard our entire hand and draw 2. And then the Pete is going to boost up.
Yeah, and exactly the card that Viet wanted to see there after we being able to play the Pete. No cards left in hand, so we can just play the Doc. We didn't have to discard anything because we didn't have anything in hand. We were able to just freely draw 2. We were going to ink a Jasmine, and we're going to pass back to our lovely Ruby Amethyst player, who is indeed going to play that Dumbo. And we are going to be able to use the ability Making History to exert Diablo, pay 1, gain a lore, and draw a card.
Exactly, Iago. I don't want to see Diablo evasive again. This Dumbo, of course, gonna make that history, draw the cards as said. But it's interesting because Viet doesn't have the most answers to evasives. Obviously, there is hard removal. We talked about Hades, we talked about Vincenzo, but generally doesn't play a lot of evasive characters themselves. Sometimes you might see that 5-cost Jasmine who gains evasive during your turn. I've also seen some Sapphire Steel or even Blurple deck list playing that Ink Runner, which is an item where you can give alert to one of your characters for the turn. Of course, alert allowing you to challenge as if you had evasive. So not so many actual evasive characters, but ways of dealing with them. But so far, this Iago and Dumbo looking like they're set to stick around. But what does Viet have in hand to interrupt this board flow. We're going to boost the Pete, and when he quests, you look at the top, look at cards from the top of your deck equal to the cards under Pete, put one of them into your hand. So because he had 2 cards underneath him, Pete, this is essentially acting as a develop your brain.
Yeah, and there's the card we were talking about earlier. If we didn't hit turn 2 ramp, sometimes you might go for a turn 3 Pleakley. And unfortunately, the cards he kind of did want to see earlier on, coming out now thanks to courtesy of our Pete Ghost of Christmas Future, just having a little glimpse into the future of what's on top of the deck there.
Oh, and here is one of those evasive answers. Vincenzo coming down for another round. We're going to put 3 damage on the 9th wonder of the universe and send him back to the circus.
Yeah, nice, very nice play there for Viet, meaning this turn Anthony will not be able to use Dumbo's ability, making history to be able to draw an additional card, leaving, I believe, just 2 cards still in the hand there for a Ruby Amethyst player.
Yeah, the fact that Laurent was, I think, really playing into the expectation of that Goliath coming down, which I do think is the correct way to play, but Viet saying, okay, well, I don't think you've got a whole lot left. I like what I've got. I'm just going to ink this Goliath and not give it to you. The Elsa 5th Spirit going to come down, exert that Vincenzo, and there are ways of dealing with it, and of course only 2 strength, so we would have to give up, well, we could put the Iago and Elsa isn't going to be enough. That's only going to be 6 strength. They will both survive. I think a Horseman is going to have to go in as well here, but we'll see what Laurent wants to do. He's at 7 law so far to 6, but lacking resources in hand.
Yeah, I think there's 2 ways Laurent could go about this. It's either Iago and the Horseman can take it out, or we can go in and use Iago and an Elsa and a Diablo. But either way, you're going to lose a character. Maybe it be Horseman, maybe it be Diablo. But either way, we're going to have to sacrifice something.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you got to think we would like to remove this Pete as well. And if we can banish this Vincenzo in a way that doesn't involve challenging with Iago, then our Horseman could boost Gathering Strength, give this Iago the 5 strength it needs to cleanly answer this Pete Ghost of Christmas Future and live to tell the tale. But yeah, that means we're going to have to get rid of Vincenzo in an ulterior way. I think we would have to go in with the Elsa for 2, the Diablo, which would give it up because there's 1 damage on it, so that's 5. And then you could put the Horseman into the Vincenzo, and even though the Horseman would trade, he would still see that banish, and you would get that +1 strength on the Iago. So that is a way of dealing with everything, but you would give up your Horseman, your Diablo, you'd be left with an Iago with only 1 willpower left, and an Elsa with only 3. We're going to take a different route. Elsa going into the Pete, and then Iago going to finish it off. Yeah, I think this is fine.
Yeah, I think it's good. And you still banish the character, meaning all the other characters on the board do get a buff, meaning both the Horseman and the Diablo can be used to trade into the Vincenzo, leaving just an Iago on the board. But this Iago is evasive, so the Tinkerbell can't challenge into it. And also, next turn then, unless Viet has an action card to be able to make this vanish Iago just poof and disappear.
Poof.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's much he can do about it, but of course, we could see the Hades Infernal Schemer coming down to get rid of it.
Yeah, we absolutely could, or indeed just that 3rd Tinkerbell, Kim, which would put that 1 damage on Iago and finish the job. We see a Junior Woodchuck guidebook in hand for Laurent. He's on, is it 6 ink at the moment? I do believe, so if he was to commit to that, it would be a pretty slow turn, I dare say. Yeah, if I'm in Laurent's shoes at the moment, I'm not feeling the most confident. It's just going to be a pass, Kim.
Yeah, I believe because we paid the 5 to play the Elsa 5th Spirit, I think he was just debating whether or not we want to ink a card, but obviously he wants to keep both cards because if we don't draw anything good next turn, we can still play Woodchuck's Guidebook and then pay 1 to banish it and draw 2 cards. But it's going to be a Sail, the Azurite Sea for Viet. We're going to be able to draw a card. And if he really wants to, we can ink 2 cards. And not only 1 Sail, Baker. That's another Sail that Viet is going to play, going to be able to ink a total of 3 cards this turn if we really want to, but obviously digging for something, and he found it, and it was he hurled his Thunderbolt, and then we're going to be able to quest all the way up to 9.
Yeah, absolutely, and that Thunderbolt would have taken the Iago out no matter what the willpower, because Iago has that Vanish keyword. When targeted by an action, he is banished. We're going to play down the Sisu Emboldened Warrior, who's a 1/4 quest for 2, but gains an additional strength for each card in the opposing hand, which is not many, so the Sisu probably not going to get a lot stronger, but she still quests for 2, and this guidebook played. Of course, on the following turn, we can pay just 1 ink to draw 2 cards and hopefully find ourselves something to get out of this situation that we're in, because this Tinkerbell is a bit annoying.
Yeah, and then our Jasmine coming down, giving that resist to Tinkerbell, Giant Fairy. And here's most definitely like mostly a one-off in most of these Sapphire Steel decks, and it is Arthur who, when you play it, you can choose a character, and the character can challenge a ready character, meaning our Tinkerbell Giant Fairy was able to challenge our Sisu and just banish it.
Yeah, and gets Challenger and Resist too. Yeah, this Arthur King Victorious, a super fun card. It's only really in this archetype that you see this as a spicy one-off. I absolutely love it. It unlocks some incredible plays. There's not a lot of ways of challenging ready characters in the Disney Lorcana trading card games. This Arthur super good, and that 3/6 stat line and questing for 3, and more importantly, maybe that 3 strength, meaning it is out of range of the Headless Horseman.
Yeah, definitely the card that maybe Viet was searching for with those 2 sails.
Sure.
And came in at just such a right moment.
That's pretty good. A Speci favorite, the Desperate Plan, which allows you to... it's almost like Dock on an action, but you draw 3 cards. Of course, it depends on your hand size originally, but yeah, we're getting the max value out of that particular card. 3 cost uninkable, and we're following up with the Hades Infernal
Schemer.
There we go. There it is.
Yeah, sending that Sisu into the Inkwell, leaving just our fiery friend Lumiere on the board. And Viet is now going to be able to quest up for 6 lore, bringing him up to a total of 16, I believe? Or 17.
Yeah, so this game is very much running away from Laurent. Viet looking ready to take this game 1, and Laurent was on the play as well. So, yeah, I think he's happy with that. We're going to pack it up and we're going to move into a game 2. Yeah, I think the story of that matchup, we had the Horseman at the right time for the Vincenzo, but played, I think, too much into that, expecting the Goliath to come down. Again, not saying that was the wrong way to do it, but when he emptied his hand, just Viet had a lot more going on, was able to find that dock and replenish the hand, and then a couple of just subpar draws, really, finding the Sisu, the guidebook before we had a chance to play it. But yeah, I'm hoping it goes a little bit better for our Ruby Amethyst player this time. I think it's going to be, we need to go as wide as we can early. Of course, Sapphire is a bit slower in setting up. I think on turn 2, we need a Quester on turn 1. On turn 2, we need that Diablo. Turn 3, I'd maybe like to see a 2 and a 1 drop. The longer the game goes, generally Sapphire decks are favored because they're going to reach the high end of their curve a lot quicker. We know they have the Hades, and in this steel deck also the Tinkerbell, the Vincenzo. The longer the game goes, the more favored I think the Sapphire players are. So Ruby Amethyst really needs to squeak out as much lore as it can as quickly as possible, and maybe not play out the hand as much as possible this time. Again, I'm still undecided on that. I don't think it's wrong to prepare yourself for the Goliath, but if you do go all in and they don't play it and your top decks aren't kind for you, then you can run out of gas. So it'll be interesting to see how Laurent decides to pilot this second game.
Yeah, it's really difficult to know, because if you end up doing the thing that Amethyst does and draws a load of cards, it can actually backfire. And our Sapphire Steel player realizing, oh, he doesn't have a lot of cards in hand, I'm actually going to do a different play. And I think that's why I've really enjoyed getting to experiment with the new cards we got in Sapphire Steel, the newest set, because you can kind of change your game plan depending on what deck you're against. And especially in this instance, realizing that, oh, our Ruby Amethyst player only has 2 cards in his hand. Goliath's not going to really benefit me. Instead, I'm going to ink it. I'm going to play something else. I have a dock also. I can just draw myself cards. It doesn't benefit you. Thank you very much.
And one card that we didn't see in that particular match was the Demona, the 6 cost, who, of course, on play exerts all opposing characters and can help you draw up to 3, which is actually a really nice play against the Goliath, because obviously that Goliath has the Stone by Day ability. If at the start of your turn you have 3 or more cards in your hand and they do not ready, cards in hand equals sunlight, and obviously Goliath, it kind of plays around its own Stone by Day ability by forcing you to discard back down to 2. So if you leave it exerted for a challenge or a quest or a song or something, Goliath's then going to empty your hand back down to 2, so he should ready at the start of the next turn. But then you can play the Demona, force your opponent to draw back up to 3. That is not optional. You have to do it, and then stick the Goliath clan leader. But hey, we might not even see it again this game. But we're off to the races. Game number 2, going to start with that altar. If you're just joining us, welcome to Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent, Belgium. This is round 11. We've had 2 day 1s on Friday and Saturday. Both were 8 rounds of Swiss, respectively. Today we are doing 4 additional rounds for each of those 2 tournaments for our cut to top 32. Lots of exciting Disney Lorcana action coming up today, Kim.
Yeah, and all of our players playing their extra 4 rounds of Swiss this morning, hoping to win every single one or get every win they can in order to make it into our top 32 bracket for each day. So not only will we have a top 32 from day 1, 1, our Friday event. We will also have a top 32 for day 2, our Saturday event that took place yesterday. So in total, we will actually have 32 plus 32, that's 64. We have 64 players earning themselves a an invite in the EU qualifications in September.
Yeah, and again, we've been saying it all weekend. For a lot of players, it's all about their next opportunity to play competitive Lorcana. Of course, we want the prizes, we want the promos, we want the playmats, we want all that, but we want a chance to go to an even bigger stage and put our pedal to the metal, show what we can get, see if we can get to the World Championships, where the creme de la creme of the Disney Lorcana community will be facing off. But here we go, a fist bump to start off game number 2, and here we go.
Yeah, our Ruby Amethyst player this time going to be on the play. I do believe they might have been on the play.
It was on the play round game 1 as well.
Yeah, so hopefully this time round it goes a little bit better. We are going to be able to play our one drop Palace Guard.
I already see a nice curve here. We've got the Lumiere or the Diablo for turn 2. I would probably be prioritizing the Diablo. As I said, we want to squeak out as much lore as we can in the early game where the Sapphire Steel player is maybe not going to be best set to answer it. We've already got a turn 3 inexplicable Cheshire Cat. It came down last game as well, but it was immediately met by the Thunderbolt. This will be very testing to see if we see the turn 1 Jasmine this turn. We are going to... okay, we don't. We see an ink of the Steady Strategist Jasmine, the Floodborn. Instead, we're going to see the Captain Hook, the OG Artkim. Fun fact, that was the first Disney Lorcana card I ever saw when I discovered the game. I was on social media, I was scrolling, and all of a sudden I saw a little banner, the Disney Lorcana trading card game with that Captain Hook, and I fell in love at first sight. Absolutely love that artwork.
I don't blame you, Baker, and I do believe it's probably one of the first reprints we got.
It was. It was my card reveal in set 8 before we actually had our reprints. There were 2 reprints. Our official reprints came in Fabled, but there were a couple in set 8. There was a Captain Hook and the Dalmatian puppy.
Yeah, and that Palace Guard on our Ruby Amethyst board is going to be followed up by our Diablo Observant Raven.
Love to see it. Yep, we're taking the hopefully 2-4-6 approach this time from Sapphire Steel. Instead, going to play that Tipo on turn 2. So looking to ramp up as soon as possible. So Laurent needs to make the most of these first couple of turns until Viet unlocks the higher part of his curve. We've got the Cheshire Cat there. We've also got 2 Lumieres. Obviously, this is a turn 3, so I'm expecting the Cheshire Cat to come down.
Yeah, we could also see a Lumiere come down, or perhaps we'll save the 2 Lumieres to play next turn. And we can just drop two drops, essentially. But it would have been interesting to see whether Viet did have the Jasmine shift, whether we would have went for the Lumiere, and then Jasmine would have quested, and we would have been able to challenge with the help of Lumiere's additional strengths with the Diablo and the Palace Guard. But it's not going to happen this way. We are going to play the Cheshire Cat, and we are going to be able to start getting that early lore on the board.
Yeah, I think the double Lumiere will be right in some matches, like Dogs, 100%. But here, we do have a Genie in hand. We want to get as much lore as we can in the early game. And again, Laurent ran out of cards last game, so maybe we'll be less willing to play around Goliath and just say, you know what, I'm just going to draw cards, and if you make me discard ones, then at least I can try and prioritize the better ones. But yeah, that Diablo also was able to quest, but the Captain Hook able to answer it swiftly. Angel going into the Inkwell, courtesy of this Sail the Azure at Sea. We can ink an additional time this turn.
Yeah, it's not going to be the 4-drop Cinderella, but we do have another way of ramping in the form of Sail, which may help Viet maybe draw into another Sail, and will we see a double ramping happen, and maybe also play a 1-drop, maybe have another Captain Hook Forceful Duelist.
What a thing that would be. Let's see what Viet's going to choose to ink here. It's already been an Angel and that Goliath going to go into the Inkwell, maybe committing and saying, hey, I didn't play this last game, and it worked out very well for me. Maybe he's got an additional one in hand. We will find out. This Tipo perhaps going to go on a little quest, maybe? What are we thinking?
I feel like Tipo might be going on a little quest, and I do believe I see a Pleakley in that hand.
Challenge.
It seems like Tipo's going to challenge, and we are going to be playing the Pleakley and putting Tipo into the Inkwell face down and exerted.
Very nice, and that 1 damage is indeed relevant because the Palace Guard is a 1/4, so with that 1 damage, this Pleakley would now be able to answer it. But Kim, you've got to be careful to not play into this Cheshire Cat with the It's Loads of Fun. This is a card that can really lock down boards. because any situation where you present your opponent where they can leave damage floating, this Cheshire Cat can take advantage of it. That said, Kim, most of the Sapphire Steel cards are like bigger than 2 willpower, right? Sure, you might get rid of a T-Bar or 1-cost Jasmine, but a lot of your deck is going to be a lot bulkier. So this is a deck that can kind of play into the Cheshire Cat a little bit more safely. You still got to be careful.
Yeah, you still have to be careful. They don't have a lot of strength, but something the Sapphire Steel deck does have with all of its glimmers is a high willpower. So at least if our Ruby Amethyst player is going to choose to boost Cheshire Cat and move the damage, it won't banish our Pleakley, and we do at least now have 6 ink thanks to that Pleakley. But for our Ruby Amethyst player, we are going to play Iago, and it does look like we are just going to quest.
Yep, absolutely. And this Pleakley is a 3-cost character, so won't be able to sing He Held His Thunderbolt. We would have to hardcast it. Could sing Strength, but we don't have a wide board at the moment to really get those numbers up. That being said, you don't need a lot of numbers to banish the Iago with that Vanish keyword. Here comes the Angel, Experiment 624, with the ability to discard a card to do 2 damage to an opposing character, and there we go. Put it on the cat, and down comes a Doc. No hand, so we draw back up to 2. But yeah, this Pleakley could easily finish this Cheshire Cat now and live to tell the tale, and that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, so now Pleakley's going to challenge into Cheshire Cat. And will we see Angel singing the 1 card left in Viet's hand? I believe it was a Thunderbolt. No, we're not going to see it.
Well, he's only just been played, but maybe next turn.
If Angel can sing, you're right. It was just played, but maybe next turn.
Setting it up for next turn, absolutely.
Definitely could sing it.
Yep, could be the way. You notice Laurent chose to play the Iago on that turn instead of his Genie. Perhaps just wanting to make Viet burn his removal on the Iago in the hope that the Genie would stick a little longer. We're going to play Elsa the 5th Spirit, going to exert down that Angel 624 Iago, and Iago's going to finish it off. Elsa taken out. Yeah, nice cleanup of the board there.
Yeah, really showing how Ruby Amethyst really hasn't lost all of its control tools. We still have our Elsas and all that stuff. We are able, but there it is. There's the Goliath coming out. And luckily for our Ruby Amethyst player, there is only 2 cards left in the hand.
Yeah, and that's the interesting part, right? Because these 2 cards in hand are both uninkable, and we are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 laws, so we wouldn't be able to play that Hades. So we could have inked the Goliath to play the Hades. We didn't ink that turn, did we?
Oh, I don't believe so.
I don't believe we did.
We only had the... we might have only drawn these 2 cards, and we could have definitely chose, but maybe we want the card draw off Goliath itself. But also, he has a nice stat line. He is a 6-cost 6/5. Maybe we just want him on the board to help deal with this Iago, perhaps.
Yeah, we certainly need the stats. Laurent has played his hand out though, so we'll hopefully benefit equally from this Goliath. We're going to start turning them sideways. Laurent going up to 10 lore courtesy of those quests, and this Genie is established.
Yeah, and then just 1 card left in the hand for Laurent, meaning he is going to be able to draw up to 2 cards at the end of his turn. Right now, up to 10 lower to 1. It has a wider board, but it's still anyone's game. It can still be anyone's game.
Yeah, I'm expecting if we can ink, which we do, the Pleakley, probably the Hades going to come down here and remove the Genie, I would expect. But we do have the third. Okay, we're going to go with that and probably going to Thunderbolt the Genie. Yeah, we're going to take it. We're going to take that route, and then the Doctor's going to go on a nice little quest. Obviously, this Elsa is an evasive character, and we've emptied our hands. The Goliath is going to refresh our resources straight away, back up to 2. You noticed a couple of turns ago, Laurent did ink 1 of his copies of Demona, which I mentioned earlier is a way that you can play around this Goliath. None in hand now, though.
Yeah, and now drawing for turn, so 3 cards in hand. We are going to be able to play all of them, I believe.
That's what I'm talking about, utilizing all of our 7 ink to play Lumiere, Sisu Emboldened Warrior, and that Christopher Robin joining the fun. And this is exactly what you want to do. Sapphire Steel could struggle to deal with a wide board. It has tools, obviously removal, and if Tinkerbell is on the board and has something it can challenge, then she can float damage around. But yeah, this is the strategy here. Go wide. If you're just playing singular big characters, then there's too good of odds that the Sapphire Steel player is just going to play another Hades or a Vincenzo or a Let It Go or one of its other dozens of removal pieces.
Yeah, and you were talking about Ink Runner earlier, Baker, as a tool to be used against these evasive characters, giving one of your characters alert. And I do believe Viet has one in his hand, probably debating whether or not he wants to play it. We can finally deal with this Elsa, the 5th Spirit. Also challenge into the Royal Guard, leaving only 5 lore left on the board. Anthony will be able to get up to 15 unless maybe Viet has another way to deal with something else on the board.
Yeah, and you can see already here, this Goliath is coming in spades for Laurent. Again, it's also rejuvenating Viet's hand, but yeah, it's worked out really well this time for our Ruby Amethyst player, who hopefully has enough ink now to just constantly empty their hand and profit from this Goliath. There goes the Ink Runner into the Inkwell. Another Goliath joining it. We did play out Sail the Azure at Sea this turn.
Yeah, choosing not to play the Ink Runner there. Values a Sail more, saying, let's go. We're going to draw a card and maybe I'll find the answer I need.
So we paid, yeah, okay.
And maybe that was the answer we need. It's going to be Arthur, meaning Doc's going to be able to challenge a ready character and also giving the challenger. So meaning we can really just get rid of this bit of an underdog, that Christopher Robin that only just came into play.
And I notice we have a Mulan injured soldier and another one off the top of the deck. Now, of course, this character enters play with 2 damage, which can set up your Cheshire Cat inexplicable. But maybe we're also playing the Elite Archer in the deck. A few players picking that up recently. In DLC Melbourne, there was a Ruby Amethyst player in that top card who did include the Elite Archer. So you've got to be thinking it's on some players' radars and it's something you need to respect and potentially play around.
But of course, because Mulan Injured Soldiers comes in with 2 damage, you've got to be a bit scared. You've got to be a bit wary of Tinkerbell Giant Fairy coming in to being able to stop that shift line. Because even if we play both of them out and a Sapphire Steel player has a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, there's no chance of that Mulan Elite Archer coming in to be able to shift and just deal with the board like boom, bing, box, boom.
Yeah, exactly. Really, you'd want to play it and then immediately play a Cheshire Cat to get the value, move the damage. But you're absolutely right, Kim. Those Mulans could be answered very easily by that Tinkerbell. We're going to try and go wide. We're going to play the Royal Guard. We're going to play, the Palace Guard. We're going to play both our Mulans down. We need to put 2 damage counters on both of them. And we have indeed emptied our hands. This Goliath clan leader will refresh us back up to 2 cards. And let's start turning them sideways, Kim. Another 4 lore, taking us up to, I believe, 16.
Yeah, and I believe that meaning next turn our Ruby Amethyst player is going to have Kame on a board. But you know, it's not over. VS still has a bunch of glimmers in their hand, but do they have that Tinkerbell we were talking about? It would be able to deal with these Mulan injured soldiers, but also deal an additional damage to the Elsa. But I don't believe he drew it or didn't have it, but we will be able to challenge at least the Sisu and the Lumiere, leaving... I think that's still leaving at least 4 lore there, which is exactly the amount that Laurent Anthony needs to be able to quest up to 20.
Yep, you're certainly right. This Angel can obviously do 2 damage to something if you can discard a card, but that would be, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that 9 ink? I just wanted to be careful here. I'm seeing the possibility of playing Angel and Hades. I don't think so. That would require 11, and we haven't got that much. So we do need to make a choice here. It is going to be the Angel, paying 4 ink. We're going to discard a card, which again plays into the Goliath. If you can empty it down, we're going to discard the Vincenzo. 2 damage as we chuck snowballs at Elsa, which normally she doesn't mind, but on this occasion, it is going to banish her.
But the cold never bothered her, so I'm sure she's okay with it.
She's banished, but she's not bothered.
Yeah, she's not bothered. She's all right with it. And we are going to see our Hades Infernal Schemer challenging into our Lumiere Fiery Friend, and will Goliath challenge into Sisu. No cards left in Viet's hand, meaning it is only going to deal the 1 damage or 2 damage. There is 1 card left, and we still have that Hades maybe for next turn if we really need it. So we are going to be able to quest, but our Ruby Amethyst player already has such a big lore advantage.
Oh, and there's the Goliath refreshing, and I can see there is another Hades in Viet's hand, so we'll be able to answer things. We're probably going to turn all these characters sideways. Is there an Elite Archer? No, but there is a Headless Horseman. Best target being Doc, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't believe there's many ways in Ruby Amethyst in general that can help reduce the strength down, and no evasive characters on the board for our Ruby Amethyst player for this Dumbo to be able to be of any benefit that we can trigger. But it is going to be the Headless Horseman, and yes, Doc only the really viable target there that we were able to use.
Do you ever put the Mulan into the Hades? There's 9 lore on board here for Viet, so that would take him up to 17.
So I'm not sure it affects the math in a huge way concerning like time, like the clock on the board. So do we just quest everything out? Do we need to though? Like, because Viet would have to answer both. So let's say we just quested with 2 characters here and the Mulan went into the Hades. Viet would still have to answer both these quests for 2 characters that have just been established, the Headless Horseman and I forget the other one.
Yeah, I think if you want to be ultra safe, you can challenge the Mulan injured soldier into the Hades to finish it off. Or
no, I think I wouldn't because
it's kind of we've kind of gone into a 2 clock turn. If Viet can't finish off, get rid of some of these characters next turn anyway, a Ruby Amethyst player will ultimately quest to win the game unless Viet has something like a crazy spooky sights to deal with all of the other characters and maybe be able to play the Hades as well, or maybe sing some more Let It Goes. But
I don't think I challenge here because if you, like, let's say we put the Mulan into the Hades, we quest for 2 with the Palace Guard and the Mulan, that puts us up to 18. But then if Viet is able to answer the board and remove that Horseman, then we wouldn't necessarily have enough like lore left on the board. This Dumbo obviously only offering 1 lore, so yeah, we are going to take that play and just quest everything out. So Viet needs to remove absolutely everything here. Can he do it? We know that he has a Hades in hand, so we will be able to get rid of this Horseman or Dumbo, which are of course ready. Answering the characters on board is fairly simple here. The Mulan's going to be banished by a gust of wind. This Palace Guard with 4 willpower, the Goliath could go into it quite easily.
Yeah, you also use Angel's ability and discard a card and easily deal with this Headless Horseman.
Yes,
but do we have enough ink to do everything and keep lore on the board to be keep the pressure kind of in the game to be able to keep control of the game, to be able to keep characters, keep questing.
And just like you said, Kim, we are going to do that play of discarding a card, throw a snowball at the Horseman and remove him. We know we've got the Hades, so we can get rid of the Dumbo, and then our 3 characters here can finish the board. So, yeah, fantastic balancing of the great tempo. Here's Vincenzo going to get rid of that elephant.
Yeah, it's saving that Hades. We don't even need to play the Hades yet. And then our other 3 glimmers on the board can challenge. We're going to need a challenge, because if not, Anthony's already on 19 lore.
Hades is going to have to trade here. Goliath is the only thing that can answer the Palace Guard. That is what's going to happen. This Angel will live to tell the tale, but yeah, the Hades is going to have to go down. And how much lore is on board here? We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we are presenting game at this point.
Yeah, and then going back to Anthony, unless he has perhaps, I don't know, a White Rose. Sometimes you miss that Merlin goat. But, I think the White Rose is the only kind of thing left. And Anthony realizing, does he have a way to deal with this board right now? Because if not, Viet is going to be able to take the win. I
think it's over. Then there would needed to be a Horseman here to get rid of that Vincenzo, but I'm not seeing anything in the hand. It's a Mulan, a Sisu, and a Christopher Robin, I do believe. Yeah. We're going to play it all out, but no, I think that's going to be it. Because I'm not bad at math, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11 lore. That takes it to 20, and there you go, the handshake. And our Sapphire Steel player takes a 2-0 over Ruby Amethyst. Again, we love a game 3, but quite equally, it's impressive to see Sapphire Steel dominate in that fashion. I will admit, as a Ruby Amethyst player, I don't love the matchup into Sapphire Steel. I think they've got far too much removal for us. I think as a Ruby Amethyst player, we really need them to miss. We need them to not progress their ink so rapidly. We need to not have ramp and not have Jasmine on turn 2, which we saw in game 1 and was equally impressive. But yeah, I don't think that's a favored matchup for Ruby Amethyst, but commiserations to them. It's great to see them performing so well. But yeah, Sapphire Steel taking a convincing 2-0 there and progressing on, hopefully making it all the way to top 32. Yeah, we'd definitely love to see some Sapphire Steels represented in our top 32. I'm excited for sure. But there's still another round. I'm sure our Ruby Amethyst player, both players played amazing. Both players know how to play these decks inside out, I imagine. I'm sure you're happy to already see a Ruby Amethyst. Oh, it's been doing great all weekend. Day 2. We've seen an abundance of them, and just the variety of decks in the room in general is outstanding. It's amazing. I'm so excited to see what the conversion rates from day 2, or from day 1 into day 2, but then of course into the top 32 again, to see how many likes. We know
we know Amethyst Steel and Blurple were kind of on top, and then Dogs was there. But then going from our Friday main event into our Sunday, there was an awful lot of Dogs that came out on top, and we know
Certainly
it's Rebecca and Ross's prediction. You know, woof woof to bring it
Pretty
all down. But
pretty reasonable prediction.
But I want to think maybe your Ruby Amethyst might come out on top. After all.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think as a Ruby Amethyst player, if you're going to sleeve that up going into this weekend, you're hoping to prey on the Dogs. I think Amethyst Steel can be an okay matchup. And, of course, we've seen a lot of Amber Steel doing quite well over the course of the day. Not too long ago, that new song version of the deck. Again, I did it earlier, but a shout out to Braden Bodish, who sort of first person I saw playing that sort of build with the Aerial Ethereal Warrior, Ethereal Voice, sorry. She is a warrior, though. The Et Akudi and the Angel, the other underdog for Amber. And of course the big chief, the 5/5 quest for 2 bodyguard. He cannot challenge, but a heck of a stat line. So that's a deck that I'm really hoping performs well today, because it was anytime we can add some more variation to our meta game and for players to believe in a deck enough to say, okay, I'm willing to sleeve this up and take it into a competitive event, because we want to see as much variety as possible. We want to see as many decks as possible represented. So let's see what we've got. But we're going to be going into another game. I think we're going straight into either the second or third game for our backup. And here we go. It's the third game here. And you may recognize on the right-hand side of the screen another very well-known player and content creator in the community. We have Alphos.
Yeah, some people may know him as Alpha. Some people may know him as Harvey Parker, but he's a very familiar face in the Lorcana community as well.
Doing really well this season.
Doing extremely well. Every DLC he has played, I believe he's made a day 2 each time.
He has made day 2. I think actually just made full-on top cut of all the DLCs that he has played this year. And CCQs, he's been performing extremely well as well. Yeah, Alphos, great guy. Great to see him on the stage. But his opponent, not going to be intimidated, is here to take it all. So let's see what our players have sleeved up and what matchup we're going to be seeing now.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited indeed. Alphos, he got his NA qualification at DLC Richmond, managed to get 34th place, I think, but he managed to get the pass down to get his qualification. So I can only guess that he's here today to try and get his EU qualification to be like Rob DeHaan playing in both, because why not?
It's interesting because I remember season 1, and shout out to our world champion DKP, who was the first player to qualify for both the European and the North American championships. And I think a lot of players was like, well, that looked pretty fun. I want more opportunities to play Lorcana. And now there's a ton of players who have already qualified for both. And Alphos, looking to add his name to the list, already on that invite list for North America, wants to do the same thing for Europe, get to those European championships. And I know Alphos really wants to get himself to Worlds. But again, the opponent not going to make it easy for him.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see what this matchup is going to be like. I do know what deck Harvey is on. Very common deck in the room. I know Ross will be happy to see more of it making day 2, and Rebecca as well. But it's also going to be against your favorite deck, Baker.
Yes, we've got some more Ruby Amethyst, and this time we're going to be going up against Dogs. Now, I've been saying all weekend that this is the ideal matchup for Ruby Amethyst, but it doesn't mean it's a sure thing. Dogs can still absolutely get the job done.
Yeah, like doggy style is very good. With all of these glimmers in the Dogs deck in particular have a lot of low strength, meaning they're easily targeted by the likes of Headless Horseman, and then ultimately, when our Ruby Amethyst player gets their Demona out, everything is going to be exerted. So nothing stands a chance. It's not going to deal much damage back. They do have some of the Glimmers have quite high willpowers, but we're ready to get into it. It's going to be Lady Decisive Dog into the Inkwell, and our favorite spray cheese kid, Bobby Zimmerowski.
Zimmerowski, dude. Yeah, we're going to draw a card, discard a card. 1 copy of Under the Sea going into the discard. And I was going to say, Kim, this Under the Sea can be a bit threatening to Ruby Amethyst. Obviously, cards like Genie and Elsa, and there are a lot of characters with 3 strength, like Diablo, the Genie Magical Researcher perhaps is in the deck, the Cheshire Cat, but these dog decks, playing Della's Lullaby, which lowers the strength of a character and can get into the Under the Sea range. So in some matchups, Dogs can afford to quest early against the slower decks, against the Sapphire decks, but really you want to take your time, you want to be patient, because bodies on board for Dogs represents more than just what that body is, because we have cards like Tramp, Street Smart Dog, where you pay less to play him for every character on your board, and Tramp Enterprising Dog, who will give a +1 strength for every other character on the board. So you really need to prioritize going as wide as possible. The Tinkerbell is going to be the response turn 1 play for Crocotte.
Yeah, I'd ideally here our Amber Emerald player, Alphos, is going to be wanting to dump his hand, play as many glimmers to the board as possible in hopes to getting their 7-cost Tramp down, or even shift Our Lady Miss Park Avenue and do some challengings to be able to get rid of some of our glimmers on our Ruby Amethyst board. But of course, like, this Tinkerbell has 3 strength. If we quest with Bobby Zimmerowski, she can easily take it out. Yes, she will be banished in return. So Alphos, not questing with his Bobby Zimmerowski, he wants to keep as many characters on the board to be able to get our 7-cost Tramp out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and in some situations, Crocotte may be tempted to quest with the Tinkerbell, just saying, hey, we're going to trade anyway. But this lady, who is a 0-3, can be challenged, and then Tinkerbell would survive, which you can't say a lot because it's only got that measly 1 willpower, but it's a perfect stat line to take out this lady. We're going to ink a Tramp, and down comes the stage manager, Nani, who was fit like a glove into these dogs decks, Kim. What do you think of the stage manager?
I love it so much, especially when a lot of the time in Amber Emerald decks, you're kind of top decking sometimes, and it is the perfect card, the perfect new inclusion, in my opinion, I think, to like help refuel your hand. And especially he was telling me a little bit about the statistics of being able to hit like a 1-drop or a 2-drop, and on average it's like 99.1% that you can always hit a targetable glimmer.
Yeah, 100%. We saw Crocotte playing down that Diablo Watchful Raven, so prioritizing, going aggressive on the curve. We're going to ink that Grandmother Willow, another card that has fit extremely well into these dogs decks and unlocks a potential turn 3 Tramp. Of course, we're not going to get that on this particular game because we didn't play it on turn 2, but I bet it's had a great impact over Alphos' run over this weekend so far.
Yeah, not going to ink it, in fact, Baker. That was actually the card that Nani revealed.
Oh, was
you,
it?
Unfortunately, have to reveal it to your opponent. So now Crocotte knows.
My apologies. Yes, of course.
Yeah, Crocotte knows now that the Grandmother Willow is in Alphos' hand, so has to be a bit scared of that, knowing a Grandmother Willow could come out. But like, there is 4 glimmers on the board. If Alphos also has a Tramp Street Smart Dog in hand, we will be able to pay 3 and be able to play it next turn.
Yep, absolutely. Down comes the Cheshire Cat Inexplicable, which is very, very good in this matchup for popping out things like that Bobby Zimmerowski. We're expecting maybe some Lilo Escape Artists to be in the deck. But yeah, apologies. Grandmother Willow not being inked. We inked to play the Nani, so it is in hand now, so we may choose to deploy it, and that is what we're going to do, lowering the cost of the first character we play by 1, and that is going to be the Tramp Street Smart Dog, paying less for him for the characters we've got on board, paying less because of Grandmother Willow. We're going to draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards and discard just as many.
Yeah, hopefully looking to hit some of those Lilo Escape Artists.
That would be nice.
Ideally, the kind of card you want to be able to discard and replay at the start of every single turn, because unlike playing against Sapphire decks, Ruby Amethyst doesn't have a lot of ways to permanently get rid of it. Like, this Lilo can just keep cycling and cycling and cycling, and hopefully that's going to be the target of all these Headless Horsemen and all these challenges coming out.
And not just that, Kim, you're right, the Lilo loves to be in the discard, but just putting low-cost characters into the discard can fuel the Lady Miss Park Avenue. But we do see 1 Lady Escape Artist going into the discard. Well, we're on a 4-ink turn, right? So we're not going to be able to answer this Tramp just yet. Maybe we can find a Horseman before our 5 drop, but not going to happen this time. We're going to play that Magical Researcher Genie, and we're going to go wide. I love this play. Alphos may be playing the Emerald Chromacon. Crocotte probably, like, if he is, I expect it would have come to, this is game 3, so I expect Crocotte may already know. Obviously, I'm not sure at this point, but going wide tends to be the best strategy against dogs, not just because you want to match their amount of bodies, but if the Emerald Chromacon does come down, you want to make sure you're keeping enough bodies on the board so that when you make a challenge, you banish something, your opponent then gets to bounce something to your hand. It's probably one of your characters that hasn't already challenged, so you want to maximize the bodies on board so that you still have characters that can keep engaging in those challenges.
Yeah, and especially with a board like the Crocotte has with this Ruby Amethyst, all of these characters are out of reach of Under the Sea, meaning Under the Sea is not going to be much use to Alphos at all. And this is the reason some players are keeping the Emerald Chromacon in their decks for decks specifically like this with no item removal. Like Ruby Amethyst doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with this Emerald Chromicon, so I would actually love to see an Emerald Chromicon come into play, and then Alphos can kind of freely start questing, knowing, yes, my characters are going to be challenged, they are going to be banished, but I get to bounce a character of either mine or yours back to my hand in return.
Yeah, you may be getting one of my characters, losing me tempo, but I'm going to do the same right back to you. Here comes the Lady Miss Park Avenue, an Amber Emerald dual link. She's going to return 2 characters of cost 2 or less for the discard to the hand. It is going to be one of those Grandmother Willows and a Mowgli Man Cub. There are not a lot of non-character cards traditionally in this Ruby Amethyst deck. Another Street Smart Dog, Kim.
Yeah, and we just paid 1 ink for that street.
That's a bargain, mate.
Meaning we're going to actually draw 6 cards, and then we're going to discard 6 cards. Maybe we are searching for that all-important Emerald Chromicon.
Absolutely. If it's even in the deck, again, like a shout out to people like Sailor, recently won a CCQ at a third-party event saying, no, I'm not going to play these Chromicons under the sea, full package for me. And I've not seen any from Alphos yet, so there's every chance it's not in the deck.
Yeah, but there is a chance that our Ruby Amethyst player does know. Like, we are joining this right in on the action. It is 1-1, and it's still all to play for. There's only 1 lore on the board to our Ruby Amethyst player.
That's a second under the sea going into the discard. There was 1 discarded right at the beginning of the game, courtesy of Bobby Zimmerowski. Krokot going to take a look through the discard. Very nice. Just remind yourself, okay, what's already gone? What sort of counts are left in the deck? Let's see what we've got here. Yeah, I think it's 2 under the sea, 1 Lilo. Of course, we've already returned a couple of characters to our hand with that Lady Miss Park Avenue. But yeah, Alphos has gone super nice and wide here.
Yeah, a few Delamoon's Lullaby in the discard as well. Could have utilized that alongside Under the Sea to maybe get rid of 1 or 2 characters, but possibly hoping to just flood the board, quest to win another tram.
Goodness me, what a pack of dogs on the board. And Krokot has seemed very cool and collected throughout the entirety of this match, but with that 4th tramp coming down, well, 3rd, but did we remove 1? Is that the 3rd or the 4th we've seen? There's so many tramps, Kim.
That's the 3rd.
That's the 3rd. Okay, but that was enough for Krokot to say a little shake of the head there, like, goodness me. But you can't really hold it against the dogs players since they can dig so effectively into their deck courtesy of these tramps. It's not a low roll to expect to see these copies of cards coming up. So, yeah, Alphos benefiting from this pack of dogs.
Yeah, Our Lady Miss Park Avenue shifting and returning 2 more cards back to Alphos' hand, meaning then when he played the shift, he could keep an additional few more cards, still had to discard 5 cards the first, or 6 cards the first time, and now we will have to still discard the 7, but hopefully getting more of those Lilo Escape artists or even 1 or 2 cost glimmers into the discard to be able to bring back perhaps later on with something else. We saw Go-Go in there in the discard earlier on. Sometimes that is often a great finisher for these Amber Emerald decks to be able to close out the game, even especially when you've no glimmers left on board.
Yeah, it's certainly something that you have to respect. If you leave any damage floating, then this Go-Go Tamago can come down, pay an additional 2 ink on top of its 2 ink cost, and gain lore equal to that damage. So yeah, definitely need to be careful here, but we do have that Cheshire Cat on the board who can hopefully help clean up some of that damage. And you see the patience of Alphos, who has not turned a single thing sideways once, I do believe.
Yeah, but we will be able to ink a card this turn and could have actually gotten that Elsa 5th Spirit, but unfortunately not in hand. Instead, however, the genie is going to fulfill his wish and draw him a card, so hopefully he finds the answer to what he was looking for.
Yeah, 100%. This genie drawing a card, a 2/4 quest for 2 with evasive. We've got 1 ink left floating, which we're going to use to boost the genie magical researcher, who gains an extra lore for each card under him, and that can create a very awkward clock for your opponent. This is the first time I've seen a character sideways on Alphos' board this game.
Yeah, and because we have a Grandmother Willow on the board, we did only play 1 for that Lilo Escape artist, and we're going to play 2 Daisy Ducks. Donald's
Is
date.
it time? Is it time, Kim?
Finally time. We're going full in. We're finally going to get some lore on the board for Alphos.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lore. Of course, the Lilo only was played this turn and entered exerted. So that's going to put us up to 12. So the pressure is on for Krokot. Do we have a Demona? Do we have Horsemen? I'm not seeing them. And then these Daisies sitting there ready to quest for 4 next turn between the 2 of them.
Yeah, we can start challenging here and get rid of some of these glimmers, but we will need to get rid of an awful lot. And we can challenge, boost the Cheshire Cat and kind of manipulate, move some damage around. And depending on what we have in hand, maybe there's also a Horseman Strikes or perhaps an Elsa Fifth Spirit to be able to rush in there and also give our Ruby Amethyst player a hand with dealing with this board.
There are 9 characters sideways on Alphas' side of the board, 6 characters for Krokot. Of course, there are other ways of interacting. You already mentioned the Cheshire Cat. If we've got a Horseman, then we can take something out. If we've got a Demona, we can turn things sideways, but we still won't have the Glimmers to match Alphos's. Doing a little maths here.
I did some maths, Baker.
Do your
I did
maths.
some maths.
Talk maths to me, Kim.
So basically, if we get rid of all of our exerted characters that quest for 2, it is still leaving 2 Daisy Ducks. It's going to bring Alphos up to 16, and then we still have enough to get to 20 with all of our our glimmers that quest for 1. And unfortunately, it wasn't going to be enough for our Ruby Amethyst player to take out, because they could have either gotten rid of all of our glimmers that quested for 1, but we weren't going to be able to get rid of all of our glimmers that quested for 2 and all of our glimmers that quested for 1, meaning we were going to have to get rid of every single one of our glimmers that quested for 2 and a way to get rid of a Daisy Duck. So we could have, I don't know if there was the Elsa in hand, but I thought I got a glimpse of it.
I did see
which
the
could
Elsa.
have came.
Yep.
We could have exerted the Daisy Duck, but we still would have had to get rid of another couple of glimmers.
You had to invest so many challenges just to get rid of those 2 quests, and it still wouldn't have been enough with the amount of bodies on board. But yeah, the patience from Alphos there, just realizing, hey, they're going wide. Eventually, I'm going to turn the corner quicker than you, and our Ruby Amethyst player just not having the answer. But yeah, full respect to Alphos, another fantastic performance. You've got to think this is a player that's looking to go all the way over the course of our season. But yeah, Ruby Amethyst taken down that time. It just goes to show you that even if it's a favorable matchup, it doesn't mean it's a sure thing, and especially against someone like Alphos, super experienced, has been playing dogs for the majority of the season. Again, before rotation, he was also playing Amber Emerald, the Under the Sea version with Keyders and things like that. Oh, good times, good times.
Good times.
But we are going to go to an interview. We're going to be talking to Viet from the first game that we played. He was from the Friday Day 1 event. So let's head over to the lounge and hear from the man himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, do I have a treat for you? I'm sat here with Viet, who just went and won on stream with a deck we've not seen very much this weekend. Very much a fringe deck in the meta. Allies, firstly, congratulations.
Thank you.
Secondly, tell us about this Allies deck. Why did you choose to play it, and why is it so strong?
I choose to play it because it's basically the only deck I own, first, and I think it's perfectly well balanced in this meta because it's not too strong, it's not too weak, and it doesn't fit into this rock, paper, scissors scheme that whenever you face off another ink combination, that you automatically tell yourself this is a lost game. So Blue Steel Allies is basically a 50-50 into everything, and that's what makes the tournament so exciting. Like, you go 8 rounds, and every round you have to, like, sweat.
Yeah, but if you're good enough with a deck, which you very clearly are, I think you've proven that, if you're good enough with a deck, you can go all the way through. You said the deck's not too strong. Is that because decks that are too strong can't fly under the radar?
I think decks that are too strong are very popular. Like, the Purple Steel or the Purple deck is very strong, and if you pick it, then I guess you're playing the odds, I guess.
Yeah.
And for other decks, like the underdogs, let me call them underdogs, it's very hard to, you have to figure something out, and that's what excites me about this deck. So I, even if it was weak, I had to try it.
I mean, it's certainly working out very nicely, and your opponent probably doesn't have as much practice against your deck.
Yes.
So give me some cards from the deck that have taken people by surprise, some good cards that you're playing that other people maybe aren't.
Yes, the Arthur is probably the best card against like blue-green for the Ward Phillip. It never happened this weekend, but maybe it will. And the Desperate Plan is, I often find myself in top deck mode, so I am really hoping for a Dog or Goliath. Goliath being very slow if you're already behind.
Yes.
And Desperate Plan is like the 5th Dog if you want. And this is like 3 cards, and it also helps to replenish the ammunition for the Angel. and that's perfect. It's perfect for the dog meta,
Absolutely.
which I only faced one of. So
Only one dog all
yes,
weekend. Did you beat it?
I beat it. Yeah.
Very nice. So you're on a good record. You're still fighting, for positioning here in Top Cup.
Yeah.
Is there any decks you're worried about facing? You said everything feels like a 50-50. Is there one deck you don't want to face, or are you pretty good with whatever?
Yes, I don't want to face purple steel on the draw. On the play, it's fine, I guess. But on the draw is like where I clap my hands behind my, put my hands behind my head and say, it's done. It's
okay.
it's done.
So there's one deck, but even then, it's only kind of 50-50, and otherwise you can kind of make it work.
Yes.
I like it. Are there any shout-outs you want to give to anyone before we finish up, or anyone that's helped you on your journey here?
Yes. Shout out to my team. We are the Frozen Ducks, and they really helped me practice the purple matchups. And without them, I wouldn't be as high as I am right now. And I'm really happy to be here with them.
Very nice. Well, a good team can absolutely propel you to victory on many occasions. Congratulations. You're on a fantastic record. We've seen you win on stream, and you're doing it with a deck. You have some allies helping you out, but it's not a deck that people are necessarily expecting. But don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty more Disney Lorcana Challenge action coming up. We are not done yet.
Oh, no, we are not, Ross. Thank you for that. It's always great to hear from our players firsthand right off the bat of an incredible matchup. But, Kim, there's been a lot of spice over the weekend. We've seen a lot of decks doing really well. We've seen a lot of Amber Ruby. We've seen some Amber Steel and some very cool versions that reminiscent of the old Steel song. Not quite the same. We're not playing A Whole New World. We're not playing Let the Storm Rage On, but we are singing songs. So it is a little bit more similar to days past. But the Amber deck that was probably highest on people's predictions to do well this weekend, a deck that's been doing well for a couple of sets now, is Amber Amethyst, coming in really well. Again, Amber has some great evasive removal like Horseman Strikes, World Great Criminal Mind, and a whole bunch going on, but I don't want to talk about it. We've got some people over in the lounge who are going to do a little deck profile talking all about that in combination. Let's send it over to the lounge and hear what they've got to say.
We're here in Ghent for the Disney Lorcana Challenge, and Amber Amethyst is the talk of the town, Kim. It's my slightly rogue prediction to win the whole thing. What do you think about the new additions to Amber and Amethyst?
I have been loving them, and what really strikes me about Amber Amethyst in general is that it has all the key pivotal cards we're seeing in Amethyst Steel moved in, mashed up with a lot of new Amber cards, which I love.
Yeah, so Amber, definitely a very strong ink color in Winterspell. I think that the Grandmother Willow is going to be probably the key new addition to this deck. Why do you think that Grandmother Willow is making such a big impact when paired with Amethyst specifically, Kim?
Well, not gonna lie, being able to, if you have Grandmother Willow on the board and you only have to pay 4 ink for your Elsa 5th Spirit, not to mention, I think the key things that this deck is trying to do is try get as much Grandmother Willows out, flood your board, and then get that all-important Demona out there to exert the opposing characters on the opponent's board to be able to clear them, and then honestly just keep control of the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Amethyst has some really good control tools, like Demona, like Elsa, and just being able to get them that little bit quicker can go a really long way. But there's other really impressive Amber cards which can go alongside those Amethyst cards we all know and love. I think that the one thing that really catches the eye in Winterspell is the new Raging Storm, which is quite similar to Be Prepared. Of course, Be Prepared was a 7-cost Ruby song. Well, this is an 8-cost Amber action. And you're not necessarily going to see Raging Storm in all of the Amber Amethyst decks, but what an interesting option to have at your disposal.
Yeah, especially when, you know, Amethyst decks are playing a lot of these characters that and glimmers that cost a lot of high inks, like Demona's 6, our Elsa's 5. We know our Raging Storm also costs a lot. So you can use tools like the Cheshire Cat and our Ursula Whispers and even our Hades to be able to control the opponent's board so that you have enough time to be able to get enough ink in your inkwell to be able to do the Raging Storm to clear your opponent's board.
Yeah, one thing we haven't talked about, and it's not actually in the deck list we're showing, but some players might even go a slightly different route, and you can include like a 10 or 11 card package, which is this Monstro combo. You've got Alanadale, maybe you go for the Great Illuminary location as well. And there's a loop that you can do with Monstro where you can very quickly win the game.
Yes.
So that's also something to look out for, and I'll be fascinated to see. We've seen players like Zan Syed utilize that really well in previous seasons. So I'm very excited to see what direction players can take Amber and Amethyst. And I think it's probably like a dark horse for the weekend. It's not a deck that's on many people's radar, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some really strong players bringing it.
Yeah, I definitely think in the last couple of sets we've seen the Monstro combo kind of Amber Amethyst deck come into play, but I feel like this set in Winterspell, a deck that people are kind of underestimating, is this kind of Amethyst Amber deck, which you're utilizing tools like the Lantern and Grandmother Willow to be able to cheat out all of your big characters early, which is kind of plays a lot differently than trying to win with your Monstro combo. But it's a deck that people maybe aren't really, they're kind of underestimating it. They're not giving it the respect it deserves. But Grandmother Willow, that new card we're talking about, definitely in a lot of decks we're seeing over the weekend, and definitely this deck, Amber Amethyst, was one to look out for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's Amber Amethyst. Be on the lookout for it. And if you're looking for a deck to play at your local game store, which is a little bit off the radar, I'm sure you can surprise quite a lot of opponents with this very powerful color combination.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Kim. Goodness me. So do you think Amber Amethyst has what it takes to make top cut at this event?
I do. I think it's really fun. I don't think it's the same Monstro combo kind of deck that we've been seeing before, but a new version that uses Lanterns and Grandmother Willows. So thanks, Bessie, and thanks, me. You look really cute in that. Well, yes, I do. I think we may see a few of it, more of it today, and maybe, even just maybe, because I know Joe will be really happy because it's his prediction
his
to take
pick
it all.
to go all the way.
Maybe we'll even see it in top 32.
Indeed, and maybe there could be some more Amber decks in there, as we said before. Amber Steel performing pretty well.
Yes.
Amber Ruby seemingly having some very good matchups. That may be one that went under the radar for a lot of Disney Lucana players. So I'm here for it. Amber, I think it deserves its time in the sun again.
Yes,
it's
it
felt
does.
like a while, so we'll see. But for now, we are going to throw it over to Rebecca and Ross in the lounge. Kim, with all the strength of a raging fire, see, you would fail at the game, which is Guess That Song. We're going to send it over to the lounge, and let's see what they've got for us.
Kim did not guess the lyrics on that one, but we are going to guess the lyrics, Ross. I am here in the lounge. We're getting ready to play Guess the Song card, but before we jump into that, Ross, I wanted to hear about your experience walking around the venue, interacting with the Illumineers. How has it been out there?
I have had mostly positive experiences with one negative. We'll get to that at the end.
Okay.
So I was walking around earlier and I was taking pictures with people and taking pictures of people's bags. No one has refused a single request so far this weekend. Everyone's been very lovely to me. I've been going around chatting to some of the staff. They've been having me do silly things. It's been wonderful. The vendors have had my back a couple of times, getting some cards to get signed by the artists, and everyone's been lovely. It's been awesome. The downside is I went to the VIP area.
Oh?
I missed out on the cupcakes yesterday.
Oh, yes.
I am beelining for them cookies.
Yes.
I missed them. They're not out yet.
Oh.
But I'm going up for a meet and greet in a minute, and I feel like going up there randomly to get a cookie, bit cheeky. Getting a cookie while I'm going for a meet and greet, which is part of my job, that's an appropriate time.
There you go. That VIP area is so awesome.
So nice.
And we talked about the VIP package earlier. Baker and I were showing off the goodies that they get in their backpack. And they do have cool snacks up there. They had Lorcana-themed cupcakes with the lore symbol on top and like gold shimmer.
Please tell me more about these cupcakes I missed yesterday.
I'm sorry. I missed them too, if that's any consolation. We both missed out on the cupcakes, Ross. But it's been incredible out there. I just went by the fan zone a little bit ago. They have the community puzzles out, those Glimmers of the Realm puzzles. And I walked up to the Sapphire puzzle and was looking, and I went, oh, I think that's Mickey Mouse's ears. And it was Mickey Mouse Detective, a bit of his ear. I put that piece in the puzzle and went, well, there's my contribution to the puzzle. And I walked away. That
is exactly what I thought was going to happen when I went to the community puzzles.
Yes.
It did not. I had a look and I'm like, I got a clue. But I will say, while I was there, I saw somebody put the last piece into a Stitch puzzle. And that is always beautiful to see when that happens.
It's so satisfying, the last piece of a puzzle.
And there were people, I wanted to take a picture of the Amber puzzle for a challenge that you've set me.
Yes.
And there was a group of like 6 people who were clearly sitting down getting ready to really put a shift in on this Amber puzzle. That made me very happy.
That's
I do
so
want to know
fun.
who got the Mickey Mouse promo, though.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. So those Glimmers of the Realm puzzles, as you know, they come with a Mickey Mouse promo inside of them. There are 6 puzzles that are available, one for each ink color, and they feature glimmers. from those inks. They're so beautiful. And then, of course, we have those newer puzzles, the little 300-piece ones. I have those. They have Winnie the Pooh Honey Wizard.
I need the Honey Wizard
Is one
puzzle.
of those little puzzles. They're so fun. You don't have it yet?
I don't have it. I've picked up 3 of the Glimmers of the Realm. Just because I went to a crafting shop near me because my kids were like, can we go to the crafting shop? I'm like, fine. And then we get to the crafting shop, and I'm like, wait, I can buy Disney Lorcana puzzles here?
Fantastic.
Now I want to go to the crafting shop.
Yes, the puzzles are such a great addition. Everyone just loves the art in this game so much, and so it's so fantastic to see the team, listening to the Disney Lorcana fans out there, giving us more of the art. It's just lovely.
And I do want to say, one of the things I love, I've been to a bunch of these Disney Lorcana events, and I think this is my 4th DLC, and I did Euros last year, and having the artists on site, meeting players, and sometimes I get a chance to chat to them backstage a little bit. I get my card signed. Come on, we're bringing cards to get signed. We love it as much as you guys do, but just getting a chance to actually tell the artists how much we enjoy their work. Because if you're a fan of Disney Lorcana trading card game, you've got your favorite cards, your favorite artists, and the game is not the same without that wonderful artwork. And having those artists on site and being able to tell them is so wonderful.
Yeah, there's so many people involved in bringing this game to life. The artists, I know there's art directors behind the scenes. There's like over 100 artists involved in this game. I don't know what the number is up to now. And then, of course, you have the game designers and game developers, and we have some of those game devs here this weekend as well, out there playing Pack Rush, and it's really fantastic meeting the people who bring this game to life.
It's wonderful, although if you play the developers, you're going to see their hey, Matt. And you're going to go, hey, how do I get that, Matt? And the answer is going to be, you don't. But it is fun. I've been speaking to a bunch of Illumineers this weekend who have played the developers. And I'll tell you what, if you play a developer this weekend and you win, you have earned it. They are not going easy on our Illumineers, nor should they, Rebecca.
They should not. No, you've got to earn that win against those game devs, for sure. And I'm about to earn a win against you, Ross, because I think I'm ready to jump in to some Guess That Song. Are you ready?
I am, and I'm not going to dispute your earning a win because I am not confident about this game.
Okay, it is a challenge, and I will tell you, one of the most challenging things, actually, is trying to think of what are the lyrics that lead up to or right after that song card. So it's going to be a challenge for both of us.
If they're all from Moana...
Then you're good?
I'm good. Or if it's Try Everything, I am down.
Oh,
Basically,
nice.
if my kids listen to it in the car, I'm good. If they don't, no chance.
Okay. Well, shall we rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh.
Everyone always picks rock.
Okay. That's the first time I picked rock all weekend, and I lost.
Right. Now, I'm going to be honest with you about I've been a busy boy this weekend. I'm not 100% sure exactly how this works. Do I read the flavor text and you guess the song?
No, we could do it that way, but if you know the song, you try to say the lyrics right before the line of the song card name.
I do not know the song.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's guess it from the flavor text.
So the flavor text is, once you find your center, you are sure to win.
Once you find your center, you are sure to win?
Sure to win. Not like a good chance. You're sure to win, Rebecca.
Is that, is it from Hercules?
Not from Hercules.
Mulan.
It is from Mulan.
It is from Mulan.
Yes.
Okay. Is it, it's not from, wait, say it one more time.
Once you find the center, you are sure to win.
I feel like my Disney fan card might be revoked. Okay. Is it from Strength of Raging Fire?
Don't know.
Wait, okay, let's okay.
The card is not
Strength of Raging Fire.
That much.
Okay. Is it oh. I might need some clues. The ink, what ink color is it?
It is a ruby card.
A ruby card. Is it Marching Off to Battle?
It is not. Think more weather related.
Weather related.
Weather related.
Wait,
We're not talking weather related. We're not talking regular weather here, Rebecca.
A great typhoon?
Force of a
Force
great
of a great
typhoon.
Ah, nice. Okay, there we go. We got there.
We did there.
We did. Okay. I'm going to take this one. Okay. Your kids may have watched this one before. Hopefully you've seen this one.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the lyrics that lead up to the name of this song card, okay? It's I can find my way. I can
Do anything?
No.
Try everything?
No.
Oh, that song
It's
is
an earlier film in Disney canon. I can find my way.
We're talking 2D animated film, not 3D. It's 2D.
It's 2D, yes.
2D film.
Yes.
Is it a song? Is it a card that sees competitive play?
No.
Okay, that helps to narrow it down. Are we talking full-on princess film here?
No, not at all.
Oh.
Not a princess film.
Not a princess film. Oh, I am blanking a little bit here. So we're not talking Snow White. We're not talking Cinderella. Oh, is it from Hercules?
It is from Hercules. How ever did you guess that?
Completely off the top of my head. I told you, there was an old Hercules video game that I played so much as a child. Was this song in there, though, is the question.
Yeah, well, Hercules, he's singing the song, I'll tell you that. I can find my way. I can...
Win the day?
Go
anywhere?
the...
Go the distance?
Yes!
Nice.
Go the distance.
I feel like I needed a little bit of help with that one, but I think I got there. I'm giving myself the point.
Yes, go the distance. This is from Rise of the Floodborn. It's a Rise of the Floodborn card.
Oh, I recognize the card now. I've seen it there.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, did not come out fast enough there.
Guy can go the distance. All right. On to
Okay.
you,
I
Ross.
like this game more when you're guessing. Okay. Oh, no.
Oh, no, that doesn't instill a lot of confidence that I can guess this.
So I don't know the lyrics before or after.
Okay.
And there's no flavor text on
And
the
there's
card.
no flavor text.
There is no flavor text on the card. I might just have to give you some clues for this
let's
one.
do, how about I'll do like 20 question style.
Let's do a 20 question
okay.
style.
Let's see here. Is it amber?
It's not amber.
Amethyst?
Nope.
Ruby?
Ruby.
It is ruby. Okay. Is it from Winter Spell?
It is not from Winterspell.
Okay.
We're thinking much earlier.
Earlier. Okay. Is it currently in core construction?
It is not in core construction.
Okay,
It has
so
rotated.
it's from something from sets 1 through 4, a ruby card. Is it 1 cost, 2 costs?
2 costs.
2 costs.
I'll even give you Inkable for free.
And it's inkable. Okay, a 2 cost inkable song from Ruby in sets 1 through 4.
I will tell you. I'll give you a little clue.
Okay.
We're in Europe for our European Disney Lorcana Challenge. The song, it gives me a bit of a European flavor.
Okay.
I might be leading you down the wrong line here.
Is it from Beauty and the Beast?
No.
Oh.
I think you might want to disregard that clue if I'm honest with you.
I will disregard. Disregard. And
No, it's got a bit of a London flavor to it.
A London flavor.
I think. If I remember the film correctly.
Oh, is it from Peter Pan?
It is from Peter Pan.
Oh, is it You Can Fly?
It is You Can Fly. Well done. Because we got the old timey nightgowns there.
Old-timey nightgowns.
We got a very much a London kind of thing. Well, I hate to say it, Rebecca, but I do think we might be out of time. No, I don't have time to not guess another one.
Darn, you're just so bummed out about that. I know, Ross.
I was just getting in the groove.
You were so ready, but I know that you at home watching are ready for some more Disney Lorcana gameplay. We are here in the midst of our day 2 for both tournaments, and these players are hungry. They want those wins. We want to see who's going to get the wins. Let's kick it on over to the booth for Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent.
Thanks, guys. I'm very, very excited that we will be going into this next round. How are you feeling, Joe?
Yeah, the players are hungry, but we're not, Jen, because we've just absolutely wolfed down some pasta.
We ate incredibly quickly.
We've done a run across the hall afterwards, but very, very excited to be here for the next round.
So quickly, in fact, that I still have my badge on. So.
Yeah, but it's really nice. What are those pins that you've got
I know,
on there?
all of these pins. Yes, actually, that's a really good shout. We've got all of these lovely pins that are all of our ink colors, of course. We absolutely love them. And this is a fun little activity that our Illuminaires have been able to do this weekend, which is that I think on entry, each Illuminaire was given 6 badges of 1 ink color.
I think it's not actually on entry. It's one of like the quest side events. So you go over to the fun area. I can't remember the exact name of it, but
yes,
you do the
my
quest.
bad.
and you get like a big bag. I think it might just be of one color, right?
I think it's just
and then
all
you
one
have
color,
to
and then you
trade
have
with
to
your
trade.
one color to get all of the ink symbols, which is really nice.
I managed to get mine. I'm very happy about it.
Yeah, it's awesome to see like these different kind of events where you can still enjoy Disney Lorcana and meet other Disney Lorcana fans without necessarily having to sit down and play a side event with cards. Because of course, it's really fun to play Disney Lorcana, but if you're here for 3 days, having a few other little bits to mix it up is really exciting and great for everybody involved.
Yeah, of course. And we know that we have a lot of collectors in this game as well who maybe don't play as much or are just kind of play on the casual side. I'm a casual player. I'm a filthy casual, as we're called, I think. But yes, it's really, really nice. There's so many things for our Luminaries to do. And as you say, even if you're not playing too much, there's still loads going on. But we are shortly going into our round
4? Round 3? I think it's round 4.
Well, technically, it's like round 8 or something, or round
12.
Thank you. I heard in my ear someone say 12. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so 4th round of the day, but of course it's the 12th round for these Luminaries. They did the Friday main event and then also the Saturday main event. We've essentially got like 2 tournaments in parallel, and then we're going to be having the champion of each facing off in that grand finals for that World Championships qualification.
Exactly. Essentially 2,000 player tournaments going in tandem today. It's pretty cool. We haven't done this kind of thing before. I don't think. It's very new, and this is also our largest DLC so far. Yeah, so it's really, really exciting going into round 12 now, which is we've got this round and then one more round of Swiss, I think.
Yeah, I believe 13. I should know because I played in Milwaukee myself, but it's 5 rounds of Swiss on the second day, so yeah, 13. You're looking really to try and keep it at 2 losses. That's where you're sort of looking at for that top cut bubble. There will be a few players likely who end with 11 wins and 2 losses who just don't quite make that top 32 cut, which is where the tiebreakers can make all the difference, Jen, which means that every single match of Disney Lorcana you're playing, you want to win. It's better to win 2-0 than it is to win 2-1. So all to play for, not to mention, of course, Jen, it's not just about getting into that top 32. Of course, that's the most important thing, but it's better to be the first seed than the 32nd seed, because whoever is the highest seed when you match up, you will have the option to choose if you go on the play or on the draw, and we know that that can be a big advantage. Having said that, Jen, it's been a bit of an underdog story this weekend here in Ghent. Those underdogs have been the thing that have impressed me the most, changing the dynamic in Disney Lorcana on the play and draw. Really enjoying casting with these underdogs in the mix.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, we've talked about game-changing cards earlier in the weekend, and those underdogs definitely are some of them. They've made such a huge difference, I think. If you lose that all-important die roll at the start of your round, you know, if you can get an underdog in your hand and be able to play it on your going second, but play it for 1 less ink, so only play it for 1, it's just that really, really nice little boost, not boost mechanic, but boost that you might need to just feel a little bit more, you know, in the game from the get-go.
Yeah, and I don't think we're at the point where the underdogs are so good that you would actually want to go second, but it is really, really fascinating to see the dynamic. Suddenly you can go Christopher Robin on turn 1, Calhoun on turn 2, whereas if you're on the play, you can't do that. And of course, the player going second also gets that 1 additional card in hand, so those underdogs are really helping just close the gap in terms of that play-draw disparity. I was quite skeptical when I saw the underdogs, Jen. I didn't think they would see that much play. I said, okay, it's a cool idea, but I don't think they're good enough. And actually, I think I've been proved very, very wrong. We've seen Angel, we've seen Liquidator, we've seen Christopher Robin today alone.
Yeah,
so,
we've seen a lot of Christopher Robin.
And of course, in this Championship Sunday, seeing 3 of the underdogs, and of course there was 1 for every ink colour, really shows you that these cards are having a big impact. And I think the reason for that is, Jen, the big thing in Disney Lorcana is it's always hard to win going second. So if you're going second and you've got that underdog that just gives you that little bit of extra boost, that is going to go an awfully long way to help you win a few more tight matches when you're on the draw.
You are correct. So we will be seeing, hopefully we'll be seeing some underdogs maybe in this next feature match that we will be going into very shortly. But I mean, yeah, I'm really, really, really excited going into this round here. It looks like we have an Amethyst Steel and an Amber Ruby. How very exciting. We did see this Amber Ruby yesterday, you and I, by your friend Lucas Cowper here. And we've got, I'm not 100% sure how you pronounce this name, so I'm not going to butcher it.
Yeah, I think it's Pierrick.
Pierrick, I like that.
So
very
Lucas
nice.
versus Pierrick. Lucas coming out of Austria. He did finish very high up in the World Championships. I think it was the 4th or 5th place.
Yes.
I'm going to have to ask him after this to make sure which it is. But he was certainly in the top 6 players at that Disney Lorcana World Championships. And he is someone that is well known for playing unorthodox deck builds. He is my favorite deck builder in Disney Lorcana, Jen. He really, really is.
That's a huge statement. That really is. But I'm not surprised, having seen, you will see very shortly, if you've been with us on the stream this weekend, yesterday, you will have seen Lucas's deck already, and it's very fun.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly, Ross and I, in the second round, or the second round of the day, we were casting another Amber Ruby deck, but it was a little bit different to what we saw from Lucas. Very similar, doing the same boost sort of stuff, but the big difference is that Lucas Cowper is playing the Raging Storm, which is a really, really impressive card that we saw him put in some serious work with.
Yeah, really, really interesting. So going into this, we're off. We've got a Captain Hook Forceful Duelist down on Pierrick's board there, and I'm keen to see what Lucas's first card's going to be.
He does have an underdog in his deck. Does he find it there?
He
It's an
does,
underdog
yes.
story.
I was wondering, is it going to be there's the underdog story. Is it going to be the underdog, or is it going to be something else?
Yeah, that Liquidator is absolutely brilliant. So the Liquidator with that 4-2 stat line, it does have Reckless, but it's going to be a particularly strong card to deal with the Amber and Emerald. And we do see another underdog. We've been talking about them so much. And this is the beautiful thing about these underdogs. They're inkable cards. Okay, they're best on turn 1 when you go second, but they're really not that bad on turn 2 either. We now see the Negaduck, which has the same stat line as the Liquidator, but it does not have Reckless. So now Lucas Cowper with 2 characters with a 4-2 stat line. That has never really been seen before as being a possibility in Disney Lorcana, because this 4-2 stat line and a 1-drop, I don't think we've ever seen, we certainly haven't, until this Liquidator as an underdog.
Yeah, really creating a big threat for Pierrick's board here. Not going to want to quest with that Christopher Robin, can't challenge with that Captain Hook, of course, but we do see that Cheshire Cat, inexplicable, such an important and powerful Amethyst card that we've seen. You are very unlikely to see it, not see it, sorry, in an Amethyst deck these days.
Yeah, and look at that, Christopher Robin not questing. This is the thing that makes the difference. As the player going second, often the player going first will just have a few opportunities to quest easily, but Lucas Cowper's early curve is denying it. And look at that, there's another 4-strength character. It's Aladdin, which Pierrick is going to read, which I think is wise. It is a Reckless character with boost 1, and when it's boosted, you can exert any of your characters with Reckless to gain 1 lore. So Lucas Cowper getting a really good early foothold in this game, just keeping their opponent at bay and not gaining any of the early lore. I also want to mention the Cheshire Cat, Jen. 3-4 stat line. Usually, it's very easy to get some damage counters on your opponent's side of the board, maybe by just challenging with the Cheshire Cat. But Cowper's board is full of 4th-strength characters, which is going to be really difficult for Pierrick to challenge into and actually still have damage counters left on the board. Usually, it's just going to wipe the character entirely. So Lucas Cowper is making things really awkward already for the Cheshire Cat inexplicable.
You are correct. And I think as well, you know, I wonder if Lucas maybe has a Reckless character in his hand already, but we see, never mind, I was going to say for the Aladdin, but we see that Strength of a Raging Fire being sung by the Cheshire Cat, meow meow, to get rid of that Aladdin before it can do anything.
Yeah, but look at that. That Liquidator with Reckless is ready to take a challenge, and we're going to see, I think, the power of this underdog in the next turn. Already it's been denying that Christopher Robin from questing. Of course, it could also gain in lore potentially with the synergy with the Aladdin Whisper which was just banished, but this Liquidator is lining up the Cheshire Cat. A one-cost character which can take out a Cheshire Cat is unbelievable value.
There it is, exactly as you said it would happen. Liquidator going into the Cheshire Cat there to banish both. And we've got an aerial coming down here, a lovely Whisper from our Whispers in the Well set, previous set that we had before Winter Spell. Really, really, I love the Whispers. I think they're so gorgeous.
Yeah, and it's another one of those boost one cards, Gem, which Cowper has in abundance. Look out for that Webby's Diary, the 3-cost item, which Cowper we saw in the stream on day 1 Friday. 4 copies of it, all in the hand at once for Cowper. So definitely a card he's going to be looking for, and that Webby's Diary, 3 costs. Whenever you boost something, you may pay 1 to draw a card. So all of these boost 1 characters make it very easy for Cowper to draw. But now Pierrick is finally getting some lore on the board. Christopher Robin quest for 2, as does this Genie. But that Negaduck with that 4-2 stat line has probably got his eyes on Christopher Robin.
Such a threat. Of course, Genie Wish Fulfilled currently safe, as Lucas has nothing on board that is alert or evasive, so can't currently challenge into that with anything. He might see something else that could be helpful to try and banish that Genie, but in the meantime, that Genie is sitting pretty.
Yeah, it certainly is, but of course Lucas Cowper at 5 ink, you might expect to see something like a Headless Horseman in this Ruby deck. But we did see a couple of times in the stream match on Friday main event, Lucas Cowper got to this stage in the game and they just found themselves in a bit of a pickle. If you have the Webby's Diary here, you could boost the aerial and start to get your draw engine going. But if you don't find much card draw, this Amber Ruby deck can definitely run out of steam. With cards like Raging Storm, Maui Halfshot currently in Lucas Cowper's hand, it could be a really tricky position to be in if they don't quite find the right cards at this moment in the game.
It could. And I mean, if you're the Amethyst Steel player in this situation, and you suddenly find yourself up against a rather unusual Ruby Amber deck with lots of boost cards in it, what might you be thinking?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I'd be worried about the Headless Horseman, and I would be quite relieved to see that not coming down. Having said that, this Webby's Diary is now down on the board, which Pierrick very sensibly gives a read. There's no better feeling than that in a trading card game when your opponent reads your cards. But Cowper's going to need to ink again, and then could boost this aerial, and then pay 1 to draw off the Webby's Diary. And then, of course, aerial, when boosted, whenever you play a song, you draw a card once per turn. So if Cowper could somehow here ink, boost, and sing, it would be absolutely remarkable. I'm not sure it's going to be quite possible, as there's not many cards in hand, as we do see this Maui being inked, the aerial boosted, and then imagine you draw a song that you could sing with aerial off the top here. That would be quite unbelievable. Delamoon's Lullaby, I know, is a song in the deck as well.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Negaduck challenging Christopher Robin, and it's going to be aerial, surely not singing.
Yes, oh my gosh,
Wow.
You said it and then it happened. There's the Delamoon's Lullaby being sung by Ariel, which of course will trigger her ability. Oh my gosh.
Wow, that is unbelievable. Delamoon's Lullaby, of course, is replacing itself. It's drawing a card, and then that aerial boost ability, you're double dipping on that boost 1, right? You get the aerial effect to draw, but you also are able to pay 1 to draw off Webby's Diary. For Lucas Cowper, the engine of card draw has begun, and they're doing a great job to control the board. This was a crucial moment in this game.
You are correct, but there's that Pocahontas following the wind, that new Winter Spell card, quickly followed by a Doc Bold Knight to draw 2 cards, one of which is a Palace Guard that we've just seen played. But that Pocahontas, we have seen a bit of play recently. I think more so even after the recent CCQ in Leicester in the UK, where there was an Amethyst Steel deck won that tournament, and there was a Pocahontas in her deck list.
Yeah, there certainly was, as we do see that double Genie quest to the Captain Hook. This is why that early lore that Lucas Cowper prevented from Pierrick with that underdog liquidator is so important, because Pierrick is already creeping up towards that 10 lore mark. Lucas Cowper, it's an important turn to control the board. Can they deal with those evasives somehow?
I'm not sure, but I think there's another Delamoon's Lullaby playing Oh my goodness, okay.
And of course, drawing off the aerial, the first time, every
Yes.
turn you play a song, you may draw a card when aerial has been boosted. So that Delamoon's Lullaby comes through. There's the Horseman Strikes.
Oh, that pesky pumpkin coming into play. Get rid of one of those genies because, of course, the pesky pumpkin, the Horseman Strikes, will get rid of an evasive character and draw a card, I believe.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to replace itself again. So Lucas Kalpa keeping a healthy amount of cards in hand while controlling the board. Of course, that Pocahontas at just 1 strength right now might not matter. Imagine if Pierrick had been bold enough to play something like an Iago Giant Spectral Parrot. This Delamoon's Lullaby would have been unbelievable value with that Vanish, but it's going to be a Liquidator and it's going to be a Tinkerbell, and then we are going to see, I believe, a Quest come in from Aerial. Oh no, the Aerial had challenged previously, my mistake.
Yeah, no worries. But we are seeing still a decent board for Pierrick here. And Amethyst Steel kind of really showing off what it does best with that huge wide board that we saw there before, unfortunately, being dealt with somewhat. But, you know, Amethyst Steel, a very fierce deck. It's also our top represented deck here this weekend on both Friday and Saturday, and actually today. Me and Rebecca had a look at the win rates, and it's still the top represented. But
hello!
There's that Tigger. He's bouncing all the way over here. Wow. Bouncing that dock, was it? Back to hand to then play immediately and draw 2 new cards. Wow.
Certainly. Tigger is giving me flashbacks to Madam Mim's Snake right now.
Yes.
Really nice. The Tigger is great against dogs to slow them down as a sort of control play, but in this case, it's also brilliant at just replaying your dock and replenishing the cards that you have in hand. This Pocahontas, Pierrick just checking on that Delamoon's Lullaby if it's at 1 strength or if it's at 2. This Genie, of course, can quest. The Pocahontas can copy the lore of the Genie. In fact, it could also copy the lore of the Aerial, but you sort of add it onto your total.
Yes.
So Pocahontas questing for 1 and would gain 2 additional lore.
Yes, she would. And we see the Palace Guard challenging into that Negaduck. Get rid of it.
Yeah, and for Kalpa, that's a sign that they're in a really good spot. We do see the strength come through. That is going to deal with this Aerial. It sends, of course, the boosted card under the deck. But if you're Lucas Kalpa, you're happy to see Pierrick starting to do a little bit of challenging. Of course, it wasn't a big challenge. It was just a little, but that just means another lore for Pierrick was denied. Now, Pierrick just 7 away. Of course, we can't forget about the Giant Cobras, which we almost always see as that Dual Ink Amethyst Steel card. And again, that Liquidator on turn 1, so important, just be keeping Pierrick at bay as much as possible. There's the Liquidator. It's still putting in work, even as a 2-cost character here.
Indeed, questing with the Tinkerbell. Was it questing with the Tinkerbell?
I think it was. I think it was a quest and pass.
Yes,
Nothing
it was.
spent here, which is not ideal. I think it is fair to say for Lucas Kalpa. We did see them ink that Maui Half Shark, which was unfortunate, but necessary to get that sort of Aerial Delamoon's Lullaby turn through. So Lucas Kalpa has definitely faltered a bit at this stage in the game. They had some awkward inking decisions to make, and it's Pierrick is putting on a lot of pressure with this dock.
Another Dock Bold Knight coming down to draw 2 more cards for Pierrick here. Wow, that's a lovely card that you want to see at this moment. We see another
dock!
Oh my gosh! Another dock after a Pocahontas. 2 more cards into the hand. Lucas not in a great position here, unfortunately. But Pierrick, wow.
Yeah, and Lucas
really
Kalpa,
going for it.
Lucas Kalpa just taking this opportunity to check the discard, probably seeing how many docks was that. Pierrick with 2 inks still open did not commit any further, and I think that was a huge decision because I think we're about to see the big yellow button.
Yes, there it is. Raging Storm, clear that board. Wow.
It clears the board, but one thing remains, Jen, and that's that Rebby's Diary. That item is, of course, still in play. Pierrick now 3 lore away. Of course, the Giant Cobra does not seal the deal, and that is all thanks to that Liquidator. But Lucas Kalpa is 18 lore away. It is a mountain for them to climb. Can Pierrick just seal the deal here?
I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here. We've got a Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern clan coming down for Pierrick there, drawing some more cards. He's drawing so many cards. It really, that's one thing that Amethyst, I think, does well, is draw cards.
Something has to be removed, and it's going to be the Maleficent Monstrous Dragon.
Wow.
Demona has been dealt with, but that Christopher Robin remains. A giant Cobra for Pierrick would win the game right now. But do they have it? 3 cards in hand. Surely Lucas Kalpa cannot mount this comeback, but it's possible at this stage in the game when you're playing Ruby Amber. You've got threat after threat to remove, but if any ink color can do it, it's going to be Ruby.
Agreed. Agreed. It would be such a feat, but we got another Demona coming down, drawing 2 cards for Pierrick there. Wow. Questing with that Christopher Robin right up to 19, but can't quite make it to 20 just yet. However, in an incredibly good position here, of course, with 2 characters on board. And of course, Demona being ready, so can't be challenged. Does Lucas have something that he can use to deal with that Demona or not? And we see Lexington also come down, just really, really putting the pressure on and forcing
It's
that.
a scoop.
There it is. That it is it. Pierrick there taking the win in that first match of our round 12. Wow. What a display from both of them. I mean, it was looking quite rough for Pierrick there for a while, but then it quite significantly shifted the other direction.
Yeah, it was a really, really fascinating match. The Liquidator was really impressive, but Pierrick did just such a good job to just continue to quest and apply pressure despite that. Even didn't find the giant Cobra, it didn't prove to matter. I think the key turn there, Jen, was when Lucas Kalpa inked the Maui Half Shark. Okay, look, it worked out for them. They got this aerial boosted. They drew off Webby's Diary. They found the Delamoon's Lullaby, drew off the aerial, but they weren't able to find that other copy of Maui Half Shark to get down on the board. The Half Shark is going to be a really key card for Kalpa in this one to just continue to control the board, keep their opponent from questing with those evasives. And we did see as well in day one, Pirate's Life is in the deck for Lucas Kalpa, and that's going to be a great tool to steal lore away from your opponent and just keep them out of that giant Cobra range.
You are correct. I wonder if we will see the Pirate's Life come out to play today. But shortly we will be going into our match 2 of this round 12 here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent, Belgium. We had our day 1 main event on Friday, we had our Saturday main event, and now we are here. It's Sunday, and we've got our top players from those previous 2 tournaments battling it out.
Yeah, and we talked about Raging Storm and how good it was, Jen, but honestly, in this first game, that Raging Storm was in Kalpa's hand from very early on, and that uninkable is what forced them to ink that Maui Half Shark. And it just goes to show you, these really powerful cards in Disney Lorcana do come at a cost if they're uninkable. It can force you to ink cards you really would rather not. And that was the story of this game number 1. Now, Lucas Kalpa, he went second in game number 1 with that Liquidator underdog. He's going to be on the play here. But, of course, we could see that underdog Christopher Robin coming through on turn 1 for Pierrick.
That we could. So, I mean, if you are in this situation now, you're going into your match 2. You know, the Amethyst Steel deck took that first match, but you're Lucas, you're going first. What are you looking for?
It's a good question. I'm looking for not many uninks in hand. I think that's a really good start. I think with this deck, you need some draw as well. So having enough, like a big problem that Ruby Amber has is if you don't have enough card draw, you can't ink enough to get up to that Maui Half Shark, that Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. So what Kalpa's looking for in the opening hand is lots of ink and some card draw, like a Webby's Diary that he can get through. Going first, he probably has enough time to develop it. No underdog here, of course, as it's not a possibility. And that's the difference between going first and second, as we could see this Christopher Robin underdog. I honestly can't stress enough, Jen, how in love I am with these underdogs. But it's going to be a Palace Guard on turn 1 for Pierrick.
Yep, unfortunately, no one-drop character for Lucas in that first turn. You never want to see it, you know. It just gives you that slightly slower start. You don't have anything on the board, and it's a little bit rough. But we see that Scrooge McDuck Ghostly Ebenezer.
Yeah,
Come on
and Jen,
down.
while it is, you're absolutely right, not playing a one-drop feels bad, but actually, for Kalpa in this spot, it might be almost intentional, right? Because we talked about how in Ruby Amber you don't have that much card draw, which can lead you to not having enough ink. Well, actually, that one-cost character, instead of being a character on the board, could be a card in your inkwell. When you go in first, you miss out on that one additional card. So actually, I think for Lucas Kalpa, considering that Christopher Robin wasn't able to quest, it didn't come down, I think that might be feeling okay about missing that turn one play. Tinkerbell, I think, is a one-drop we've seen them play. I'm not sure there's that much else.
Yeah, you're probably right, to be honest. You are probably right. But yes, this Scrooge McDuck, another Scrooge McDuck, Ghostly Ebenezer. We're boosting the first one. He has a boost cost 1, and this character gets +1 strength and +1 willpower for each card under him. So you can just keep, every turn you can boost him again, add another card, he gets even stronger. So yeah, really, if you're up against a Scrooge McDuck Ghostly Ebenezer, you probably want to try and get rid of it before it can get too big.
Yeah, I think so. And interesting that Kalpa didn't take that challenge on the Palace Guard. I do believe that Pierrick is at 1 law. I'm sure we'll get that updated for you. This Palace Guard took the quest. The Scrooge McDuck from Lucas could have challenged, but decided not to. Unless I'm missing something in the Palace Guard, never even quested, and this illusion is playing tricks on me. But we'll get that cleared up for you. Damone has been sent into the inkwell. Lucas Kalpa taking a nice sip of water. Always important to stay hydrated. No trigger from Doc, which I'm not so surprised to see.
No, this early, if you're playing a Doc, to me, it usually indicates that you've got a secondary Doc in hand. But yes, of course, not wanting to discard your hand just yet. He's got a nice 4 cards or 5 even in hand still. So yeah, early Doc, you're probably not going to discard and use that ability.
Jen, I think I've said it about 3 times this broadcast, but this is giving me flashbacks to my Winter Spell Sealed. I played Scrooge McDuck on 2, I played Scrooge McDuck on 3, and I boosted both of them every single opportunity I could.
Yes.
And it carried me so much. So it's brilliant to see this card on the big stage at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Core Constructed.
It really is. I also, on my Winter Spell Sealed event, I also got a Scrooge McDuck, and he did so much for me in that event. It was very, very fun. So yes, I agree.
Hello, Sisu.
Wow, Sisu coming down and banishing that Captain Hook there. Wow, we did see Sisu, I think, the other day.
Yeah, we saw it in Lucas Kalpa's deck.
Oh, it was in Lucas's. I wasn't sure if we'd seen it in a different deck. I think a card that used to see a bit more play, not quite so much these days.
Yeah, without that legendary Floodborn Sisu, it's definitely not quite as a good option, but actually, it looks like a really good option into the Amber Emerald decks in particular, right? You can deal with Grandmother Willow, you can deal with all sorts of their one-cost characters. It's also an evasive, but I think in this deck, importantly, being 3 costs is going to allow you to sing some of the songs which Kalpa plays. There's like the Rewrite History we saw, which is this 3-cost Amber song, which allows you to return a character from your discard to your hand. And here, it shows why Kalpa didn't take that challenge on the Palace Guard, because then the Captain Hook could have come up and dealt with these Scrooge McDucks. And it shows you how much Lucas Kalpa values these Scrooge McDucks. He just wants to keep boosting them. He told me earlier on, he had a match where he got both of these Scrooge McDucks to like 11 strength each.
You're joking.
Maybe it was like 9 strength, but they got boosted a lot. That's what I certainly remember from our conversation.
Wild,
and we've seen the Webby's Diary, and there's 2 Scrooge McDucks on the board. The Liquidator inked, Scrooge McDuck boosted, paying 1 for Webby's Diary to draw a card. They're just considering if they want to do that, or perhaps they want to boost that other Scrooge.
We're boosting the other Scrooge, I think. Very nice. So both of those Scrooges now at, what, 5/5?
Yeah, 5/5.
Wow.
These are giving me like, we don't really use the term engine card very often in Disney Lorcana because there's not really been many cards like this. But this card is essentially just getting more value every single turn it's on the board. You still have to pay 1 ink to do it, but this 2-cost character, you then play it on turn 3 as well, pay that ink. It's just an incredibly brilliant way to make sure that you're using every drop of ink each turn and your board is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And when you're up against a deck like Amethyst Steel doesn't really have many clean ways of dealing with these big characters. Imagine these Scrooge McDucks get to like 10 strength. What are you going to do as an Amethyst Steel player? Strength of a Raging Fire, Angel, Good Aim, Elsa, 5th Spirit. None of that sounds very good.
No, unfortunately not, but you're right. That engine is really, really heating up here, and we've got a Yzma Conniving Chemist coming down and a Captain Hook, and going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire, was it?
It
with
was.
Angel.
Yeah, really,
And
really
get rid
big
of one of
moment, I
those,
think,
yeah.
for Pierrick, dealing with one of those Scrooge McDucks before it gets too big that it's just not going to be possible. But of course, this second Scrooge McDuck is still in play for Lucas. That Webby's Diary's down on the board. Lucas would probably love to deal with this Yzma at this stage.
Yes, I was going to say exactly that. Probably thinking about, can he get rid of this Yzma? Can he banish it? Because we don't see that Yzma. I've said it before. We don't see that Yzma stick around for too long, because that ability, being able to draw more cards for your opponent is really not good. But
Delamoon's Lullaby,
wow,
sung by Sisu. It could have been targeting the Palace Guard as a Vanish. Does Kalpa maybe have another Sisu to deal with this Angel?
I think he might do.
It's going to be a Webby's Diary.
Okay.
Boost on Scrooge. Draw a card for Scrooge. Sorry, draw a card for the Webby's Diary. And it's then going to be Scrooge McDuck actually just challenging this Angel. Only taking 1 damage back thanks to that Delamoon's Lullaby, which is keeping that Scrooge McDuck safe and sound, unless Pierrick wants to challenge like no tomorrow.
Of course, but I mean, notably that Yzma still on the board, so potential here for Pierrick to play out as many cards from his hand as possible and then utilize her power, feel the power, to get some more cards into hand. We've got a Cheshire Cat here.
Yeah, that Conniving Chemist.
And using that ability, yes, to get those 3 cards into hand, which is incredibly big.
Yeah, really, really big moment in this one. I mean, a second daring visit to Sisu would have been quite outstanding in this position. It would have left Angel on the board, but being able to deal with that Yzma could have changed things quite dramatically. This Amethyst Steel deck has so much card draw, and what you're really looking to do is you're looking for your Yzmas, your Docks, and your Demonas. And when you've got this many cards like that, often your Dock finds your Yzma finds your Dock finds your Dock, your Demona finds your Demona, and you can just chain them together, as Ross was calling it yesterday. It's like a card draw train.
It is, yes. The Dock train, were you calling it, or whatever? Whoa!
Big moment there. We do see the Captain Hook, and I think it was a Dock challenging the Scrooge McDuck, removing it from the board, which I think is wise. Now, Lucas Kalpa is going to really hope to have another boost card in hand to make use of these Webby's Diaries, but do they have it available? Delamoon's Lullaby would also mean that this Sisu could challenge the Yzma, taking it out.
Inking that Elsa Ice Artisan, another Winter Spell card. We've got Maui coming into play, Half Shark here, where I think we quested with the Sisu, going up to 6 lore for Lucas versus Pierrick's 3.
Yeah, this Maui Half Shark is the thing that Kalpa didn't find in game number 1. They had to ink it, they never quite found it, and there is an abundance of actions in the discard, which Pierrick is taking note of. Let's not forget, there's cards which we haven't necessarily seen be played thanks to the boost cards, right? Whenever a boost card is banished, the cards underneath it follow it. So there's so much synergy with the boost mechanic in this deck, because it's also giving Maui Half Shark more options.
You are exactly right there. And there's another Dock Bold Knight coming down, drawing 2 more cards for Pierrick, really looking for some options here to try and tackle Lucas's board. It's not a great position when you've got a Maui Half Shark on the other side of the board, and you know there's quite a lot of actions in their discard.
Yeah, there's about 3 ink remaining, it seems, for Pierrick, but that Maui Half Shark is exerting a ton of pressure. Yzma could quest for 2, instead going to draw 2. Christopher Robin and that Cheshire Cat still ready and waiting, but it's a lot more daunting to quest when there's a Half Shark staring you down, and Pierrick is only at 3! But look at that!
Wow! I'm so excited to see a Benja. It is one of my favorite item removal options, because when he comes into play, he can banish a chosen item. So only 1 Webby's Diary left for Lucas now.
Yes.
And then that Benja is just sat there, a nice 2-3 stat line, questing for 2. Very nice.
Yeah, don't mistake spirit for skill. That's the Benja flavor text. We have a choice, the ability. And in this moment in time, Benja certainly did have a choice. You either banish the Webby's Diary or the Webby's Diary.
Yeah, exactly. I think I would choose the Webby's Diary?
I actually would disagree with that. I would go for Webby's Diary.
Okay.
But we are going to see the Half
agree to
Shark now
disagree.
challenge the Christopher Robin, getting back that Delamoon's Lullaby. Of course, let's not forget whenever... This is the Raging Storm!
Raging Storm! Get out of here, you! All
Wow.
of you! Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. And this Maui Half Shark added a card back to hand, this Delamoon's Lullaby, and it also gained a lore for that Raging Storm. So don't miss out on that. And of course, that Webby's Diary is still there. Imagine, though, the power of a second Venger.
Oh, imagine. So Lucas clearly, whoa, okay, a Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan coming down, drawing 2 cards for Pierrick there, of
Lucas
course.
also drew 1, Jen,
and
important
Lucas
to
drew
note.
1, yes, exactly. And we've got another Christopher Robin also for Pierrick.
Hello!
Oh my gosh!
Lucas Kalpa, you've heard of Be Prepared. How about Raging Storm? Banish all characters once again.
I wasn't expecting to see another one quite so quickly.
Yeah, that Demona has been dealt with. Kalpa in the lead in terms of lore. It's 8 lore to 6. Can Pierrick just refill this board again? Surely there's not a third, but that's not the most impressive set of glimmers with Olaf helping hand and that Palace Guard joining the fun.
Yes, and we really like that Olaf helping hand there with his ability, but he will not be lasting too long. We've got the Maleficent Dragon coming down, getting rid of that Olaf, and of course, when Olaf helping hand leaves play, you can return a character to your hand if you'd like, but we're not going to return that Palace Guard. It doesn't really do much for us to return that Palace Guard.
Yeah, and what a spot it is. Lucas Kalpa taking another sip of water, looking quite comfortable in this game number 2. Pierrick 14 lore away. It's going to be Tigger bouncing back the Palace Guard. Palace Guard is going to return readied, meaning it's going to be free to quest again most likely. But this is where you want to be as a Ruby Amber player, with the Webby's Diary down, an abundance of ink to work with, and your opponent 13 lore away. Another dragon!
Wow, oh my gosh, this is crazy. We had a Raging Storm followed by a Raging Storm and then a dragon followed by a dragon. I just, you can't make this up, you know?
No, you can't. And the key thing for this Amber Ruby deck is how on earth do you actually get this much ink? You need the card draw, and the Webby's Diary and the Maui Half Shark have been the key to success here for Lucas Kalpa drawing extra cards.
We see the Calhoun Marine Sergeant and an Elsa 5th Spirit for Pierrick there, exerting that second dragon, but not really, not choosing not to challenge into it. Of course, it is a 7/5, so he would lose some characters.
Webby's Diary is coming through, that boost one from Ariel. It's going to be the Horseman Strikes.
Pesky
it's
Pumpkin.
not a song, but you of course do still draw when you play it. But now this Ariel, whenever a song is played, you are going to be able to draw a card once per turn. It has to be your own song, of course, but it looks like Lucas Kalpa is in total control of this game number 2.
He's really on a comeback since that first game. We're seeing a very different situation for both these players in this second game match. We've got Lucas on 12 lore and Pierrick on only 8 currently, and Lucas definitely with a healthier looking board than Pierrick here.
Yeah, it's going to be the Demona coming through again, replenishing the hand for Pierrick. This is what this Amethyst Steel deck does. I've mentioned it again. Your Demonas, your Docks, your Yzmas, they can all just chain together, helping you draw more. But at this stage in the game, Pierrick needs more than just cards in hand. They need lore on the board.
Indeed they do. And Olaf, another Olaf helping hand coming down. We're building out that board again. You know, he's made a decent comeback in terms of board size, but is it enough? I'm not sure it is.
Yeah, and that Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, not challenged by the Elsa and the Calhoun. Definitely an interesting moment in this game because, of course, then that Headless Horseman, the Horseman Strikes Back, really punishing that play from Pierrick with that Elsa not ending up doing all that much. Definitely was an interesting moment. I can certainly see why Pierrick went for that play, but I think with the context of what Lucas had in hand, they might have regretted. Now, that's not a song you see so often. It's Rewrite History, a 3-cost song. You can return a character card back to your hand, and of course, from your discard, of course, with it being a song, you get to draw, and then the Sisu comes back from the discard onto the board to deal with that dock. And that's going to make sure that Olaf helping hand cannot bounce dock back.
Yes, you're correct. And we've got another aerial coming down there, that Whisper. And we're going to just go for a big old quest here, all the way up to 18 lore for Lucas and inking Adela's Moon Lullaby just because.
Yep, and it looks like that's probably going to be too much for Pierrick to handle. They don't have a Raging Storm in their deck. I don't think it's going to be possible for them to mount the comeback.
And there's the scoop. There it is. That second match going to Lucas Kalpa with his Amber Ruby build here. Wow. What a difference between those two matches, Joe. That was really, really impressive.
Yeah, and it's great to see both players having so much fun.
Yes.
Imagine just playing against this deck for the very first time. That's like the beautiful thing with such high stakes. That's the beautiful thing about playing something off meta, right? Lucas Kalpa, I know, he's probably built 100 decks this season, trying to find the perfect thing for this tournament, right? And then you're rewarded, okay, maybe a deck isn't quite as good in a vacuum as some of these other decks, but the fact that Lucas Kalpa's probably played this matchup 100 times, and I can almost guarantee it's their opponent's very first time having to learn on the job. It's a really, really tricky spot to be in. Both players doing a great job. I'm having so much fun seeing this Amber Ruby boost deck. I've always said, I think the boost cards are good. I'm not convinced they're good enough to build a whole deck around. Lucas Kalpa's found a way to do it.
Yeah, I think he's proving you wrong here.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Not for the first time.
No, it's
Honestly,
pretty cool.
When he showed me the deck, I was like, it looks pretty bad. It looks pretty bad. I had to
that's
read.
bad.
I had to read.
No,
He actually sent it to me in German, and I was like, right, I'm going to need an English version. And I was like, yeah, I'm not sure about that one, but I'm very excited to see it. And the more I'm seeing it, the more I'm starting to believe in it.
I agree. I mean, clearly it's proving itself. He's doing incredibly well here this weekend, and it's really, really exciting to see. And, you know, he clearly, whilst he's been building this deck, has been thinking about all of the potential matchups he's going to have. You know, how am I going to deal with Amethyst Steel? How am I going to deal with Dogs? How am I going to deal with this? You know, I mean, you say he's a very, very... clearly a very, very intelligent deck builder here.
Very creative as well.
Very creative,
and just very hard-working. He's just, like, not giving up. He's always playing weird stuff. It's brilliant to see.
Yeah.
Really, really... It's the kind of thing I like to do as well, Jen. I really love building these unorthodox decks. So to see someone else get such good results with that same kind of approach is why Lucas Kalpa is very quickly turning into my favorite Disney Lorcana player to watch here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a weird deck gal myself, so I agree. But of course, Pierrick here, you know, piloting this Amethyst Steel really, really well,
Absolutely.
I think.
No, doing a great job.
Doing such a great job, of course, taking that first game by storm, not Raging Storm, but by storm.
Despite storm.
And yeah, despite storm, exactly. That's very, I like that. That's a very appropriate way of putting it. You know, and even in that previous match, while not managing to you know, secure it in the end, putting up a very, very good fight against this really interesting deck. But there's the fist bump. We're off. We're going in Damona for a Palace Guard here.
Yeah, can Lucas Kalpa find that Liquidator? It was quite an aggressive mulligan. You've got to be careful of those uninks. Scrooge McDuck, you've got the Raging Storm. There's some... Headless Horseman, I think, is also in Lucas's deck. We haven't seen it, but I do believe we saw it in the Friday. But no Liquidator. That's a big moment.
That is not great. We saw a World's Greatest Criminal Mind inked there for Lucas, but yeah, no Liquidator, no...
However,
one drop.
Only a Captain Hook on turn 2 for Pierrick. That's not that Christopher Robin Witch Quest. Pierrick is going to be the more aggressive player in this matchup. They know they need to win quickly. When you're playing against a player with Raging Storm, you're going to be playing quickly. It is going to be that 4-2 Negaduck. Angel is probably going to have her eyes on this Negaduck, but of course that Angel at 4 cost isn't going to be able to come down anytime soon if they even have it available.
Yes, you are correct. So a little bit of a slower start for both our players here, unfortunately. But we see a Cheshire Cat coming down for Pierrick here. Of course, very, very key card to Amethyst. And might be able to do a lot, but we've got singing a Delamoon's lullaby with that Negaduck there.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh,
the Sisu
wow.
Daring Visitor has cleaned up that Cheshire Cat. That is unbelievable to see. Who needs to vanish the Palace Guard when you can Sisu Daring Visitor, the inexplicable Cheshire Cat?
What an incredible play from Lucas there as we see Captain Hook take care of that Negaduck and a Yzma conniving chemist coming down.
And you know, Jen, it wasn't that Liquidator, right? It was the Negaduck. But that shows you the other potential value of those underdogs.
Yes.
That you could have played a turn 1 Liquidator and sung that Delamoon's lullaby with it, because it is still a 2-cost character. We do see this Aladdin Whisper come through with that boost 1 effect. It is reckless, however, it now can exert to gain 1 lore, as can any other reckless cards. This is a really fun card to counter that Emerald Legendary John Silver.
Yeah, it's a really interesting Aladdin card, you know. That is a really interesting boost ability that I think is it's so unique, I think.
Yep. And also just boost 1. It's another one of those boost 1 cards.
So cheap.
Which is
so
making
cheap.
all the difference for Lucas Kalpa, especially when you consider Webby's Diary. And also, let's not forget, when this Aladdin is banished, all the cards underneath him will follow, which can then help fill up the discard with actions for that Maui Half Shark. So much synergy in Lucas Kalpa's deck. What he's managed to do here, he's managed to sort of make all these like okay cards become really good through the synergy.
But we've got a double dock here for Pierrick. I love to see it. You play the first dock, you don't do the ability, but he's a nice little body on board. You play a second dock, of course, being able to discard nothing from your hand and draw 2 cards. What a wonderful thing that we all love to see.
Yeah, I think the only person that might not totally love to see it, Jen, is Pierrick themselves.
Yeah, but I loved it.
You'd rather have like something like an Ink or like a Calhoun, but still the dock on the board should not be underestimated. It can still quest for 1. It could be bounced back later on with Tigger and with Olaf. And look, actually, Lucas Kalpa, if there's only 1 dock here, you probably target it and get rid of it. But as soon as there's 2 docks in play, it's really a lot more difficult to prevent those docks being bounced back.
You are correct. You really are. I think questing with the Sisu, deciding what to do with the Aladdin.
You know,
yeah, questing with the Sisu and questing with the Aladdin.
Well, technically, not a quest.
Not a quest, sorry,
gains,
I do apologise.
No need to apologise, but it's very interesting. It gains a lore.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
It's exactly the same as a quest.
It's a type of quest.
But it's a reckless character being able to quest. And a 4/4 stat line at that. It's absolutely brilliant, Jen.
Yes, of course, we did see that Headless Horseman come down and deal with one of those docks. At least one of them can't be bounced back, as you said, with like an Olaf or a Tigger, for example. And we've got a Genie Wish fulfilled here, drawing a card for Pierrick.
And Jen, let's just like recap the game state overall. Pierrick went first. They're only at 2 lore right now. Lucas Kalpa, despite not having that 1-cost Liquidator, is still ahead in the game at 3 lore to 2. The name of the game here for Lucas Kalpa is control the board while also keeping your hand full enough to get down that Maui Half Shark and continue to control, building up to that Raging Storm. It's really key now for Pierrick to start getting some questing done, and their board is starting to look really wide. You have to start questing before Raging Storm can come through at 8 ink.
Exactly. You've really got to keep an eye on your opponent's ink number. You're completely correct, because of course, as soon as they get up to that all-important number of 8 ink in their inkwell, they can play that Raging Storm. Not quite yet, but we're getting there.
And look at that, no quest from Pierrick, which is exactly what Lucas wants to see. And suddenly the Maui Half Shark has joined the fun. There is already an action in the discard, that Delamoon's Lullaby. We saw how brilliant it was to deal with that Cheshire Cat, and it might become even more useful later down the line.
It may do. We're passing back over to Pierrick here again. 2 or 3 cards in hand, I can't quite tell, but a big board here, yeah. And as you say, you know, really being patient, not questing, not trying to avoid the characters being challenged into.
Oh my
but
goodness.
Singing Strength of a Raging Fire with Yzma to immediately take out that Maui Half Shark, and playing a Demona, exerting Lucas's board and drawing some more cards.
That Strength of a Raging Fire, the face of Lucas, says it all. They did not want to see that. That Maui Half Shark was such a big threat, and it has been swiftly dealt with for 0 ink cost.
Oof. That's painful.
Lucas pays 6 ink. Pierrick removes it for 0. Of course, you have to exert your Yzma. You lose a card in hand. How about another strength?
Oh my gosh. Again, this keeps happening. We see a big play, and then we see the exact same card come down again. It keeps happening. It's crazy.
And this was a great turn for Pierrick and a bad turn for Lucas. But the important thing for Lucas is there wasn't that much lore gained. The Pocahontas essentially quested for 3, but Pierrick is still 15 lore away. Kalpa is 2 turns away from a potential Raging Storm. The problem for them, though, Jen, right now, is there hasn't been any card draw. We haven't seen that Webby's Diary. We haven't seen Maui Half Shark being able to add any cards back to hand. We haven't seen that Aerial Whisper either. So Lucas Kalpa doesn't have a lot to work with here and finds himself staring down a very wide board indeed.
You are correct. It's tricky when I was thinking earlier about how actually, you know, we talked about a couple times over the weekend about how Ruby struggles quite a bit with card draw. You know, so we've got some that new action, which does have some card draw. I believe it's marching off to battle. There's a Horseman Strikes there, going to get rid of that evasive genie. Go away. We don't want you here. But yeah, Ruby struggles, I think, a bit with card draw, but Lucas has built this deck which really can get a lot of card draw, but you have to see the right cards to be able to get that card draw. And as you say, he's just not seeing it. But Scrooge McDuck coming back in here. Ghostly Ebenezer being boosted immediately to a 4 stat line.
Yeah, that Pirate's Life inked, and the flavor text there of the Horseman Strikes very fitting. And just when you thought you'd escaped, that genie has been dealt with, which is a big, big moment. Can Lucas Kalpa ink one more time next turn, getting up to that Raging Storm? That's certainly what Pierre has to consider and try to play around. Pierrick, I beg your pardon. It's going to be that Angel with her good aim.
Angel Experiment 624. Of course, that ability, we're discarding the Palace Guard to deal 2 damage, throw that snowball into the Sisu and get rid of it. We've got another dock being played to draw 2 more cards. That Angel has put in a lot of work over the weekend. We've seen it in quite a few decks, and she really is a fearsome new card from Winterspell, and I really, really love her.
Yeah, that Yzma, Pocahontas, Demona, all able to quest, but it's going to be Yzma actually drawing 2 cards, not taking the lore at this stage in the game, wanting to refill that hand instead. But of course, Pocahontas and Demona can still quest, which would put Pierrick up to 9, 10.
9, 10. Yes, we've got Pierrick here on 5 lore and Lucas on 4. So similar lore counts, not for long. Pierrick doing a big old quest here, right up to 10. And of course, having a notably much wider board than Lucas here with his lonely Scrooge McDuck on the board here with a boosted once.
Do they have an Inkable in hand? And do they have the Raging Storm to go alongside it? That seems like the best possible opportunity here for Lucas Kalpa.
I think he does have the Raging Storm. I think I saw it.
I think so too.
But
and I think the other 2 cards in hand, I think it's only 3. I think I saw a Horseman Strikes and a Maui Half Shark as well.
There's a quest with the Scrooge McDuck. There's the ink. And there's the Raging Storm. Exactly what he needed in that moment to clear Pierrick's entire board and reset this board state completely.
Yeah, and Kalpa inked the Webby's Diary, which I'm sure it's a card he would have liked to have played, but that's the power of this diary. It's a potentially good card draw engine, but of course it's also inkable, which makes it oh so valuable in this moment.
Very much so. Lucas there having a little look through Pierrick's discard. I think he was noting how many docks had been played. I had also lost count because we've seen quite a few of them in that first game. I think we might have seen all 4 of them. So yeah, it can be a little bit hard to keep track of those things, but you can check the discard at any time. Always good to remember that you can check your opponent's discard. It is open information.
Yeah, and it's another Conniving Chemist. The Conniving Chemist has been so big for Pierrick here. It's going to be that Lex Lexington as well. Could have gone for something like Christopher Robin, but instead goes for the stats instead of the questing power. If Lucas can somehow remove this Yzma from the board, it would be huge. Imagine a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon right here. It could have been game winning, but Lucas, he just hasn't quite had the card draw necessary, but we can see there's 3 actions there in the discard alongside a bunch of characters. So Maui Halfshark going to have 3 options to choose from as it stands. But yeah, if Kalpa had managed to get a bit more card draw earlier on here, Jen, possibly we could have seen them ink something else, play the Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, deal with the Yzma, but because they haven't had that much card draw here, that's not going to be a possibility. Of course, I don't think they have the Maleficent in hand, but they also probably don't have that many cards in hand. You don't really want to be inking at this stage when you only have 1 card available in hand.
Exactly. It has been a tricky one for Lucas this match, you know, but we saw that card draw power really, really working for him in the previous games. Just really unfortunate it's not going for him in this one, but we've got a Giant Cobra, that all-important Giant Cobra, key to any Amethyst Steel, deck, and we are discarding a Christopher Robin to use that ability and gain 2 lore.
Yeah, really nice synergy, of course, with the Conniving Chemist. You're emptying your hand, you're gaining lore. Usually that's a bad thing to discard cards from your hand, but when your Yzma can replace your hand, it doesn't really matter that much. You value that 2 lore all the more, but Yzma is now exerted, and that Maui Halfshark is going to be eyeing it up. Of course, that Giant Cobra, it was great, but it's also an illusion with Vanish, and there is that Delamoon's Lullaby in the discard for Kalpa.
You are correct. Yes, of course, Vanish, meaning that if this character is targeted by an action, it will be banished instead. It just disappears, poof, into thin air.
And really interesting, Pierrick actually quite worried about another Raging Storm, not wanting to overextend, because, of course, the Maui Halfshark could challenge the Yzma, get back the Raging Storm, then you play the Raging Storm. I wonder if that's the correct decision here from Pierrick. We'll have to look back on this moment, because Kalpa doesn't have that many cards in hand, and I think that Kalpa's actually going to be really happy that Pierrick hasn't gone that much wider. This just makes it quite simple. Not simple for Kalpa, but basically challenge the Yzma, get back maybe the Delamoon's Lullaby, take out the Giant Cobra, and just try and get a foothold in this game. If Pierrick forced the board clear here by going really, really wide, Kalpa might not have been able to recover the board as they don't have that many cards in hand. But I think they're going to be feeling quite happy, particularly when there's a Delamoon's Lullaby already in hand to get that Vanish, maybe meaning that Kalpa could take a different action from the discard when challenging with Halfshark. Goes for that Delamoon's Lullaby first, as it of course does draw a card and maybe gives Kalpa a few extra options to work with.
Exactly, exactly. But we are wary, of course, of all of those actions in the discard as we see Maui Halfshark challenge into Yzma, getting rid of it, of course, can't. Then Pierrick will not be able to utilize her Feel the Power ability. I got to count how many times I've done that this week, and I think I'm on 5 or 6 now. But we've still got a Lexington on board here.
Yeah, and the big moment here for Kalpa, the big decision rather, was what action do you add back to hand with this Maui Halfshark? The Lexington with Alert is surely going to be removing the Halfshark in the next turn. In fact, it won't be, because it is a stone by day. Lexington not readying is extremely significant with this board state.
Oh, it really is, as we see 2 Calhoun Marine Sergeants come down, both together, ready to fight. But yes, that Stone by Day ability, I think it's you know, me and Kim were talking about it earlier. I think a lot of people have been choosing to replace their Lexingtons with the new GG Best in Snow card that came out in Winter Spell, because of course she has Alert also, and she has a 2/4 stat line, but of course she has no damage.
And she's an alien.
And she's an alien, which we love. But if she has no damage, she gets a +2 strength, so basically makes her a 4/4 stat line. But of course, no hindrance of that Stone by Day ability with this potential to happen where you cannot ready them.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, of course, in Disney Arcana, you don't know what cards are in your opponent's hand, but there is a few exceptions, and Pierrick does know that that Horseman Strikes is in the hand of Lucas Kalpa, because that was public information. The Maui Halfshark added it from the discard back into the hand, so that's something they're going to have to try and play around. But this Lexington also being exerted still also means that Maui Halfshark has another challenge available if Kalpa so decides to go for it. Of course, it would remove it from the board, so it's not that appealing, but it's something that they could consider doing. It's 13 law to 6. Pierrick is still 7 away from victory. It looks like the Half Shark is going to challenge Lexington here.
I think you might be correct. Yep, and that is exactly what's happening. You called it, and it happened. Get rid of that Lexington, but of course, it is a trade for the Maui Shark, so no more Maui Half Shark on board. We've just got our Scrooge McDuck, Ghostly Ebenezer, and we're playing a Delamoon's Lullaby again on the Calhoun this time, drawing a card. I think Lucas really trying to draw as many cards as possible, see what he can get.
Oh, hello!
Oh my goodness.
That is not something you expect to see in a Disney Lorcana challenge at this stage in the tournament. It's the Ghostly Tale synergizing so brilliantly with Delamoon's Lullaby, allowing Kalpa to exert that Calhoun and take it out with the Scrooge McDuck. And how about another Scrooge McDuck, he says?
Oh, yeah, because why not? Why not? We love a Scrooge McDuck, but wow, yes. That Delamoon's Lullaby Ghostly Tale combo was huge in that moment. And it's just further unexpected plays from this really interesting deck that Lucas has got. But we see a Christopher Robin and a Captain Hook. Oh, Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist, an absolute steel staple, both coming down onto Pierrick's board here. Notably, of course, he is on 13 law to Lucas's only 6 currently, so not a great situation for Lucas in terms of law count right now.
Yeah, and it is at this stage we've got to start thinking about that timer, which is ever ticking closer towards the end of the game. If time is called, we will go to 5 additional turns, but we'll talk more about that later on if it's relevant. But
yes,
there is going to be more time than just that 5 minutes on the clock. It's going to be the Aladdin. Of course, it's got boost, as does the Scrooge McDuck, as does the Scrooge McDuck. That's a triple boost for Kalpa, and Kalpa decides, now it's my time to quest.
Oh, yes, I'm going to bump up as much as I can. We've got 8 law now for Lucas. Pierrick's still on 13, of course, going in back into Pierrick's turn here, but taking another quick look at that discard pile. I think Lucas checking how many docks have been played, how many Calhouns have been played. Lots to check there.
I just want to say, Jen, let's not forget, Lucas had to ink that Webby's Diary. Imagine a Webby's Diary at this stage in the game. That's what his deck's looking to do, right? That's why he plays 4. With that Webby's Diary, you could have drawn 3 cards from those 3 boosts. You had to pay 3 ink for it, but 3 ink for 3 cards in hand is exactly what Kalpa would like to do at this moment in time, with exactly 3 ink still available. So really, really shows you that Lucas Kalpa is playing this game extremely cleanly. They have very, very little resources to work with, and they are just trying to make every drop of ink count for them, despite not quite being able to assemble that card draw engine that their deck is built to do.
Yes, Pocahontas following the wind on Pierrick's board here. Of course, if it sticks around next turn. Whoa, okay. We quested with the Christopher Robin, and then Tigger bouncing all the way came down, bounced the Christopher Robin back to hand, and then played it again. So it's no longer, it is exerted, meaning it is no longer available to be challenged into. A really, really nice play there from Pierrick, I think, really trying to protect that Christopher Robin with its very, very important quest for 2 ability.
Yeah, Calhoun also and Captain Hook combining to take that additional challenge means that Pierrick is just 5 law away. Kalpa needs some control. It's going to be the Horseman Strikes. It's not going to have an evasive, and it's going to be Pierrick.
There's the handshake. Wow! Pierrick takes the win with Amethyst Steel against Lucas Kalpa's very, very interesting Amber Ruby deck. That was an incredibly impressive display from both players there. What a round. I mean, really, really fascinating to watch, Joe.
Yeah, so much fun. Big congratulations to Pierrick getting the job done. It was absolutely brilliant to see these players going back and forth. just couldn't quite get the pieces of the puzzle there in game number 3, Lucas Kalpa. That Webby's Diary had to go into the ink in the early stages. We never saw it finding its way back into the hand, and I think that was the difference maker in the end there.
Yeah, that was a really tricky situation. As you said, he just wasn't seeing those cards that give him the card draw that he really needs. We did see it being utilized earlier in the previous 2 games. There is a lot of potential for card draw that he's managed to build into that deck, but if you don't see those cards, it's just not happening. Yeah. And unfortunately, that's what happened in the 3rd game there.
Yeah, absolutely, Jen. I do believe very soon we're going to be jumping on to feature match number 2 from this round, which I'm really excited to be seeing as well. Too. But what a story that was. The Amethyst Steel just about closing the gap. I think that the key cards there were really the 2 questers, right? Like the Christopher Robin, the Genies, the Pocahontas often questing for 3.
Yeah.
But the Yzma conniving chemist.
I know. Star of that show, I think, for a little bit there, for sure.
I think so. And you know, she can quest for 2, but when you exert her to draw cards, you're not really making use of that 2 lore, unless Pocahontas is following in the wind. Suddenly, that 2 lore on Yzma becomes even more impressive, even if you don't quest with her directly.
You are correct. You really are correct. So, yeah, absolutely. Again, huge congratulations to Pierrick there. I mean, the 2-1, though, I mean, Lucas did take a game from him, and it was very, very impressive. It was a really wonderful round to watch. So hopefully we can watch a little bit more Disney Lorcana gameplay very, very shortly.
Give me some more gameplay.
Here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent in Belgium. Right. Here we are. It looks like we've had 1 game. We're going into a game 2 with Gareth on Amber Amethyst and Michael on Amber Sapphire.
Yes, please. Okay.
Joe's like, yes, give it to me. I'm excited.
So these are the 2 decks, Jen, that I sort of predicted to win the tournament. Initially, when I was asked like a couple of weeks before the tournament, I went for Amber Sapphire. I changed last minute to Amber Amethyst, but I don't necessarily think these decks are going to win the tournament, but I always like to sort of pick those rogue decks which I think could cause an upset. And these are the 2 decks, I think also that Amber Ruby, to be fair, but these are the 2 decks which I've been really excited to see in action this weekend. Quite possible both players are playing Raging Storm. Certainly Michael, I expect to be playing it. Amber Amethyst can be built in many different ways, as we see Gareth kicking things off with that Rafiki. It is game number 2. Michael will be on the draw as they are 1-0 up.
Exactly, Michael winning that first game, allowing Gareth to go first here. So I can see, that's a very pretty card in Michael's hand right there. Wow. It's going into the inkwell, I think, though.
It looks like it's going to be that Season 1 Let It Go Challenge promo. That was a top 128 promo on the foil. Of course, you can still get the non-foil from the prize wall here in Season 2.
Ooh, yes, you can. We've got a lot of amazing goodies available at the prize wall here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge. We've got another Rafiki coming in, and we're questing with that first Rafiki to bump up to 1, nice and early.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of people are wondering, Jen, where on earth are those Baymax sleeves from? I would like a copy of them. Well, I've got bad news for you. You can get them, but you had to finish very high up in the North American or European Championships in Disney Lorcana Season 1. Michael very proudly displaying their very hard-earned Baymax sleeves, and isn't that great to see?
It really is, and a very nice epic Horseman Strikes going into the inkwell there.
There's a very fancy deck, isn't it? We've got foil sails, we've got epic, we've got enchanteds, we've got all sorts going on.
I know, it's real. We're really being spoiled here, Joe. I really enjoy it. Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, I think, was it being played or?
I think played and immediately
banished. Immediately paid 1 and banished it to draw 2 cards.
I like to call it Friends on the Other Side. It's not a song in this particular instance.
Yes, exactly.
You just immediately trigger it. Of course, you have the option of triggering it later. It's got some cool item synergy. And now we are waiting out the storm with Nakoma, a very fitting name for this matchup. We do expect certainly to see that Raging Storm for Michael, but it's also quite possible Gareth has it. Of course, that Sapphire ramp, though, means that Michael was likely to get to it first, despite being the player going second.
Indeed, of course, Nakoma having a 4-6 stat line is, you know, she's a pretty big body to have on the board here already, of course, but Sapphire known for its ink ramp. But yes, I'm trying to see, he's got a Mowgli in hand there, Gareth, and Alonwi is coming down on the board.
I'm just wanting to take a look at the flavor text for Nakoma, Jen. Do you mind sharing it with us, please?
Yes, of course. Come sit by the fire. It will keep you warm until this storm blows over.
Okay, that's very fitting. So we're all by the fire, chilling with Nakoma, but not for long, because I think the storm might be coming at some point in this game number 2. Worth noting, Jen, there's only 23 minutes on the clock, and this is game 2, so it was a long old game 1.
It really
so
was,
the pace of play is going to need to be quick from both players.
It is, yeah. Well, you don't necessarily want to be in this position. Clearly, both fearsome players battling it out in that first game if it lasted quite so long. But we got an ink runner down here. To talk to us about ink runner. You don't see it a huge amount, I don't think. Yeah,
you don't, but it's a nice item. It replaces itself, and you can use it a little bit later on to give one of your characters alert, and you can use it multiple times in the game. If you've got 2 ink spare at some point, why not just put it down? It replaces itself, you dig deeper into your deck to find some nice answers, and of course against Amethyst it could be really useful. Like imagine your Nakoma suddenly becomes evasive, she's waiting out the storm, and while she's waiting, she can deal with the genie.
Exactly, exactly. And we see another one of those gorgeous, gorgeous promo Let It Goes there, which I think has also gone into the inkwell. But we've got a Hana means family being played.
I'm not actually sure. I think it might have been
ink as well. I think I may have missed. I think it was maybe I missed a Sail the Azurite Sea that got played. So there was the 2 ink for the turn happening there for Michael.
Yeah, Michael at 6 ink now, I believe. So still 2 ink away from a potential Raging Storm. But that Ohana Needs family is going to be a card which Gareth is going to have to be extremely careful of. In comes a Leaping Reindeer, which, look, it's a great rush character. Oh, the Nakoma was exerted, so it's going to be a really nice trade there.
Yes,
with the support from Elenwy.
Yes, exactly, because of course Sven does have Challenger 3, which would put him up to a 5 strength, but with the support from Elenwy goes up to a 7 strength, able to deal with that Nakoma's 6 willpower.
Yep, Gareth at 7 lore. Michael yet to get a lore on the board, it seems.
And having a little chuckle here, our players clearly really enjoying this round with each other, really playing well. And that's what we love to see. Me and Kim were talking about it earlier. You know, the Disney Lorcana community is so incredibly special. And I think we just really love to see all of our players enjoying themselves, having a laugh, despite the kind of potentially quite pressureful
Who wants to ink from the discard?
Yeah, I know. I do.
Yes, please.
Michael does.
Moana is really, really nice. I think in these Sapphire decks where you play cards like Develop, Sail, Vision, you're very often going to have an abundance of cards in your inkwell, in your discard, sorry, but you might not have that many in your hand. So while this Moana is not drawing you cards, Jen, the fact that it's adding cards from your discard into your ink is sort of like pseudo card draw.
Yeah.
Like, imagine in this last game if Lucas Cowper was able to ink cards from their discard, it would be really, really helpful in not needing to have found that Webby's Diary. So I think Moana is a brilliant, brilliant addition to these Sapphire decks. I want to ask you, as we see this double question, Gareth, would you go for the hood up or the hat? Because we've got Gareth with the hood up and Micah with the hat.
That's a very good point. I think I have large hair, so I don't often wear hats because it makes my head look really, really weird, despite what my brother might say.
It's the Raging Storm,
Raging Storm! I will finish my comment about hats in a moment. Wow, every single character being banished there by Raging Storm as Michael had managed to get up to that all-important 8 ink in the inkwell. We've got a Demona coming down for Gareth and passing back over to Michael. Wow.
Yeah, we've been waiting out that storm for an awfully long time, haven't we, Jen?
Yeah.
But it's finally arrived. That Demona still on the board. How can Michael reset? That's a Mufasa. Michael going to be adding 2 cards from their inkwell at random back into their hand. And then whenever Mufasa quests, all of your ink will ready. Unbelievable to see this in action. Jen has got her mouth wide open.
was not expecting to see that card at all. I was like, wait, I haven't got my glasses on. I can't even tell what that is. Wow, that's so much fun. And of course, I mean, he quests for 4. That's crazy.
Quest for 4 and readies your entire ink. What a way to close out a game. We've said, like, okay, these Amber Sapphire decks, you play Raging Storm, but then how do you reset the board? You don't have Scrooge McDuck's Manners, for example, and Maui Half Sharks. Well, Michael says, well, I've got a Mufasa. And for an Amber Sapphire deck, that feels very fitting.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I'm still quite taken aback by it. It's very exciting to see. Yeah, but
I'm surprised it's not an enchanted Mufasa.
I mean, yeah,
honestly.
let's be honest. From what we've seen so far from Michael's deck, yeah.
It is a foil, though, so I don't think that's too bad going. I've got to say, a legendary foil. Really, really excited to see the Mufasa gen. One thing I'll say is it does feel a bit weak if it's removed from the board immediately by something like a Hades. But that's
true.
not going to happen in this particular matchup. This Mufasa is going to be able to quest, and that means that Michael is going to be able to spend like 13, 14 ink this turn and might be able to take control of this game in the late stages. It's going to be the Horseman Strikes. Iago is going to be banished and vanished all at once.
Vanish, banish, Iago, get out. Yeah. Really, really, you know, these two played in our Friday main event, clearly did incredibly well, you know, to of course make it here today, and still playing incredibly impressively as we see Pete.
Look at all this ink. Ready up
Wow.
all of your ink. Gareth's like, yeah, that's pretty good, mate. That's pretty good. I don't think you'd be too happy to see that. We're going to see the boost come down onto Pete. In comes Hades. Michael, he was waiting out the storm ever so patiently, and look at how they have dominated the game ever since that storm came through. The Mufasa has totally and utterly popped off here.
Absolutely, and we saw them both having a little laugh there at the absolute sheer impressiveness, I think, of this display from Michael and his very interesting Amber Sapphire deck here.
No. Gareth's like, yeah, I thought you might say that. Hades was looking for a deal, and Gareth, I think, knew that that deal on this occasion was not going to happen. Michael allows Gareth to draw. Michael just looking to take over this game. The board for Michael is questing for 6, is questing for 7. And of course, Mufasa, if it quests again, is going to be readying all of that ink.
That is crazy. Wow, what an interesting... I mean, what made you think that Michael, you know... I don't know what I was trying to say. I'm so taken aback by this, but it looks like we're questing with Pete of...
questing with Pete and
I'm so lost.
That boost.
I'm really this whole thing has thrown me through a loop. I'm just
That's the beauty of seeing these unorthodox decks.
I love it. I love it.
So high stakes as well at this moment in time. The Pete was boosted again for a second time. So now the top 2 cards for Michael are going to be looked at. You can add 1 into your hand. The rest go to the bottom. It was that Horseman Strikes added to hand. And with this much ink, I'm sure it's going to come down.
Oh, yes. And there it is. We're going to banish that Genie. Evasive, of course, with the Horseman Strikes, that pesky, pesky pumpkin. Oof. Yeah, not looking good for Gareth right now.
There's still 5 ink remaining for Michael for now. But I imagine there might be even more. Let it go.
One of those gorgeous let it goes.
And yeah, you might say, I thought they inked those. Yeah, well, they did, and Mufasa added them back into hand when it was played.
Correct.
Mufasa now quests, and all of that ink is readied again. It has been the Mufasa, ruler of Pride Rock, dominating this game.
What is going on? Oh my gosh, I feel like Gareth is having the same reaction as me right now. He's just like, what is happening? You've got a carefree surfer now as well? What's going on?
Yeah, and I can assure you, everybody, they have more than 0 points. We just wanted to make sure
yeah.
that's clear. These players very, very far into the tournament.
Wow. Oh my God. I am at quite a loss for words right now, Joe.
Yeah.
This is so fun. I cannot stop grinning.
Michael needs 9 lore. A Raging Storm of Michael's own would be quite unbelievable at this moment in time.
Do
they have it in their deck? Do they have it in their hand? It's certainly not in the hand right now.
Hades looking for it now. That immediate, nah. No, take it.
It was worth a try, right?
It was worth a try. And, you know, I mean, Hades looking for a deal. He's got a decent stat line as well. But
if you
wow.
don't ask, Jen, you don't get.
Exactly.
So Hades tried his luck.
But world's greatest criminal mind down there to get rid of, I think, was it the T-Bar? I didn't quite catch. But anyway, I'm truly... Oh, that was it.
That's it. It's the scoop.
That was it. Oh my goodness. I'm so blown away right now as Michael takes this round. That second game was just, I mean, we didn't see that first game, but we could probably guess how it kind of went. I think I've been like this for about 5-10 minutes now.
It's been absolutely brilliant action here in the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent. There is so much more Disney Lorcana action, though, still to come, Jen.
There really is. There really is. What a wonderful pair of matches that we got to see there on our feature table. Congratulations to both of those winners that we've just seen. And I think we're going to be throwing over to the lounge to Rebecca for a little nice cozy chat, perhaps.
Hello, Illumineers. Welcome back to the lounge. I am joined here by Ross, and I am particularly excited for a little treat that we have coming up for you here. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Lorcana. And the thing is, Steve is one of the main designers of Disney Lorcana.
Yes, he
Steve
is.
kind of knows what he's doing about this game.
I think that he does. I think he's a little familiar with the cards, the game design, how things work. I think Steve absolutely knows what he's doing.
Unfortunately, has never bested Baker on stream. Off stream, plenty of times. Steve has defeated Baker a bunch of times off stream. I need you guys to know this. But it's never happened on the stream. And I don't want to sound mean. Baker's becoming a little bit insufferable about it. So we need Steve to be victorious in this game, take down Baker for the first time on stream, and that is what we're going to have. Best of one, core constructed, game designer versus host.
Yes, this is going to be a match for the ages. Can Steve finally take down Lorcana Villain? Let us know in the chat for, and let's throw it over to Baker and Steve Warner.
We are up and running. Steve Warner, we meet again. Probably not for the last time.
I hope not.
Always a pleasure. Have you been enjoying the day, the weekend?
It's been amazing meeting everyone again. And
Yep.
watching the events. Like, there's so many people here, too. That, you know, the main events, the side events, all the things, all the activities that they can do right now. This has been amazing.
It must be so sweet to see the baby grow and grow and just get better and better as time goes on. But one thing will not improve, which is your win rate against me on stream. I'm calling it now. So let's get off to it. I won the die roll. We've already done our altar so that we can get back straight into things. So good. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. I'm going to ink a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon.
Because of course you will.
And pass. This is my hey. This is the villainous hey. He can take all of your hey-heys. I've turned him to the dark side.
I will ink a Tipo. Go.
Okay.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. I will ink a vision of the future. That's right. No red. No.
You don't need to see the future. You know what it is.
No purple cards. And I will play my Tipo and ink. I think. Do I want that one? Do I want that one? I think I want to put that one and pass. I've built a special deck especially to take on Steve Warner. I know you might be surprised to not see me on red-purple, but I thought I'd mix it up, make something a little special for this game. Okay. Two T-pos staring at each other menacingly.
Let's see. I think we're going to put that down.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Alrighty, I will. Take the draw. We will ink another Maleficent Monstrous
You're going to run out of dragons this way.
A lot of dragons. I'm going to put down the Cinderella. I think I will take the lore. Do I need to do something? You're taking care of it. Oh, we've got a first-class lore guide here with us. You love to see it. End of turn. I will ink this and draw a card. Pass to you.
All right. Well, I could try to match you.
Okay.
But what would be the fun in that? See, let's get dangerous.
Okay, what does this card do, Steve?
So, each of us get to shuffle up our deck.
We have to shuffle first.
Yeah,
okay.
shuffle our decks. And then we're going to reveal the top card of our deck.
All right.
And if it's character, we get to play it.
Right. Can't wait for mine to be one jump ahead.
If it's not a character, we put it on the bottom of our deck.
All right. Okay.
I trust you.
I don't trust you.
Ready?
Ready?
Yeah! Oh, I got it!
Oh, you joking me?
All right. Well, so Mufasa,
This is
as
going
you
to
well
discard
know,
or bottom of the deck?
bottom of deck.
Bottom of the deck.
I get 2 cards back at random from.
You certainly do. You can have those two.
Thank
Okay.
you. I'll
Let's
put those
get
back.
dangerous
You know what?
already.
I'll
Covered
go
in
ahead and
clutch.
quest with Tipo. He's feeling a lot safer with a big cat around.
I bet he is. Yep. And when he quests, you can ready all your ink, I do believe.
Yep.
Okay, that's pretty impressive. Straight off
Totally
the bat.
fine. Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. Is that me?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ready, set, and I'm going to draw. Yeah. It's a 4-9, isn't he?
Yes.
Fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I will ink a Tipo. I'm going to play 6 for the Maui Shark.
He's a big shark.
He's a big shark, but not big enough to take out Mufasa, unfortunately. I'm just going to pass.
You know, there is one problem. You didn't give me back my sail or my Tipo that I inked earlier.
Oh, wow. Apparently, Joe's just in my ear at the moment saying that Mufasa just won on stream. So you are the spiritual successor to the main match going on. I can't believe that, man. Sail the Azure Sea.
So I'll ink a Judy Hops. Now, you know the other problem with Maui?
What's the other problem with Maui?
He's a DD. Sorry, sir, but he can go away.
Oh, wow. Did you tech for me? Did someone leak my list to you? And you were like, I know exactly what I need to do. Thing is, you mentioned earlier you're on Let's Get Dangerous, and I was like, oh, I've got a lot of big characters in my deck that could get hit off of that. No, I get Sail the Azure at Sea. It is signed by Sailor, though. Shout out to you, Sailor.
All right. So I will quest for 5.
Yeah.
Ready my ink. Unfortunately, I won't be...
4, thank you.
5.
Okay, Tebow as well, fine.
Tipo feels very safe with a big kitty
I
and
bet
a
he
sword.
does. He's growing.
And I will be done.
And then the secondary, I know on play, it banishes a deity, and then it gains a lore when you challenge or banish?
During my turn, whenever I banish one of your characters in a challenge, I gain a lore.
All right, okay. Gonna ready.
Yeah, so no lore off of the getting rid of a deity, but a lot of laughs.
A lot of laughs. And that, at the end of the day, if we're not here for the laughs, why are we here, Steve? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I am a little scared.
What? Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. Cards in hand. 4?
5.
5. Wow, that's
You gave me back 2 when Mufasa came out.
That is true. That is a lot of cards. Okay, so it's going to be one of these. 4-9 is redonkulous.
It's large.
I think I need the cards, so I am going to put that aside. Pay 5 for the Headless Horseman, Terror of Sleepy Hollow. +1 strength around the board.
Sure.
And then I am going to have Cinderella. You know what she does best, other than ramping? She loves a sing-song. I'm going to play Marching Off to Battle. If a character was banished this turn, draw 2.
All right.
And I've got 1 ink left. I think I will utilize that ink for a Develop Your Brain. Take that one, and this one can go to the bottom. Put that in the discard, and I think I will also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I haven't inked this turn, have I? No.
I don't think so.
No, I have not. Yeah, because I played the shark on the 6th turn and then the horseman. I'm going to sing 1 jump.
Look at this. Taking until the 6th turn to play a mountain shark.
Right.
You could play Mufasa on turn 4. 3 even.
3 even. I think I'm going to need that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need to open up myself a dragon. Otherwise, I'm never getting that off the board.
So I think I'm going to have to ink the develop your brain and pass to you. One in hand. Hand to the side.
All right. Let's get
dangerous. Dangerous again?
Not
because
anymore.
That did not go well for me last time.
I do, however, think that I need to get rid of your Cinderella.
Okay.
So, I guess take 2.
Mm-hmm.
I do gain 1 lore because of the Sword of Hercules.
Yeah.
And then end of the turn.
Yes.
I will use that. I will ink that to draw a card.
All right. That's me. I'm already set. Not what we're looking for, Steve. Not what we're looking for. Okay, so he's got 7 willpower remaining, which is, yeah, interesting. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's pay 2 for sale, draw cards, and 2, 3, 4, 5 for Pete goes to Christmas Future. 1 in hand. Don't do this in competitive play, guys. And I'm going to pay that 1 ink to boost Pete. 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope. I will pass to you, sir.
You want to try to sing another 1 jump ahead?
Yes, I definitely play more than 1 jump, more than one jump. I'm on that 9 ramp package, Steve. Frank Carsten, I have it on good authority from Frank Carsten that I should be hitting ramp this way.
All right. Speaking of ramp, I could definitely use some, but
okay.
right now we'll play a
that's going to be
nice little angel.
Yep, that's pretty annoying.
Let's see. Snowball.
Spooky side. Oh. Okay. Bye-bye, Horseman. That's a beautiful card.
Yeah.
That is one of my favorite enchanteds of all time.
And then I will quest.
I think you just played this.
I did.
I think you just played this.
I'll quest for 5.
What's that put into 12? 12, okay. And I'm on 1, right?
Totally fine. It's all good. Go ahead.
Thankfully, this card in my hand is what I already wanted to see.
A dragon?
Almost a dragon. What can be a dragon if a certain card is on the board?
Well, there's another Pete.
There is another Pete. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 8. In that case, I can afford the 1 ink first to boost. How do I want to do this? What ink you want? 4, 5. Okay. I don't really want to ramp you anymore. So I think we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to play the Pete Steamboat Rival. This is the whole reason I built this deck, because I wanted to do this to you. Let's get that Mufasa off the board. He's been around for way too long already. He was around way too early, and he's stuck around too long. And then, is my Pete going to take your Cinderella, or do I want cards? It's a good question, Steve. It's the finest of questions, because you could put 2 ping and then trade in, I guess. If I lose this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do I want the cards? Do I want to take that out? 3 cards in your hand, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, if you end up doing that, that's good value for me. So, but then I'm going to take the 2 damage, and then it would just be a trade. So I'm scared. I think I'm actually going to take the quest for 1 and look at the top 2. Okay, I will take that one. And I think I'm happy to quest this here for 1, please, Lore Guide, and pass to you, sir.
All right, ready? All right, I need to buy some time.
It's too expensive.
I don't disagree. And I need you to not be getting free cards. Yeah, well, this is actually still pretty good.
Okay, I'm excited.
So I'll play 5 for the Mulan.
Okay. Is it on quest?
Yes, on
Top
quest.
4, princess.
Yep. Look for princesses.
Yep. Beautiful enchanted.
Snowball.
Snowball. That's 2 damage, and then you're going to finish the job.
Yep.
What did I lose? Lost a bell and a bell.
Double bell.
And you'll gain a lore.
I'll gain a lore.
Yes, you will.
Cinderella will challenge Tipo.
Reasonable.
I'll take 1, but I gain a lore.
You do.
And I will ink a card because I played a princess.
You did.
So Cinderella trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
All right. What lore is he on, please, Lore Guide? 14.
Nothing to see here. It's okay.
That's a bit scary, Lore Guide. How are you, Lore Guide? You having a good weekend? Awesome. What's your name? Tomas. Guys, appreciation for Tomas in chat. Lore Guide doing Mickey's work. I haven't drawn. That's ready, set, draw a card for turn. Okie dokie. You've got 2 in your hand, sir, yes?
I do.
And you've got 3, 4, 5, 6 ink. Sapphire Steel, what am I scared of on the high end? Another Mufasa, Baker. That's what you're scared of on the high end.
Maybe I only ran one.
Maybe. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Maybe.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 7, 6. So I could do this, but then if I miss ink, I cry. It might be a little bit greedy. I think it's too greedy. Okay.
The villain complaining about being greedy? What world are we in?
Some villains at least need to try to be intelligent. If I fail, then you get points for trying. I'm going to play another beat. Steamboat Rival. Be gone, Mulan. Let's go. Let's go.
Fair enough.
And I think I am going to take out your Cinderella.
All right.
You've been using blue dice, haven't you?
Yes.
So I will use that one. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Judge?
2, sorry, 2. You are right. I cannot count. And I will pass to you, sir. 2 in hand.
All right. Well, not what I wanted to see, but not a bad one.
Okay.
Especially the art.
I don't like to hear
Cinderella's bag.
that. She is pretty.
Yeah. End of turn, trigger.
Yep.
Put a card down.
Okay.
Draw a new card.
And that's me.
Go ahead.
I'm going to ready, set, and draw. Character cardo? No. 3, 4, 7, 8. Do I just go super aggressive now? I think now it's a little safer to play Sail. Draw cards. I will ink this one. 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to get rid of that.
Yeah, get more ink.
You do get more ink, and then I'm going to quest for 4. I'm at 7. All right, that's it. 1 in hand. Pass to you, sir. A little bit. It's over.
I mean, you have 1 card in hand?
1 card in hand, sir. Yes.
Nah, I got to do this first. Hades War.
Hades War. All right, there's another ink for me.
Go ahead.
I will. Ready. Set. Draw. Not a good card. Well, it is, but not for now. I'm going to pay 2 for Vision of the Future.
Hey, get you to a good card.
2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, it did get me to a good card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I'm going to take this one. These can go to the bottom. Do you know what's better than 1 Pete? You know what's better than 2 Pete's?
0 Pete's?
3 Pete's! Not repeats, 3 Pete's!
I feel like that's going to be the result of our match.
1 ink floating. I will quest for 4. And I will pass to you with 1 card in hand.
What's the lore sets, please?
Okay.
I don't like these numbers. Can I appeal the numbers?
Judge, I'm cooked.
All right. Well, we'll see how things go.
He's at what law? 14. Okay. Okay. Was that all your ink? Well, you're about to go down to that.
Yeah, and all of my ink ends up exerted after this anyway. So.
How many are baking?
2.
2. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'll take those, and I will return a Tipo to my inkwell.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'm at 11, did you say, Lord Guide? Okay. Tension's on, Steve. Not bad. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Cinderella. 11, 12. This is always happening. 2, 4, 6. There's that 18 now, Lord Guide. 17. Apologies for my math. This isn't going to be able to quest ever, so at end of turn, I will trigger Cinderella. I will ink this, and I will draw a card. And it's you. Oh, don't ready your ink, Baker. That's not okay. I'm not at my kitchen table. Do as I say, not as I do.
Can we just subtract 1 from his lore total? I will Hades that.
You will.
And I will challenge that, Pete, because, yeah. And I'll gain 1 lore from the sword.
You will.
And unfortunately, that leaves you with 3 on board.
It does leave me with 3 on board.
Again, now you get your 3P.
Hey, let me have my turn. Come on, let me do my turn.
Right.
Come on, you can't take the glory away from me, Pete. I'm gonna ready. I'm a set.
Are you gonna get a 4P?
I'm a draw. In fact, to add insult to injury, I am going to. You know what? Thank you so much for the reprint, Steve. GG's, my friend. Absolutely fantastic. I have to ask you very quickly, we were talking about this before the game. The wonderful Toy Story shirt, have you been saving that until times where you can actually maybe reveal a little bit? Go on, talk to me about it.
Yeah, I've had the shirt for quite a while now. And yeah, I felt like I needed to wait until at least we announced Wilds Unknown.
Sure.
And Pixar joining the franchises, and so.
The Lorcana community is very speculative, and they absolutely would have assumed such a thing. But yeah, are you excited for Toy Story?
Oh, I'm very excited for Wilds Unknown. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah.
So.
Going to be an amazing set. I'm excited for it. We've got the introduction of Pixar, Toy Story coming, but many more. We've seen a couple of other franchises already teased a little bit, so I'm excited for the future, man. Steve, it's always a pleasure to destroy you. I mean, to meet you, to spend some time with you. But the villain reign continues. We've got the rest of the season to go. Will Steve Warner finally get his victory over the villain? But today, villainous Hey Hey reigns supreme. It bows down to him. Thank you, Steve. Let's send it back over to I'm not sure if we're going to the desk or if we're going to the lounge, but we've got more Disney Lorcana action coming up very soon.
Hello, Lumineers. We have some very exciting news on 2 of our biggest events of the year, the Disney Lorcana European and North American Championships. The North American Championship will take place August 28th through 30th, 2026 at the Disneyland Resort in California inside the Disneyland Hotel.
Shortly after the North American Championship will be the European Championship, taking place at Disneyland Paris from September 11th to 13th. This event will be returning to the Disney Newport Bay Club, as well as expanding to a brand new location, the Disney Hotel New York, the Art of Marvel.
Both of these events will also feature a last chance qualifier, or LCQ. This is the final opportunity for players to earn their spot in the main event of the championships.
For more information on each event and how to purchase tickets, scan the QR code or visit the link on screen.
Badges will cost $110 for LCQ and $50 for attendees. Your ticket comes with an incredible experience and some incredible goodies.
All attendees will get a Disney Lorcana TCG goodie bag, which includes your badge and lanyard, 160 prize wall tickets, a Disney Lorcana tote bag, 2 booster packs of Attack of the Vine, and a standout non-foil promo.
We're thrilled to let you know that there will also be VIP and premium tickets available. Be sure to follow all official Disney Lorcana channels for more about those packages and when they'll go on sale.
There will be lots of fun activities for Illumineers to get involved in all weekend long. Not only will competitors and attendees have access to side events, but there will also be a collection quest, a Ravensburger store, and a special live lorecast.
We'll have meet and greets with Disney Lorcana artists, Disney Lorcana game developers, and, for that extra touch of magic, Disney characters.
For an incredible event, you know that we need some incredible prizes, so we are so excited to bring you a first look at the amazing prizes available across these championships.
All main event players will receive a standout foil promo, sure to help your deck stand out amongst the crowd. The top 64 players will win a Down in New Orleans foil promo card and a beautiful playmat featuring that same artwork.
Our top 32 players will secure a foil promo of the Headless Horseman Cursed Rider, along with a matching playmat.
The top 16 will earn themselves a foil promo card of Tinkerbell Insistent Fairy.
Our top 8 players will receive one of our serialized golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor cards, as well as an invitation to the Season 2 World Championship. Be sure to check the event site for full prizing information.
Each event will have an awesome prize wall featuring prizes like the non-foil versions of the new championship promo cards and other non-foil Season 2 promos and more.
To make your experience even more magical, we're happy to announce that both events will have Disney Resort hotel room blocks and discounted theme park tickets available.
Mark your calendars for the Disney Lorcana North American and European Championships and stay tuned for more info. We'll see you there.
Incredible Illumineers. The North American and European Championships look amazing. And I am here with Jen and Kim in the lounge to talk all about it a little bit more. But before we do, I just have to say that game between Baker and Steve Warner was a doozy.
It was so much fun. I thought Steve had it.
I mean, turn 3 Mufasa. And turn 4, I believe, is the Sword of Hercules, right? That he played Maui Shark. And still,
so
Baker
fun.
able to pull it out.
Yeah.
In the end, it came down to the Pete.
Yes, the Pete.
The Pete's. The Pete's.
The Pete.
The Pete's. Well,
Who knew?
congratulations again to Baker for winning that game. But let's talk about some things that players can win if they make it to the North American and European Championship. Now, I do want to say a huge congratulations to all of the players who have made it to top 32 today. Such an exciting moment to know that you've earned that invite. And just to reiterate, we had 2 tournaments going on, the Friday main event and the Saturday main event. The top 32 from each event is going to the European Championships.
Yeah, so 64 in total?
Yes, 64 in total. Illumineers out of 2,000 from each day. 4,000 Illumineers in total. Out of 4,000 have essentially they have battled
challenged.
across
They've
2 days. They've played not just 8 rounds, but another 4 rounds this morning of Swiss, and 64 players have earned themselves a spot in the EU Continentals.
Yes,
So
and there are
awesome.
still opportunities, of course, to earn that invite. We have the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Dortmund coming up, and there are also still some CCQ events going on where the winner from those events can earn an invite to the championships. But let's talk about championships because it is so exciting. We've seen some of the prizes. We've had some awesome announcements. So I think we have some images to take a look at of those prizes. Are you ready to take a look?
So ready. I'm so excited.
All right,
The
let's
prizing
bring
is
those up.
exciting.
Prizes. First of all, we have an awesome prize wall. Who doesn't love a prize wall?
I love a prize wall.
yeah.
Jen, you love a prize wall, I'm sure.
I adore a prize wall. It's so fun over there.
Yes.
I've only got to see it once, but I was so excited and I didn't want to leave.
Right.
Yeah, and I had the privilege of attending the EU Continentals last time. I did go to the LCQs. I did compete. Unfortunately, didn't come out on top. However, I was able to get my hands on the non-foil promo cards from last EU Continental. So let's have a look at what non-foil promo cards Illumineers can get their hands on this time. Rebecca, the standout, first of all, down to the New Orleans and the Headless Horseman Cursed Rider. I know Baker's really excited about that. Jen, you want to tell us what else is coming up?
He really is, yes. One of your favorite characters, we've got Tinkerbell, Insistent Fairy. We've seen you dress up as Tinkerbell in multiple different versions of her, I think. We've got a Dragonfire and a Let It Go. Those wonderful action cards that we love so much.
Yes, and then of course we have the Season 2 promo cards that folks can earn here at the Disney Arcana Challenges that will also be on the prize wall at Championships. The Mulan Charging Ahead, Simba Pride Protector, the beautiful Elsa Ice Maker, and Pegasus. Pegasus gift for Hercules.
So cute.
Such a cute little guy.
Yeah.
There's also going to be play mats, uncut sheets, accessories. I think they're going to have the Disney Lorcana hats back. I love the hats so much. So there's quite a lot. I know those uncut sheets are just, that is a prized possession for the players who are able to earn tickets to get those prizes off the prize wall.
Oh, yeah. I honestly, I desperately would love to have an uncut sheet. I think it is just such a cool and unique prize that you could get. And I imagine framing that and putting it on your wall, it would just be so beautiful and so cool.
Yeah, I think I do need to get myself one. And if I were to choose, I'd want something in sapphire. Sapphire
you are a
amber,
sapphire
to be
girl.
specific. And I want to display it on my bedroom wall forever and ever. So if you're a collector and still looking to get your hands on one of our uncut sheets, well, this is the way you can do it.
Yes. So there's a lot of prizes that Illumineers can get. Also, lots of amazing prizes that the players can earn in the main event tournament. And I can't wait to see those in person because the Headless Horseman, that down in New Orleans, I mean, that one was so beautiful. I loved it so much.
Yeah, it really is.
And the standout, did you like the standout art?
The standout,
It's
the
so
Headless
fun.
Horseman as well.
I
Just has
know.
to be one of my favorite. Not to mention the Tinkerbell. Absolutely
Of
beautiful.
course. Yes.
But moving on to our main event prizing, just for participation, you're going to get yourself a foil standout promo card.
Very nice. Our top 64 are getting that down in New Orleans and playmat and foil promo card.
Yeah, and then Headless Horseman, Cursed Rider with that amazing art. There is a foil promo card and also a play mat for that.
Am I hearing this correctly, Rebecca? You're saying that not only for top 32, but for top 64, they're going to walk away with a play mat and a promo card?
That is right, Kim.
Whoa.
Yes, these prizes are truly incredible. And then finishing out the top 16, it's the foil Tinkerbell Insistent Fairy promo card. Lots of amazing new art in the game. And then, of course, we have the fantastic golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor that the top 8 will get at the North American and European Championship. And not only that, but when you reach top 8 at the championship, you also earn an invite to the World Championship.
So crazy. And that golden Mickey is just unbelievable when you see it in person. Like, the picture is gorgeous, but it doesn't do it justice. But yeah, of course, that World Championship invite is what all our players are really wanting. But our top 4 then, of course, along with all of the above, will also get a foil, as we were talking about before, a foil super rare uncut sheet. How incredible.
Yeah, moving on to our top 2. They will not only get all of the above, most important prize, everyone going for that World Championship invite, but top 2 are going to walk away with a full foil set of Enchanted and Epic cards. And then our champion, when we have a champion of our NA and our EU Continentals, are going to walk away with not only a foil Enchanted uncut sheet, foil Enchanted, did I just read that right?
I think you did.
I mean, the trophy is awesome. Don't get me wrong.
And the trophy, okay?
The trophy is cool, but honestly, a foil and the Enchanted, an uncut Enchanted sheet is an incredible prize.
I think my
for
eyes,
our champion.
my eyes grew twice in size when I saw that.
This is our trophy here that we have for our champion for Disney Lorcana Ghent, and we also see our wonderful golden Mickey over there. And we are excited to see who is going to earn those golden Mickeys this week. I did also want to talk about what everyone is going to get, because if you go to the championships, obviously everyone who's playing in the main event has those incredible prizes.
Yes.
We have the prize wall, but also anyone who attends, whether you are a competitor, if you're doing the LCQ, or even if you're an attendee, you get a Disney Lorcana TCG goodie bag full of fun things along with your badge and lanyard. You also get prize wall tickets to use for those awesome prizes, an awesome tote bag, some booster packs from Attack of the Vine, and a standout non-foil promo card.
I love a good goodie bag, and that
Me
sounds
too.
like a pretty good goodie bag. And I love the one thing I love more than goodie bags is tote bags. And guess what you get
Okay.
in that goodie bag is a tote bag.
Have you
So,
seen the
I'm on
tote
board.
bags from the VIP package this weekend?
I did.
I glanced it earlier.
I did.
It
It's
looks
so
awesome.
good.
And the
I
backpack,
love
the
it.
goodie bag. I love a bag. I really do love a
may-
bag, and I'm
Me
extremely
too.
jealous.
I
Yeah.
may or may not
yeah.
have tried to sneak away with the backpack.
I want one of those
Maybe.
backpacks. Can
It
we
didn't
get
work.
one?
It didn't work. I tried.
Oh,
It didn't work.
One for us all.
Yes.
Yeah, if
Well,
we could
if
get
you-
6 backpacks, that would be
Yes.
amazing.
If you are thinking even just a little bit about coming to Disneyland Resort in Anaheim, to the Disneyland Hotel, or coming to Disneyland Paris to join us for the championship, we do have some fabulous news. You saw in the video, you heard it yesterday, that there are hotel room blocks at the Disneyland Resort hotels, and also some discounted tickets for the Disneyland park.
We love a discount.
Yes. So if you want to come, definitely check out the hotel room blocks and tickets and join us. Join us for the fun.
Please come
Well-
join us. Yeah.
Well, we are ready for more fun right now, some more gameplay. We are getting into the top 32. This is going to be exciting. We know that you all are ready for this. I do want to talk about one short thing before we go over to the casting booth, and that is up to this point today, both tournaments have been running together at the same time, but now we are in these top 32 brackets, and each bracket is going to be moving at its own pace. Okay, so if one bracket, if the Friday tournament makes they finish top 32 and move on to top 16, but the other tournament is still in top 32, we're going to be showing those matches. So you might see us a little bit back and forth between the two tournaments, but our casters are going to be on top of it, let you know which match you're watching for which bracket, and we'll keep it all straight for you.
Yeah,
right?
we've got you.
We've got you.
Don't
We've
worry.
got you.
You're not
And
gonna miss
I
any of the action.
know that the casters have got us. I've got a friend in these casters, so let's go ahead and throw it over to the booth. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
They were
That
they were
was-
quiet.
I
They were a
think
bit quiet. I think they weren't quite ready.
Yes, I don't think they're quite ready.
Maybe
Apologies.
not quite ready.
Yeah,
Okay,
apologies for that.
well,
Maybe in May. In May they might be
We'll
ready.
we'll check.
Well, okay, yeah, we'll give them a moment. We'll give them a moment.
We'll give them a few minutes.
Well, while we give them a moment to set up and figure out what Buzz and Woody are up to, I have an idea, girls.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. A fantasy draft update.
Yes. Let's do it.
I know that we've been watching these players all 211 points, Kim.
Yeah,
my
I mean,
goodness.
look at my team, Team Jen there.
Look at
133 points.
that.
That's really, really good.
133 points is great. That's great.
I mean,
Jen.
133 points also with only 3 players
yes,
is
you
really,
know, I think that's
really good.
fantastic.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm so proud of my team.
211 points for Kim. Team Baker coming up there in second place with 201 points. I'm not far behind. 191 points for Team Rebecca. We have Team Spessy at 179, followed by Team Ross and Jen there. How are you feeling right about now, Kim?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty good
I
indeed.
bet you are. Yes.
I had just before we sat down in here, I had Bennett come running over to me, who managed to go 10-0 into 2 draws to make it into top 32, and he said all he was after was making day 2, and if he could walk away with an EU qualification for himself, he was over the moon. So he said he doesn't care what happens next. He just loves this game so much, and any extra games he gets to play after this is a privilege, and I'm so happy I got to have him on my team. I'm so happy for my team. They've been doing amazing, and they were like, Kim, you pushed us, your positivity got us through. And I was like, no guys, you actually did it all yourself. I was just cheeky enough to pick your names for my team.
You were their cheerleader on the sidelines, though, pumping them up, and they did it. They did it for you. I just know it. And I think that maybe now our casters might be just about ready for some gameplay, but I hope everyone has enjoyed following us along with the fantasy draft. Of course, it's not over yet because we're going to keep going. We're going to keep earning points and see who comes out on top. How is your deck predictions looking right about now, do you think?
I think mine is all right, actually.
Yours might be okay. I think I'm not sure whether or not, I know Ed was playing my color prediction, whether or not he made it through. I haven't gotten a chance to look at our full top 32 or top 64, actually.
Yet,
but I know, Rebecca, you're probably feeling pretty good about your prediction.
Listen, we all knew that Dogs was going to be doing well this weekend, and there is no doubt about it. That deck is good. I feel very confident in my prediction that Dogs might just take it all.
I still feel pretty good about Amethyst Steel, though. I mean, we've seen it quite a lot on the feature table this weekend. It's done pretty well. It's also the top most represented deck that we have here on both Friday and Saturday, and going into today, it's #1. So I'm feeling good too. I'm feeling good too, guys.
I think that I know that Baker picked Ruby Amethyst because he is loyal to Ruby Amethyst always, but I believe that there have been some decks that might have cracked into the top 32 from these tournaments, so he might still have a chance to win. I know Ross and I were both on Dogs, and then Spessy picked, was it Amethyst Amber?
Amethyst Amber.
Yeah. I'm wondering, because he was at first going to pick Amethyst Sapphire, wasn't he?
Yes.
I bet he might be thinking, I should have stuck with that, because we've seen some of those fun decks.
We have. Well, we just saw I think it was it Amethyst Amber?
Yes.
Amethyst
Sapphire. Yeah, it was Amber Sapphire.
Sorry, I
with
think
the Mufasa.
We just saw that win 2-0 on the feature table, me and him, and it was crazy. It was one of the most insane feature table matches I've ever watched, and it was just so much fun.
Yes. Well, we are excited to see this top 32 round for you. So lock in, everyone. As JDC Quest would say, lock in, get ready, and we are throwing it over to Ross and Baker, who are going to bring you the next matches.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You've been waiting for Top Cut action. We've been waiting for Top Cut action. The wait is over. Our top 32 are decided. That is, of course, top 32 for Friday, top 32 for Saturday. I'm ready, and I think you might be ready as well, Baker.
I am so ready, Ross. This is my final bit of casting for the weekend, so I'm very keen to make it a big one, and of course, glad to finally get the chance to work with you over the weekend, my good friend.
It kind of feels like you've been working up all weekend to get to cast with me. I like it.
I've been thinking of nothing else,
Boss
Ross.
level.
I've been thinking of nothing else, but yes, the time has come. This is top 32, so worth noting, everyone in the Top Cut so far has stamped their ticket to the European Championships, Ross. That alone's a great prize, right?
That's job #1, and that's what a lot of people were looking for, but they are playing here for that Elsa foil playmat. That is a prize for top 16, and that is 2 different top 32s, one for Friday, one for Saturday, but everybody gets surprises. So we're giving out 32 Elsa playmats,
Absolutely.
16 from each of the tournaments. We've got Damien on the left, Edmund Chu on the right, a player with whom I'm sure a lot of you will be familiar. And I've casted a lot of games this weekend, Baker. One of these decks has a bunch of cards I have not seen in any deck so far. I'm having to look up a couple of cards before we start, just reminding myself that I actually know them well enough.
Absolutely, yes. Edmund Chu will be no stranger to those experienced in Disney Lorcana, a DLC champion, the North American champion, reigning the 2nd place finish at the World Championship. This is, I think, one of the most respected and maybe feared men in the Disney Lorcana community, but he's the biggest sweetheart you've ever met. He's so lovely. I've seen him giving advice to people and just always spending time with the community. So yeah, a huge shout out to Edmund Chu. But the opponent here, we have Damien, and this is going to be Emerald Sapphire versus some dogs. And some important context for this, Ross. Open deck lists.
And that means not only do we have the deck lists and can talk about them properly, but the players do as well. Anything you might have had in your deck that was a surprise in previous rounds that you could have played to catch your opponent off guard, no. There's going to be no more wondering, do they play 3 copies of this card or 4? Now, there is a bit of a memory test here, because you don't have their deck list in front of you, I believe. You have a few minutes to look.
Yes.
So you do have to remember, but we are already off here. Top 32 action. Edmund Chu is inking a Donald Duck perfect gentleman and passing over to Damien.
Yeah, no one drop here, not to be expected, but our dogs player is much more likely to go out of the gates racing. We've got, oh, it's not dogs, we've got Amber. Okay, wrong deck list in front of me, my apologies. We've got some Amber and Steel. Yes, it is Amber Steel. Goodness me, Amber Steel performing incredibly well this weekend, so there we go. There goes, is it? Let me double check. No, it's because of the one-cost Rhino. We're going to Ink Vision of the future. There's that Sail the Azure at Sea, the ramp that we are looking for. Of course, this is 70 minutes, a slight increase to the time, because we really want to allow these matches to play out properly. Daisy's going to go on a little quest, flipping the top card, and that's a Clarabelle added to Edmund's hand.
Always nice when you get a bonus from your opponents. Daisy Duck, we see Grandmother Willa, and a second Daisy Duck Donald's Date coming down. My single favorite Lorcana card.
Is it?
It is indeed. We do see a Basil. Now that is the Practice Detective. And that is going to be the ink which allows the Cinderella dream come true from Edmund. And that will ramp a little bit of ink because Cinderella herself is a princess.
She absolutely is. So yeah, a confirmed Amber Emerald Dogs versus Emerald Sapphire. Philip sweep, and Edmund following the script that he wants to see, going 2-4-6. He needs to get to the higher end of that curve to utilize the power of cards like Hades, John Silver, and of course a card that I think we'll see this game, hopefully, is Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes.
Yeah, we've got the Royal Adventurer that shifts up to Vanquisher of Foes. We've got Sail the Azurite Sea coming down. What are you oohing, Baker?
A couple of misses there from the quests of Daisy Duck. She's got that big prize ability. When she quests, the opponent flips the top card of the deck, and if it's a character, it's added to hand. But yeah, a card added to the bottom there. No free gift for you this time, Edmund Chu. And we're going nice and wide. Exactly what Dogs wants to do. We want to open up that Tramp Street Smart Dog as efficiently and quickly as possible.
Wow, we've got Bobby Zemirski, Spray Cheese Kid coming down for Damien. We have 4 characters there, which does represent 6 ink on board for the moment, which happens to be exactly, 6 lore, sorry, which is exactly how much lore they have got. Edmund waiting out with just that Cinderella, and Damien's going to do a little bit of counting here, because he's trying to figure out, now we are going to get a Tramp getting discarded here.
Yeah, this is kind of scary for Edmund. Like, double Daisy in the first couple of turns is pretty malicious, mean, and scary. And Edmund Chu still needs a couple of turns to unlock the full potential of his deck. So Damien definitely going to take advantage of this slower portion of the game for Ed and try and squeak out as much lore as possible.
And that's the goal, because when the game gets longer on, Edmund is going to become a more and more of a favourite. Damien needs to just press his advantage as early as he can. That's why he's thinking quite a bit here at the beginning, because he needs to take advantage of this. It feels like if he had a way to get Tramp, he would already be going for it. So instead, it's what has he got as a backup plan?
I think the backup plan is to just be as aggressive as possible. We could probably go into a turn 4, maybe a John Silver, just to sort of slow Damien down a little bit, maybe give Reckless to one of these Daisy Ducks. That would be pretty good. Worth mentioning, again, this is open deck list format. Ed playing a couple of copies of Ink Geyser in his deck. Not really the matchup where we were expecting it to shine.
Unfortunately not. There are some where it's going to be amazing. We are inking a Rhino 1/16 Wolf, which, you know, he's called Rhino, a little bit of wolf, in reality, a hamster. Now, we are seeing here, we finally get that Tramp getting played, which means you draw 4 cards and then you discard 4 cards. So it turns out Damien did have a way towards that tramp, just took a couple minutes to figure it out. Vision of the future for Edmund. Look at the top 5 cards and grab whatever it is you like.
Yeah. Choose a card, and that's going to leave him with 3 ink. He can still ink for turn, so at best a 4-drop is coming down on this turn. Already, if I'm in Ed's shoes, I'm feeling a little scared, but I am not Ed. I am not the DLC champion, North American champion, 2nd place at Worlds. Cool as a cucumber, Ross.
And this is perfect, because you play Cinderella, and that is going to activate both the Cinderella Dream Come True. So you get to ink 2 cards, but it's worth remembering you draw a card to replace it. So Ed gets to ramp 2 ink here, but then immediately replace those cards in hand, so you're not losing hand advantage, but you are ramping 2. Ed's up to 8 ink already,
yes,
Baker.
This is a scary point, Ross, because we have 2 singers that would very happily sing Malicious, Mean and Scary, and we could just hard summon the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, and that would be a complete ball wipe. Here's the Ursa Deceiver. Do we get it? There is a Malicious, Mean and Scary in the hand, along with a couple of copies of Under the Sea. It is going to be the Under the Sea that goes, because these 2 Cinderellas could sing together that, and that would also get rid of the entire board. So, yeah, but there's a backup.
There is, unfortunately, a backup, and that's kind of the problem. Damien just looked at Ed's hand and went, oh no, he's got all the counters. So let's just quest out here as much as we can. I believe that's 8, so it's going to go from 6 right up to 14.
Another miss.
It's your welcome. That means you don't get it from Daisy Duck as well.
I don't think Ed's feeling very welcome at this point. That's a 2nd couple of misses from those daisies, but you know that Damien's board is pretty destined to be swept under the deck. Again, 1 more Under the Sea in the hand for Edmund Chu, and 2 Cinderella's Dream Come True already on the board. This Under the Sea is a sing-together song.
It is
You
indeed.
can use multiple characters to exert to pay that cost, so our Dogs player is about to lose their entire board. Are they far enough ahead, though?
I mean, they should be up to, I believe, 12, if my maths was correct. We'll have a look when we get back to the game in a second. But yeah, you know, Sing Together 8 is Under the Sea. We've got 2 Cinderella Dream Come True. They are each a 4 cost, so that means you can sing it. We're back. It is 14 lore we are on. And here we are. See, that's not exactly what we're going for. It's a pair of distracts. We are...
Yeah, these cards do allow you to...
Oh, no, this could be perfect, because now Double Distract has brought Tramp down to a 2 strength, and that means it is a proper job board wipe. Under the Sea, the Double Distract was needed, so the Tramp got caught by Under the Sea, and he is... Everything is Under the Sea. Good news, you get to hang out with Ariel and all of your sea creatures. Bad news, you're not on the board anymore.
Yeah, Sebastian will be absolutely thrilled. So, yeah, all of a sudden, Ed looking a lot better. I was very worried for him with these daisies, and already at 14 lore. Here's the Nani Stage Manager, Ross. What does this do?
This lets you look at the top 4 cards of your deck, find a 2-cost card, and add it to your hand. And it is Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor, which is chosen. That's going to reduce the cost of 1 card per turn, but it seems like we are just passing straight back over to Edmund here. He's got Tipo, Growing Sun. He's just grabbed off the top of the deck. That's going straight into the ink. We're paying a whole bunch of ink, and it is Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, but the problem is you're not board wiping, which is kind of the point. You get to banish every damaged character. There ain't no damaged characters.
They're absolutely right, but Edmund is recognizing that Damien is at 14 lore. He's going to have inevitability if Edmund gives him long enough, so Edmund needs to establish characters that can start questing and getting him in the game. He's only at 2 lore at the moment, and this Prince Philip, even if you ignore the swift and sure ability to banish all damaged characters on the opposing board, he's still a 6/6 that quests for not 1, not 2, but 3 lore, Ross.
I mean, it's a 9-cost inkable, so it is a pretty chunky character to play down. The thing is, as much as, yes, there was a backup Under the Sea when we got rid of it earlier for the Ursula Deceiver, it kind of feels like you do want to string those cards together. Like, playing 1 was fun. Playing 2 was a lot more fun. It would get the Rhino. It would get the Rhino. It would get the Grandmother Willow. It wouldn't get the Nani, but we could potentially lower the strength by 1 and get that. So... I know we had an Under the Sea, but I'd feel much better if we had another. Here's Malicious, Mean and Scary, and it's another Prince Philip. Who needs Under the Sea? That is the combo. 1 damage to everything with Malicious, Mean and Scary, and then you get to banish everything damaged with Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes. But here's the thing. Everything was damaged.
An absolute masterclass from Ed, establishing the second Prince Philip. Had the malicious, mean and scary. Damien quite wisely choosing to go wide there. Is like, okay, you've just played the Prince Philip. This is the time where I need to just establish some characters and hopefully cross the finish line before you. But yeah, absolutely punished for it. Only able to play a tramp, Ross.
And Ed's just going, you know what, mate? I can quest for 8 a turn right now. We see a Clarabelle coming down as well.
Whoa.
Ed's got a game on board next turn. Damien, I don't think, has anything. And that is going to be game 1 to Edmund Chu here in top 32 of the DLC Ghent. The Under the Sea didn't get the job done, but the Prince Philip certainly did.
I mean, the Under the Sea certainly helped us get there, removing that incredibly devastating board state. Multiple daisies, Grandmother Willow, all sorts going on, but Ed having that backup Under the Sea. And hey, a heads-up play from Damien, waiting until the most relevant turn to play that Ursula Deceiver with the intention of saying, okay, am I taking the malicious, mean and scary or the Under the Sea? Again, it's open deck list, so Damien well aware of all the cards that Ed is playing, but Ed had not one, but 2 Under the Seas and a malicious, mean and scary. Of course, didn't have the Philip at that time, but yeah, double Under the Sea, more than enough to get him back into the game. Wow, that was tense. That was, but kind of also over in a moment, right?
It absolutely, and this is what I was saying a minute ago. That first Under the Sea was great.
Yeah.
But we see this in these decks all the time. The first board wipe rarely wins you the game. It buys you a bit of time, but when you board wipe, your opponent is going to use all of their hand, all their resources to rebuild the board. But when you get a second board wipe shortly afterwards, that is essentially you've board wiped all of the early stuff, and then you've board wiped well, I'm going to use all my resources to re-establish. The second board wipe often sticks, and that is exactly what we saw there in game 1.
Yeah, you put your opponent in this really awkward position, right, where once you've wiped the board initially, they go, okay, do I just play out my whole hand and hope you don't have another one? And if you do, it's just over, or do I just play a character a turn? If you do that, it seems like a bit slow, especially after Edmund developed that first Prince Philip without the board wipe, but just to establish a 3-lore character. And again, it's that 3-lore, right? That was a huge jump in lore burst from Ed just off of a couple of turns. So yeah, absolutely fantastic. Moving into game number 2 then, Damien will be on the play.
And that is going to be a huge advantage. Going first is big. We have these underdog cards which are helping out from Winterspell, which is lovely. And Ed here, this is how you know Ed is a really experienced character. A really experienced player.
Yeah.
It might be a character too, to be fair.
Yeah,
because he is clear. He's not even trying to start his altered phase.
No.
He knows Damien is going first. Damien alters his hand first. Once he's done that, then Edmund is going to go for it. It's the first time all weekend we've actually seen a player really wait. Damien's not doing anything. That means his hand has got to be spectacular.
A full hold for Damien of all 7 cards. And yeah, to the point you were just making, Ross, Ed quite well known for doing this. He doesn't want to give any information away whatsoever. It's like, I don't have to do anything yet. I don't need to look at these cards.
Nope.
And Ed has a fantastic pace of play. He doesn't need to spend ages taking a look.
I'm pretty sure we just saw I think he might have kept 1 card. It was a very aggressive hand alter there from Ed. He might have kept one. I think he kept 1 card.
Okay.
But again, that's what you do. When your opponent keeps their hand, they're going first with a phenomenal hand. You kind of have to go really aggressive to try and make sure you got the best start possible, but that means we have altered hands. We are rolling here in game 2 of top 32 at the DLC Ghent, and we are going to be inking for Damien. It is a Mickey Mouse Amber champion, and it is Lady Decisive Dog who comes onto the board.
Yeah, and again, being on the draw this time, Ed knows he still needs to be very aggressive. I wonder if the 1 card he kept on that altar was perhaps the only ramp card in his hand, or maybe he didn't even have the ramp, but there was 1 card that he just wanted to hold on to. I do see the 1-drop Clarabelle there, but not establishing yet. Probably looking to find a point where he can play it and then immediately shift it, or he just wants to hold it for ink.
Quite potentially there. We inked the malicious, mean and scary, but no turn 1 play. Happy to just get that in the ink and move on with the game. Damien here is going to ink that Rhino 1/16th hamster, and we get the tramp. Oh my goodness. Enterprising.
There
Thank
you go. Yeah, you had it. It was
I
on the
had
tip
it.
of your tongue. It was on the tip of your tongue. Yeah, this enterprising dog. You can pay 1 less to play him if you have a lady in play.
And you do.
We do indeed have a lady in play. And then you can boost the character's strength by 1 for each other character you have on the board. So that was a +2 strength to the lady. And the lady has the pack of her own ability. Well, when you play another character, she gets +1 strength. So able to burst that lady up to the 3 lore she needs to immediately start on the aggressive side.
And that's why we got free lore from Damien. Damien, very well explained there. We also have the Grandmother Willow Ancient Advisor. Edmund just played Tipo on turn 2, ramped up to free ink. It's a slower start, but that is when you're playing these Sapphire decks a lot of the time. Tipo or sell the Azurite Sea turn 2, that's what you want.
It's exactly what you want to see. Probably going to want to go into a 4-drop, something like a Cinderella, Dream Come True. Again, Ross, we talked about it all weekend. The Sapphire decks that want to go 2, 4, 6. Get me to the end of my curve.
And when you can get to the end of the curve...
Sorry, Ross, to cut you off, but look at that look. Right here, Ross is... he is so well known for this. Like, he's the nicest person in the world, but, man, that's an intimidating stare right there. But he's not doing it for that reason. He's trying to get as much information as he can out of the opponent and, just cool as a cucumber.
I mean, there are no nerves on, so a little bit intense look there, but you know what? We've sometimes, I mean, you know, especially talked about this quite a lot yesterday, you can give away information without meaning to. Now, here comes Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, and then we're going to quest out with the other 3 going up to 6 lore in total. And that Donald Duck, at the start of your turn, you can choose to have both players draw a card. We ink sail the Azurite Sea. It's Cinderella time.
There it is. This is the 2-4-6 line we're looking for, and this is the set phase, so Donald Duck will trigger. Both players get to choose if they want to draw. Even if Damien said, I don't want to draw, Edmund is more than willing, more than capable of drawing a card there, and you've got to think that's going to help out Ed. I imagine he's playing Donald Duck himself. I'll quickly double-check that. We do have the list. Yeah, he is playing 4 copies of that Perfect Gentleman because, again, this is a combo deck, Ross. You need those combo pieces.
Oh, absolutely you do. Malicious, Mean and Scary combined with the Prince Philip. And, you know, we've talked already, Baker, about how important this 2-4-6 curve is to being able to draw the right cards. Absolutely perfect. And that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman... It is a very good card, but it can backfire.
It sure can.
If it gives your opponent the cards they need. Nani Stage Manager comes down with searching the top 4 cards, finding a 2 cost, and it is going to be that Tramp Enterprising Dog.
Yeah, of course, this deck is mostly made up of 2 cost or less characters, so very unlikely that you're going to miss with Nani. She slips so well into this deck. She can sing Della's Moon Lullaby. She can combine with the Lady Miss Park Avenue to sing Under the Sea. So yeah, she has found half and home in this deck list.
Absolutely has. Now, we haven't played the Tramp yet. It would be a 1 cost with that Lady on the board.
Sure would.
But we're trying to look here. I do believe if there is a Tramp Street Smart Dog in hand, we would reduce it down to a 2 cost for the 5 characters on board, reduce it potentially down to a 1 cost if Grandmother Willow hasn't been used yet. So it would only be 1 cost for the Street Smart Dog. It's going to play, it's going to be double Daisy Duck, but it's not Big Tramp yet. Or the Big Tramp will now be free.
It would be, but also perhaps more importantly, Ed's at a point in the game where he doesn't really have access to any sort of board wipe. We only have Sing a 6 on the board, courtesy of Cinderella and Tipo. That's not enough for Under the Sea.
Nope.
We don't have a board wipe available to us, so this is absolutely the time to go aggressive. We have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lure on board, but potentially 12 if we can boost the strength of that Lady. So Edmund is in a pickle here. Does he have the answers?
I think there's 10 lore on board, but regardless, only need 7. We only need
10 lure on board, but if the Lady gets boosted
that
up,
would then go up to 12.
Then it would go up to 12.
I agree with you entirely, but it only needs 7. So first job, Ed's got to get 4 lore pips off the board immediately,
He sure does.
Potentially just go, I went second. This was not my game. Let's go to game 3, which is a valid strategy when you're this far behind and you won game 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is exactly the strategy we've got here. I was just saying it. Ed goes, you know what? I am not coming back from this. Let's go to game 3, because in game 3, I go first.
And a big round of applause there from, we've got a wonderful venue and a live viewing area. Are there some Damien fans in the building? Yes, there we go.
There we go.
We've got people rooting for both players. You love to see it. We are going to a game 3, but now Ed gets to be on the play, so hopefully we'll reach the high end of his curve all the sooner. But both games there, we've seen double Daisy come out relatively quickly. Ed was able to deal with it very efficiently in game 1. Can he do the same thing as we move into game 3? Again, if you're just joining us, you've missed a lot, but there's still plenty more to come. We are at the top 32 DLC Ghent here in Belgium. These players are already qualified, Ross, for the European Championship Championship, but they want more. They want more prizes. I believe it is the Elsa Icemaker playmat on the line for this match. But what's the main prize they're looking for today, Ross?
Well, I mean, the main prize most of was that European qualification.
Sure.
But if you win this game, then you get a winner in for the serialized Mickey.
Absolutely.
I want one of those Mickeys.
I'm sure. So do I, Ross. But let's be honest, neither of us are going to have a golden Mickey. I have every faith in you, my friend, but I don't think it's likely.
I mean, honestly, I hope I never win a golden Mickey, because when I come to an event where golden Mickeys are on, you know, available to be won, I want to be behind the desk with people like yourself and Joe and Jen and Kim and Rebecca.
We love having you here, Ross. Here we go into Game 3. But yeah, of course, the winner of the event today will be going to the World Championship, which you've got to think is going to be the prize that a lot of these players have got on their mind.
Oh, absolutely. Imagine going to the European Championships, having your world qualification already locked up. There aren't going to be many people that are, but for those special few, absolutely wonderful there. Kind of going to Euros being like, well, I've already got the thing I most want, which is the world's qualification, so now I just chill in Disneyland and have fun and play some Lorcana? I mean, come on.
Although, Ross, I will say, we have revealed some pretty awesome prizes.
Oh, those prizes are stunning.
Don't get me wrong. On the line for the European Championship. Like, you were talking about Mickey Mouse. I want that headless horseman, but I have resigned myself to the fact that I will probably never own one.
Maybe one day you can have the non-foil version. Okay. And there was a handshake, but not from this game. Don't worry. We are going to get going with this Game 3 in just 1 second here. Now, this is the second hand altering. Of course, we know that... Oh, no. Yes, yeah, Edmund was going first, so he had to hand alter first. So that means that Dame is going. Here we go, Game 3, top 32 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge again. Edmund Chu inks a card and then just passes straight over to Damien.
And since that card was T-Po, that all but confirms that there is another turn 2 ramp card available in the hand, whether that's Sail the Azure at Sea or another T-Po Growing Sun. We're going to ink Donald Duck, and his girlfriend is going to be summoned to the board. Daisy Duck, Donald's date, looking for gas right off the breaks.
It's my favorite turn 1 play in the game. We are inking Distraction to play Sail the Azurite Sea, and then we are inking a T-Po because Sail the Azurite Sea says, yo, hey mate, do you want to ink another card? And Edmund obviously says yes.
Yeah, and these distracts, obviously great synergy with Under the Sea, giving -2 strength to a character and letting you draw a card. So not only does it synergize with your Under the Sea, but again, it's just digging you through the deck, Ross, helping you find those key pieces that you need. Edmund Chu is very well known for playing very tight deck lists, like max counts of the majority of things. So all consistency for Edmund Chu, and it's working out for him this weekend.
Playing a deck which is not one of the top choices for the weekend, but it's working for him so far. It's got into top 32. Now we are playing Bobby Zemirski, Spray Cheese Kid. That is why the Bellamoon's Lullaby goes into the discard. We are inking a Rhino 116 Wolf and playing a second Daisy Duck Donald's Date. Edmund is going to ink that large Clarabelle Light on her hooves, and it is the curve we're looking for. That is Cinderella Dream Come True, which is going to ramp another ink, which means hopefully we are going to be able to play Under the Sea in this game before it gets out of hand, because that was not where we were in Game 2.
That absolutely was not. Damien, again, able to develop 2 Daisy Ducks, but we saw this happening in Game 1 super early, and Edmund was still capable of getting round it. Perhaps we'll go into another Cinderella next turn, and again, if he does do that, then both Cinderellas trigger each other. We are going to get a hit off the first Daisy, getting that Prince Philip, the Royal Explorer, and then the second card, I believe, was Sail the Azure at Sea, so that's going to go to the bottom of the deck.
It's worth noting in Game 1, although Edmund won, he did not hit well off those Daisy Duck triggers. No. When Daisy Quest, because it's such a great card, 1 cost, Quest for 2, 4 willpower, the downside is that your opponent gets to look at the top card of their deck when you quest, and if it's a character that goes into their hand, it has to be a downside for a card this good. But if you're whiffing the Daisy Duck triggers, then Daisy Duck becomes one of the absolute greatest cards ever printed in the game.
Absolutely.
And Ed had no luck back in Game 1. It's nice to see him finally hitting some of these in Game 3.
And that's the thing with Daisy Duck. Yes, you're giving them cards, but if it's in the early game, they still don't necessarily have the ink to fully utilize those extra cards. Sure, as the game goes on, they're going to have more ink and be able to use them, and maybe you're helping them find their ramp or whatever their best early cards are. But if you can win the game still in a sufficient time, then it's not going to matter. We're going to see Grandmother Willow and another Cheese Spray Kid hit the board.
Yeah, Bobby Zemirski and that Grandmother Willow Ancient Advisor. So we can now reduce the cost of 1 card per turn turn by 1 ink. We've got a lot of cards out. We are discarding a Grandmother Willow. That is, of course, resolving that draw 1, discard 1 from the Spray Cheese Kid. No big trap yet. But Edmund Chu is 1 turn away from starting to get these board wipes rolling. This turn, there will be no Under the Sea. There will be no Prince Philip, Malicious, Mean and Scary. Starting next turn, we could. And it is that John Silver Alien Pirate giving Reckless to that Daisy Duck.
Okay, so no additional ramp here, but still we're going into a 7 ink turn, and we have technically Sing a 10 on the board. So we could Sing Under the Sea next turn if we have it and if we so chose. But yeah, just that Reckless ability, meaning that Daisy cannot quest and must challenge if able.
And we do see Ursula Deceiver coming down here. There is 1 hit. It is on that You're Welcome. So Edmund has already just popped it straight in the discard. We've got a Basil, Practice Detective. We've got a Clarabelle, Clumsy. We've got the Prince Philip, Royal Adventurer. And I believe
Vision of the Future on the button there.
Which is an action, not a song.
It certainly is, yes. You can't discard that. But You're Welcome, the single song in hand, so gets rid of that. But also information. And yes, Edmund just reminding that one of these daisies cannot quest. One of them does, and we're going to give a Cinderella to Edmund as a big prize. Of course, there's nothing to challenge, so Daisy is unable to do so. But at least you can't quest, Ross.
Now, here's the thing. If Edmund top decks, say, an Under the Sea here, that's only happening because he just drew that Cinderella off of the Daisy Duck questing. Edmund does not have the board wipe in hand, and this is a board which is begging to be wiped. And if Edmund doesn't wipe it soon, this is going to get out of hand. We do see the Tramp Street Smart Dog coming down. That is going to draw 6 cards and then ask Damien to then discard 6 cards. So you don't gain any card advantage, but you are basically setting your hand. You are making sure you've only got a couple cards in hand, but by golly, they are the best cards you can have right now.
Yeah, just getting to craft the exact pieces that you need. Maybe you need the aggressive questers. Maybe in certain matchups you need to find the Under the Sea. Of course, that isn't going to do much in this particular board state. It would get rid of the Cinderella, but most of Ed's cards are a lot stronger than 2 strength in this deck.
They absolutely are. And now, right now, Ed is just kind of sitting there waiting. He doesn't have what he needs for next turn. Damien is not going to win this turn, but let's be clear, there's a lot of lore pips on that board. By my count, they've got 7 characters, 3 of which have 2 pips. So there's 10 lore on the board. So Damien doesn't quite have game on board yet, but he is very, very close.
Yeah, no lore burst cards in this deck. I am waiting for the day that we see a Darling Deer for a +2 lore on a character, but it will not be this day. But yeah, Damien 1 lore short of representing game on board. So Edmund will have 1 turn of reprise to potentially keep himself in the game. He's got a long way to go, but we saw it game 1, Ross. He seemed like he was behind, but he was able to wipe the board twice, keep ahead, and race forward in a couple of turns and take that game. Will that be the case this time?
That's what we're looking at. It is very simply a question of, does Edmund get a board wipe very soon? If he gets a board wipe, job's a good one. If he doesn't get a board wipe, I don't think we've got very long to go here, and that's just honestly where we are. I don't think Edmund is going to win this without a board wipe, but he's got a top deck, no other draw that I can see, so that top deck for Edmund is going to be absolutely gigantic. Damien here, if he could play 1 more character, I'm not sure what resources he's got left to do so, though.
He can ink for turn, yeah, because obviously he'd already done his questing, etc. We have another Tramp Street Smart Dog, so...
Now, this means game on board. That's what's key here.
It does mean game on board, so Edmund needs to interrupt this turn. That being said, John Silver will be able to make something reckless or challenge into that Daisy Duck. Is there a way here that you can keep him off of it? It's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lore on board, Ross, so that would take him to 21.
So the Reckless and John Silver would take off 2 lore pips.
Yeah, so we can keep ourselves in the game.
Okay, Vision of the Future, absolutely huge here. We're looking for a board wipe. We don't see it. There is an Ink Geyser, but I don't really think that is going to do too much, unfortunately, here. Doesn't get taken. It's not the matchup for Ink Geyser, unfortunately. Ink Geyser doesn't get the board.
No, it's certainly not. So yeah, we are going to be able to keep ourselves in the game a little bit more. John Silver will be able to give Reckless to something, maybe the Tramp, most likely the Daisy, because the Tramp could challenge into the John Silver and live to tell the tale. The Cinderella, I'm expecting to go into the Grandmother Willow. We're still digging, Ross.
There's nothing there. Edmund Chu extends a hand, and Damien is going to take it 2 games to 1. Book his space in top 16. The Elsa playmat is secured. 1 game game away from getting that golden Mickey and a few games away from a potential spot in the World Championships.
That was humongous. A huge congratulations to Damien. You saw the look on his face. He's got to be elated. Not only has he taken down the North American champion, DLC champion, second at Worlds, Edmund Chu, but he gets to keep playing, Ross, and maybe he will be the one to finish the event and go to the World Championships. What a match.
That was absolutely huge. And once again, and I've been saying this all weekend, I'm going to keep saying it, Baker.
Say it.
That showed the power of Dogs. I believe sincerely that Dogs is, and I believe there is a bit of a margin here. I believe Dogs is the best deck in the format.
Yep.
And every time we get Dogs on stream, that happens. And even in the best of 3, you can have that one game where you take it down. But the pressure Dogs put on is so hard to deal with. And generally, you're either a slower deck and the pressure of Dogs is too much, or you're an equally fast deck and Under the Sea can go and get you.
Yeah, if you can lose to this or you can lose to this, like the illusion of choice. But yeah, another huge congratulations to Damon. And again, I want to point out Ed there, like, realised he'd lost, extended the handshake immediately, cool as a cucumber still. I'm sure he's disappointed, but the constant professional.
And it is worth pointing out, still has that invitation to the European Championships. And it's always kind of fun when somebody from another region comes over and is just like, I've taken one of your spots in the European Championships. Maybe I'll go win the whole thing.
Hey, there's some Europeans that have gone over to North American events and done exactly that. So
absolutely.
One good turn deserves another, right? But that is not the end of the action. We have more top 32. We're going to be going over to a secondary game.
A full game.
A full game. So the entire best of 3. So let's send it over. Indeed, we have a couple of players, and the first one that I'm going to highlight is actually on my caster's fantasy draft, Ross. We have Atlantis Ray, and again, this is open deck list, so I don't mind telling you, she is playing some Blurple.
Yeah, and I will say, this is actually the deck list I was looking at the start. There are some cards here. Mickey Mouse Snowboard Ace, Mickey Mouse Spinning Skater, Improvise, Pull the Lever, Wrong Lever. These are cards we've not seen in decks for a long time. I've not seen these on stream all weekend so far. I love getting to top 32 and being like, wait, what does that card do again?
Absolutely.
It's been a while since I saw that one.
Yeah, and I've got to say, this Emerald Amethyst deck, I would say a little bit of a dark horse coming into this event. I don't think many people had this on their radar as a top contending deck. Of course, it's seen a lot of success in the past. Emerald Amethyst, quite a famous in color, but I wouldn't say this is the meta where it has been the most popular. But here we see it's taken us all the way to top 32. But Ross, I'd love to quickly mention a couple of the cards specifically in Atlantis Ray's deck. She's playing Blurple, but she has some spice in here. One card in particular, a card I know she's a humongous fan of, Second Star to the Right. We saw this card a lot in set 9 format, Ross, the Sing Together 10 to draw 5 cards. And I've spoken to Atlantis about this a lot. She says, I'm going to face a lot of Blurple. In Blurple mirror matches, whoever sings Second Star first generally wins, and a lot of Blurple players not playing it anymore.
I was going to say, that is a card we don't see in every deck list by a long shot, but we are off here in the top 32 of Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent. We got Niels here, just gets an ink. Atlantis Ray is going to be inking the T-Boat and then playing the Rafiki Mystical Fighter. And then we're passing straight back over to Niels here. We are going to ink the Webby Vanderquack Mystery Enthusiast. And that is one of those cards we do not see very often. It is the Minnie Mouse Spinning Skater, a card I bought from the vendor this morning to get signed. The artist is in the building.
Yeah, just a nice simple 2-cost 3/3. Another card I want to bring up very quickly, Ross, is because we could have access to it on the next turn after that ramp. 2 copies of Isis Vanderchill. This is a new card from Winterspell. 4-cost uninkable, 4/4 quest for 1, and on play, you exert an opposing character. A lot of Amethyst decks have to wait till turn 5 or turn 4 with ramp, obviously, to exert characters, but Isis Vanderchill can get the job done even quicker.
We did see that on stream yesterday,
Did
actually.
you now?
It has been. There it is,
There
Isis Vanderchill, and it is going to just exert that Louis, the enchanting alligator, endearing alligator, and then we are going to just challenge into it and take it out immediately.
Yeah, that 1-drop Rafiki ready and willing to immediately smash into the endearing alligator, of course. Enters play exerted and gives reckless to a character. Here is the 4-drop Webby Vanderquack, who on quest, if your opponent has more ink in their inkwell than you, then you get to ramp from the top of your deck. And generally speaking, against Sapphire decks, they are going to have more ink than you. In Rafiki into the inkwell, Elsa played.
Yeah, this is your Junior Prospector, and then, of course, we do get to exert that Minnie Mouse challenge into it with Isis Vanderchill, and that means that already Minnie Mouse is off the board.
Yeah, that's just a really solid 2-cost 3-3. These are great stats. What is next for Atlantis? I'm trying to get a little peek at her hands.
Junior Woodchuck Guidebook is what they're eyeing up. This is Neil, sorry, playing the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook.
Ah, got it.
And then immediately paying an ink to banish it and draw a couple of cards. And it is going to be a second copy of Louis. And it is going to be another card we don't see very much. It is Improvised, which I think might be being played immediately.
No, that's a Strike a Good Match there, Ross. The 2-cost song. They do look very similar. I will grant you that. They are 2 Emerald cards that both have Mulan on them. But it is Strike a Good Match.
Apologies.
2-cost Inkable Song. You draw 2 cards and discard 1 card. So putting that to good use. But overall, a very slow turn there for Niels. Not really what I think they wanted to play if they had their preference.
I mean, they're ending the turn with Webby Vanderquack Junior Prospector, and that is it right now. And over to Atlantis, you've still got that Isis Vanderchill, you've still got your Elsa sitting out there, and I don't think Webby Vanderquack is going to still be there at the end of this turn, if I'm honest with you. We ink Let It Go, and we are going to be playing that Cheshire Cat Inexplicable. This is going to help. You can move 2 damage over, and then immediately challenge with Elsa, and that is going to take the Webby Vanderquack down.
Yeah, Miss Vanderchill going into the Webby there, just trading out. I think this Elsa just went on a little quest. Yeah,
it did,
1
you are
lure on the
correct.
board. Yeah, the Cheshire Cat hasn't used its boost ability just yet, but it is certainly willing to do so when the time is right.
It was a double challenge that looked suspiciously like moving damage. Now we see the Cheshire Cat coming down from Niels, and it is a mother knows best to get rid of that Cheshire Cat.
Listen to your mumsy, Ross. She said, put that card back into your hand.
Away with you, cat!
Put that thing back where it came from, also help me. I can say that. Monsters Inc. has been revealed. It's coming. It's coming, guys. It's coming.
It's totally on the board now, buddy. You're good.
So one day.
We have got Iago coming down into the Inkwell, and that is going to make space for a... is that Ebenezer Scrooge?
Oh, it is the reformed Ebenezer. Scrooge McDuck. On
Ebenezer.
play, you put the top card of your deck under all of your characters, not just the ones with boost. All of your characters get a card under them, but synergizing really well with these boost cards, who, if you have boost, generally you have an ability that is triggered by cards being under you or becomes a static ability while you have cards under you.
Absolutely. That's a card we've not seen on stream yet all weekend. I love that these cards are coming out in top 16. We haven't seen them all weekend, but now they're coming out. Things like this reformed Ebenezer, Scrooge McDuck, now Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. That is not a new card. We have seen that about 57 million times on stream.
Absolutely, and quite rightfully so. One of the strongest cards in the game. Demona, a 6-cost 5/6 quest for 2 on play. Exert all opposing characters, and both players are forced to draw up to 3. And of course, that Stone by Day ability. We're going to play Basil, the practice detective. That Ebenezer, reformed Ebenezer Scrooge, is going to take out the Cheshire Cat, flipping that Minnie Mouse that was underneath, and then we're free to start questing. And if I'm in Atlantis' shoes right now, I'm feeling pretty comfortable.
You've built up a really nice board, and you've been able to completely clear your opponent. Genie Wish Fulfilled comes down, and we are drawing a card. Now, we are pulling a lever here, allowing ourselves to draw a couple of cards.
Something worth mentioning here, Ross, that we need to respect. We've just gone up to 9 ink. We have a 4-cost character on board, so the ability to sing Malicious, Mean and Scary and then hard summon the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, is very, very real. Will Ray, for that reason, Atlantis Ray, not overcommit to the board? She is going to play a Cheshire Cat. She is going to commit.
She is committing.
And the Scrooge comes down, immediately boosts the entire board, so this Cheshire Cat is immediately going to get put 2 damage from the Scrooge onto the Genie. I love it, Ross.
I mean, this is working rather nicely here. You are setting yourself up for a potential board wipe, but if you don't get board wiped, you are in a phenomenal position. Very much like the game we just saw a second ago, Baker. It comes down to, does Niels have a board wipe? If he does, and that is the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes with Malicious, Mean and Scary, if you've got that,
Oh, this is going to be a beautiful turn.
It really is, and it's exactly what Niels is going to need to keep themselves in the game. But yeah, Atlantis going super wide here. The power of that Scrooge there, and of course, if any of these characters get returned to hand through any means, we already saw a Mother Knows Best, and maybe Atlantis is playing other cards that can return things to her hand, and she gets the cards underneath them as well. So yeah, Scrooge putting in a shift right now.
It really is. Here
Ross.
comes Malicious Mina Scary, and here comes Prince Philip, vanquisher of foes. His combo was in hand, and every single card on Atlantis Ray's board is going to be going into the discard. It's all getting banished, Baker.
Oh, that's it. Completely wiping it. Swift and sure. I do wonder if that previous turn, maybe Atlantis overcommitted a little bit with both the Scrooge and the Cheshire Cat. Obviously, she was able to move some damage. Dumbo being played, but down comes Hades. Looking for a deal, Ross.
And it's going to be a deal on that Dumbo. Do you give them 2 cards? Yes, you do. Atlantis saying, I'm not falling for that. But oh no, we have another option, unfortunately.
Yeah, pull the lever is going to, the wrong lever is going to put that Dumbo at the bottom of the deck specifically because pull the lever is in the discard. And then I believe we put the pull the lever from the discard on the bottom of the deck. Very thematic.
Very thematic. Another one of these awkward combos, but the combos for Niels are firing right now. We've just seen the board wipe combo. We've just seen what I'm going to call the lever combo. We do have that Junior Woodchuck guidebook that's been played right at the top of the screen, poking out from behind our logo there. And it does seem like we've got a handshake straight away. Is that game 1 to Niels?
That is game 1 to Niels. Atlantis with nothing left after that Prince Philip Swift and Sure just wiping her board. She was top decking, found the Dumbo, put it down, but then it was immediately removed and bounced around, and yeah, by that point, I think she just lost too much of the board.
The foes were vanquished, and you said yourself, Baker, going wide when your opponent had that option on the board, it really could have gone either way. If that combo didn't come down this turn, Atlantis was going to absolutely explode with lore, and they were going to be really in the driver's seat for the rest of that game.
Yeah, I think Atlantis was putting herself in a situation where if there wasn't a board wipe, then she developed a 2-turn clock, I believe. I'd have to double-check the lore, but yeah, making that choice, and it did not come out in her favor this time. But we're going to go into game 2. Atlantis will be on the play. Again, if you're just joining us, this is our secondary match of top 32. Atlantis versus Niels. Blurple versus Emerald Amethyst. Who is going to proceed to top 16, get the Elsa playmat, and continue playing, and hopefully get the next invitation to the World Championship?
We're still a few games away. You've got to go through top 16, top 8, top 4, the final, and then the grand final, because we have 2 parallel tournaments running, but we are off Niels. Oh no, we're not off yet. This is a very aggressive hand alter. 1 card kept, 6 returned. Can we just point out these Baymax leads for a moment? My goodness, they're amazing.
You are a big Baymax fan.
I love Baymax, mate.
Yeah, he's a fantastic character. That was the promo for the European Championships. You remember, Ross, you were there.
I have the non-holo version of this promo, and that will do very nicely indeed. So it does look like we are going. Atlantis, of course, did lose game 1. She gets to go first here in game 2. And we are inking an Iago Giant Spectral Parrot, and it feels like that is the whole turn here.
Yeah, no 1 drop. There are Rafiki and Basil practice detectives in the deck, either not finding them or opting not to play them. I can also see there's already a second star to the right in the hand, but we have the turn 2 ramp, so we have a game, Ross.
That's what we're looking for. Tipo turn 2, get that ramp, go from 2 ink up to 3, and then hopefully next turn you can get Cinderella or something along those lines and go up again and just keep getting that ramp rolling. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, we've ramped up. We can go into a turn 3-4 drop. Maybe the Genie, maybe the Isis Vanderchill, who we already saw put in some work in game 1. Wasn't enough to get the job done, but it's a very interesting card. I do like her being able to exert characters that 1 turn earlier than you would with Elsa. And Webby Vanderquat, because Atlantis has more ink in her inkwell, is going to ramp us. Very nice.
Yeah, Junior Prospector there coming out. Then we do see the Isis Vanderchill. And
that's it. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, this Webby has ward, so you can't exert her.
Nope.
And even if you did, you could put in the Tipo, but the Isis unsimilar to Elsa, does not have Rush.
No, Isis will chill you down, will exert you, but you need something else to challenge. But you are a 4-4. Elsa can exert and challenge with Rush, but you're only a 2 strength with Elsa, which is the downside.
But you know what's fascinating, Ross, is that Niels has been able to get 2 ink for free off of this Webby Vanderchill, just owing to the fact that Atlantis was on the play. So this Webby immediately essentially saving Niels 2 cards that would have otherwise gone into the inkwell to get to this high threshold.
Absolutely adore this. We've got the Genie Wish fulfilled coming down. Hades is looking for a deal. He's choosing the Genie and Atlantis Ray.
Deal.
No deal. Take your 2 cards and leave me alone.
I think that Hades tends to read that text more often than not. Just draw your cards. But some situations where players can say, yeah, you can have this character. I've got plenty of gas. I don't want you drawing any cards. But this time, not accepting that deal.
And we did see that Isis Vanderchill taking out the Webby Vanderquack.
Wrong lever! Sorry, Russ.
I was not going to say it like that. You take it, buddy. You take it. Drawing a couple of cards. And it is another...
Pull that lever, Crunk.
Oh, come on.
We'll wait for the wrong lever. We still need to play that. Yeah, pull the lever has, of course, a dual link that gives you the choice. You can either draw 2 cards or force your opponent to discard a card. I love flexibility in my cards, Ross.
Oh, it makes me very happy indeed.
Oh, and here we see it. We've got a 5, a 4, and a 2. Second star to the right, and straight on until you have drawn 5 cards, and suddenly Atlantis with bunches of gas.
There are not very many ways to draw that many cards in Disney Lorcana trading card game. Atlantis has found one of them, and they are in a phenomenal position here. Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot, does come down and hit the board. Of course, no ink was used because it was a Sing Together 10, and that means that we've still actually got an ink open here.
We sure do.
To do with as we will.
Yeah, and this Iago established is going to essentially check this opposing Genie. Niels could just quest with it and take the lore, but yeah, this Iago would be able to answer immediately. A Tipo coming down for another ink of Demona. And we are cooking. Yeah, Atlantis is going to have loads of gas. You've got to think she's going to be a little more aware of that board wipe.
I believe that was actually ink for turn and then play Tipo without ramp. I think you had to ink that second card to have enough for Tipo.
Sure do.
So chose not to ramp there, just getting another body on the board. Over to Niels, you activate that Junior Woodchuck guidebook, draw a couple of cards, and then we're getting some ink ready for that Cheshire Cat Inexplicable.
Yeah, this 1-drop Webby also on play, giving a +1 strength to a character of yours. Going to choose that Genie, but as I said, not going to quest with it. We're not going to give it for free to Iago, but the Inexplicable Cheshire Cat coming down, looking to have loads of fun. Eventually, we're going to need some floating damage first.
We are going to need some floating damage. Just a reminder, the hollow versions of those Whisper cards.
Oh, they are absolutely stunning. My Ursula Whisper of Vanessa is absolutely stunning, which is a card, by the way, that Atlantis is playing 2 copies of.
Well, we do see Elsa Fifth Spirit coming down there, another card she's playing. That is going to exert the Genie, and you've already mentioned that Iago does trade very favorably into Genie, and that is exactly what we see here. You get to banish it while you only take 2 damage back in return.
Yep, you're absolutely right, and we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ink, so we do not have access to the Philip Sweep combo at this time. Let me double check if there are Under the Seas in the deck. There is 1 singular copy of Under the Sea in Niels' deck, which will get rid of the T-Pose and the Elsa, so not insignificant. Magical Maneuvers coming down.
That's another card we do not see all that often, but we see it coming down here, and that will allow you to return one of your characters to exert a chosen character, that is that Webby Vanderquack, so that it can be taken out with the Isis Vanderchill.
And this Magical Maneuver is super interesting, Ross. A couple of really unique features to it. For one, it's an action that can target Iagos, which can be very annoying for purple decks running evasives. But not only that, Ross, we've seen the boost characters, right? We saw the Scrooge Reformed Ebenezer that can boost all your characters. So this Magical Maneuvers could potentially return that character to your hand while it is boosted with another card under it. So lots of synergies that make this Magical Maneuvers pretty interesting.
And that's basic card draw. You boost and you bounce it back to your hand, and you're just drawing that extra card. Genie Wish fulfilled hits the board. We are going to ink that Minnie Mouse.
Yep, the 2-drop 3/3. We're going to play a spin. Is it Spinning Skater?
Spinning Skater.
Spinning Skater. Yeah, not a card we see a lot, Ross.
No,
so that wasn't
it is
on
not.
the tip of my tongue, but yeah, just a solid 2-cost 3/3. We play a Webby Vanderquack. Again, going to give a +1 strength to a character, and then back over to Atlantis.
And I do need to mention it's Isis Van der Chill, Ice Queen of St. Canard. I realise I've not said the subtitle yet. There we go. Now everyone knows they are the Ice Queen of St. Canard. Now we see Elsa the Fifth Spirit. That is going to exert the Genie. Oh my word!
Again.
You said Iago traded nicely into Genie. Well, currently traded into 2 Genies and still on the board.
Still lives to tell the tale. Worth mentioning, though, there is a Cheshire Cat on the board here that I imagine is waiting for the moment where it can boost up, take 2 damage from that Isis Van der Chill and put it onto that Iago to finish it off. But even if that's the case, he's done his work.
Oh, absolutely. If you get to take out 2 Genies, that's good. And a nice reminder there that Cheshire Cat can move your opponent's damage around. It's not just for moving from yours to your opponent's.
Yeah, no, you can move it around pretty much as you like. It has to go on to an opposing character, but it can come from anywhere you like.
And we did see Atlantis there just questing out, going up to 7 lore to their opponent Niels is 6. Here comes Malicious Minas Gary, and here comes Prince Philip, vanquisher of foes, and they have all been vanquished very nicely indeed.
Yep, swift and sure, removing everything, but Atlantis, thankfully, due to that earlier play of second star to the right, still has resources in hand, so can redeploy to the board here. Do we have a Hades to get this Philip off the board? I think you've got to get rid of this Philip, because we saw in the last game, Ross, with Ed, how quickly it can run away with the game. Hades coming down, not accepting the deal.
There's no way Niels was going to take that deal. That was just a draw too. And Cheshire Cat Inexplicable comes down, and Atlantis here again, slightly on the back foot. We are inking, but there's nothing there to really threaten that Prince Philip.
Do you know what's really sad, Ross? There are 4 Hades and 4 Let It Go in Atlantis' deck. She drew 5 from that second star, and she still has not been able to find her removal pieces.
Well, we did see a pair of Louis Endearing Alligator hit the board. Cheshire Cat Inexplicable, second one of those came down. And now that should mean that both of Atlantis' characters have Reckless now. This is one given by each of the Louis.
Yep, this is representing game on board. 8 lore, courtesy of 3 from Phil, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is game on board. Atlantis will be able to interrupt it, but means that she has to start doing some challenging. There's the Hades.
And that is going to ink one of those characters. Obviously, it is the Prince Philip, vanquisher of foes. Why would it not be? But I mean, you're still behind, but at least you got rid of the biggest thing on the board.
And you still have 2 ink remaining, so we could make a challenge here, and then we can have Cheshire Cat move damage from one thing to another. You've got to think that she wants to get rid of the opposing Cheshire Cat here, right?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. And you see it exactly. No mucking about. Now, that was actually a double challenge.
Yep, and here's the boost.
And that is going to put 2 damage somewhere onto that Webby Vanderquack, which will, you know, she might love mysteries. Well, she can go and have a look in the discard pile, see if she can find any over there.
Yep, she likes mysteries, but she's looking to make history here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge. So, yeah, that was exactly the turn that Atlantis needed. Niels will be able to quest up a little bit, but suddenly this board seems a little bit more manageable. But Atlantis cannot let her foot off the pedal. She's got to keep answering these characters. Niels is going to have an inevitability pretty soon. A couple of quests with the Louis Endearing Alligator. We are up to 14 lore, Ross.
And we have game on board. No, we don't have game on board. We're actually 1 away. We do have that Webby Vanderquack Junior Prospector, which will quest for 2. But then the Cheshire Cat and the 2 Louis are only for 1 each. But Atlantis is quite far behind. 7 lore she needs to make up. Hades looking for a deal. And Neil says, when I'm this far ahead, I'm just letting you draw. I like my board better than yours.
Absolutely, and especially because of the fact that this is a Cheshire Cat, which is very useful. But the Hades is going to get the job done. Challenge is in, revealing the card underneath as a Prince Philip Royal Explorer, but still 4 lore on the board. Neil's threatening to go to 18 lore. Atlantis sitting at 7. She's got cards in hand, but she needs to develop more of a board. We're going to play another Hades. No hesitation, just draw your cards.
Niels has not got game on board, but it feels like he might be just 2 turns away from finishing this off. Back over to Niels, and he's just immediately going to quest with all of his characters. That puts him up to 19. He plays a Webby Vanderquack Junior Prospector.
It's got to be Demona. It's got to be Demona, because these Webby Vanderquacks have wards. You can't get rid of them and Let It Go. You can't get rid of them with Hades. We need a Demona to interrupt, but even then, they've got 4 willpower each. I'm going to have to do the math here, but Niels may have inevitability here.
I think it might might be an almost foregone conclusion. Atlantis doing what all players do when they're in this position. You look at your hand, you look at the board, you try and figure out if there is any way back. Elsa Fifth Spirit is going to be played.
Okay, obviously we can't target down the ready Webby Vanderquack here.
Can't target anything, everything else is exerted.
It has to be a Demona. I don't think there's anything else in the deck that will be...
It is a Demona.
We do have it. That's going to exalt opposing characters. We're going to draw up to 3.
But are we going to be able to take these out if a...
I think we can. No, but because we can double into both Webbies, but then there's still Alligate 2 Louis left, Ross.
If Webby Vanderquack, either of them is on the board, that's game. If both the Louis are on the board, that's game. You have to take out both the Webby Vanderquack and you have to take out one of the Louis. If you cannot get rid of all 3 of those characters, then you cannot win the game if you're Atlantis.
It can't be done.
Oh, and there is the handshake, and Niels is going to take that spot in top 16, one step closer to that World Championship qualification, and that Elsa foil playmat secured.
What a match, Ross. That was an absolutely incredible showing. A huge congratulations to Niels, showing off an incredible deck again. I don't think Emerald Amethyst was particularly high on our metagame predictions this weekend. And again, Atlantis, I know how good of a player she is. I'm going to go even further. I've said before, perhaps the best female player in Europe. I know how committed she is. I know how passionate and talented she is. But a 2-0 over her is something to be very proud of. So yes, congratulations, Niels, proceeding on to the top 16 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. That was a banger, Ross.
That was a very fun game, and congratulations to Atlantis. Fine, you don't get to carry on in the tournament, but she's got her space locked for the European Championships coming up in September at Disneyland Paris. So, you know, that was the main goal of a lot of people coming in. You get to come back to Euros, and you're not getting the World's qualification this weekend, but you have another shot when you get to European Championships in September. So at least you get to come back for that. But Niels there gets to carry on in the tournament. One more win, and that is a Golden Mickey. But remember, and we are going to keep stressing this, it's very important. We are running 2 parallel events. Now, that was actually a Friday top 32.
Sure was.
There are a Friday tournament and a Saturday tournament. They both run to their own final. Once we have 2 winners, one Friday, one Saturday, there is a grand final. We are doubling up on Golden Mickey. We're giving out 16. We're doubling up on the European qualification. We're giving out 64. We're not doubling up the World Invitation. Only one given out, but Niels is one step closer. Probably about time we had a chat with them now, isn't it?
I think that sounds fantastic. Let's send it over to the lounge. We'll see you soon.
I'm here with Niels. What a performance into the top 16. How are you feeling coming off the back of that, Niels?
I feel incredible. Making day 2 is all I really dreamt of ever achieving. And making it with a green-purple I homebrewed on my own is a miracle for me. And yes, getting a feature match and showing it to the world is just such a great feeling.
So Emerald Amethyst, I haven't actually seen the deck in action yet, so I want to know all about it. What can you tell me about your deck?
It has the Webby shift line, so I can ramp. It has a one-sided board wipe, and it has a lot of purple draw.
So Prince Philip combo?
Yes.
Okay, amazing.
Combo. And a one of Under the Sea.
One Under the Sea. What's the split on Webbies? Have you gone 4-4? Have you gone for like 4 1-drops, 3 of the legendary Webbies?
It's 4-4.
4-4, so really
Maximum
looking to consistently find that.
Yes.
So what's your matchup spread like? Do you have any really good matchups? Are there any weak matchups?
I've tried to build the deck in a way where I thought that it was favored into the 3 main meta decks. So my matchup spread was only purple, steel, blurple, and dogs. With one exception, it was purple-yellow, and that one I lost.
Oh, wow.
But everything else I won so far, so I think it could be favored into all of them.
And you're going to be going into the next round in the top 16, one match away from that Mickey Mouse, which you can see just next to you here. Is that the prize that's now your main focus?
It would be an absolute blast to win it, but I'm very, very delighted to just be here with a deck I homebrewed on my own, so I already won everything I could have asked for.
Yeah, I think many people know I love to brew my own decks as well, and it feels all the sweeter when you can do it with your own deck. What was the sort of process like for building this deck? How did you go about building it, and how did you go about feeling confident enough to bring it to this DLC?
So I just love green purple in general. I have played it ever since set 3, and I just went into the deck builder and asked myself, how would I have to build green purple in a way where I could compete in a meta like we already saw. And I have 1 week of prep time. I registered 1 week ago.
Wow.
So it worked out so far.
That's so
I
impressive.
can only hope it keeps on giving.
That's so impressive. I actually think, especially in this format, it's been quite difficult to find those decks that can do that. So to do that in 1 week, honestly, is incredibly impressive.
Thank you very much.
Is there anybody you'd like to give a quick shout out to before we end?
Yes. Big shout out to my entire Salzburg community. I love you guys. You've been there for me since day one. A huge fan. Big shout out to my friend Jacob Frank from Vienna. He's been grinding with me and getting me into the meta really well. Yes. Thanks to everyone who says hello to me. I'm so happy to be here.
That's so amazing. So happy for you. Looking forward to seeing the deck later on when I get a chance. So I'm going to have a chat with you afterwards about it. But we're going to be back soon with more Disney Lorcana action.
Yes.
Thank you very much,
Well,
Bessie. Always
Illumineers,
fun to
what
hear
a
from
match
one
that
of
was
our
between
winners.
Damien
Frankly,
and
if I was up in
N2.
top 16 in this event, I'd be pretty chuffed too. How about you, Baker?
Ross, if I was in top 16, I would be insufferable. You would never hear the end of it. Thankfully, it's probably never going to happen. But yeah, we were just chatting while that was going on. That was a banger. Again, that first match, perhaps a little short, but it gave us the time to be able to show the entirety of that second match as well. And hey, anything Disney Lorcana, I'm happy to watch it. And again, green, purple, emerald, amethyst. Great to see it doing so well. Some cards that we don't normally see, right, Ross?
A bunch of cards we don't normally see. And there was a bunch, we had to remind ourselves about the pull the lever and wrong lever combination.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, we've seen that before, but it's been a while. The Mickey Mouse Snowboard Ace, I don't remember ever seeing in a deck before.
No, it's brand new. We didn't get to see it showcased there, but the new 6-cost uninkable Mickey Mouse was in Neil's deck, where on play and on leaving the board, reminds me of Rabbit and your opponent has to discard a card, and we didn't see it there, but I imagine it's put in work throughout the weekend. But yeah, top respect to Niels, who seemed like such a confident and comfortable pilot with that deck. I'd love to know how many reps they've had on this throughout the set so far.
Absolutely, and I'd like to know how much they're keeping people, surprised.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, if you play these decks that you don't generally tend to see, that gives you a genuinely big advantage, because all of a sudden it means that your opponent, if they get the hand a little bit lower than they'd like, thinking, you're not playing much hand disruption, and then all of a sudden Mickey Mouse Snowboard Ace comes down and maybe even pull the lever, which can discard a card from your hand, all of a sudden you're not playing around hand disruption because nobody's playing that right now, and then your hand gets completely wrecked and you go, oh.
And it's all about
too late.
It's all about the miles as well, right, Ross? We're sure this is open deck list, so nothing in there would have been a surprise, but it doesn't mean that you're tested against it. It doesn't mean that I don't think many people are putting in miles against Emerald Amethyst with Mickey Mouse Snowboard Ace and cards like that. So you've got to think that's had an impact over the weekend, but that's to take nothing away from Niels. Piloted that expertly, clearly very experienced. I was very impressed.
And there's another little nuance here to the whole open deck list thing, because open deck list doesn't mean you get a copy of your opponent's deck list open next to you for the whole game. It means you get a couple minutes before the game starts to peruse their deck list. If I remember correctly, we are talking about printed Word deck list.
Yeah, you get 5 minutes exactly. There's a lore guide there right with you. You get a printout of the deck list, both your opponents. You get 5 minutes.
But here's my point, Baker.
Go on, make your point.
It's names. So you look down those names, you go, Mickey Mouse Snowboard Ace. Well, I'm willing to bet the majority of people in this room have forgotten what that card does, because it's not generally a core-constructed competitive card, which means you've got to spend part of your 5 minutes on your phone looking up that card. It also means, like, if you tell me my opponent's got 4 copies of Cheshire Cat Inexplicable, I know what that card does, and I ain't going to forget. If you tell me they got 4 Mickey Mouse Snowboard Ace, I go, all right, what does that do? Oh, yeah, it's that one that discards a card on play and when leaving. Are you going to remember that on turn 4 when you're, stressed and in the middle of a game? Even though it's open deck list, it is still a big advantage having these lesser played cards, because your opponent is going to forget some of this stuff.
And not only that, Ross, you make a great point, but it also reminds me of open deck list. One of the cool features about it is if you are playing these spicy 1-ofs, 2-ofs in an open deck list format, your opponent needs to respect something like that. We talked a lot in the past. A card that saw a lot of play, Bell Accomplished Mystic, which has come out of most decks due to the Cheshire Cat Inexplicable just kind of doing the job better. but we've had a couple of events where people are slipping in that one-off bell, and when you get to the open deck list, suddenly it's like, I need to play around that now, otherwise I'm a bit of a bad player. But yeah, I love the intricacies of it. That was a heck of a matchup. But yeah, great to see out my casting day with you, Ross. It is always a pleasure. We're going to be heading over to the lounge where I believe there's a little interview going on with our first winner, Damon. So let's send it over to the lounge. Take it away.
Well, Illumineers, what a match that was between Damien and Ed Chu, but the dogs came out on top. That Amber Emerald deck taking it with a win in game 1 and 3. Tell me how you are feeling right now.
To be honest, I don't know what to say. I'm so happy, especially that I played Ed, who is my legend. You could all see me playing like Ed, and that's why I really appreciate this win, and this tournament is awesome, and I don't know what to say.
Well, a big moment for you. I do want to talk about that big moment at the end of Game 3. Ed needed to find an answer. How were you feeling in that moment, watching him dig and dig through his deck?
Yeah, it was so stressful. It took hours that I was waiting and just praying that he has no Under the Sea. And I knew he has vision, so he played vision, so 5 cards, then another 5 cards with another vision, and then he almost sailed, and yeah, but I did it, so it's amazing.
Amazing. Well, here you are, top 16. You've already earned your way to the European Championship, so congratulations. I know that out here that we could hear a lot of Lumineers cheering for you, rooting for you. It sounds like you have a wonderful community out there in Poland where you're from. Can you talk a little bit about the Polish community?
Yeah, Polish community is really great. We are testing a lot before the DLC. We have also a big local weekly league, for example in Warsaw, where we are playing every week, like 20, 30 players came. And yeah, they are really loud on the backstage. And I really appreciate them this win. This particular release is a little bit spicy because we are not playing Shift Lady. And there is also my friend Jakub, who is also top 32, and he's playing the same list as me.
Okay.
So I hope to see his winning right now.
Yeah. Now, you also are playing the Donald Duck, which is not a card that you see. Can you talk a little bit about why you have that card in your deck?
Yeah. I really wanted to make my deck as much consistent as I can. So I cut the unincable like this and put the Donald to get many draws and finally find UTS with a lot of Rhinos and Dallas and just win the game with the Under the Sea combo.
Well, congratulations again on your win. Before I let you go, is there anyone that you want to say thank you to?
I want to thanks to all of the Polish community, to my parents, to my brother, and everyone who is cheering on me.
Great. Well, congratulations. Stick around, Illumineers. We're going to have more Disney Lorcana gameplay for you.
Well, I think that's pretty appropriate. We showed you 2 games. It would be rather rude if we didn't show you 2 winners' interviews, but we have now. We've had a chance to talk to both of the winners. Now, the good news is we are not very far away from top 16. We are going through these brackets quite nicely. There's not going to be a big delay between now and top 16, but I think Bacon might have some bad news for us.
I'm a little bit sad. I was just informed of something that has broken my spirit and soul. Illumineers, the last Ruby Amethyst deck was just eliminated from the tournament. There are no more Ruby Amethyst lists left today. I have lost my prediction, and I was so confident that Ruby Amethyst would win it today.
I want to know how many Dogs decks are left, because I know there's a few in there. I mean, I did not exactly put myself out there making my prediction. I went a bit low-hanging fruit, but woof, woof, I am loving those Dogs. What else I have been loving this weekend?
What's that, Ross?
Is the inimitable art of our good friend Joe Curley. The generational artist himself has been wowing us with his prowess this weekend.
I was wowed, yeah.
Oh, we've all been wowed. Get ready, everyone watching at home, an absolute treat. It's another edition of Draw That Card with generational artist Joe Curley.
Draw that card about to come your way. I am joined here in the lounge with Joe Curley, and he has already picked the card that he's going to draw.
I have.
And I saw his face when he picked it up. He went like this. He went
It's a good one.
like this. I mean, he's been studying it, but
I also
that was the face he first made when he looked at it.
when they told me I was doing draw the card, I was terrified. But then when I saw I'm doing it with Rebecca, I'm quite relieved because Rebecca is unbelievably good at
I'm
this
a good
game.
guesser. I'm a
Really
good guesser.
good.
Yes.
Okay, are you ready?
I am ready.
But we also have to have the people in the chat joining along. We don't know what set it's from. It could be any set at all.
Any set, and I am so ready. You're not going to look at the card. Okay, so he studied it. He knows what he's doing. We've got a head. It's some kind of animal, I think, because we've got some ears going on. Maybe a Judy Hopps. Is this a bunny? Is it a cat? Is it a Cheshire Cat inexplicable? No, it's a pig. It's a henwen? It's a pig with a body and a hat. Somebody has a hat. What is this on the maybe that's a background? No. Stars. Oh. Okay, a sorcerer's hat, like a Mickey. That's not Mickey Mouse, is it? Oh my goodness, what is... Okay, this is a tricky one. I'm not sure what's going on here with this thing. He has a wand. He has a wand? Okay. A pig with a wand. A cow with a wand. Space cows. What? Okay, this is... And there... Okay, something is happening over there. There's like a tablet that this friend is drawing on. We're going to do it a little bit bigger now. We have a bag of something. I am not getting this. I hope that maybe chat is working out what this is. I'm not sure. Okay. It's not a pig. Can we confirm that it is not a pig? Okay, we have the wand is doing things over here. He's casting magical magic, and I cannot guess what is going on here. Is this also part of the art? This is all. Oh, he said ooh, oh, and we have another friend, or there's some kind of bug. There's a ladybug. Ladybugs? What card has ladybugs? Ladybugs in the jar. There's a jar with ladybugs in it. It is not coming to me. I hope that Twitch chat is getting it, because it's a reprinted card. It's in Fabled. It was reprinted. And I cannot, for the life of me, get this one.
Okay, I'm going to give you the flavor text. I'm going to give you some of the flavor text.
Oh,
He's always felt a kinship with...
Honey Wizard. Oh, okay. This does not look like a Pooh Bear. That looks like okay, but I see it now. I see that's the honey with the bees. The bees, and he is a wizard because he has a wand.
Generational artist, I've heard.
Yes, that was... Ross got it.
I got it like immediately. Now, maybe it's just my obsession with Winnie the Pooh. I've got the pin in my pocket. But I do need to tell you, I'm going to give Spessy a little bit of love here.
Yeah.
I got it from the ears. They were clearly bear ears. And when I think bear, I think Winnie the Pooh, Honey Wizard.
That you're right on that. They were bear ears.
And then the wizard hat with the stars on.
I know. Okay, it was the nose that was throwing me off.
Yeah,
honestly,
I think
it
Rebecca.
was the nose.
I think it was my fault on that one.
No,
I'm sorry.
Ross
I got that really quickly.
It was me. It was me. I'm sure chat got it as well. So.
I'm not going to say nice things about your art very often, mate. But I'm telling you, I got it from the bear ears. And as soon as you had the wizard hat and then the honey wand, I think you did a passable job.
You know, I'm starting to like you, Ross. I'm starting to, that's the nicest thing he said to me all weekend.
All right, I think I'll give drawing a go.
You want to give it a go? Okay.
See
Let's
if I
do
can do better at drawing.
I'm going to step out for this one. Enjoy. Good luck.
Thanks, Ross.
Oh, boy. Well, I'm glad that someone got it. Ross got it.
Yeah.
I'm sure all of chat got it. That was embarrassing for me.
I mean, I think it was much more embarrassing for me, Rebecca, if I'm honest, but
All
I
right.
enjoyed it. The worst thing is I actually used to
you'll get
teach
this
art
one.
occasionally. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I still can't.
You're going to get this one.
Okay.
You're going to get this one.
Okay, let's see. Is it Be Prepared? It's not Be Prepared, okay. Is it Space Cows, Unexpected Allies? I don't think it is. Is it Jiminy Cricket? I'm seeing some... Oh, it's Flounder. Yes. Let's go. One cost.
You got that.
One cost, 2-2 stat line. Oh,
no.
3 cost, 2-3 stat line.
Hey, there you go.
Nice.
Yes.
What's the 2-2 stat line?
2-2, quest for 2 with support. This is Flounder, Collector's Companion.
What's the flavor text on that one?
Let's read the flavor text. It is, Ariel, you won't believe what I found.
Oh, I like that. That's a good one.
Okay, you did that so fast, so I'm going to do another one.
Let's do it.
Let's
I
do
think
another
so.
one.
I think so.
Okay, we're going to do, oh my goodness. Okay. This is going to be something. Okay.
That sounds good to me. I am ready. Rebecca has seen the card. She's not quite sure how to start this one off. Is it Simba? It's not Simba. Worth a try, wasn't it? Is it Space Cows, Unexpected Allies? I don't think it's Space Cows, Unexpected Allies. Is it... So a lot of hair to face. Is it... You Have Forgotten Me? Oh, it's Grandmother Willow. Grandmother Willow. It's Grandmother Far. Grandmother... Okay. Trying to think what other cards Grandmother Willow is actually on. But honestly, I am struggling to think. Is it Sail the Azurite Sea? Oh! It's How Far I'll Go. It's not. It's not How Far I'll Go. It's Tekar. It's Voyage. I feel like it's Moana in the boat looking at Tekar, but I don't think it is. They look a bit too smiley.
No, you were right on with Grandmother Willow. So it is Grandmother Willow on the card, but
Okay.
it is not
Oh,
the Grandmother Willow. Character
4 cost
card.
uninkable. I'm going to get the name.
Yes.
4 cost uninkable. When you play this card, every time a character quests this turn, it's Wisdom of the Willow.
What?
Will
Look at that.
Yeah?
Wisdom of the
Nice.
Willow.
Get in
That
there.
is it.
I had that in my winter spelled
Yes.
sealed. So
Okay, this was really fantastic
yeah,
and sealed,
it
actually.
was. Unless you had 2 of them in hand at once, then it got a bit awkward.
Well,
That's what happened to
you
me.
know, there is that. But yes, I had this in one of my winter spells sealed, and it was fantastic. All right. Do you want to try another one? Since I did 2, you can do a second one.
Okay, if I must.
You must, I think.
Okay.
Do you want to scooch on back
I
over
think
on this
so, yeah.
side?
Let's do a swap over.
I'll just clean a little bit of this
Whoops.
up. Did you like my little Miko down there on the bottom?
Yeah, okay. That was a good effort. I was thinking it might be Moana when you
Grandmother
started drawing
Willow
that
is
part.
a little, you know, it's fine. I'm not going to be a Disney Lorcana artist anytime soon, but I appreciate the art so much. I do wonder if any of the Disney Lorcana artists watch us draw the cards and what they think of our recreations of the beautiful art that they've created.
I'm going to go small on this one to the side.
Oh, okay. I'm ready. I am ready for
All right,
this.
ready? I'm going to do it one-handed. I'm going to speak while I'm going.
One-handed.
I think you're going to
with
get
the
it.
microphone in hand.
Here we go.
Like a Jiminy Cricket or
Look
something.
at that. It's a good start. I'm happy
Those
so
look like
far.
rabbit ears.
Okay, interesting.
Like Judy Hopps. Like a Judy Hopps. Like the underdog Judy Hopps.
No, try again.
Oh, okay. One of the detectives.
It's actually not a detective.
Oh, it's not a detective. There's lots
I'll
of
give you
Judy
the
Hopps.
ability name. Don't
just
call
tell
me
me.
cute.
Don't.
I'll get to the bottom of what happened with the locked law book. You count on me. It is that set 9 reprint, the optimistic officer.
Oh, yeah, the reprinted one. Fantastic.
There we go.
And I got it off of this.
Get in.
I got it off of this. It was the ears that did it.
I
Yes.
told you Rebecca's good at this game,
Those were rabbit
everybody.
ears.
We've done pretty all right
I
there,
think
to
we
be fair.
have.
We'll take that.
I think, do we have time for one more from you?
Okay, go on then.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, that's the one you did. That's the one you did.
Oh.
So I pick from this pile. Oh, okay.
Tough one?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can do it, though.
I am excited to see what you... If
Am
everyone
I allowed to
remembers
give-
yesterday, the angel art
Yeah.
was pretty fantastic.
Am I allowed to give you one clue, which is definitely not going to help you?
Oh, I would love that.
You and I are going to pronounce this card name differently.
Oh, okay.
And chat's going to agree with you, by the way.
Probably.
Just
okay.
for what it's worth.
Okay.
Let me take another little peek at it.
Go Tamago.
Okay.
I don't
Okay. So.
See, some people say Tomago, but it's Go
Tomago.
Tamago. We've got a stick. We've got a person with legs, that's good. Oh, okay. Someone jumping up onto the pole. They're hitting a button. They're running over and they're jumping. They're climbing. Not this. I'm drawing. Oh, okay. So it's not about the person. It's about this thing that Mulan is climbing up. No, not. Okay. Then a boat. That is a boat that someone is in, and they are sailing. I'm doing terrible with guessing today.
And I've also held the
Okay.
microphone, and I'm not saying a word. I would like to say that.
This is.
I
Looks
can hear
like
someone
angels.
shouting it in the background, though.
Oh, someone's shouting it. I didn't hear the
I
shout.
think it's Kim. I think Kim's shouting it in the background. So it's gonna be okay. Anyone in chat? Have you got it?
Okay, chat
I'm not really sure
has
I've got
it.
much
Chat
more
has
to
it
add.
for sure.
I don't think I've got much more to add. You were
Yeah.
quite close with push the button.
Push. Oh, pull the lever.
Yeah.
Yes.
You mean not pull the lever, pull the lever.
Ah, lever. Pull
Lever.
the lever.
It's pull the lever.
And wrong lever. You're right. Yes, chat will agree with me on that one. Okay, so this was the yep. Okay, that was very good.
That's pretty. Push the button was close.
I pushed the button. It was so close, but I didn't quite get there.
Yeah.
But we got there eventually. Pull.
That was so much fun.
The lever.
Yeah, I like to call it lever because
both right.
that's how I pronounce it. But of course, in the film, it is lever.
It is.
By the way,
Pull the lever.
that is my favorite Disney film, and I have never watched this film until Disney Lorcana.
Really?
Yeah. So for me, I've kind of come in as a Disney fan through Disney Lorcana.
I love
We're
that
sort of
so
on the
much.
opposite side, right? But I've watched
Yes.
like 20 Disney films plus, which I'd never have watched without Disney Lorcana trading card game. And Emperor's New Groove is my absolute favorite. I've watched it 4 times.
Have you really?
Yeah.
It's very good.
I love it.
It's so good. And I think there are a lot of players just like you
Yeah,
that
definitely.
are coming into the game for the game itself from the TCG side. But then this trading card game that they find introduces them to the world of Disney. And they watch the movies and then fall in love with the characters and the music and the stories. And Emperor's New Groove definitely is a good one.
Yeah. What's your favorite Disney film, Rebecca?
Okay, so when you talk about favorite Disney films, you have to I take it in eras.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you some of my favorite Disney films from the
please.
different eras.
Yes,
Okay,
please.
so from like the early Disney time, Sleeping Beauty.
Okay.
That's my favorite, like classic Disney film. But then when you're in the Disney Renaissance, it's The Little Mermaid all the way. I love Ariel. That's the princess I grew up on.
Yeah.
And it's so nostalgic and wonderful. I love it. After that, probably Tangled would be in the
Yes.
new. Have you watched that one?
Tangled's got to be up there for me
so
because
fun. I
I've
love
got a
it.
younger sister. She's about 10 years younger than me.
Okay.
But Tangled was her favorite. So I've probably seen that about 10 times.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's such a fun one. Did you ever watch the Tangled series?
I've never watched
I
the Tangled
totally
series.
recommend
I'm going to
that.
add it to my list.
Yes. And then after that, as far as the most current Disney animated films, Encanto.
Yes.
Encanto, hands down,
Yes.
a beautiful story. The animation is wonderful and colorful. The music is so good. And honestly, it makes me cry every time I watch it.
Yeah. And interestingly, Encanto is another one of those films I'd never watched
Yeah.
until I sort of started seeing the Mirabelle Madrigal cards, the Madrigal cards coming out in the new set. And I spoke with some of my friends that played Disney Lorcana, and they're like, yeah, it's one of my favorites.
It's so
and I
good.
was going into that film thinking, why don't we talk about Bruno? Which I think is quite a unique thing, and it's part of why I love Disney Lorcana, that it's introduced me to all these amazing characters.
You know, and the other thing that's so fun about it is that the game design team has done such a wonderful job of taking these characters and their personalities and things about how they are in their films and then designed their abilities to kind of match that flavor, like Rapunzel being able to heal. Rapunzel is gifted with healing,
Most
you know,
certainly.
and things like that, and designing the cards in such a way where the ability actually reflects who the character is. Like the Pocahontas, there's the new one that's like, you know, she doesn't want
Following the
anyone
wind.
she doesn't want anyone to be challenging. She's like so peaceful.
Yeah.
Right? No, nobody challenged.
Oh yeah, of course, yes.
Yes, the other Pocahontas.
Yeah, the amber, the
The,
enchanted,
yes,
iconic rather, the
iconic
5-cost
one,
Floodborn.
yeah.
And I think that is a really strong card, by the way, Rebecca. I'm going to be looking out in the next set. If we get like a 1 or 2 cost Pocahontas in amber especially, I'm going to be building a deck with that. I think at the moment it's maybe just missing that really good shift target.
Got it.
I think it's a really strong card,
That's
though.
really interesting.
Yeah.
What has been your favorite card from Winter Spell?
Favorite card from Winterspell? I like Winterspell, the card, a lot.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
the
I
one
really like
where
it.
you can't challenge locations.
Yeah, I think that's one to really keep an eye on moving forward. I think it's really, really fascinating. I've got to give it to the underdogs across the board.
Yes.
Christopher Robin's got to be up there. If I don't go for any of those, because there's a lot of cards I really like, Raging Storm.
Yes.
Yeah, and Grab Your Bow. There's a lot I like.
Grab Your Bow
There's
is
so much I like.
fantastic. Grab Your Bow is great.
Yeah. But yeah, Raging Storm will edge it for me because I just love the direction of sort of reimagining the ink identities of Amber. We saw like Ruby's identity was Be Prepared in many ways.
Sure.
Whereas now this weekend we've seen Amber aggro decks with Amber and Steel, for example. But then we're also seeing like a new color pairing, a control type deck of Amber Amethyst, but particularly that Amber Sapphire. And having Raging Storm costing 8 as well. We even saw Amber Ruby as a control deck with Raging Storm. So that one card has just given us so many different compelling competitive options, at least to explore as a player. That's what I love to do as a deck builder. I love cards which give me an excuse to try out something different. What's been your favorite Winterspell cards?
Okay, well, I have really enjoyed the new Angel, the
Yes.
legendary
Oh, yeah.
Experiment 624, you know, being able to just discard a card and like fire the cannons, right? And just boom, boom, boom.
But it's a snowball.
It's a snowball. She's throwing snowballs all over the place, and that one has been really fun. I actually have built for this set. It's not a competitive deck. It is a theme deck, but it's all around Lilo and Stitch characters.
Amazing.
So I only have 2 cards in it that aren't from Lilo and Stitch. I have Strength of a Raging Fire because
It's a pretty good card.
good, and Daisy Duck.
Yeah.
Because also
It's a pretty good card.
Daisy Duck. But every single other card, so I have 4 copies of each. Every single other card in that deck is from Lilo and Stitch.
Amazing.
And it's super fun. And for a theme deck, it actually plays really well. And that's one of the things that I love about Disney Lorcana trading card game, right? Is that you can build these fun theme decks along with the super competitive decks. And there's something for everyone.
Yeah, Rebecca, I have heard that I think our casters are ready and at the waiting.
Fantastic.
The next round is on the way. This is the big one, Rebecca.
This
because
is.
it's going to be for the Mickey.
This is the Mickey match. We love the Mickey match. So are we ready for it?
I think so, Rebecca.
All right, let's go over to the booth.
Thanks, guys. And I must say, I am offended by that sorry excuse for a Honey Wizard drawing.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was, but I guessed pull the lever, wrong lever from a
Yeah.
mile away.
We were over here
and
screaming it.
I cannot believe that Rebecca didn't hear me.
I know. They're right there. I mean, come on.
I thought I was being quite loud and obvious, but okay. There's some amazing Illumineers here in the building this week, and Jen, I'm sure you've met some amazing Illumineers here this weekend, but I think one of our fellow casters got to sit down with an Illumineer.
Yes, I believe we are going to go over and have a little chat with a previous 2-time DLC champion.
Let's go check it out.
Hopefully.
Well, I'm here with a very special guest, the only 2-time Disney Lorcana Challenge champion, Frank Carson. You've been playing this weekend. What's your experience been like here in Ghent?
It's been awesome. Just seeing 4,000 competitors in the hall, like the energy has been fantastic. It is great to see so many fans of the game enjoying their weekend, and I just had friendly opponents and great matches all around. Even though my tournament today didn't go as well as I wanted. So, no third trophy for me. But no, it's been awesome here in Ghent.
Yeah, you say today, that means, of course, you did make it through to this Sunday main event. What was your experience like? I saw you playing Amethyst Steel.
Mm-hmm.
How have you found Amethyst Steel in this format compared with previous?
I enjoyed playing the deck. I had great results with it previously, and it is still sort of the same strategy. In my experience, many people believe it is unfavored against Blurple, but overall, I think that matchup is far closer and perhaps even favorable if you know how to play out the game. I think it is also fine against dogs, and overall, still a perfectly solid deck that is well positioned in the metagame.
I'd love to ask you, Frank, if you were playing Christopher Robin, and then bouncing off of that, what your impression is of the underdogs overall with Winterspell, because I was a bit skeptical about how good they would be when I first saw them, but casting the matches today, I've been really blown away by their impact. What's your impression on Christopher Robin firstly, and then all of the underdogs in general?
I am a really big fan of their designs. It is an awesome way to kind of make the play-draw disparity a bit smaller, giving the player who loses the die roll sort of an advantage. I really enjoyed adding the Christopher Robins to my deck because they allow you to get ahead on the race if you are on the draw. I also really liked Angel, brought me back memories of Cinderella, which can sing songs early on. I definitely tried out some Ember Steel decks based around Angel, and I believe all the underdogs will have a role, even perhaps if not now, then at some point after the rotation. And great designs. I'd love to see more of that to help out the play draw disparity.
Yeah, we've seen Lucas Cowper with Liquidator today as well, which quite impressed me as well against the Amber Emerald Dogs. Frank, what's next for you with Disney Lorcana? Because of course it's been Ghent this weekend, but there's lots more challenges happening. Are you going to be able to make it out to any?
Yes, even though I am already qualified for the World Championship later this year, really looking forward to that. I did book some tickets to upcoming events because I love traveling the world, meeting fans of the game from all over. So I've booked for Taipei, for Brazil, in Sao Paulo. I've booked for Dortmund. And I am planning to be at all those events and seeing, how the game is played all over the world. It's going to be great.
Amazing. And of course, you've got that North American qualification as well. Are you still chasing the European and the Asian championships?
It was actually my main goal for the weekend to finish in the top 32 to clinch that European championship invite. Didn't get there this time, but well, maybe I still have a couple chances remaining. The more tournaments I can play, the better, because it's just fun to test your mettle against the best in the world, and that's what I get to do here at these Disney Lorcana challenges.
Awesome. Well, thank you. It's so much fun to have you here. I'm loving the T-shirt as well. Can you tell us a bit about the T-shirt before we go?
I actually got this as like a keepsake, a memory at Disney World after the last Disney Lorcana World Championship, and I wore this in Milwaukee, where the tournament went perfectly my way. So now this is my my lucky outfit for Disney Lorcana.
Amazing. In fact, Frank, in the penultimate round of Milwaukee, you might remember I was sat next to you, and then it was just amazing for me to see that you went on to win the whole thing, and it was just a really brilliant story because you were sort of in that position where if you lost at that stage, I lost that round, you won, and you kept on winning. So it was really, really awesome to see, Frank.
It is, I mean, still unbelievable to me that, I kept winning, but all of these matches, and you're also seeing that today, they are always so close, and defeat is within like an arm's reach for everyone. If you can eke it out in those close matches, it feels amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks so much for joining us. We're going to be back soon with more Disney Lorcana action.
Thanks, Bessie. What a wonderful chat that was with a previous two-time DLC champion. Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, always amazing to get to catch up with our fellow Illumineers, especially when that Illumineers is the one and only Frank Carson, who has won not only a DLC last season, but also already this season. And maybe we'll see him win the next one in Dortmund.
Yeah, perhaps. We shall see. But in the meantime, speaking of Dortmund, we still have tickets available. Make sure you go and grab them. Scan the QR code that's on the screen right now. It is Infinity format for the Disney Lorcaner Challenge in Dortmund in June, I believe it is. So yeah, definitely go grab your tickets now. It's going to be a great time. Even if you're not necessarily wanting to play in the main event, we always have so many side events going on at the Disney Lorcaner Challenge and so many other bonus little activities and things to go on. So even, you know, attendees can have an absolutely wonderful time here. And I mean, the vibe this weekend has been incredible.
Yeah, I think it's one of the biggest Disney Lorcaner challenges we've ever had. And not to mention, if you want to be here on the action next time in Dortmund, and bring a Ruby Steel deck like Jen, well, you can get your ticket because they're still available, but also bring back your popsicles and your Be Prepared, because I know how excited Baker's going to be for Be Prepared and how much I'm excited to bring back my popsicle.
And me, I'm so excited to bring back my Super Goof. My Super Goof, I miss him so much.
And not only that, guys, Jen also has a binder full of goofy enchanted cards, or just goofy cards. So I think we should take a minute to let the people know before we get into our top 16, because our players are just, we just saw them walking in, they're just taking a little seat. So before we get that, we have to waffle a little bit. So, Jen,
you want me to talk about my binder?
I really, really want to hear about this goofy binder, because James was actually the one who told me about your binder, and he told me not to say anything until we were in this position right here.
Really?
So that you would get the opportunity to tell everyone at home about your binder, your goofy collection, because I thought it would be a little bit goofy.
Okay, well, so before set rotation, I very religiously for months and months and months, because it was my favorite deck ever, I played a Ruby Steel deck. It had Super Goofs in it, obviously. My favorite card in the entire game. I'm saying it now. I've said it for a long time. It's staying that way. I love him so much. And it also had like Jim Hawkins and RLS Legacy, and it was so much fun, and I miss it so much, and I can't play it anymore. But Infinity, obviously I can. But recently, I decided, because while I was playing that deck, that I loved so much, because I played it and I would not play any other deck for so long, my wonderful partner James, also known as Charlton TCG online, kept buying me enchanted Super Goofs. I told him not to, but he did it anyway. And so the first page of my binder is all enchanted Super Goofs, and I treasure them so much. They're one of my most favorite things ever in the world. But I recently declared to him I would like to collect Goofies. So
yeah,
that's it. That's my binder. And we've chatted enough that now our players are... I could talk about those cards for a very long time, but I will shut up now, because we are going in here to our top 16 here at the Disney Lorcaner Challenge in Ghent, Belgium. I am so excited, Kim. Are you?
I cannot wait, and I have to say, I think I'm recognizing one of these names, and I believe it is none other than one of the names on my fantasy draft team. It is Diego, who is on Amber Steel, and our other opponent is on Amber Emerald. Now, I know Diego faced a couple of Amber Emeralds throughout the weekend, and obviously a lot of people in the community know Diego as an expert in this deck, so I'm really excited to get the opportunity to cast this deck. I know Diego knows this deck inside out, but both players making it here to top 16 have already won themselves the top 16 stunning Elsa playmat, but players here are going to be trying to fight their way all the way to top 8 to get their hands on the serialized golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. Bro, we're ready to go. We're into our top 16 match, and it is going to be Amber Steel versus Amber Emerald, and Diego kicking it off with a Rhino onto the board.
Yes, indeed. And here we have a Tramp going into the Inkwell and playing a Lady on the board. That classic Amber Emerald dogs. that we know, we love. We've seen it so much. It is a highly represented deck and a highly loved deck within the community at the moment.
Yeah, and here's our Shift Rhino target, who straight away is going to be able to deal with that Lady Decisive Dog. Does not want Firmio to be able to build a board at all. Our Shift Rhino going to be able to sing. He hurled his Thunderbolt straight away.
Wow, incredible. Two very fierce players here. Of course, they've done so incredibly well to make it to our top 16 here. These two players played on during our Saturday main event. Of course, we also have our Friday main event top 16 that are also going alongside this, as we essentially have two tournaments going in tangent this weekend.
Yeah, and this one being our Saturday main event, meaning both players played yesterday. And Diego realizing if Firmio gets a Grandmother Willow on the board with the other two characters on the board, would be able to do a tramp next turn, but making the decision to shift our Rhino, our dual ink Amber Steel, onto our one drop meaning and singing, meaning next turn Firmio is not going to be able to play our 7-drop tramp. However, we are looking like we did play a Grandmother Willow instead into a Bobby Zimmerowski Spray Cheese Kid. Firmio did draw a card and discard a card. That card discarded going to be Go-Go Tamago. And here is Nani Stage Manager. Normally the cards Jen we see in Amber Emeralds doing very well, but also can do a lot of great stuff in Amber Steel, it seems. And this, in this instant, bringing Troubadour to Diego's hand.
Oh, yeah, of course. Oh my gosh, and we see the Rhino singing a Strength of a Raging Fire to banish that all-important Grandmother Willow. So Firmio will not be able to pay less for a character moving forward unless he finds another Grandmother Willow, and there it is. Incredible.
Yeah, another Grandmother Willow into paying nothing at all for another Lady Decisive Dog. But Diego on Amber Steel this time round, normally playing Amber Emerald. Bit of a strange mix-up, but I did get the opportunity to interview him earlier on, doing amazing, and I did get to talk to him, and he was like, Kim, don't hate me, but I'm not playing Amber Emerald. And I was like, I could never. You're doing an amazing job. But here they share a lot of very familiar cards, and it's going to be Grandmother Willow, and Nani Stage Manager is going to be singing Strength of the Raging Fire.
Wow.
Diego really realizing I am not going to let Firmio get more than 2 characters on this board at a single time, so that our Amber Emerald player can't get that all-important tramp Street Smart Dog down.
Exactly, Kim. I think the thing is sometimes you want to save your Strength of the Raging Fires until they have a maybe bigger body on the board that you really need to get rid of. But actually, with Amber Emerald, those smaller, earlier cards that are being played, like your Grandmother Willow, like your Lady Decisive Dog, and they are big problems in and of themselves. So actually those 2 Strength of a Raging Fires coming down so early, so quickly to get rid of them was a huge move for Diego there.
Yeah, and then we're going to see our 2-cost Lilo Escape Artist coming in, and if Diego can get this, Firmio is just going to be able to cycle it, because there's nothing like removal like in Sapphire where we're able to permanently get rid of it into the Inkwell. But I don't think Diego is very feared of this at all. Seems to have built a very well put together Amber Steel song deck, which then we did see a lot previously in pre-rotation, and we haven't seen it a lot recently, but it's coming back up. A lot of people are playing it, and I'm really excited to see that Diego has brought it and have already made it into top 16 with none other than this Amber Steel song.
Of course, yeah, you know, our Amber Steel song deck previously, as you mentioned, a very fearsome deck for a long time, but I think recently not so much. But we see another Grandmother Willow come down here. We've got 2 epic Grandmother Willows, which are absolutely gorgeous.
They're pretty epic, right?
They are pretty epic, Kim. But yes, it's really, I think with all of these new Amber cards that have come out in Winterspell, you know, we've talked about these game-changing cards, and Amber got so many incredible game-changing cards that we've seen such a comeback. But it's really fun to see this Amber Steel deck here in the top 16.
Yeah, and Nani Sage Manager and also our Rhino going to be able to just go ahead and quest, and Diego's going to get a few more lore onto the board.
Both players with quite reasonably wide boards at this point, you know, pretty on par with each other, 4 characters each. Notably, of course, Rhino currently has that resist +2 because it has no damage.
Yeah, and being able to play our 1-drop Rhino 1/16th part Wolf, or just 1/16th Wolf, and being able to shift turn 2 and sing straight away. Exactly what Diego really wanted to do, and clearly being able to play this deck all the way up to top 16 knows, and it has said he faced quite a large number of Amber Emerald decks in the room, but unfortunately he wasn't able to stop that dog. We did postpone it for a few times, but that Tramp Enterprising Dog did come out in the end. We are going to be able to discard 3 cards, but it's none other than your favorite card, Jen.
I know, it's Doc Bold Knight coming down to draw those 2 cards for Diego. I absolutely love this Doc Bold Knight, and I now have a signed one, signed by the artist. I'm very happy. Oh my goodness, what a Mowgli to play in that moment. Taking out that Under the Sea Infermio's hand. Diego will be incredibly happy about that.
Yeah, I reckon so. And especially when Diego has played this deck so many times, like I said before, knows when you get the Tramp, you're either looking for one of 2 things, perhaps an Under the Sea or even the Emerald Chromacon. In either case, Mowgli here, we're going to ink the Troubadour, play the Mowgli. Pretty genius, I have to say, to be able to get rid of that Under the Sea, because every single card other than the Nani and the Rhino would have been targeted by that Under the Sea, and it would have been able to be sung by a combination of the Tramp and perhaps even Bobby Zimmerowski next turn. But no, we're not going to see that. Mowgli came down instead, so our Amber Emerald player here deciding to bring back the Lilo Escape Artist from his Discord onto the board. But of course, she enters exerted. We could definitely see either Nani or more than likely a Rhino, because it does have resist, challenge into this Lilo to send it back into the discard.
Oh yes, and of course we do have a potential challenge target on Diego's board with the Grandmother Willow, which I do think it quested in the previous turn. Of course, he has another Grandmother Willow on board that is ready, so perhaps he's thinking, hey, you know, I've only got 1 card in hand, 2 Grandmother Willows is, you know, useful, but it's maybe not as useful to me right now as actually just getting another lore.
Yeah, and like I want to make another note, Jen, that like Diego did manage to get rid of all of the original 1-cost Lady Enterprising Dogs that were on the board.
Yes.
Meaning that Mio was going to discard his Lady Miss Park Avenue, didn't have enough ink to play it, wasn't able to shift it. So Mio can't even bring back any cards from the discard into his hand right now without having 5 ink to play the Lady Miss Park Avenue, or either draw a 1-cost Lady to play himself. But it's looking like we are going to go on a little quest for 4, finally get some lore on that board with our Tramp and our Lilo Escape Artist, bringing our lore totals up to 7 to 4. We've still got a long way to go.
We really, really do. And yes, as you say, I do wonder if he has that Lady in hand that you were talking about that allows you to grab two characters cost 2 or less from the discard, because I do think it would have been great to play in that moment, but maybe he'll see one, maybe we will see one in the next turn or soon, but in the meantime we've gone back to Diego. We're doing a little challenge here to get rid of the Grandmother Willow and Bobby in on Fermio's board into the discard. Of course, Doc and Mowgli taking 1 damage, but still remaining.
Yeah, and it's looking like our Rhino and our Nani stage manager both going to challenge into our Tramp Enterprising Dog. And of course, because Rhino has no damage on him, he is going to have resist too. And that is none other than our Chief
Powhatan, I think
Thank
is pronounced.
you, Jen. And he does have bodyguard.
So yes, I was wondering, I was thinking, hey, Diego is challenging with a lot of these characters here, and then that's going to make it, and they've got damage now, so it's going to make it a lot easier for Fermio to get rid of them, to challenge into them and clear his board. But hey, he wasn't worried about it because he's got a bodyguard now, so they can't challenge into them. They have to get through him first.
Yeah, and of course, Chief Powhatan. Yeah, I
Something
said it right.
like that.
Something along those lines. I'm so sorry if I He is the most protective leader indeed, being able to protect all those characters. But our Amber Emerald player here having a Lady Family Dog, meaning we can play a 2-cost or less character for free. We are going to see a Tramp also being played for free and not going to quest at all, recognizing, oh, fight quest here with my Lilos. They are just going to be banished again.
Exactly, because of course that Rhino is causing a big problem for Firmio here, although Chief Powhatan very notably cannot challenge. He has the stands his ground ability, which means this character cannot challenge.
My new
gosh.
favorite song from this set, Akutamuti. Nani just sang Akutamuti. Chief Powhatan sang Akutamuti, meaning Stitch, Stitch, Carefree Surfer. It is the surfer.
Carefree Snowboarder.
No, it is the surfer.
Is it?
Yeah, it is the surfer.
It's the snowboarder.
No, it's the surfer.
It's the snowboarder.
It's the surfer. We just drew 2 cards of the Stitch
is
Carefree
it?
Surfer. And we paid so little, we were also able to play a Rhino. And now it's looking like, are we going to quest? No, it's looking like Firmio couldn't do anything at all there. It was the snowboarder.
It was the snowboarder. Sorry, I
got confused.
I was double checking it.
I was confused because the surfer came up on the screen.
Yes. I was pretty sure. I was like, I'm pretty sure there's snow in that artwork, and there definitely isn't snow in the Carefree Surfer artwork. So yes, it was. I double checked. It was It did look like the Carefree Snowboarder, which of course is the newer version of that that's come from Winterspell. But wow, what a first match.
Yeah, but regardless, Diego going to be taking game 1, and Diego was obviously higher seed, did go first there.
Yes.
Will be on the draw this time, but unfortunately for our Amber Emeralds player, Diego really took control of his early board, didn't let that early Tramp come out so early on, played the Mowgli at such a good time to be able to get rid of that Under the Sea, knowing, oh, Diego saying, oh, I know he just did Tramp. He more than likely, like, it is open deck list, they know. So he knew that his opponent had the likes of a Chromicon, or most likely took the Under the Sea to be able to deal with his board. A Mowgli Man Cub coming in at such a pivotal right moment in time to be able to just get rid of it and really helped him there keep his massive wide board state.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I think also those 2 Strength of a Raging Fires that we saw very early on, removing, those important cards like Grandmother Willow, of course, delaying Firmio's ability to build the board as much as possible because not being able to pay less to play characters. So yeah, absolutely well played by both of them, but Diego particularly just really keeping control there very expertly. So yeah, really wonderful to see. However, of course, going into this second match, Firmio will be playing first here.
Yeah, Diego, though, might not have too little of a disadvantage because I do notice that he does play that bit of an underdog Angel Siren Singer, meaning he could get that out on turn 1 due to her underdog ability, and she has the ability of Singer 3, meaning we could see Angel herself singing Akutamuti.
Your favorite?
My favorite. It is my favorite song card from this set, I have to say, because I think, now I may not pronounce it, but I think out of me, I think I pronounce it the best out of everyone else I know.
I'm going to agree with that. I tend to avoid pronouncing it because I'm probably going to say it wrong.
Yeah, because she has a little high-pitched voice and she kind of goes a bit like, Akutamuti.
Akutamuti.
I think, I don't know, it's been a while since I watched
Akutamuti.
Akutamuti.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
I
don't
like
know.
it.
But anyway, that is a massive possibility. But this time getting into the game, we are going to Ink Della Moon's Lullaby, and it is going to be my favorite Spray Cheese Kid, Jen.
I know, he's so much fun. He's such a ridiculous character, though, let's be honest. But we love him. And, of course, he has the ability to draw a card and then discard a card, allowing you, after your altar phase, to cater your hand even more going forward into these first few turns.
Yeah, Amber Steel also being one of those decks that none of us predicted to make it.
No.
None of us predicted it to be here, but I'm so happy that it does get to be here.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's really fun to watch, really interesting. And I've heard people talking about it and saying that actually they really like the Amber Steel now going into this new format. But wasn't one of our most top represented decks here this weekend. So yeah, I definitely agree. It's really fun to be seeing it. But we see Fermio play that Ursula Deceiver, allowing him to look at Diego's hand and discard a song card.
Yeah, knowing you're against it, Amber Steel song version,
Yes.
you're bound to hit a song card. Unfortunately, we weren't able to have that Angel Siren Singer in hand to be able to play turn 1. And sadly, no Rhino shift there either. But it is going to be He Hurled His Thunderbolt being discarded off the Ursula Deceiver.
Yeah, good choice, I think. Oh, are you excited?
No,
about
I was
that?
so sad
Yeah,
because
I
he
know.
must have
Gone
drawn
into
into the Angels, gone
Yeah.
into the Inkwell. But no need to fear, Jen.
We have our grandmother Willow.
We do.
Yeah, but I think Fermio, very astute observation there, of course, when doing the altar, trying to find that Ursula Deceiver for that exact reason. But we see another Ursula Deceiver coming down. He knows that Akude Muti was in there, so he can get rid of both songs. Are you proud of me? Did I pronounce it well?
I'm so proud. I think so. I have no idea. Chat's probably giving out to us for pronouncing it wrong.
I know.
But it is going to be the Troubadour going into the Inkwell on our Angel Experiment 6-2-4 coming into play. And my gosh, that is a pretty enchanted card.
That is an incredibly gorgeous card. Look at it. Wow. Just wiping a little bit of fluff away there, having a little laugh at something on the playmat. I can't stand that either, and I have a cat, so there's always cat hair around, and I can't stand there being little bits on my playmat. So I appreciate that from Diego.
Yeah, but now 4 cards on the board for Fermio, our Amber Emerald player. We are going to trigger Angel's ability, discard a card. It looks like we discard a Nani Stage Manager to deal 2 damage to that Lady Family Dog. And you know what? Great play, because that Lady Family Dog quests for 2.
Yep, that she does. That she does. A good choice, I think. The Ursula Deceiver, of course, a very, very powerful ability when she enters play. And then after that, she's just kind of chilling. Very similar to Doc Bold Knight. It's a 2 cost and a 1/3 stat line, and has an amazing ability on play. But after that, it's just kind of like a body who can, maybe sometimes quest, maybe try and challenge. But here we see that all-important Tramp coming down. Is it Street Smart Dog?
Yes,
I always say it
Dog
incorrectly. I get the
in.
words mixed up.
Yeah, we did have to pay 4. However, our Amber Emerald player is going to be able to draw 3 cards, but we are going to have to discard 3 cards, meaning we are only keeping 1 card. What could that card be? I am intrigued.
Me too. I'm really, really intrigued to see what that is. But we're going back into Diego's turn now. Still, I keep getting distracted by that absolutely stunning enchanted card there. It's so pretty. Oh my gosh!
Not only does he have 1 very shiny, beautiful Angel Experiment 6-2-4, but we have 2 on the board.
So pretty.
It is so pretty. Do you know what girl has 2 thumbs and managed to pull 1 out of her winter spell box this set?
Oh my gosh, was it you?
This girl.
Oh, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. It is absolutely stunning. And to see 2, I feel very, very spoiled right now. And all of you, the viewers, and all of our wonderful Illuminers in attendance who, oh my gosh!
That was a shiny Goliath.
There's
clan leader.
So
also,
many shiny cards.
It's pretty enchanting, wouldn't you say, Jen? Going into the discard, we are going to trigger Angel's ability, it seems, to deal 2 damage to our Tramp Street Smart Dog. 2 enchanting Angels, might I say, next to a pretty epic Grandmother Willow, but it's still anyone's game.
It is.
Fermio is only on 3 lore. We are going to see him play a Lady Decisive Dog. And will we start questing? Or are we going to sing, perhaps? I have no idea.
I'm not sure.
Is that 1 card left in Fermio's hand? It does seem like we are going to go for a little quest with Bobby Zimmerowski, Spray Cheese Kid. But what about our Ursula Deceivers? Because we know if Diego has no cards in his hand, has the ability now to draw a card. Are we going to play a card? Are we going to discard a card for each of our Angels on the board? But then if we've no cards in hand, this Angel is going to be able to have Resist 2. So can easily challenge into these Ursula Deceivers, banishing them and gaining no damage.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure, very skilled players here. I'm sure Fermio is aware of that. And so clearly deciding against the quest with the Ursulas and passing turn back over to Diego here.
Yeah, and I think if I was our Amber Emerald player, knowing, oh, I haven't tested much against Amber Steel, I can't say it's something I've tested about, we are going to see a Doc Bold Knight being discarded, dealing 2 damage to our Tramp Street Smart Dog, and then your favorite card, Jen.
I know. Well, I saw him discard the first Doc with the Angel ability, and I thought, hey, it's very, very rare that you see a Doc being discarded unless you have another Doc in hand, and there it was, the second Doc to draw those 2 cards. I love it. I really do.
Yeah, and I have to say, I really love the combinations of using Grandmother Willow next to a Kutamuti to be able to cheat out your bigger characters on the board so early on in the game, especially if you're able to get your Grandmother Willows out next to your Angels, and you're going to sing some of those songs. And our Angel, Experiment 624, not to mention, is also 4 cost, can easily sing Strength of the Raging Fire, but also, now Diego has no cards. We don't need to sing. We can challenge this Bobby Zimmerowski spray cheese kid.
Yeah, poor guy, poor little guy. He just wants his spray cheese, but he can go and have his spray cheese over in the discard there. That's fine. But yes, so going back into Fermio's hand here, we've got another Lady Decisive Dog popping down there, and a Tramp. How lovely! There's a lady and a Tramp right next to each other.
That is pretty flavorful. I like that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and now going back to Diego, no cards in hand. We are going to, however, be able to play that Lilo Escape Artist. So Fermio also has these Lilo Escape Artists he can play from his discard. Why not Amber Steel too?
Discarding a card to deal 2 damage to that lady, and going to use the Angel also to challenge into the other lady that was exerted, of course, send it to the discard. And then I think we're going on a big old quest over here. I do think the quest went up on the wrong side, but that's okay. I'm sure our lore guys will be on that and fix it very shortly. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm incorrect.
Go Tamago anyway coming out onto the board for our Amber Emerald player. Unfortunately, no damage on the other side of the board, meaning Fermio can't use her ability, Stop Whining, Woman Up. However, it's okay because she is evasive, but that evasive is no use right now because Diego here has an Angel on the board. Not only 1 Angel, but 2 Angels. He can just discard a card and deal 2 damage to deal with that go straight away.
That he can indeed. Yeah, it's evasive, not doing much for Fermio here in this situation. And yes, we can see that lore count ticking up. I do think that was a slight mistake, but that's absolutely fine. Nice and caught by our lore guys, our wonderful lore guys that we have here this weekend. So Diego on 11 lore now. And Fermio there, shaking his head, and there it is. There's the handshake. And Diego has taken it with Amber Steel in this top 16 here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent, Belgium. Wow. I mean, what do you think, Kim?
I think Amber Steel is moving on into top 8. Congratulations to both players. Of course,
yes.
Our Amber Emerald player will not be going home empty-handed. They have secured themselves not only an EU Continentals invite, but also a top 16 Elsa playmat. But Diego, going to be moving on into our top 8, has also secured himself a serialized Mickey Mouse golden Mickey Mouse brave little Taylor.
Absolutely incredible. Both players playing so incredibly well there. I mean, it was just such a display and such a great example of what both of these decks do so well. But I do think we do have another feature match that we can go and take a look at here. Very, very excited to watch some more Disney Lorcana here.
Yeah, because,
I'm very excited.
Because why not? That first match felt a little bit too fast. We've got to let our other players catch up. So why don't we bring you another top 16 match from none other than Michael Rivera. You may recognize him. Did play earlier on, but also I think he's also a well-known player among the community against Ricardo, another Amber Emerald player. But Michael here playing Amber Sapphire. I got the opportunity to interview Michael earlier on, Jen, and I have to say, watching his gameplay earlier, he did a Mufasa
Oh,
to
yeah.
bring back a load of cards. And he was telling me how important Moana Curious Explorer is. You can ink cards from discard and you can just use them later on if you need them with Mufasa. However, we're getting into the game. It is a Daisy Duck Donald's Day on the board for Ricardo. And Michael got his turn 2 ramp, the thing that Sapphire always hopes to get. Yes, he does, in the form
there it is.
of our growing son, Tipo.
Absolutely love to see it. And yes, you're absolutely right, Kim. I mean, Kim, earlier me and Joe had the absolute honor of casting that match that Michael was playing earlier. And I genuinely at one point was just speechless because I was so taken aback by the very, very interesting deck that Michael has to play this weekend. So I'm really, really excited that I get to watch it again. It's so fun. But of course, we've got a Bobby coming down, that spray cheese kid for Ricardo, going to draw a card and then discard a card, trying to cater our hand. And of course, we do know we are working with open deck lists here now. So each player is given their opposing player's deck list beforehand, and they get about 5 minutes, I think, to have a look through. So, of course, Ricardo is aware that he's playing against a rather rogue deck here.
Yeah, but not maybe so rogue as people thought, because there was quite a number of them in the room. And of course, already, Amber Emerald doing the thing that Amber Emerald does best, already starting to play a lot of characters to the board, ideally looking to get that tramp out. But now moving on to our Amber Sapphire player, we ideally want to hit a 4-drop this turn, and this being in the form of none other than Nakoma, waiting out the storm. It is either going to be our 4-drop Cinderella, Dream Come True, or our Nakoma, who is also just a really solid 4-drop.
Yes, yeah, exactly. She's got a really, really good stat line, a 4/6, I believe, so she can be really difficult to get rid of.
Yeah, and that Lilo Escape artist, previously discarded by Bobby Zimaruski, is going to be brought back at the start of Ricardo's turn. We are going to see Mickey Mouse, the Amber Champion, going into the Inkwell, and our Daisy Duck Donald's Date is going to be going for a little quest, and it looks like her ability Big Prize did hit an action card, meaning it was sent to the bottom of the deck. And our Bobby Zimaruski and our lady, it seems, Elegant Spaniel did go on a little quest.
Oh, yes. Yes, that Daisy did hit. They do believe it was an Ohana Means family that went to the bottom of the deck there, which I know you will have been sad to see. Yeah. Well, which is your favorite, Ohana Means family or Akuda Muti?
You see, the thing is, they can both be my favorite, because Akuda Muti is my favorite song card, but Ohana Means family is my favorite action card.
I love that. You get the best of both. You can have your cake and eat it too.
Yes. Some might say it's even the best of both worlds.
I love it.
Yeah.
I really do.
But going now, we will be able to ink a card to get up to 5 ink this turn. And we could see that Moana Curious Explorer. Or perhaps, I do believe I see the Cinderella Dreams Come True. Maybe Michael will choose to play that instead. But first, it's looking like we may need to do a little bit of challenging here with Nakoma to be able to deal with Ricardo's rather large board.
Yes, definitely. We saw Michael there just doing a little bit of maths, trying to figure out exactly how much lore Ricardo has on the board. Of course, we know that this Amber Emerald Dogs deck can quest very fiercely and very furiously early on in the game. So, of course, Michael is going to try and get rid of some of those characters, going to try and banish some of those characters. Now he's trying to decide which one is best to banish here, I think.
Yeah, just doing a little bit of maths, and it does seem like, yes, we are going to challenge our Daisy Duck Donald's Date, and it does look like Rhino, the 1/16th wolf, was used, and his ability gave -1 strength to the Nakoma, meaning that both the Nakoma and the Tipo needed to be used to challenge this Daisy Duck Donald's Date. We are going to ink a Let It Go, might I say, a very snazzy Let It Go indeed.
Oh yeah, we saw these earlier, and they are so pretty.
Oh, and it is our favorite bird brain bird, Scuttle. He has ward. He's a 5-cost 5/5 with 2 lore. And not only that, he is an excellent singer, Jen. He can sing Let It Go if Michael really wants to.
Yes, you are correct. And of course, with the ward ability, can be incredibly difficult to remove. So we see a Daisy Duck coming back down. He's replaced his Daisy Duck that was challenged into in the previous turn. So he's got another one here. He's trying to maintain that wide board presence, Ricardo here, and
we did see
that tramp. Yes, I was trying to figure out exactly what was happening there. So yes, and we're just doing a little shuffle here to make sure it's kept track of which cards came down in this turn. Of course, they will not be able to quest or do anything else because they are still drying. Their ink is still drying.
Yes, there will be no singing for them right now, but due to our tramp, we will be able to draw 5 cards, but sadly we will have to discard an additional 5 cards as well, leaving just 2 cards left in hand. But we are going to be able to ink the tramp, play another tramp for 1, but we will have to discard all 6 cards.
Wow. I mean, but isn't it a you may?
No, you actually, I think you have to, you may. You may.
When you play this character, you may draw a card for each other character you have in play, then choose and discard that many cards. So
you didn't have to. However, in this instance, I think against a deck like this, it's really important too, because you're trying to look for your Lilo Escape artist, because ideally,
yes, that's what I was thinking.
You want your Amber Sapphire player to use up all their Let It Goes. You want them to use up all of their Hades on the likes of Lilo Escape artists instead of your nice big Tramp Street Smart Dogs, or even your other big cards that you can use later on to bring back from the discard with the likes of your Lady, Miss Park Avenue, to bring back your Go-Go, and ultimately sometimes that helps your Amber Emerald player close out and win the game.
Precisely. That's what I was thinking, you know, as you say, that I was thinking of that Lilo Escape artist, as we see another one go into the discard there, but you are right. Also, that Lady Miss Park Avenue, of course, when it's played, you can return 2 characters, cost 2 or less, to your hand, but I think
our Amber Emerald player is going to take the win for game 1.
Wow.
Yeah, so Michael will be on the play next turn. It was only game 1. We get to bring you guys more. Top 16 with these exciting decks. Unfortunately, not enough there Michael was going to be able to do, and I don't believe we saw Spooky Sights. I did have a look at the deck list there. He is playing 1 Spooky Sights, but unfortunately didn't see it in the hand, and there wasn't going to be enough we could do with such a rather large board state there.
Yes, there was a lot going on there on Ricardo's board. A bit too much, I think, for Michael to deal with, unfortunately. But really, really well played by both of our players here, of course. And very importantly, as we know, going into this second game, Michael will be able to go first. He will be on the play. So hopefully that will give him a nice little advantage there. And I can already see he's got a Tipo in hand. So we know he's going to have that very important second turn ink ramp that he needs.
Yeah, and this time Ricardo will be going second, leaving him with a little bit of a disadvantage. I believe he did go first round. Clearly had a little bit of a higher seed, as the person with the higher seed does get to choose if they go first. And now our players are just finishing their altering phase, and Michael going first, meaning he does have to alter his hand first before Ricardo can wait until his opponent alters his hand. And now we're ready to go. We're ready to bring you game 2 of our feature match 2 here in round 16 in the Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent, and I'm excited to see how much more action we can get from both of these decks.
Me too. Let's go. I think we're ready. Oh my gosh, I can see a raging storm as well in Michael's hand, I think.
Yeah, ideally like possible. That will more than likely be inked with this Tipo, and then like Michael was telling me earlier in the lounge, and when you have to ink these cards, you can ink them with the likes of Moana or the Tipo. you can easily bring them back. Now, you don't know, of course, because Mufasa is random when you bring cards back to your hand. But if you need it desperately later on, you're only playing 1 or 2, you can definitely bring it back later on with the likes of this Mufasa.
Try your luck. Why not? But we saw develop your brain there, searching the top 5 cards of your deck, is it? 2 cards. That's how I was thinking of Visions of the Future.
Yes, close enough.
Close enough-ish. But yes, so catering our hand a little bit for Michael, and we see a Lady Decisive Dog down on Ricardo's board as T-Po's going into the Inkwell, which makes me think it's another T-Po.
Yeah, ideally, when you see a Sapphire player ink a T-Po or any other form of turn 2 ramp, you've got to be thinking, oh, they definitely have another one available.
Exactly. It's either going to be another T-Po or a Sail the Azurite Sea, and we've seen it quite a lot on the feature table this weekend as a Grandmother Willow and a Tramp go down onto Ricardo's board. Tramp, of course, being played for 1 less because of Grandmother Willow.
Yeah, and because of Tramp's ability, that lady's in play. Tramp is only going to cost 1, meaning Tramp costs 0 here, thanks to Grandmother Willow, giving Lady that extra 3 strength due to when you play him, she was going to get an additional strength, and then also Tramp being able to give the strength of as many other characters in play. So meaning we were able to get off to a nice little early lore and quest for 3.
Exactly. So putting a Develop Your Brain into the Inkwell and playing in that Cinderella dream come true, which of course she is a princess, so she does trigger her own ability, which is that at the end of your turn, you may, if you played a princess this turn, you may ink a card from your hand to draw a card.
Yeah, another brilliant way of being able to get enough ink in your Inkwell to be able to play the likes of that. None other than Mufasa, the ruler of Pride Rock, but also, if we are able to find it in time, as perhaps even a spooky sights, because we know it would target an awful lot of glimmers on Ricardo's board.
Exactly, exactly. So, passing back over to Ricardo here. 3 characters on the board. There is a damage on that lady from the T-Po previously. Not sure what he's got in his hand.
No, but perhaps even if it is that 7-cost Tramp Street Smart Dog, we could definitely see it come into play here.
That we could.
But first, we are going to play Bobby Zimmerowski, the Spray Cheese Kid, and discard a card. Lilo, Escape Artist already getting into the discard. Mickey Mouse, our Amber champion, going into the ink.
Is the Tramp that you were just talking about. He had it, he got it, he played it. It's wonderful. And yeah, I think the thing is as well, I was going to say, with cards like Bobby that allow you to draw a card and then discard a card, very importantly in this kind of deck, discarding something like your Lilo Escape Artist, of course, very, very advantageous because you know that you will be able to get her back out in the future. So yeah, not only a very, very good way, the Bobby, to cater your hand, but of course a way to also make that whole kind of combo happen.
Yes, but also playing Bobby Zimmerowski to the board and then playing Tramp meant Ricardo was able to draw not only 3 cards, we were able to draw 4 cards, but we did also have to discard 4 cards.
Indeed, you are correct. You are very, very correct. And I also think that Bobby was free because of Grandmother Willow.
It was indeed. You are
very
correct,
nice.
Jen.
Yeah, we love a free card. We really do.
Yeah, and now we will be able to ink here up to the 6 ink threshold to perhaps be able to play Spooky Sights if Michael has it. But I don't know if he does. But Cinderella, anyway, is going to be able to challenge and banish that lady. But what are we going to do next? I do believe I saw a Let It Go in the hand. We could just hard cast a Let It Go. But first, T-Po is going to go on a little quest. And it looks like Moana, Curious Explorer, is coming into play. Meaning we can ink a card this turn, which we haven't inked a card yet, from our discard into the Inkwell, meaning Develop Your Brain is going to be able to be the card inked for this turn. And then also, Moana's a princess, Jen.
Yes, exactly. So she also has triggered Cinderella's ability, allowing Michael to put another card into the Inkwell. So 2 cards going into the Inkwell this turn, from that turn for Michael, one of them from the discard because of that amazing Moana.
Yeah, Ricardo now going to be bringing back our Lilo Escape Artist, which he only had to pay 1 for because of Grandmother Willow's ability to pay 1 less for the next character you play this turn.
Exactly.
And now 2 cards left in hand. We can choose to ink a card if Ricardo likes, and perhaps play that Nani Stage Manager to find another 1 or 2 cost card, because I think I did see a Nani Stage Manager in his hand.
Indeed, I think you're correct. I think I sneak peeked it as well. But yes, so we've got a very, very wide board again coming out for Ricardo here. Of course, we know that's what this deck does best. So he's really, really trying to put the pressure on Michael here. You know, I can play all of these characters and make you stressed.
Yeah, another Glimmer coming into the board as Daisy Duck Donald's Date. Meaning next turn, well, we're going to be able to quest for a lot of lore, because right now it is 8 lore to 1. We're going to go on more questing, meaning now next turn, does Ricardo have game on board? Michael doing a little bit of counting.
He's doing the maths.
He's doing the maths.
He's trying to figure it out. Ricardo currently on 11 lore to Michael's 1.
Yeah, it is exactly game on board for Ricardo.
Wow.
Michael is going to have to get rid of at least 1 card to stop Ricardo winning this turn. But does he have enough? Cinderella can challenge here. We will be able to take out a Bobby Zimmerowski. And then, or otherwise, between the challenging together of Moana and Cinderella, we will be able to challenge to get rid of that Tramp Enterprising Dog, meaning they will be only able to quest up to 18 then, I believe. No, we don't even need to do that at all. Moana's going to do a little bit of singing. Who knew that she could let it belt like Elsa, and is going to sing Let It Go on that Lilo Escape Artist to finally get rid of it and not let Ricardo cycle it anymore.
Incredible, and immediately then also adding the Let It Go very notably into the Inkwell from the discard, and then playing a Raging Storm to destroy the entire board. It was a bit too much going on there for Michael. He didn't like it.
Yeah, it's 8 cost uninkable, and it's a bit of quite a pricey ink cost to play. However, in something like Sapphire, it definitely works. So all characters was banished, but now Ricardo being able to rebuild that board is going to play a Lady Miss Park Avenue, going to be able to bring 2 cards back from the discard, looking like we are going to bring a Daisy Duck Donald's Date, and can still bring an additional card, and that's going to be as a Lady Decisive Dog.
Very, very nice there. So I think 3 cards in hand for Ricardo here and no cards in hand for Michael, but that's okay. He did what he wanted to do. That Raging Storm that I think we saw right at the start paid off, clearly.
Yeah, we're going to be able to draw a card per turn now, but we have 8 ink to play with, meaning any of the cards we top deck, well, it's going to be pretty good. Oh, I do believe he did have 2 other cards in hand.
Okay.
We are going to be able to play Pete, Ghost of Christmas Future, and also a Nakoma out onto the board. And this Pete, another great new card. Not only the Pete, but the Nakoma, 2 new cards we got in this set of Winter Spell.
Yes.
Really making Amber Sapphire quite a great deck.
Yeah, I agree, and I think Michael is really showcasing that here, and also did showcase that very, very well on the feature table earlier. But yes, and of course, you know, we do know that our Amber Emerald Dogs deck is fearsome. You know, a lot of people, I've mentioned it over the weekend, I think, before, a lot of people, when they're deck building for these tournaments, there's been a lot of discussion of how do I defeat dogs? How do I deal with dogs? You know, because it is, I think, such a feared deck, quite rightly, you know.
Yeah, and one of those ways is definitely Raging Storm, but Ricardo being able to play another 3 1-drops to the board, just really trying to build back up that wide board state. But Michael all the ink to play with, can basically do anything, can choose to boost this speed and then have a look at the top card of his deck and can choose to put it into his hand if he wishes, but just doing a little bit of maths, probably has to get rid of some of these glimmers on Ricardo's board right now.
Absolutely, Kim. So we're going to boost the Pete. There, it's a boost 1, I think.
Yeah, we're going to be able to boost the
very
Pete
nice cheap
and
one.
have a look at the amount of cards underneath him, and we can either choose to put the rest on the bottom of the deck or put it in the hand. But of course, it was only 1 card, meaning we can just put it into the hand, and we are going to be able to play this time. It is the Stir for Stitch, and
definitely
we can
is.
draw 2 cards.
It absolutely is. Ohana, when you play this character, if you have 2 or more other characters in play, you may draw 2 cards. Definitely the Carefree Surfer this time.
Yeah, for sure. I'm 100% positive this time. I was definitely wrong last time. My bad.
No, it doesn't matter. It happens, guys. Please forgive us any mistakes. We're not perfect, but we are trying. So there's a Nani stage manager there for Ricardo. We're going to have a look at those cards.
Yeah, and at the minute, Ricardo will be able to quest up to 17, looking like we're using Nani Stage Manager's ability to put the Daisy into our hand. We are going to play the Daisy, and then we only paid, we have 5 characters on board, meaning we only paid 2 to play another Tramp Street Smart Dog.
Absolutely amazing how Ricardo has managed to build this board back up so quickly after that Raging Storm. Really, really impressive gameplay for both players here.
Yeah, and just making sure we know which glimmers are drawing and which glimmers are in play. Ricardo is going to be able to still quest here up to not only 17, but thanks to the Tramp on the board, Our Lady Elegant Spaniel is going to be able to quest for an additional lore, bringing Ricardo up to a total of 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And then if we quested Our Lady Decisive Dog, it's going to bring us up to 18.
We just saw a quest from the Daisy as well, of course, triggering that ability that she has. Of I didn't catch. I was looking at the lore count, but so I didn't catch whether it was a character went into Michael's hand or not. Did you?
I'm not too sure.
No, I'm not sure. But regardless, then of course questing with all of these other characters to shoot right up to 18 lore for Ricardo here with a huge board. I mean, Michael's in a tricky position, but we know he can do some stuff to try and deal with it.
Yeah, and there is also what I noticed there, a Raging Storm in Michael's hand. We left the middle of the action. Our lore guides just have to check something. We left right in the middle of the action, and our Pete goes to Christmas Future. Michael did just boost it, meaning we can look at the top 2 cards of our deck, put 1 into our hand and the rest on the bottom of the deck in any order. But I do believe there was already a Raging Storm in that hand. So Michael, if he wishes, we can just quest out and then do another Raging Storm.
I mean, it would be crazy, but maybe that's what we'll see. But we're just waiting for our lore guides to just do a little check there. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to that game really soon. But I mean, what an interesting matchup here as well. You know, we know that our Amber Emerald deck, we see it a lot. We know a lot of the cards. There are some variants, of course. You know, they're not all of those decks are exactly the same. But we've also then, of course, got our Amber Sapphire deck, which is less known, less played, and has been really interesting to watch today.
Yeah, it's one of the decks that is currently rising up in the meta with all of our new cards we got in Winter Spell, and we'll definitely be taking, I will say, moving forward leaps and bounds going into Wilds Unknown, that's for sure. But I'm so excited. I have been rooting for Amber Sapphire for so long. I did not think it was there yet, but Michael has proven me wrong, and I'm excited to go home and build this deck. However, we are still here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent, And we're only in top 16. We still have top 8, we still have top 4, and then we're going to have a finals from each of our days into a grand finals where a winner from our Friday day 1 and a Friday day 2 are going to play it out. Yeah, play it off, I don't know. Anyway, play it out for that ultimate goal of getting their hands on a World's Invite ticket. I'm so excited.
I know, the all-important World Invite, what all of our players here really have their eyes on, you know. But yes, as you said, just in case you're just joining us or in case you're not up to speed, we are currently in our top 16 brackets here. We've got top 16 from one top 16 from our Friday main event, one top 16 from our Saturday main event. So we're back in now to this Friday main event. These players played on a Friday, and we're back in on this now.
Yeah, looking like Michael indeed. We missed the action, my gosh.
I know.
However, looking like Michael did indeed do that Raging Storm to clear the board entirely. And now just a Mickey Mouse champion, Amber champion nonetheless, left on the board. So Ricardo is going to be able to quest here up to 19. And just a Surfer Stitch. It is a Surfer Stitch once again. Not a carefree snowboarder. It is a surfer. Going to be able to challenge our Mickey Mouse, leaving 4 damage onto it. Oh, and here's my favorite. It's the action song. Not a song, it is just the action. Ohana means family. Hopefully helping Michael here draw the answer he needs. We are going to be able to remove the 2 damage left on Stitch by the Amber Mickey Mouse on Ricardo's board to draw 2 cards. And the question remains, does Michael have the answer to stop this Mickey Mouse champion on Ricardo's board, to stop him taking the game win 2-0?
Yeah, he's got a lot of ink still. He's got that Hades Infernal Schemer. There it is. That's one way to deal with it. He got it. It happened. And Mickey is gone.
Yeah, now Michael is really going to have to play the game of keeping control of the entire board, because even leaving just one character or even a damage with a go-go like this, luckily no damage was on that. We're lucky we played that Ohana means family when we did, because that go-go Tamago with her ability Stop Whining Woman Up would have triggered there to be able to gain the lore needed for Ricardo to win. But does Michael once again have an answer to be able to deal with this glimmer on Ricardo's board?
He may well do. He's got a lot of ink for it if he does find one. And we see he's exerting 3 ink here. I wonder what it might be. It's a Horseman Strikes! That pesky pumpkin, dealing with that evasive Go-Go Tamago there into the discard. Wow, there's the Mufasa!
Yes, our Mufasa, ruler of Pride Rock, going to be exerting all of the cards in Michael's inkwell, and at random going to be able to return 2 cards back to his hand. Is it 2 cards, Jen?
I believe so. Let me double check for you,
And
Kim.
not only does he have an amazing ability, but the Mufasa, ruler of Pride Rock, quest for 4, meaning that's a lot.
I don't know why she's laughing at. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
I don't know why we go back to one.
I don't know what's going on. Sorry, you were saying.
Anyway, Michael being able to control the board state entirely, dealing with glimmer after glimmer after glimmer. If Michael can't deal with the next glimmer that Ricardo plays to the board before he's able to quest out to win, I don't know. Amber Emerald might just take this win.
I think you might be right. I mean, 19 lore that Ricardo is on now, and we're going back into it here. We're choosing our 2 random cards from the inkwell there. I think there may have been just a little check from a lore guide there, and that's why we came back to us, and I definitely didn't have my laptop on the table. It's fine. But yes, here we are. We're back into it. Okay.
Yeah, no cards on the board for Ricardo. And of course, Michael had enough game on board to be able to quest to take the win. And
I'm sorry. Absolutely incredible. We're all over the place right now, people. I'm so sorry. Absolutely amazing game 2 there. Wow, what a wonderful display. Ricardo took it. There wasn't really much that Michael could do in that situation. You know, Ricardo was on 19 law. You know, I mean, really put up a fight though there, Michael.
Yes.
Really was like, okay, I can deal with this. Okay, I can deal with this. Really fun to see both those decks in action.
yeah, something Amber Sapphire does extremely well, even though we know very well ourselves. I know myself, I am a Sapphire girly, as you all probably know. But anyway, their early game can be quite slow. We are trying to ramp up. We are trying to get as many ink into our inkwell as possible. But then being able to use our big bombs like Hades Infernal Schemer, our Mufasa Ruler of Pride Rock like we've seen there, and even our Stitch Carefree Surfer to be able to draw the 2 cards, which quite possibly drew us into that Mufasa Ruler of Pride Rock that helped Michael win and ultimately take that game 2 win. So we will be going to a game 3. Are you ready, folks?
We are definitely ready over here. I am super excited. We love a game 3. We've said it earlier today. We love a game 3 because it means that we get to see more Disney Lorcana gameplay.
Yeah, and we love nothing more than bringing you guys everywhere. And it just means we just get to talk more about cards and you get to listen to us talk about it. Round 3, sorry, we're in top 16, game 3.
Yeah.
And now it's neck and neck. Both Ricardo and Michael trying to take the win of this game to get top 8 in order to earn themselves their serialized golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor.
Oh yes, high pressure here for these fierce players, but who's going to take it? Who knows? But as you said earlier, there's the fist bump, but as you said earlier, you know, our top 32 not going away empty-handed as we have incredible prizing here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge, but kicking it off is Ricardo with a lady decisive dog. He made a decisive decision to play that dog.
Yeah, and the question now on Michael's side of the things, will he have that all-important turn 2 ramp? Because I don't believe I'm getting a look at anything in his hand.
I don't think so. I think he may not have it, unfortunately, but maybe he'll draw into it. We shall see as a Grandmother Willow and a Tramp come down on Ricardo's board there. I always forget the name of that Tramp.
Yeah, and our Tramp...
Observant Guardian, sorry.
Enterprising Dog?
Enterprising Dog.
Yeah, going to be able to
no glasses.
give a lady decisive dog. There's a lot of dogs out here. Who let the dogs out? An additional 3 strength, meaning she is going to be able to quest up to 3 this turn, and it's none other than our favorite stage manager, Nani. We are going to be able to have a look at our top 3 cards, and did we just find nothing?
I think it might have been nothing.
So Spessy told me the statistics on this, and there's about a 99.1% chance of getting a 1 or 2 cost card. And so that was like a 0.99% chance of missing completely. And unfortunately for Ricardo, he did miss, but no need to fear. We also had a Daisy Duck Donald's Date to play onto the board. And there it is. There's our turn 2 ramp from Michael in the form of Sail the Azurite Sea, meaning we are going to be able to ink an additional card from hand this turn. And I do see a choice of 2 turn 3 plays, kind of. Next turn, never mind. We're gonna wait now. We're gonna be able to Sail the Azurite Sea a second time and ink another additional card, going up to 5 ink, meaning if Michael really wants to, we could pay 6 ink for something next turn, but we do have a Nakoma and a Cinderella in hand, which could have been played next turn, but instead, that Nakoma going into the Inkwell, which we could see now. Next turn, that Moana Curious Explorer come out, but already Ricardo going up to 8 lore now with such a wide board state.
Oh yes, he's looking pretty calm and collected here as he shoots up in lore, while Michael, unfortunately, still nothing on the board, but a lot of ink, a lot of ink. We saw so much ink go into the inkwell in that previous turn, but unfortunately, Ricardo going first and getting that big, big, big board that he needs.
Yeah, not looking great for Michael here. However, if he is able to perhaps have his spooky sights in hand or maybe draw into it, is really, really going to help him here to be able to deal with Ricardo's board. Otherwise, well, I don't know. Does he have game on board? Let me do a little bit of maths, Jen.
Okay, I'm going to let Kim do the maths because it's not my strong point. I've said it before.
So if Ricardo is able to play 3 more characters or even play another Tramp Enterprising Dog to give this Lady Decisive Dog an additional 2 strength, he has exactly game on board, because then our Lady Decisive Dog is going to quest for 3, and there's enough other glimmers on the board representing enough ink to be able for Ricardo to take the win.
Yes, but we saw a visions of the future there for Michael, looking at the top 5 cards of the deck and trying to fish for something that we can use.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it is just going to be a Cinderella dreams come true for Michael. Ricardo does not yet have game on board. Does he have the Tramp Enterprising Dog to be able to play, or even just play another 3 1-drops even, to buff up this lady enough with enough strength to be able to just quest out to win?
I mean, I'm not sure, but we're seeing a Lilo escape artist coming down. Questing with the Daisy.
Yeah, her
Is it going to give Michael? It gave Michael a Mufasa into hand.
It was a big prize. Unfortunately, not a big prize for Ricardo, but going to be a big prize for Michael, giving him a Mufasa, ruler of Pride Rock, into the hand. We are going to be able to quest all the way up to 18. Not just yet enough. Michael still has the opportunity to board clear. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Oh, there's the handshake! Wow! Michael showing there, just seeing there was nothing there, showing the what was it?
Unfortunately, the next card Michael would have drawn was going to be that Raging Storm. Michael would have been able to do enough to be able to deal with the board state.
No.
However, our Amber Emerald player is going to be moving on into our top 8, and I think we're going to go have a little chat with Ricardo.
Yes, we are. Absolutely incredible display from both of those players. Very, very strong players. Congratulations to both of them for doing so incredibly well. But we are going to go and have a little word with a little chat with our winner, Ricardo.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Ricardo, who should be a pretty happy chap right now. Top 16 out the way, top 8 locked. You're going to want yourself a Golden Mickey. How do you feel?
Finally I got one.
It's your first Golden Mickey?
It's my first one, and finally I got one. And I lost in the European Championship. I lost the game for getting day 2.
Oh, no.
And versus Q. I want to say hi to him. He got the Mickey, but it's okay. Now I got.
It's that one card that everybody covets. Every Disney Lorcana player wants that Golden Mickey. You finally get to have on your collection. I am delighted for you.
Yeah.
Now, you're playing dogs.
Yep.
I think it's the best deck in the format.
For me
it's my
too.
pick to win. Why did you pick dogs? Tell us your thought process about the deck.
Because the deck is the best against Blarpole, blue and purple.
Yep.
And also versus Purple Steel is really good. And I play one of Lost in the Woods. Is the tech card for Purple Steel, because it removes all, with Under the Sea, it removes all the board from your opponent.
Well, I was going to ask, so has that done well this weekend? Has it been like an MVP card for you?
Like the MVP, also with the Mickey. The Mickey is amazing.
Oh,
the yellow Mickey.
Are we
the
talking
Amber
about the Amber Champion? Yeah. I suppose because when that comes down, people are not ready for the extra 2 willpower on all of your characters.
No. It's like we call it with our friends like a Chromicon.
Yes.
Because they will change the board.
Okay, so that comes down, your opponent does not know how to react to it.
Yeah.
Are you worried? Because obviously with dogs, there's a lot of counters, things like Spooky Sight, things like Under the Sea. Does that worry you, or are you finding that they're just not good enough counters?
I was worried also with my last opponent, but he plays only one. So I would go, maybe he doesn't get it.
If he gets it, hope I can reestablish my board.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get it, I am good and golden. So you're already in top 8 now. You've got your qualification for Euros. You've got your golden Mickey. What was your expectation coming into the event this weekend?
Into the event, I just want to get to European Championship, and I made it. So I'm in, and also my best friend is in the other bracket on Saturday bracket.
Is he still alive in the tournament?
Still alive in the tournament. I don't know if he got the Mickey too.
So there is a chance that you and him play for the World's Invite at the end of today.
Maybe.
Oh, that would be a wonderful story if that happened. Is there anything you don't want to see in top 8 and beyond? Any decks you're worried about?
Now I just wanna play every deck is okay. I play against every deck. I think also Mirror, Bloodpool, Purple Steel, and the last one was the first one that I got with Amber Sapphire. So
that was one of the last things I wanted to ask you about, because Amber Sapphire, that is not a deck we see very often. How surprising was it to see that in top 16 of this event?
Really surprised. And the strange thing that the guy played with me like all rounds beside me. So it was like, you got it? Yeah, I got it. You got it? Yeah, I got it. You got it? Yeah, I got it. Every round.
And then eventually you had to face each other.
Yeah.
You came out on top. You've already mentioned a couple people. Any other shout-outs you want to give here?
I want to shout out my girlfriend, Eva. And maybe after this, Mickey, I need to propose her.
Well, that is a decision for you, but let's hope she doesn't see this and we can preserve the surprise. And shout out to everyone out there who supports any of our Disney Lorcana players, whether you're lending cards, play testing, or helping them out at the event. You guys are awesome. Congratulations. Top 8 finish.
Thanks again.
But you're not done yet playing. You've got more rounds, hopefully.
Right.
And we are not done yet, because we are not stopping until we've crowned our champion and invited someone to the World Championships. So do not go anywhere. More Disney Lorcana Challenge action is coming up, frankly, right now.
Thanks, Ross. What a wonderful little chat there with our winner of that top 16 feature match there, Ricardo. Incredibly well played there. And I know that Rebecca will be very, very happy because it was an Amber Emerald Dogs deck, which she chose to win this entire weekend. So, but in the meantime, before we give you even more wonderful Disney Lorcana gameplay, we're going to go and have a little chat with the boys in the lounge.
Welcome back. Thank you, Jen and Kim. What a match that was. We've got a fantastic viewing area full of Illumineers who are really getting involved in that one. What did you think, Roz?
Well, I watched it not in the viewing area. I watched it in the green room, which is frankly less spectacular. But I did enjoy watching that game. And I'm the lucky one, because I get to watch the game and then I get to come out and have a chat with the winner in our lovely lounge area here. So always fun to see that. And look, Dogs is doing very, very well. It's my pick for the weekend. I've said it multiple times this weekend.
Safe pick.
I do think it is a safe pick. You're absolutely right. I did not, there was low-hanging fruit, as I like to call it. But I don't just think it's the best deck. I think it is the best deck in a tournament setting by a bit of a margin. I put it a fair bit higher than any other deck.
And there's a lot of Illumineers here that agree with you. And we saw the other day that 22% conversion rating. So yeah, a pretty safe pick, and I think a lot of Illumineers are expecting it to go all the way, but there are still a few Blurpool lists in the room, but Dogs traditionally pretty good into Blurpool, so is it going to be a woof-woof final?
It could be a woof-woof final. We're playing a best of 5, but these dog mirror matches, they can be over pretty quickly, especially if someone hits a nicely timed Under the Sea. That can be something which ends a game very, very quickly if your opponent can't recover from it. I'm hearing rumors that one of the brackets is pretty much just blue, purple, and Dogs remaining.
Pretty much.
The other bracket, we are seeing a little bit more variety still, but that is going to start we are going to start funneling down to those top decks as we go.
Yeah, we knew there was going to come a point where we were going to see Blurple mirror matches, Dogs mirror matches, Dogs versus Blurple. Again, I hope you guys have been satisfied with Overcross the weekend. We've tried to fill it with as many interesting matchups as possible, and the Illumineers have made that easier by decks like Amber Ruby and Amber Steel actually performing incredibly well. But yeah, we are reaching that point where the decks that we would expect to see at the end of a tournament are the ones alive. But there are a couple of glimmers. There was 2 Amethyst Steel. I'm not sure if any of them were knocked out in that last round. There was also 1 Amber Amethyst. Again, not sure if it just lost or won, but I certainly hope so. If we can get some variation in the last few matches, then that would be great. But if not, what does that say? If it is just Blurple and Dogs, does that make a statement, Ross?
It makes a statement that the meta is as we thought it was, and we find this sometimes in the metagame, where there are a couple of decks which are significantly above the rest. And we've had a lot of very good Illumineers in the building this weekend who have had their absolute best shot of finding something which can break up that duopoly of blue, purple, and Dogs. And at the moment, I wasn't convinced coming in we were going to find it. I love how hard the Illumineers tried, and we have seen some fantastic finishes with some wonderful decks. But at the end of the day, I do think we might be in a meta where 2 decks are shining above the rest. But remember, we had a top 8 in Melbourne, which was, I believe, Amethyst Ruby, which is not what we expected. So until I see that bracket confirmed, I'm holding out hope, Baker.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not over until the aerial sings, as we'll say, for Disney Lorcana. But we actually have some more data for you, which we know the nerds and geeks, and I said that very affectionately.
I'm one of them.
I am one of them as well, and I know a lot of people love a bit of data, and we do have indeed the win rates for, first of all, Friday up above anything else. No surprise, we were just talking about it. 22% win rate for Amber Emerald right at the top. I would say, are you shocked, Ross? But you've just made it very clear that you're not.
I'm not shocked at all. That more than 1 in 5 players who brought this Dogs deck to the tournament has seen their way into the day 2. By win rate, what we mean here essentially is what percentage of players playing that deck made their way into day 2. So 22% of the Dogs players on day 1 of Friday made their way into the day 2 of the tournament with a record of at least 6-2 or 5-0-3. And I just think Dogs, it can win fast. It can win by an under the sea and some of these controlling things like Ursula Deceiver and Mowgli Man Cub. And honestly, I think it is the strongest deck. And we see Amethyst Sapphire there in 2nd place. And I know Amethyst Steel was hyped coming in. I believe it was the most played deck. It does not convert at a high enough rate. I didn't see it as a top 3 deck in the meta, and the conversion rate doesn't back that up either.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to slightly disagree with you. I think the Amethyst Steel players just ran into too many Blurple decks and didn't hit the Dogs that they're looking to prey on, because Blurple traditionally very good into Amethyst Steel. So I think that may have had a little bit of something to do with it. And just to confirm, Illumineers who may be watching along, please ignore the bottom left. This is the Friday main event win rate. So yeah, 0% of Amber Ruby, Emerald Steel, Ruby Sapphire, and Ruby Steel. Not a single player made it into the top 2 from the Friday main event. But we'll get over to Saturday in a moment, and maybe that would change. But 10% for Ruby Amethyst was pretty good. Oh, we're already popping over to the Saturday main event. What do you see here, Ross, that jumps out at you?
Well, the first thing I see jumping out at me is the very top converting deck, that Amethyst Steel, which I just said I wasn't buying as a true contender to the top 2, and yet it was the top converting deck with 18% on Saturday, just a smidgen above that Dogs deck at 17%. But your beloved Amethyst Ruby, 16%.
We did pretty well, man. Like I said, there's a lot of Dogs in the room, and I think the Ruby Amethyst into Dogs is traditionally good. We did cast a game today where we watched Dogs take down Ruby Amethyst, but by and large, I expect it to be favorable for Ruby Amethyst. I think Ruby Amethyst can have a good Amethyst Steel, and again, you see some of these more off-the-cuff Dark Horse decks that maybe Ruby Amethyst could have had a good matchup into, but a piece of data, Ross, that I would love to point out here is 12% of the Amber Ruby decks from the Saturday main event making it into day 2, which is a drastic change from the Friday main event when none of them made it through.
I think we just had this is what we see sometimes, and it could be like a team-based thing. A lot of the time, we see these players who organize into teams for testing, for traveling, for, rooming together, whatever it might be. They work together as a team. And it may well be that the Amber Ruby that converted so well on Saturday is one particular team of players who worked on that deck. They had a better list, they had more experience with the deck, and a lot of the time when you see a drastic change like that, what it really means is there was a team that rocked up on Saturday that had a better build of the deck.
Yeah, I think you've absolutely nailed it. We saw on Saturday the round 1 feature match, Ross. Lucas Kalpa, very well-known player, 5th place at the World Championship. And I had the pleasure of sitting down doing a little interview with him, and he was saying, yeah, I convinced a lot of my team to pick up this Amber Ruby deck. He said, I think I've got good matchups into everything except Emerald Sapphire. And I'm not sure if many other decks have the pleasure of saying that, arguably Dogs, but I think there's at least 2 not favorable matches there. But Amber Ruby apparently just wants to dodge the Emerald Sapphire decks.
And we saw that big conversion. But it's one of those where, you know, a lot of the times we see the ink colors and the ink doesn't tell the full story because there are different ways to build within these inks. And sometimes it is as simple as, you know, that Amber Ruby, it was a different list we see on Friday generally to the Saturday. And it is a Saturday list which is so much better. And it's a kind of deck I enjoyed. I got to cast one of those, I believe, today as well. Such a fun deck, really making use of that boost mechanic in a way that so many other decks just weren't.
Yeah, no, it's great to see. I think you might be right, Ross. Maybe the Saturday players just had a bit of an edge, maybe some secret spice in their Amber Ruby builds that was performing a lot better. But anytime we get to see decks that aren't necessarily at the top of our predicted metagame, it's fantastic. We've seen some Amber Steel perform incredibly well. I was elated to see the Amber Steel song list. Again, not the traditional Steel song of old, pre-rotation, but a lot closer to it than the Amber Steel list that were doing well in Set 9 Fabled. After rotation, Tiana Restaurant Owner was putting in a lot of work, and Amber Steel decks were performing really well, but then they've fallen off slightly. Now we're seeing these versions that are playing the new Underdog Angel, playing that Ariel, the Ethereal Voice, playing Et Akumi, and tons of cards that are apparently just very well situated for our meta, and maybe we're a little slept on by other Illumineers, Ross.
And I do think there might be a little bit of a missed opportunity in the meta right now.
Is that so?
Well, I think some of these decks are basically, you know, when we look at something like a Dogs or a Blurple, the community as a whole have got their hands on that deck, and it has been tested within an inch of its life, and we have gone down, and we know everything. And there are some of these decks, like the Amber Steel song deck we see nowadays, far fewer players playing it, far less testing, far less community input. I think some of these decks have a real chance to be much stronger contenders. We just need more of the community to pick it up and give it a real chance.
Honestly, okay, I'm gonna fanboy a little bit, but I stand by every word. I've been saying for a while that in the previous set, I think Ruby Amethyst was actually better positioned than perhaps was represented in data, but to the point you just made, not enough pilots confident enough to kind of take that plunge, and maybe that's what we're seeing here with decks like the Amber Steel song, with decks like the Amber Ruby, where there's actually a lot more to it, but not enough pilots perhaps having the belief in it to take the plunge.
And a lot of the time, all it takes to get a deck from good to great is 1 or 2 little tweaks to the list. But they can be very difficult to find, and the more players are playing the deck, the more likely it is to find. Some decks in some metagames, you're not going to get there. They're not good enough. But some of these decks I've seen this weekend, they seem like they are so close to bursting into that top tier. And I want the community as a whole, take this as a challenge from your old pal Wassy. Take these decks and see what you can do. I think there is still some meat on the bone of this metagame.
I think every single format has had like at least one thing maybe slip under the radar a little bit, but it's super interesting to watch. But one thing is for sure, Ross, we have watched some incredible games of Disney Lorcana. I've had a wonderful time. I know you have. You've been skipping around backstage. I know I'm outing you here, but this man's been on top of the world. I've been enjoying myself, and we hope you guys have been having a wonderful time. A shout out to everyone in the chat. Maybe you've been with us the entire weekend. Maybe you've been floating in and out as and when, but it's been an incredible weekend of Lorcana, and we hope you guys have been enjoying the show.
And I want to give a special shout out to, there's been a lot of people this weekend, because I've not done a Disney Lorcana event since December of 24. I've been away for a little while, and there's been a bunch of people that have come up to me this weekend and said, lovely to see you back here. So glad to see you back on Disney Lorcana. So to those people especially, massive shout out. You're my favorites.
Absolutely, and it's lovely to have you back, Ross. But something else that we need to have a quick discussion about, obviously we're preparing as quickly as we can to get you some more Disney Lorcana, but there is a particular caster draft, a fancy caster draft, I guess, where I think we need a little update on how things might be going. I think, Ross, that the reason you're not convinced we have time is because you are aware you're not exactly smashing it, are you, mate?
I just saw 2 players walk behind the cameras here, Baker. I'm not sure we got time to that. They found some
would
time.
you look at that? We do apparently have time. And wow, Ross, what's going on, mate?
Well, the good news is I beat Jen. The bad news is, peek behind the curtain, I spent an entire evening last week. I went through the results of every Disney Lorcana challenge in North America and Europe. I made a massive spreadsheet. I spent an entire evening digging through data. I was so prepared for this fantasy draft. Jen picked her friends.
Yeah, I mean, and good on her, quite frankly. But yes, Ross went for all stats on this occasion. Did not pay off, but I can't blame you for it, Ross. You had a stacked team. It was not their day. But let's look at who is still in the runnings. Team Spessy, our wonderful Joe Curley, with 1 player still in contention, still winning in points, the legendary Worlds player, DLC champion, Zan Zayed. Are you surprised to see Zan still in contention, Ross?
No, he's one of the absolute best players in the world. When I made my list, that was a player I really wanted to draft. I could not get them where I wanted to get them. What I'm looking at here, because I'm not looking at mine anymore, Baker.
Sure.
Spessy, now Rebecca's out. She is at 200 points exactly. All of her players are out. She is done.
A good score, though.
It's a great score, but it's not going up anymore. Spessy is 14 points behind with Zan Syed there. I don't think he's going to get past Kim, and I don't think he's going to get past you. I don't actually know the scoring system, to be clear. But I'm pretty sure he can get past Rebecca if Zan keeps going. But I got to say, Baker, I'm a little worried about you. You've got Alberto Salas, but Kim's got Diego Saz and Luke Smythe and a 14-point margin.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot to close that gap, but I think we can do it. But yeah, with Kim, 2 players still in contention, you've got to think that she's the favorite to take this one home. So let us know in chat which caster has the highest chance of taking this one home and having one of their team members go all the way to the World Championship. But yeah, just a little update for you there of the fantasy draft. I don't know. Either way, I'm feeling very proud of my team.
You did very well. Your team is great. I would be very surprised if you didn't come second at this point. You've done great. I still contend if we put out these drafts Thursday night before the start of the tournament, I felt like a lot of people watching at home would have gone, oh my word, Ross's team is stacked.
Probably.
And I have to rely on that because when you look at the actual results, it's not gone well for me, Baker.
No,
I've
not
had
exactly.
a nightmare.
But still, commiserations to your team. Incredible players. You got to know that they're going to be involved in lots more Disney Lorcana events over the course of the year. They want to make their way either to Worlds for the first time or their return to the World Championship.
Oh, no, I feel really confident that as I'm watching, future Disney Lorcana Challenge events, I'm going to see all of these players doing phenomenally well. There are going to be events where my 10 players are like 10 of the top 16. But it's not this event.
Not this time, Ross, but you've got plenty of future opportunities, hopefully, to take some more points. But yeah, a little update there for the fantasy draft. One more time, I just want to say a humongous thank you to the Disney Lorcana community for being involved, and we've been keeping an eye on chat. It's great to see so many passionate Illumineers just joining us for the weekend. And yeah, you got to think a lot of them are itching to get back into the ring themselves, right?
I mean, if you're that level of player and you're watching on, there's a lot of people that don't have the opportunity to travel out to Europe for this. They're waiting for the next. Is it Indianapolis, the next one in the US?
We've got Dortmund and Indianapolis coming up in June.
So there's going to be a bunch of people watching from North America going, oh, I really wish I was in Dortmund. But you know what? Indianapolis is coming up, and they're going to be absolutely hyped for that. So to anyone out there that's got their tickets for Indianapolis and is hyped about that, good on you.
Absolutely. But with all that said, we are ready for some more Disney Lorcana. We're getting closer and closer to the end. So I'm going to stop yapping. Ross, you're going to stop yapping. And we're going to send it over to the desk. Take it away.
Hey there, Illumineers. I am joined by Spessy here in the booth, and I have to say, I am so excited to be casting this next round with you.
Yeah, absolutely, Rebecca. We've only cast once together,
yes,
and it's a real treat to be in the booth with you as well. I've watched you over in America many, many a time, so really excited for the action. And you've also just been writing down some notes about the metagame, which I'm really excited to hear about. I was wondering the tables, so I've got a bit of an idea, but I'm really excited to see what's still left in the tournament.
I have some exciting things, and there's some interesting things with what we have going on here in the top 16 from both the Friday and the Saturday tournaments. I didn't share it with Joe, so it's going to be a bit of, and I think there are some surprises here, so I'm excited to share it with you and, of course, with the entire Disney Lorcana community. So let's first take a look at the Friday. We'll take a look. We don't have a graphic for you, but stick with me here. To no one's surprise, probably, Amber and Emerald, we have 6 players playing that in the top 16.
And we are going to go into the top 8 very soon, but this is from the top 16.
Yes, sorry. This was the top 16 meta breakdown. We're going into the top 8 matches soon. Amethyst Sapphire, 6 players as well.
Yep, okay. Interesting.
And then the rest, we have 1 player each with an Amethyst Steel.
Wait, only 1 on Amethyst Steel, the most represented?
1 on Amber Sapphire.
Yep.
1 on Emerald Amethyst.
Amazing.
And 1 on Amber Amethyst.
Brilliant.
That was Friday's breakdown.
It's a pretty healthy meta, lots of diversity in that. No surprises, I think, to see Amber Emerald and Amethyst Sapphire on top, though.
I think there's not any surprises there. Friday, I think, was about maybe what we thought. I am a little surprised, though, like you kind of were surprised about the Amethyst Steel only having 1 player who broke into the top 16.
Yeah, especially when you consider it was actually a bit of a surprise for me, Rebecca. Amethyst Steel, the most represented deck on that Friday.
That's
so
right.
A really tough day or event for the Amethyst Steel on Friday. But was Saturday main event looking any different?
Saturday was interesting.
Okay.
Saturday is where it gets interesting. Okay, number 1 deck, we have 50% of the players that were in our top 16, 8 players playing Amber Emerald.
Okay.
That maybe not so much of a surprise. The next highest represented deck in the top 16 for the Saturday main event was 3 players on Emerald Sapphire.
Wow. What about Blurple?
The next was Amber Steel.
What about Blurple?
With 2 players. And we also had 2 players on Amethyst Steel, and then 1 player on
Blurple?
Amber Amethyst. No Blurple. No Blurple in the top 16 from the Saturday main event. We had none of our players playing Amethyst Sapphire who broke in. Such an interesting breakdown here of those Saturday numbers. What are your thoughts, Joe?
I mean, it's really, really interesting. I mean, first and foremost, it looks like the Amber Emerald deck has converted extremely well.
It's top dog.
Yeah. It is top dog. It was like the 3rd most represented deck. So considering that incredible performance from Amber Emerald up to this point in the tournament, Blurple Amethyst Steel struggling. But actually, if you look at the metagame, a lot of these sort of unorthodox, maybe underdog ink color combinations really shining through. Emerald Sapphire, Amethyst Steel, Amber and Amethyst. We've got Emerald Amethyst. We've even got that Amber and Sapphire. All kinds of spicy decks, which is great to see.
Yeah, like you said earlier, really diverse meta. Winter Spell has been so much fun, so many new decks. Of course, we do have the dog is in the room that everyone's talking about. But yeah, it's really fun to see. I think I was most excited to see the Amber Sapphire deck. You know, is one that early on I thought was really interesting, had some really fun tools in that deck, and to see it performing well here at Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent has been really exciting.
Yeah, and I was just having a chat before we sat down with the Amber and Sapphire player, and they're representing Puerto Rico, so big shout out to that community over there. They're really proud to have gotten so far in this tournament, and that is an absolutely amazing deck. That Mufasa made me extremely happy.
Mufasa, seeing him in play has been, I mean, even Steve Warner was playing Mufasa in his deck, but seeing it in that Amber Sapphire deck, really excellent. My son, who plays Disney Lorcana, has been playing Amber Sapphire. I'm going to have to tell him he needs to put Mufasa in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really, really impressed with the diversity of the meta. Winter Spell overall, I think, has been my favorite Disney Lorcana set in a very long time. Honestly, it's getting to that point. It might be my favorite set of all time, Rebecca.
Would
and
you
I don't say
so?
that lightly.
Really?
I really love it. I just love how some of the cards have really pushed these different ink color combinations like Raging Storm. I think that Ruby got some really interesting stuff. I would love to see maybe a little bit more, but I think that like the grab your bow is a great step in the right direction for Ruby, and the underdogs.
The underdogs are great.
It's been the story of the weekend for me. I've mentioned underdogs every time I'm on camera.
That is true,
but
you
for
have.
very good reason.
You know, I think that a lot of players have talked a lot about that play-draw disparity, and having that new underdog ability has really shaken things up. We've seen how instrumental that has been. Like, there was an Amethyst Steel mirror match, right? That happened earlier over the weekend. And when you had the player who went second playing that Christopher Robin on their first turn, it really changed the outlook of that entire game.
Yeah, especially when you consider the person who's going second also gets that extra card in hand. I think historically, that one extra card hasn't been enough to close the gap, but then with these underdogs, it can really help bring that matchup closer together. So it's really interesting. Frank Carsten, when I chatted with him, he really liked the underdog thing as well. And what's great about it is when you're going second, it's often that little bit harder to get that win. So just having that small little edge to sort of even things up at the start of the game really can go such a long way. So I'm very curious to see if we get any more cards like that in the future. Although I think the developers are going to have to be careful because it's a really powerful keyword or ability.
There's a balance there for sure. Those underdogs doing so well. Let's see how the underdogs are doing here for our top 8 players. This player on our left is someone who you will absolutely recognize, a world qualifier, Zan Syed, who is in fact playing the Dogs deck. That's the Amber Emerald. Pretty stock list here. We have the Mickey Mouse Amber Champion. Of course, these deck lists are open right now, so each of the players do have a chance to review the players list. And our other player, Mateo, on the right, is playing, it looks like, a Blurple deck.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the alters here. It is going to be, I think, 5 for Zan Syed. Those 2 cards on the table are what were kept. I didn't catch exactly what that was, but a pretty aggressive altering phase from him. Matteo from Italy. When Matteo won his match, Rebecca, I was out on the floor. There was huge cheers from the Italian community supporting them. Really awesome to see the emotions out there on the floor. But Zan Syed is someone that's been here before in the high-stakes scenarios. They're going to be cool, calm, and collected, I'm sure. But at this stage in the tournament, Rebecca, it's really important to recognize what a marathon it has been for these players. It has been non-stop. Having said that, this is the Friday main event tournament. So actually, that Saturday break might just mean that these players have that little bit more of refreshment coming into it.
A little fresh, having some of that mental rest, being able to really be prepared going into this day. And here we are starting off Mateo inking a magical maneuvers, and Royal Guard is coming out on the board, that Octopus Soldier.
Yeah, and it was Mateo kicking things off there, the highest seed. Zan Syed, I believe they started off the day 9-0, Rebecca.
Amazing.
And 3 draws was enough to confirm their top cut, which of course got that European Championships qualification.
Ooh, I love this from Zan. We have Bobby Zimmerowski coming down. Of course, that Spray Cheese Kids allows you to draw a card and then discard, and he put a Lilo Escape Artist into the discard.
Yeah, and that no place I'd rather be ability. Lilo very happy in the discard, as we do see the Sail the Azurite Sea come through from Mateo.
Yes, Sail the Azurite Sea, one of those cards that allows you to ramp, so a really fantastic choice here. Of course, that ramp is really important. We are inking a Cheshire Cat and playing a Basil. I love this move from Mateo because this Dogs deck can go really fast, really quickly. What do you think about these 2 cards that Mateo has put on the board here?
Yeah, I think it's a really great point, Rebecca. Zan Syed's deck is likely to go extremely wide. So Mateo just getting some early characters down on the board to contest that board is going to help them gain a foothold in this match. Looking at Zan's list, there's 2 copies of the Emerald Chromicon. That could be a key card to look out for, and also just a single copy of Ursula Deceiver. That is extremely interesting to see.
Yeah, and we have Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor, coming down, which has been a fantastic addition to this Amber Emerald deck. But to me, it is wild how much this one card has impacted this game. You're able, if the cards line up for you right, you could be playing that Tramp Street Smart Dog if you can find it as early as turn 3.
Yeah, it makes such a big difference, doesn't it? Grandmother Willow, like when I first saw it, Rebecca, I was expecting it really shine in Amber Amethyst, for example, but I think actually getting that Tramp down one turn earlier has proven to be the most useful case of it. It's going to be that Genie Wish Fulfilled coming through. Of course, though, got to bear in mind, 2 strength on Genie is very susceptible to a potential Under the Sea down the line.
Yeah, so he is able to draw a card off of that Genie, of course, and Mateo thinking here what he wants to do.
Yep, taking their time at this moment. It's no big
quest,
time
no
pressure.
challenge. He looks like he's...
And Rebecca, the time is actually counting up as well. So at this top 8 stage, I know there's a point in the tournament where it is untimed rounds. I'm assuming with the fact that it is counting up, we have now reached that point, but we'll get that confirmed for you soon.
Yes, I can confirm that.
Brilliant.
Yes.
I thought you would be able to.
Yep, that is true. We are counting up because these are untimed. Of course, we want to give these players as much time as possible to think through every play. These players have a lot on the line. A lady coming down, Nani going into the inkwell, and there it is.
There it is.
There it is, that Tramp Street Smart Dog on turn 3.
Yeah, and that was not possible prior to Winterspell. This Grandmother Willow, alongside that 1-cost character on turn 2, is what enables this. And Tramp, a big, powerful character, but the most important thing here is that 7 cost. Of course, that's going to help it sing Under the Sea with ease. So Mateo is going to be a little bit scared of a potential Under the Sea.
Yeah, Zan right now is looking through those cards he drew. Street Smart Dog allows you to draw a card for every character you have in play, but then you have to, of course, discard that many cards as well. But a really fantastic way of filtering through your deck and finding the right things that you want.
And Rebecca, you mentioned the Basil, and the Basil could be really impactful here, giving support.
Yes.
There is a potential chance, I think, here for Mateo to take the Elsa 5th Spirit, exerting that Tramp Street Smart Dog. It's not going to be easy to deal with, but it is still possible. Maybe even just like hard casting, let it go at this stage in the game is an option for Mateo. What are they going to go for? It will be that Elsa 5th Spirit, and it looks like it's going to be the Tramp Street Smart Dog exerted.
And of course, the Royal Guard also is going to be getting pumped up on his strength as well, because every time you draw a card, he gets an extra strength.
Yeah, so it's going to be the support given to Elsa, but it's actually going to be the Genie
going
and
in.
the Elsa. This means that the Royal Guard is still going to be available on the board. Of course, only 2 willpower on that Royal Guard.
Yeah, Elsa and Genie, of course, both being evasive characters, so no worries here yet from Zan's side of the board.
Yeah, and it is open deck list as well. So look at that, Mateo holding on to that Let It Go. Knowing there's only 1 copy of Ursula the Deceiver, but there are 4 Mowglis in Zan's deck.
Yep, and he does have a Demona is the other card that he has in hand. And we are shifting here. Our lady, Miss Park Avenue, she allows Zan to bring back 2 cost characters or less. We are taking the Rhino. I think that may mean there's an Under the Sea coming soon.
Yeah, and Mateo deals with the Tramp, but the Lady Shift is also going to be a great way to get that Under the Sea through. Is Zan going to go for it immediately?
We're singing together. We are singing together. The dog, the tree, and the Spray Cheese Kid are singing Under the Sea, and everything over on Mateo's side of the board is going to go under the deck. That is huge for Zan, because Mateo's board was looking pretty healthy there.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And of course, the Lady Shift just making the difference. You turn that 1-cost character suddenly into a 5-cost character. No need to wait for the ink to dry when you shift that Lady Floodborn shifting in, the key to success here for Zan. But the game is far from over. Zan Syed, though, in a great position, not forgetting Zan went second in this game. That Grandmother Willow into turn 3 Tramp really just advanced them that 1 turn up. They're not ramping like Sapphire, but Grandmother Willow really contributing for Zan Syed.
Yes, and here we have that Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, coming down, exerting all of Zan's characters. It was just the Spray Cheese Kid that wasn't exerted, but also allowing Mateo to draw up to 3 cards.
Yeah, it's Let It Go, Cheshire Cat, and Basil in hand for Mateo. So again, a Mowgli or an Ursula Deceiver here for Zan would be an interesting option. But look at that, it's that Lilo Escape Artist coming down from Zan during that set phase, reduced in cost by Grandmother Willow. Imagine, Rebecca, sorry, a Emerald Chromacon right now at this moment.
That would be incredible. He is playing, I believe, 2 copies of the Chromacon. Now, I know a lot of players who are...
There it is!
Oh, you're right. You called it. Joe, the Emerald Chromacon coming down, and now Mateo is going to have to do a lot of thinking here on whether or not he wants to challenge anything. Is there any wasabis in this list? I don't see any that Mateo is playing. Is there going to be any way to deal with that Emerald Chromacon? I don't think so.
No, I think that looking as well, there is not any in there. And I'm sure that's the very first thing that Zan checked when seeing Mateo's deck list. This Emerald Chromacon, the first time I ever saw it in action was Zan Syed playing it against Jan Moy in Bologna. And this Lilo Escape Artist for Zan was so good with the Emerald Chromacon. Zan Syed, I know that he was very close to submitting Amethyst Steel, Rebecca. Made a last-minute change to this Dogs deck. And I know that they're very much in their comfort zone with this Lilo Escape Artist Emerald Chromacon combination.
Yeah, now Zan is choosing to quest here for the first time. Or sorry, he did quest earlier. So we're going up to 6, though. Turning the sideways, that Lady and the other few characters on the board. Demona easily being able to clean Lady Miss Park Avenue off the board, but then bouncing that Demona back because of that Emerald Chromacon trigger.
Yeah, and the Emerald Chromacon at this moment in time for Zan was perfect. Often with this item, it's so powerful, but you have a short window of opportunity to get it down. You have to be really careful, because if Mateo is in a position where they can just quest and ignore Zan's characters, the Chromacon does nothing. But Zan just found that one-turn window, the perfect moment to get it down, and it all comes down to that Tramp Street Smart Dog being able to filter into the deck. Zan was just able to get the perfect hand in this position.
Yep, we have 2 Cheshire Cats, Inexplicable, coming down on Mateo's side of the board. This is a great Whisper, a wonderful boost ability to move damage around. Not doing Mateo much right now because there's no damage anywhere.
Yeah, but they are definitely something you still have to respect if you're Zan Syed. Those Cheshire Cats are inexplicably difficult to deal with. That's for certain. 3 strength on those as well, but not forgetting those rhinos Zan added back to hand with the Lady earlier on. So definitely something to look out for.
Yeah, he did ink one of the rhinos, so he got one out of hand, and then another Lilo coming down. Look at this. We have a gaggle of Lilos coming. There's a lot of lore on the board here. It looks like we're going to quest out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore, pushing up our lore total all the way to 12. Mateo at nothing. Zan with a nice, healthy lead here. Plenty of glimmers on the board, and that Emerald Chromacon.
Yeah, and look at that Let It Go in Mateo's hand. It was looking so menacing for that Elsa to sing before she was swept under the sea. And Mateo really now has not developed any sort of card draw, has got the Chromacon staring at them. And in this position, Zan can just sort of put his feet up and chill. When you've got this Emerald Chromacon down, all the pressure is on your opponent to make those big, tough decisions.
And, of course, we also have those Lilos there, which Mateo's, you know, he can banish them if he wants, but Zan is just going to keep bringing those back onto the board, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see Mateo planning out their turn very carefully. That is the key to success in dealing with the Chromacon. You have to think through your whole turn before you do anything as that first challenge comes through.
Yep, banishing that Lilo Escape Artist. We do have a damage on that Cheshire Cat and bouncing the other one back. We do have now damage that we could move, though, if we wanted to. He still has all ink available to him. We could do some boosting. We are going to challenge with Basil, it looks like, into something. Is it the Grandmother Willow?
Probably, right? You'd love to get rid of the Lilo, and that is going to be the Lilo. Of course, the downside of that, Rebecca, is that no place I'd rather be ability. Lilo very happy in that discard.
And we have another Cheshire Cat being replayed. The ones that were bounced back just coming right back out. Gosh, just that Emerald Chromacon just really disrupting that tempo for Mateo. It's like he challenged, he did some things, but it's like he had to take his whole turn all over again.
Look at that, they're back.
They're back.
They're back, Rebecca.
We
they
knew
weren't
they'd
gone
come
for long.
back. They were not gone for long. And like you said, I feel like Zan's just kind of kicking up his feet right now. He's going to keep on bouncing and questing.
Yeah, and often with the Dogs deck, you sort of run out of cards at this stage in the game. You're not going to have many cards left in hand. And that's where this Lilo Escape Artist just becomes even better. Zan not even playing anything from hand here, spending a ton of ink on these 2 Lilos. Mateo now, it doesn't look like there's going to be much here. Be prepared on it's going to be necessary. Raging Storm's going to be necessary.
Yes.
And of course, Amethyst, Sapphire, lots of control options, Rebecca, but not that good at dealing with a big wide board.
No, it is not. And it looks like we do have a scoop here from Mateo. Zan Syed, our Emerald Amber player, taking game 1 here in the top 8 of Disney Lorcana Challenge. Ghent, that Dogs deck doing what the Dogs do.
Absolutely. Really important to note that Zan was going second here.
Yes, and that is key to a win, right? You've got to be able to win on the draw. Any deck can be good on the play, but if it can win on the draw, that just puts you in a much better position to make it all the way.
Yeah, and Zan Syed, again, he went that 9-0 and then was confident enough to take those 3 draws to guarantee himself top cut. Often you're going to see players wanting to play for seeding, but that really just probably shows you that Zan is confident at winning on the draw with this deck. And I think that Grandmother Willow was really the key to success, like helping you catch up, right? Often Sapphire is going to play Tipo or Sail on turn 2. If you're going second, you're so far behind. Well, Grandmother Willow into Tramp is a great way to catch up.
Yeah, now what is Mateo going to be looking for into this next game? He had a good start.
Yep.
He found his ramp. He had the Genie out. He had Elsa. He had to let it go in hand. But how is he going to protect himself from that Under the Sea?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and it's a difficult one to answer. I think the main thing that I'm looking for potentially is Tigger, and there is 2 copies of it in the deck.
Bouncing all the way to bounce back some of those characters.
Yeah, if you imagine Tigger came through on this 3rd turn here for Mateo, they could have bounced back that Grandmother Willow. Suddenly that turn 3 Tramp wouldn't have been a possibility for Zan. So there's definitely an out here for Mateo, but only 2 copies of the Tigger. I have seen some Sapphire Amethyst players going for that full 4-copy playset specifically for this matchup.
You know what's really interesting about the Blurple deck is it hasn't changed a whole lot from the last set. You just have the Let It Goes that have been added back in, that lovely reprint, of course, and then that Tigger that you're mentioning, Bouncing All the Way, are really the only 2 new winner spells in this deck. And it's other than that, it's kind of the same thing that we saw before, but of course still very powerful, very consistent. And I feel like the Let It Go has made it even more consistent. But is it just that Amber Emerald has the edge? It's just that much better right now.
Well, historically, like the big reason that Blurple players feared this Amber Emerald Dogs deck in sets gone by was that Emerald Chromacon, Rebecca.
Yeah.
We have seen some Amber Emerald players moving away, though, from the Chromacon, favoring Under the Sea. Zan actually in this list here, 4 copies of the Under the Sea, 2 copies of the Emerald Chromacon. So Zan is, even with those Tramp Street Smart Dogs, far from guaranteed to draw the Chromacon at the right moment. And I think the Tigger, as well as Zan maybe not finding that perfect opening, not finding the Chromacon at the right time, is what Mateo's going to be hoping for. The Elsa 5th Spirit, 3 copies of it to start off in the hand here for Mateo during the altar phase. And no ramp. Might keep that Basil, I imagine, Mateo, but then I imagine the rest of the 6, Rebecca, could be going entirely. Maybe you keep Elsa, but of course it's a bit of a risk. It is going to be that 6 cards keeping that Basil.
You are correct there. Zan looking at his hand now, putting just 1 down as well, and putting 6 back here in the altering phase.
Yeah, Mateo did find that 4th Elsa, which I think is what they're going to be happy to see. The big reason you get rid of the Elsa there is because you need to find ramp.
Yes.
Of course, the Elsa would be nice, but if you keep the Elsa and you miss ramp, you're going to be sat there really wishing that you altered that Elsa away. There's plenty of time still to draw into another Elsa at this stage. So both players doing a nice shuffle. This is like the Zan Syed shuffle where he's like looking away, but behind him.
He has it to the side. It is a very classic Zan Syed move. And he will be on the draw, of course, again this game, but I think that's not necessarily going to be a disadvantage for him. Between that Grandmother Willow and you know, this Dogs deck just can do so much on so little ink. I think that's one of the things that always surprises me. And it's really key to know what to ink at the right time as well. This deck can be fairly easy to pick up and learn, but it's all those nuances and the tiny, tiny decisions that have helped these top players like Zan Syed make it here to the top 8.
And it's going to be Let It Go inked by Mateo, and it's going to be that Royal Guard Octopus Soldier kicking things off for Zan. It's going to be Delamoon's Lullaby being inked, and for 1 cost, it's going to be that Lady Uninkable.
Yes, Lady, we have all the ladies. We have Lady, this is Elegant Spaniel, I believe.
I think so.
We have Lady Decisive Dog. We have Lady Miss Park Avenue. And I kind of love that we have such a competitive deck that has this Lady and the Tramp theme to it. It's really, really wonderful. Sail the Azurite Sea. Here we are sailing across the Azurite Sea to draw a card, ink some extra. And this looks very familiar to last game with that Basil, with the support coming down here. And we're going to go ahead and quest with the Royal Guard.
Big turn for Zan Syed. We saw in game number 1, this was the Grandmother Willow alongside another 1-cost character. That is what allows that turn 3 tramp. Does Zan have access to that, though?
I didn't see it in his opening hand, I don't think.
Yeah, and there's no Tigger for Mateo either right now. So, of course, could still draw into it off the top. But if Zan does have it, it would be very difficult for Mateo to stop in this position. Of course, if Zan doesn't have it, it's not like the game's over or anything like that, but it's likely we're going to see a tighter game than we did in game number 1.
We have Della's Moon Lullaby going into the Inkwell, and Tramp coming down, giving some extra support to that Lady. And a Rhino coming down as well. She's going to challenge.
Yeah, Lady and the Tramp combined.
Yes, Lady and the Tramp doing some work. That enterprising dog. It looks like we're doing some math here.
Yeah, Zan's doing calculating now. I'm a little bit surprised to see from Zan him doing the calculating at this stage, not before he's played the characters, especially in this untimed round. So I'm sure that he is not regretting his play at this moment in time, but definitely doing some calculating after already committing to a play there is interesting to see from someone like Zan Syed with his experience. But again, big, long tournament, long weekends, and of course with long traveling. And this play looks really nice to me anyway. You're keeping your Lady at full willpower. You're taking that Octopus Guard out of the field. And now for Mateo inking, for 4, you would expect maybe to see Genie coming through in the near future.
He played 2 for the Junior Woodchuck guidebook and then paid 1 to banish it, draw 2 cards, looking for some more answers here in this game. I love that item. Of course, that came out in Whispers in the Well, and then he had not enough ink to play another character out. So back over to Zan's side, back over to Mateo's side, drawing into a Hades Infernal Schemer here, an uninkable large card. We're a few turns away from being able to play that. And Elsa taking care of that Lilo Escape Artist quite easily. Of course, we know we're probably going to see that little Lilo make her way back.
Yeah, it is a very different game to what we saw in game 1. But now Zan Syed for 3 ink, we might see something like a Nani. It's going to be that very early Emerald Chromacon. Really interesting moment in this game. Zan just committing to the Emerald Chromacon line. Now, there's a big risk of this, Rebecca, because if Mateo can find a window of opportunity to just stop challenging and just quest themselves for victory, this Emerald Chromacon is not going to do a lot of anything. Mateo doesn't have item removal, but the way you can beat this Chromacon is by just ignoring it and becoming the quester yourself. It's going to be hard to do, but Mateo is just going to have to find that moment in this game to start questing and ignoring Zan's characters.
He has a Genie in hand, which is a nice 2-lore Quester, as well as a Let It Go, a Hades, and he just pulled a Demona. So it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to build a wide board anytime soon. And Zan could catch up with him with board presence right now. He is playing that Genie. Wish fulfilled by drawing him another card into a Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot, and inking Demona for turn here. And like you said, here we are questing with Elsa here and not doing any challenges.
Yeah, this is a really fascinating moment in this game. Mateo had the opportunity with Elsa to just challenge that Rhino, then play the Genie. Of course, you're likely to see that Elsa being bounced back to hand Zan from the Chromicon. Mateo not interested in doing that at this stage. Wants to get the Genie down, wants to get some lore on the board. Really very interesting spot in this match. No surprises that Zan is certainly going to quest. That's what he's got to do.
Yes.
Keep applying lots of pressure.
Yes, he said, you're going to quest, well, then I'm going to quest, and I'm going to push my lore total higher so that you have to deal with this board, and then you have to deal with this Chromicon.
It's a really risky approach from Mateo, but I'm sure it's one that they've practiced. This could go very wrong very quickly. By not taking this challenge with Elsa, you're sort of committing to this early line. But of course, you take out a Rhino and you put the Elsa back in hand with the Emerald Chromicon. You can see why Mateo's taken this line. I like it, it's brave, and there comes Hades.
Oh.
Well, Lilo, there's no place she'd rather be than the discard, but not in the ink, Rebecca.
Yes, of course, we can replay her from discard, but if she's in the ink, well, she's gone. Hades came down, he was looking for a deal and said, or sorry, he wasn't looking for a deal, that's the other one.
He was scheming.
He was scheming, but he said, is there a downside to this?
No, I don't think so. And again, it really fits the plan for Mateo to just quest. This Hades is a perfect way of sort of bypassing that Emerald Chromicon. Again, you can't remove it from the board, but if you're not interested in challenging Zan, the Chromicon is going to do very little indeed. And Zan's board right now is only questing for 2. Mateo's, though, is questing for 5.
Yeah, and also of note, he does have that Let It Go in hand as well, so that's another way he can remove something off the board without having to deal with the effects of that Emerald Chromicon.
Yeah, of course, Zan does have those 4 copies of Mowgli, as well as that 1 copy of Ursula Deceiver. So Let It Go, definitely risky to keep in hand from Mateo, but it's a brave and bold decision, probably making the read that Zan's going to want to play some more heavy questing cards at this moment in time. But with that Elsa down on the board, I imagine that Zan is going to be a little bit worried about a Let It Go potentially. And at this moment, right, if you're Zan and you're worried about Let It Go, Rebecca, the big thing that Zan's going to be doing here is, okay, do I beat Let It Go if I ever play Mowgli? Like, does he have Let It Go? I have Mowgli. Of course, Zan might not have Mowgli, and he might not be thinking about this at all. But if Zan does have Mowgli, you basically just have to calculate both outcomes. Okay, what happens if I play Mowgli and he doesn't have Let It Go? What happens if I do? Like, basically, there's like 4 different paths. And Zan is like one of the best players in Disney Arcana at doing that kind of calculating. And I think that they're going to be feeling in a bad position, but they're going to have to try and think, how do I win this game from here?
Yes, and here we are exerting to play out that lady, Miss Park Avenue, not shifting, just playing her straight out. We are not able to bring, unfortunately, any characters back to hand because there's nothing there.
Yeah.
But that does build his board up a little bit. Miss Park Avenue does quest for 2, and another Genie, wish fulfilled again. That's another great quester for Mateo, and with him wanting to kind of push lore up here on the board, that's really putting him in a great position. Choosing now to play that Junior Woodchuck guidebook, paying an extra ink to draw those 2 cards, getting another card into the unknown that could possibly use to remove a character off the board without dealing with the Chromicon.
Yeah, and Under the Sea's looking so good. But look, Elsa with the Let It Go finds
there
the lady. That's going to deny the Under the Sea. That's going to allow Mateo to confidently quest. Of course, there is a way that Zan could get the Under the Sea through here. Another Shift Lady and Under the Sea exactly in hand could still do it for Zan.
He's waiting here, seeing what he drew off the top. I don't think that it was that Shift Lady. If it was, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, Mateo's lines here have been really, really fascinating. They've been bold by keeping that Let It Go, but you can see why they've done it. For Zan, it's a lot of
Are we just going to hard cast it? We're just going to hard cast Under the Sea, and everything except for that 1 Hades is going under Mateo's deck.
Wow, I did not expect that, Rebecca. You said to me, is there any downside of Hades putting that Lilo down? Well, Lilo really contributing in the inkwell towards that 8 ink Under the Sea. Zan Syed questing. I thought it was all over. Zan Syed had other ideas.
He did have other ideas. He wanted to sing a little song, didn't have the characters to do it, but he had the ink. Thanks to Hades, Hades, thanks to Let It Go, and he said, we're going to send everything under the sea. Hades doing a little challenge here, and I bet that Zan is feeling pretty good about cleaning up Mateo's side of the board right about now.
Yeah, and look at that unorthodox decision. Can you believe it? They could have bounced back the Hades, but goes for the Rhino instead. Could have declined, worth noting. You don't have to trigger that Chromacon, but Zan decides they want that Rhino back in hand. I'm a little bit curious as to why that is. Is there ever a second Under the Sea in hand that they want to combine?
That would be incredible.
I'm not sure what the thinking from Zan was there. Very curious. I'm sure there's a plan.
Demona coming down here on Mateo's side of the board, a fantastic card that has now allowed him to draw another 3 cards because he didn't have anything else in hand, playing a Basil out. And back over to Zan.
Yeah, Mateo took a challenge here into the Chromacon for the first time, but importantly, Hades the only character on the board.
If that gets bounced back to hand, you're like, great, sure, I will take it, and I will replay that Hades out. And we have, okay.
We do have the
Rhino.
Rhino.
We do have the Rhino. We have...
Ink. Is it really another Under the Sea?
It is. Can you believe it? We have Under the Sea being hard cast 2 times in this game by Zan, paying full ink cost to take care of Mateo's side of the board.
Yeah, and Let It Go into the unknown. Hades, they're all great against this Emerald Chromacon and the Lilo, but Zan taking advantage of that fact. Demona still standing. There is Hades, going to be putting that tramp into the ink. Rhino is the last hamster standing for Zan as Demona quests. And it's now 13 lore to 11. Zan's still in the lead, but the board is swinging in Mateo's favor.
It is. 1/16th Wolf is not very much here for Zan. He does have quite a lot of ink, so he could play anything in his deck, including Anani Stage Manager, another fantastic addition to this deck. You get to look at the top 4 cards. Do we find something that is cost 2 or less that we can put in hand?
Yeah, there's Finnick in there. There's also Tramp. Finnick would be a really interesting option. If you're familiar with Cloud Kicker, well, Finnick is very, very similar. It costs 1 ink, which means it's not that good at singing, but you can pay that 2 additional ink to bounce back a character with 2 strength or less. It's going to be that Finnick.
He is bringing down that tiny terror. And are we exerting the 2 ink to put? Or, he's just revealing it. Sorry, he wasn't playing it. He was just saying, that's what I'm bringing to hand. Are we going to play it here? It's a Bobby Zimmerski, Spray Cheese Kid, looking at another card. What did he pull off the top? I can't quite see it, but now we're going to look and see, is that something I want to keep in hand? What do I want to discard from Bobby Zimmerski?
Yeah, you can see Zan going through the motions, doing some calculating. It's a tough decision. Of course, it is untimed rounds, but we do need to maintain a nice pace of play. And credit to both players. The pace of play has been brilliant. It is a great match to watch. High stakes here in the top 8 of the Friday main event.
Yep, we have... Let's see here, 5 lore on Mateo's side of the board. That is a 2-turn clock for Zan. We are going to go ahead, play Finnick, pay that 2 ink, and bounce back the Royal Guard.
Yeah, this Nani was so good, getting down that extra glimmer on the board, but also adding another to hand, and Zan making use of all of their ink, which Mateo has, of course, been helping them get to that amount of ink in this game.
It will be interesting, depending on which way this game swings, if Mateo's going to go, maybe I shouldn't have given him all that extra ink.
Zan's going to say no. I don't expect this Nani to be going under the deck. I fully expect Mateo to be drawing 2 cards, but Zan is, of course, going to think about it a lot longer than I am.
Hades looking for a deal, such an excellent card. There is no bad choice here. You either get something off the board or you get 2 cards. And he is indeed going to let Mateo draw 2 cards. He draws into a Dumbo and Cheshire Cat. We're going to go ahead and quest here, it looks like, with Hades and Demona, pushing our lore up to 15 on Mateo's side of the board. Zan at 14. And we're bringing back a Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, and I think Mateo, the ordering here was really interesting.
And a Royal Guard, he's thinking.
Lore Guy's just going to clean this up for us. We'll all get it sorted. But the ordering was really, really interesting here from Mateo. Really, really like to see that. Going for that Hades, looking for a deal. Could have maybe drawn into a Let It Go, which would have given them some interesting options. But it's a big wide board now for Mateo. Quest for 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, which does mean that they're only 5 lore away. And Zanslayer might be forced to do some challenging here because they're not going to be able to quest for the victory themselves.
No, He only has 4 lore on the board. That is not enough. Zan only has 14. He could get up to 18 this turn, but he's going to scoop. That is it. That is game 2. Mateo taking the win here with his Blurple deck. That was excellent gameplay. I think that strategy that you were talking about playing around the Emerald Chromicon by not challenging, pushing his own lore total up, and then using the Hades and Let It Go so that he could remove Glimmers off Zan's side of the board without having to deal with the Chromicon.
Yeah, it was a really brave match from Mateo. They took some really bold lines. They had to commit to what they were doing very early on, but they knew the line. They kept those Let It Goes in hand as well, Rebecca, which is, again, very, very brave, but look how impactful they were.
Like you said, there's 5 cards that Zan has in his deck that could take that Let It Go out of his hand. He has the 4 Mowglis, and he has 1 Ursula, but it paid off for Mateo to keep it in hand.
Yeah, really interesting. But now what's going to be very interesting, Rebecca, is seeing Zan Syed on the play for the very first time in this best of 3. Zan Syed started off on the draw. They found that Grandmother Willow line. They were able to do it. Game 2, a slower start, but to be fair, Zan got really close regardless.
He did. Yeah, you know what's really interesting is I wonder how in this deck, you know, we talk about in the Sapphire decks how key it is to have your ramp on turn 2. It's like having Grandmother Willow on turn 2 is almost just as key for this Dogs deck at times.
Yeah, I think especially when you're going second.
Yes.
It really helps you, like, it's not an underdog itself, but it gives you that little bit of catch-up mechanic. But I think that Zan Syed is going to be the heavy favorite for this game 3. But if they don't find that window of opportunity to get the Emerald Chromicon down, it could be a really difficult position to be in. For Zan, I expect to see a pretty big mulligan. I expect them to be looking for one of their 2 copies of the Emerald Chromicon and just try and quest out, get those Lilo escape artists in the discard and make things really awkward for Mateo. And for Mateo, what are you going to do against that? Well, maybe you could get a Tigger through and try and disrupt the board. You can use your Let It Goes, your Hades, but Mateo's going to have to be really bold and brave in their decisions as well. It's going to be an uphill battle, but certainly one that's possible to win for both players.
Yes, I think so. I think Zan also was never really able to establish a good board presence in this second game, so that's going to be key here for him. Him being able to play Under the Sea twice by paying for it was fantastic, but you don't really want to be doing that.
I think that's a really good point, Rebecca. If there was that second Under the Sea, if it was something different, Zan might have just had enough to go through, bouncing that Rhino back with the Chromicon to set up the Under the Sea. But if it was something different, maybe Zan could have just crossed the finish line. But here we go, it's game number 3. Zan going to be keeping, it looks like 2 cards, I think. I think it was, it was 4.
So he kept 4 in hand,
My
took
mistake.
3, over to Mateo.
Mateo sees Zan's mulligan, of course. Mateo going second, one of the advantages you get is you get to do this alter second, Rebecca. So Mateo seeing that sort of middling alter from Zan, you're probably feeling like you need quite a good hand to win this one.
Yeah, and I don't see any ramp in hand. There's a couple Basils, the Octopus Soldier, the Cheshire Cat, Demona, and Let It Go. We're putting back 6, keeping the 1-cost Royal Guard, and then
is there ramp?
There's
Tigger. Is there ramp?
Is
no
there ramp?
signs so far.
Iago and wow.
But there's still 2 cards. Mateo will be drawing off the top of the deck, and look at Zan looking over at Mateo, doing the Ed stare potentially. What information can you gain about Mateo's hand based off their facial expressions? I'm really bad for that, Rebecca. I'm not very good at like my sort of poker face.
Oh, sure.
I think I'm giving away quite a lot when I'm playing.
And you can, but small facial expressions, your body language can give away quite a lot. Even just a look in your eyes. And these players like Ed and like Zan and others here at the top, they are paying attention to all those minute details because it's all information, right? More information is important, and as much information as you can get from your opponent is what you want.
Yeah, both players, great to see the smiles on their faces, enjoying their time.
Fist bump there to start this game 3 here in the top 8 for our Friday main event. Mateo is going to be on the play here, or sorry,
Zan
is on the play here, having lost game 2. We have Mowgli down, and that lady, Elegant Spaniel, coming down.
Yeah, Mateo kept that Royal octopus in hand. I don't believe that was ramp found. I think it was Hades. So there's one more opportunity for Mateo to find that ramp. Of course, might be able to just develop some characters and avoid ramping. Of course, not by choice, but you've just got to work with the cards that you dealt. For Zan, he's going to be looking for that Grandmother Willow on turn 2 if available. Of course, Grandmother Willow's ability allows you to immediately play another 1-cost character for 0 ink. Now, 0 ink is not a lot of ink.
It is. It's in fact 0. It is free. It is playing a card for free, and I love it. I love when I can do things for free in Disney Lorcana, and Grandmother Willow is very good at that. Looks like we are maybe thinking about putting that spray cheese kid into the ink well. We are having some thoughts here. Of course, this is untimed. We are here in the top 8, and so players are taking that time to make sure they're making those right decisions, because it's all those little micro decisions that add up.
Rebecca, this is the sign of a really experienced player, slowing down in these big moments. These early ink decisions are so important.
Ah, there she is, Grandmother Willow, that ancient advisor. And like you said, you're able to play a card for free and then drawing a Lilo Escape Artist off of Bobby, putting her in the discard right where you want her.
It doesn't get much better than that. Did Mateo find the ramp? Big moment.
No, we have a Basil. Nothing else for turn 2. We have missed the ramp. That is huge. We had a huge turn from Zan, and then we had a huge miss on Mateo's without that ramp.
Yeah, and it comes back to that old. So Mateo kept that 1-cost Royal Guard.
Yes.
And, of course, you understand why, but there is an argument in these matchups to just full mulligan, find the ramp, but that is the pressure that this Dogs deck is putting on Mateo. They feel like they have to keep that 1 drop and therefore don't see that last card.
And there he is! Tramp, Street Smart Dog coming down on turn 3. It's bonkers, I tell you, but I love to see it. I love to see it. We get to draw 3 cards for those other 3 characters. We're gonna have to discard some, but this is the line that Zan wants to see.
It certainly is, and more big decisions for Zan. I expect to see them take their time over this one. These early decisions on what you ink, what you discard with Tramp are often the most difficult ones to make. We see a Lady Elegant Spaniel and the Rhino discarded. 1 more card will be discarded by Zan. And if you're Mateo, you're looking at what cards are being discarded and really trying to gain information.
Now,
under the sea, into the ink.
Yeah,
into the discard, sorry.
Under the sea, going away. And he does have 4 copies, I believe, in his deck.
Correct.
So he knows that there's 3 more waiting. And so we're sure, I mean, we say that, you're sure to see another one, but I've played plenty of games where you have 4 copies of something and then you never see it.
Yeah, that's exactly what Ed experienced in their top 32 match.
Yes, yes.
And it's going to be Mateo now. Again, Zan, interesting to note, like, and think about the body language and the little clues that you can give away. By discarding that Under the Sea as the last card, it's sort of like, potentially Zan is also like doing some mind games there. Imagine they've got another one in hand. Maybe the Undersea was the most easy option for them, but just by doing those subtle little things, they're trying to just withhold as much information about what's in their hand from Mateo as possible. When I interviewed Diego, he said that he could gain so much information over what's being discarded by Tramp. So I don't know, but I wouldn't put it past Zan to just be really careful with little things like that and be thinking about every element of this game.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And at this level, you have to be thinking about those kind of things.
You do.
We have a 3-cost Cheshire Cat coming down here on Mateo's side of the board. And Zan, back over to him. We are going to see some ink exerted, and there she is. I love Miss Park Avenue bringing back 2 characters.
Rhino's back.
Rhino's back, and we're going to play him right out. Are we going to see Under the Sea here? We did do. We saw it. We saw it. Cheshire Cat getting -1 strength from Rhino. Everything is going to the bottom. He did have another Under the Sea in his hand.
I mean, he might have drawn it off the top, but I have a feeling it might have been there all along.
Man, you love to see it. And then we're going to quest with our other characters. Like you said, getting that Tramp out there to sing Under the Sea, that is key here.
Yeah, and that lady just bringing back the Rhino.
The Rhino,
you
that
discard
was
the
perfect.
Rhino, you discard the Under the Sea. It's like, yeah, nothing to worry about. And then suddenly Zan Syed does the surprise. But here comes Tigger bouncing all the way.
Here's bouncing back that Grandmother Willow, which is no surprise. You got to deal with that. You have to deal with that Grandmother Willow. Lilo coming out here at the start of Zan's turn. just a nice, healthy board here.
Yeah, and while Zan is in a great position, the game is not over. They have to be really careful, but that's exactly what Zan wants to be doing. Going wide, and it's time to start questing.
We are pressing on the gas. We are going to push our lore total up, and man, this is looking good right here. But like you said, it's not over. We have a Demona coming into Mateo's hand here off the top of his deck. That's a lot of dogs over there.
Yeah, and again, Blurple, great control deck, but not very good at dealing with wide boards. Tigger bouncing all the way, 4 strength though, so it's going to be able to take out almost anything it wants, apart from that Tramp Street Smart Dog. Elsa, of course, a good option at 5 ink.
We are going to play an Elsa to exert something.
Grandmother Willow or Lady are the options. But honestly, at this point, it's more important about what's Elsa going to challenge. It's going to be the Lady being exerted.
We've got to get lore off the board at this point, right? Zan is at 9. He has so much lore on the board. It's about cleaning up this board so he can't keep questing.
Yep. And Mateo agrees, takes out that Lady, of course, would have been questing for 2 with the Tramp in play. Tigger is going to challenge the Lady, but of course, Lady with 4 strength of her own means that Tigger is going to be discarded as well, or banished rather.
Yes, he bounced his way in, and now he's bounced out by Lady.
It's 9 lore to 0 in favor of Zan Syed. Now it's 11, 13, 14, 15, 16 lore for Zan Syed. They are 4 lore away from the top 4.
We are going to play another character out. It is a Lady and another Lady. This is the Decisive Dog, I believe, and that Elegant Spaniel coming back down. Mateo's going to have to find something here, or Zan is taking the win.
Yeah, Mateo, of course, going to be taking their time, making sure that they don't have any outs in this position. Going to be doing all the maths. It's been a great run for Mateo, but it looks like it might be coming to an end. We've got loads of people watching in the audience at the venue. The Genie wish fulfilled looks like it might be the last roll of the dice for Mateo. Certainly going to need a wish or 2 from the Genie here.
Yes, even if we did play that, we could draw a card, but then we wouldn't really have enough ink left to do much of anything. This might be it for Mateo.
Yeah, of course, Mateo not finding this ramp in game number 2. Zan with this perfect opening, though, has really impressed me with this Amber Emerald Dogs deck. Lilo will be sent to the discard. It's going to be the Tipo Growing Sun.
There it is. There is the handshake. Zan taking game 3 and winning his top 8 match. Going to go ahead into top 4. What a game. What a match. Those 2 decks facing off. That was a joy to watch those 2 players pilot those decks.
Yeah, a big shout out to those 2 players. A really nice pace of play. Great matches. Really enjoyed it. And Zan is looking, Rebecca, to become the 2nd ever 2-time Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. Frank Carsten the other, and Zan's looking to join him.
Yes, that would be amazing, incredible. These players, I know that we all love watching their journeys throughout the season, seeing them travel around the world to the different Disney Lorcana challenges, and it's just incredible to watch them come back again and again, and we see how brilliant that they are. You know, I don't know that I've seen Zan play a Dogs deck before, but...
He did play it in Bologna, believe it or not. He played it in Bologna,
okay.
but I don't think we saw him on stream.
Okay.
But it is a deck that he was playing quite early on when a lot of other players weren't. So it's definitely a deck he's got a lot of experience in. But again, Rebecca, I know for a fact the night before deck submission, he was planning on Amethyst Steel. And he made a very last-minute decision, but he's put in the work, he's put in the reps, and he's clearly made a really good meta call and is feeling confident with this deck.
Yes, well, we have more top 8 for you. Of course, we are not done there because that was the Friday event, and we are into the Saturday event now with 2 new players. These players, of course, have earned their golden Mickeys, but they are not going to stop there. They want to keep going. They want to win it all, and we have a really fun matchup here where we have Dogs versus Baja. We have the Emerald Sapphire.
Yeah, Emerald Sapphire from Bernardo representing Portugal. He does live in the UK. He's someone I know quite well. Really lovely guy. Once gave me a lift home from the airport for no reason at all.
Well,
How
that's
kind.
very nice. Very kind. Did he put 7 cards back?
I think you might be right.
I think he did. He did put 7 cards back, and sometimes you have to do that. And
not sure I saw the ramp.
I didn't. I saw a couple copies of Develop Your Brain in there in that opening hand, but I don't think there was a ramp. But hopefully he can develop his brain and find something there.
Yeah, well, Develop Your Brain is like the perfect card in that scenario to try and help find ramp, because you get to dig 3 cards deeper.
We have our other player altering. I think they put back 4, it looks like, there, while he was altering his opening hand. I'm taking a look, and it does not look like... Oh, no, he is. He is playing Emerald Chromacon and Under the Sea. 3 copies of Under the Sea and 2 Emerald Chromacons in this deck.
Yeah, and on Bernardo's side, there is some Under the Sea as well. 2 copies, as well as that 1 copy of Spooky Sight. There's also a single copy of Stop Chaos in its tracks, 2 Ink Geysers, and of course, all the Clarabelles, 2 John Silvers, and 4 copies of Malicious, Mean, and Scary. And I assume, yeah, with the Prince Philip combo as well. It is going to be that You're Welcome into the Ink and Develop Your Brain is played.
Yeah. Oh, I missed what he got. Did you see what he...
I don't think it was ramp, but we're going to make sure to be clear on that. Bernardo, of course, even if he didn't find it, is going to have another opportunity to draw 1 more card. They are going first in this one as well. When you're playing against this Dogs deck, and remember, it is open deck lists, you want to get off to a quick start, you want to get Singers on the board, and you want to get Under the Sea through as quickly as possible, but Spooky Sight is another really interesting option for Bernardo as that one of.
Yes. Oh, okay. Is that Spooky Sight that he just pulled off?
It is.
I mean, I know it's expensive, but in this matchup, it is kind of nice, but he's going to have to, you know, hold out in this game long enough to be able to play it.
Yeah, and it is not going to be a Sail the Azurite Sea. It's going to be Heffalumps and Woozles, which does mean that Lady will be unable to quest this turn. But Bernardo, not the best start. This is the thing with Sapphire, though. You do take this risk when you play this deck. You are going to miss ramp throughout the course of your tournament. And how do you deal with this situation when it happens?
Yeah, I think he only is actually playing 2 copies of Heffalumps and Woozles, and he has both of them in his hand. He played one and the other one in hand. We had Bobby Zimmerski come down. We discarded an Under the Sea off of that, and then Tramp coming down.
Yeah, not the best opening from Irvin either. Would have been looking, of course, for that Grandmother Willow. And the fact that Lady can't quest either, the Heffalumps and Woozles did stop 2 lore from this Lady and Tramp combo. Bernardo, of course, if you miss ramp on turn 2, you really hope to find ramp on turn number 3. But I don't know that they did.
No, they didn't. They actually pulled a Mean, Malicious, and Scary off at the top of their deck when they drew for turn, and it looks like that might be going into the Inkwell here. It is. We're going to exert 3 and play out a Prince Philip. Now, what's interesting here is that we were talking with Ed Chu earlier. He was also on this in combination, and he said if you miss turn 2 ramp, you want to go for the Prince Philip, Mean, Malicious, Scary combination. So maybe he's working his way towards that.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that Prince Philip does have Ward. Not going to be easy for Irvin to deal with. Inking of the Malicious, Mean, and Scary could just be respecting the Ursulas, respecting the Mowglis. Perhaps Bernardo even has a second in hand, but is just wanting Irvin to stay away from that other copy. In comes Nani, going to be looking at the top 4 cards of the deck, and you can add a character card with cost 1 or 2 into your hand.
Oh, we got a Go-Go, we got a Daisy, but unfortunately also a Street Smart Dog, and that Tramp, you want to have it in hand. You don't want it on the bottom of your deck, but unfortunately that's where it's going right now, and he's taking that Daisy Donald's Date into his hand.
Rebecca, if you play 40 characters that cost 1 and 2, this Nani has a 99.1% success rate.
That's incredible.
Usually players play around like 37, but we do see as high as 40. But this Nani, extremely consistent card, great body, and going to help to sing Under the Sea.
Yeah, Nani and Grandmother Willow, those are the 2 cards that I feel like really gave the Dogs deck the edge in this current Winter Spell meta. Every deck is playing those 4 ofs, and they really do a lot of work. I mean, we've seen Grandmother Willow already, and there's that second Heffalumps and Woozles that I said he had in hand. Lady not going to be able to quest next turn, and he is able to draw another card. I think it was that Under the Sea that he just drew.
Yeah, Bernardo does have quite a few expensive uninkables, like the Spooky Sight, like the Under the Seas. There's even Ink guys in the deck. But I think at the moment it's fair to say it's getting a little bit unlucky in the big moment of this tournament. It's going to happen. Bernardo, though, with these Heffalumps and Woozles, is at least slowing Irvin down from questing, giving them some time to get a foothold in this match and preventing Irvin from having any lore. And I think Irvin will have lore that's going to be updated very soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, you know, the other interesting thing here is Bernardo has not had the best start to this game, but also Irvin hasn't had the ideal start to this game either, and that's kind of lucky for Bernardo because in other games, Irvin might be running away at this point.
Yeah, and Bernardo did finally find some ramp with that Tipo Growing Sun. Of course, has the opportunity to put an uninkable card into the Inkwell. So Bernardo with Under the Sea and Spooky Sight in hand, probably being able to make use of that Growing Sun. The big question is, what do you keep in hand here? Do you try and get the Under the Sea through? Do you try and get the Spooky Sight through? Of course, Spooky Sight can come through a little bit more easily, but it is also going to be adding all of those characters for Irvin into the Inkwell. Bernardo has really impressed me, Rebecca, at how, despite missing ramp, they've just adapted to the situation they find themselves in. And those Heffalumps and Woozles, very flexible because they can deal with those illusions, but here they've proven to be really effective at just slowing Irvin down.
Yeah, which is what you want to do. You don't want him to be questing and running away, especially against a Sapphire deck. That is what these decks can do. They can press the gas really early on, but Irvin not able to do that because of those Heffalumps and Woozles. They're very confusals.
Yeah.
The dogs are like, what's going on? I can't quest.
And big credit to Bernardo, because it's not a card you see all that often. You've got cards like Strike a Good Match, Develop Your Brain. So Bernardo's really gone, even Improvise, Bernardo's really gone out of their way to include these 2 copies of Heffalumps and Woozles in their deck, and they have been really effective here. And also, of course, recycling, essentially. You're drawing 1 additional card, replacing themselves, and just digging him ever closer to finally finding a little bit of ramp.
Daisy Duck coming down, and then we have the Tramp. There he is. We are going to be able to look at 5 cards off of there. And Daisy, a really wonderful card to be coming down because anytime that she quests, we're going to be looking at the top card of Bernardo's deck. If it's an action, or it's going to go to the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, and Irvin's going to be a little bit scared of a potential Prince Philip shift with that Malicious, Mean and Scary combo. I wonder if they're ever going to consider keeping like an Ursula or a Mowgli to try and play around Malicious, Mean and Scary. We did see Bernardo ink one much earlier on, but whenever you see a card like that inked, you always have to wonder, is there another one?
Yep, and with that Prince Philip there on the board, that shift feels imminent. You have to play around it. Not seeing there what he chose, but he looks like he's making a decision here, what he wants to keep.
Yeah, again, these kind of Tramp decisions are absolutely the moment to slow down, really calculate, think through all of your options. You're making a lot of decisions at once, and it's these kinds of decisions which, if you rush, you can really get yourself into a pickle. And I love to see the process from Irvin. I want people to pay attention to that. He sort of decided which cards are always being discarded, and then he's just trying to like really hone in on those smaller decisions. But look at that. It's going to be Lilo, it's going to be Under the Sea, and also big credit.
Della's Moon Lullaby.
Yeah, big credit to Bernardo really taking in all of that information and trying to make a read on what that means Irvin has kept in hand.
Yes, and of course those Lilos, we don't mind putting him into the discard like we said.
Yeah, those escape artists with that no place I'd rather be ability, particularly powerful with an Emerald Chromacon, although of course that's not coming through just yet.
He does have 2 copies of the Emerald Chromacon in his deck. And what's great about those Lilo escape artists being in the discard too is if Malicious Scary does come, he can immediately next turn put out a couple of characters onto the board, sometimes rebuilding your board after something like that combo with Mean Malicious Scary and Prince Philip. It can be really hard to establish board presence again, so those Lilos would really help him out if that happens.
Yep, and Bernardo doing some calculating themselves, just working out how much lore is on the board for Irvin. There is an awful lot.
There's 8. There's 8 lore on the board. Irvin already at 7, so if he doesn't do anything next turn, he would be at 15 if he decided to quest with everything. And of course, that lady, even though might quest for more if he plays another character out.
Yeah, that's very true indeed. As Develop Your Brain comes through for Bernardo for 1 ink. That does mean that Shift Prince Philip is not going to be able to come through this turn, which probably means that that combo wasn't there. Irvin, there was an opportunity here for Bernardo, right, to have that Malicious Mean and Scary, that Prince Philip shift, but it's not happening at this moment, which I'm sure Irvin is very relieved to see.
We see Donald Duck coming down instead, the Perfect Gentleman, getting some card draw for both players, actually. It's a little bit of that group hug effect that we love. We love to draw cards. And what do you think about the inclusion of Donald Duck in this deck?
Yeah, in Emerald Sapphire, it's proven to be a bit of a staple, actually.
Yeah.
You don't have that much card draw outside of Clarabelle, and then, of course, Donald Duck able to sing cards like You're Welcome, and then double dip on that card draw with Clarabelle down the line. You give your opponent cards, but you can take advantage of that with Clarabelle, and we do see that double Lilo Escape Artist, Rebecca.
Yeah, we see them both coming back. It does look like we're going to exert here to quest with everything except Daisy.
Yeah, very, very curious, and I like that decision from Irvin to just wait with the Daisy and decide. Maybe you could argue you should take that quest with Daisy first, get the information that John Silver's added into hand. I imagine it's not going to matter at this moment in time, but if you, for example, with the Daisy, see the Malicious Mean and Scary, you get a little bit of extra information. Bernardo's going to check the discard, get as much information as possible before making their next play.
Yep, we need to do something here. There is a lot of lore on this side of the board. We have, what is this? 8, 12 lore.
That is so much. It's almost enough to win a whole second game of Disney Lorcana, although, of course, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I'm sure that Bernardo wishes that he had that Shift Philip, that he had the Mean, Malicious, and Scary. That would get him out of this, but right now he is choosing to challenge into the Tramp, taking him off the board. Donald Duck taking damage and staying, but those other 2 characters, unfortunately, going in the discard. Spooky Sight!
Oh my
That's
goodness.
right. So we didn't know what he kept in hand. Spooky Sight is going to take care of everything, and losing those Lilo's Escape Artists is huge. He's not going to be able to bring him back from the discard. They are in the inkwell. They're staying there. That was huge.
Wow. As soon as Bernardo started challenging, I was like, oh, it's not looking good. No Under the Sea then. Well, Spooky Sight deals with everything. That Tramp was challenged, but now Irvin has so much ink, and that Donald Duck, remember, is adding cards into Irvin's hand, which Irvin is now going to be able to take great advantage of.
Oh, and there is an Ursula Deceiver. We get to take a look at Bernardo's hand. He does have an Ink Geyser, which unfortunately is not a song, but now we know that it is there.
Yeah, of course, a Mowgli Man Cub could deal with that Ink Geyser potentially. I wonder if Bernardo ever finds the opportunity to get it down. That would turn all of the ink into cards in Irvin's hand, which at this moment in time sounds pretty good, right? You're adding so many cards to Irvin's hand, but ultimately they're not going to have enough ink to spend all those cards.
I have to tell you, anytime I see Ink Geyser played, I just get so excited. I love that card. It's so fun. We do see Grandmother Willow coming down, and a lady who is able to bring back a couple cards from the discard. I don't know that he has anything actually in his discard to be able to bring back, though.
Yep, it's going to be then passing back on over to Bernardo, that Donald Duck flat-footed, the Perfect Gentleman, triggering both players drawing a card. Can Bernardo ever go for the Ink Geyser here? Well, the problem is they need to remove some of the cards from Irvin's board, as currently Irvin is questing for 4. Usually this Ink Geyser, you can get down once you've already gained total board control. Baker called it shutting the door earlier in the weekend, and I think that's a great expression. So Ink Geyser not really the right card for this moment.
Yeah. He is going to sing You're Welcome with... is he choosing his Donald Duck? He's choosing his own Donald Duck. He's going to shuffle that in and get to draw 2 cards. I'm not sure how many. I think he has 2 cards in hand. So looking for something here. What do you think he is hoping to see?
I think he's looking for a miracle. Whenever you're taking this kind of play with Emerald Sapphire, it's not what you want to be doing, but it's recognizing that if you don't take drastic measures, you're going to lose this game. So Bernardo, I'm sure they've got something up their sleeve, but I think really they're just wishing for... They realize that they can't win the game with their current hand, and they have to find something off the top. I'm not sure there's really much that would even help them here, But you've got to try, right?
You've got to try. Irvin is going to win next turn if he can't remove at least one of these characters. It looks like he did pick up at least one Prince Philip, and it might have been two that I saw him draw off the top.
Yeah, of course, Bernardo could have gone for the You're Welcome onto this lady, but it also would have left Bernardo with the Donald Duck with damage, which would have opened them up to that Go-Go Tamago. Of course, as well, Grandmother Willow and Ursa will be ticking Irvin closer to that 20 mark, giving them more cards in hand to spend all that ink on. So it wasn't a great option for Bernardo, but it's one they felt they had to take.
Yeah, he's really thinking here, is there anything that I can do? What can I do to stay in the game? Can I last one more turn? We are going to put down a Basil bounce back Miss Park Avenue that does keep Bernardo in this game for one more turn.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about for Bernardo. They missed ramp in this game for such a long time. They're just trying to get that foothold. But at this position, every law for Irvin matters, which means that Bernardo is having to play a little bit awkwardly here. Not able to develop this John Silver even just yet. But this Basil is a good option to keep them in the game. But for how long is the big question, as that lady can come back down, although there's still no characters in the discard for her to return to hand.
Yeah, that spooky sight was huge. And now Irvin just has all the ink in the world that he could ever wish for. This is probably triple or 4 or 5 times more ink than that this dog's deck is used to playing with.
Yeah, and Irvin taking their time. So much ink to work with.
We're just going to throw them all out here because we have the ink. Why not? We're going to bring down 2 Miss Park Avenues. We're going to bring down a Daisy Duck. We are going to put ourselves in a position to say, what are you going to do? What can you do?
Yeah, and of course, Spooky Sight is not going to save Bernardo here. There's only 1 copy in the deck as well, so it's already been played. But those ladies are 5-cost characters. Under the Sea is not going to deal with those ladies either. At 4 strength, it's looking like Bernardo might be out of answers here. Let's see if they can do anything about this board of Irvin.
Irvin just needs 2 more lore. He has a whole lot of lore on the board. We just have 1 Basil over on Bernardo's side of the board. He is thinking, what can I do? I'm going to draw this 1 card. Isn't it? What is it? It is. And he laughs. He gives a little chuck. That's a Tipo. It's a Tipo.
Fantastic. Big credit to Bernardo. What a great character. Having fun, even when the odds are stacked against you. Rubbing the table. Whenever you rub the table, it's always Tipo.
It's always Tipo. I mean, hey, we've seen Tipo do some good work before. we have. But unfortunately for Bernardo, in that situation, Tipo not going to help him out
You
at
know
all.
what Bernardo needed to do? He needed to rub the table on his 2nd turn when he needed ink. Then
That
he would have
is
drawn
true.
Tipo.
Then he would have drawn Tipo.
Of course, it doesn't really work like that. And of course, you wouldn't do that at that stage because you're giving up a lot of information to your opponent as well. But Bernardo just having some fun with it at the end is really great to see.
It really is. But gosh, missing that turn 2 ramp was huge. That was huge. Not able really to ever gain control in that game. And unfortunately for him, he did lose. And he was on the play.
Yeah, he was. He went first in this one,
He was
Bernardo.
on the play. So that is kind of a big hit for him to take here in this match, here in the top 8. So he will be on the play again going into this 2nd game.
Yeah, Bernardo, though, really, really good player. Going to still be knowing that this was just one of those games. You've got to accept that this is going to happen if you pick Sapphire as your ink color for a Disney Lorcana challenge. It's a very long event. You're going to miss ramp, and it's about how you deal with that situation. Can you now bounce back and make up for that lost game? You've almost just got to go, well, you do just have to go 2-0. You say, okay, I couldn't have done anything about this one, but now I have to just try and find my ramp, of course, and play really cleanly. And, of course, Bernardo altered all 7 cards, Rebecca. It's not like you can even look back and say, like we saw in the match with Zan, where it's like, well, you could have got rid of the octopus and maybe drawn that 1 additional card. That wasn't even a possibility for Bernardo, even with that develop your brain on turn 1.
Yeah, like you said, that was the best card he could have had with the cards that he had was develop your brain. Couldn't find it, but hopefully he will find it in game 2.
Rebecca, it's been a really, really fun event. What's been your highlight so far of this DLC in Ghent?
I mean, just walking around and interacting with the community has been incredible. I have been loving it so much. And I did get a chance to play Disney trivia today with the community. So that was a lot of fun. But one of the things that I want to talk about with you, Joe, is some brackets.
Oh, I love brackets. This might be my favorite part of the weekend so far, Rebecca. As we've got the top 8 bracket, but remember, we've got 2 top 8 brackets.
Look it.
This is the Saturday main event. We've got Diego Saz on Amber Steel up against Marcus Fisher on Amethyst Steel. We've got an all-dogs mirror matchup. In fact, we've got 2 all-dogs mirror matchups. And then, of course, Bernardo versus Irvin, the game that we're watching. It's very much the Dogs Saturday main event as it stands.
It really is. So we are absolutely going to see at least 2 Dogs deck in the semifinals and perhaps 3 if Irvin can get a win out of this match. But I'm really going to be interested to see between Diego and Marcus, the Amber Steel, the Amethyst Steel, what is going to win in that match. That is going to be really, really interesting.
And also, Rebecca, if Bernardo can manage to beat the Dogs deck twice, they're going to find themselves in the final. And who knows, they might even have the opportunity to win this Saturday main event in the top 8 by just beating Dogs 3 times. If any deck could do it in this bracket, you would say that Emerald Sapphire might actually be the favorite, although, of course, Bernardo's 0-1 down in this first match against Irvin.
He is not out of it, though. He still has the total possibility of being able to take it. So we will see how it goes with this next game. I am excited to see, you know, everyone, well, I shouldn't say everyone. A lot of people love Dogs, and a lot of people want to see Dogs taken down. And so I know that Bernardo is hoping that he is the one to do it here.
Yeah, we do see Sail in Bernardo's hand. We didn't catch the altars in this second match, but Bernardo has that all-important Sail, the Azurite Sea. So we've got much more of a game on our hands. There's also that Cinderella, which can come down on 3 ink. There's the Clarabelle. It's looking a lot better for Bernardo. And remember, Bernardo, if they can keep beating Dogs, Rebecca, they will find themselves in the finals.
Yes, Cinderella, dream come true. I'm sure that Bernardo is hoping that his dream comes true today and that he does find himself in the finals. Irvin putting down that lady. So I think we've seen that with every Dogs deck that I've seen. I've seen that lady on turn 1.
Yeah, of course, an uninkable can't be put into the inkwell, but it can certainly be played on the board. Otherwise, it's just going to be collecting some dust in the hand. That elegant spaniel deserves to be on the board for all to see.
She does. And of course, that synergy with Tramp is great, where you get to quest for 2 with her. We are seeing that Sail, the Azurite Sea from Bernardo. We got that ramp. This game is looking so much different from last game. We're also going to put down a Clarabelle Clumsy Guest.
Yeah, Clarabelle, of course, a great shift option. Of course, also being able to deal with items should not be forgotten about in this particular matchup, but a really nice way of just sneaking down that 1-cost Clarabelle and representing the opportunity to shift Clarabelle down the line. We do see Grandmother Willow for Irvin, and there is another 1-drop to follow it up.
We love to see that. We have Bobby Zimmerski giving him the ability to look at the top card of his deck and then discard. A little bit of filtering there. A go-go going into the discard. She's going to go-go to the discard.
Yeah, of course. Also, Lady might go-go her put back in hand. That did not work, Rebecca. I can only apologize for that. As we do now pass back on over to Bernardo. Cinderella is the most likely option here, achieving that extra ramp. And of course, you can ink an uninkable with Cinderella. That ink geyser might not be the best option, but a great option for Cindy. Of course, Irvin is not going to know that's what was inked.
Yes, and Cinderella, of course, has the trigger on herself because she is a princess. And I just love that card so much. I love seeing decks that pair Cinderella with Moana.
Yes, me too.
Oh.
I absolutely love it. I've been doing some of that in my Ruby and Sapphire deck. So
that sounds very fun.
We do have, of course, that Clarabelle shift being threatened for the next turn. There's probably nothing Irvin could do about it unless they want to go for like a Finnick type play, but you would imagine that Irvin is not wanting to make this play at this moment in time. In fact, I'm not even sure that Finnick is in this deck.
No, there is no Finnick in Irvin's deck.
Does mean that this this Clarabelle shift is sure to come through very, very soon. But what Irvin can do to play around it is just try and empty their hand as much as possible. Of course, that Clarabelle is going to be drawing cards at the end of the turn equal to the amount of cards in your opponent's hand. So if Irvin can just get a big wide board here, they can nullify the value of Clarabelle, but of course you're risking then playing into an Under the Sea. So maybe like a Mowgli, an Ursula would be the best option here for Irvin.
And it's not even just Under the Sea, right? It's Under the Sea, it's Spooky Sight, it's Mean, Malicious, Scary, Prince Philip. There's so many things that could take out his board. We have an Ursula Deceiver.
Ooh.
We do have a song. We have Mean, Malicious, Mean, and Scary. And we also get to see the rest of his hand. A Clarabelle, that Floodborn is indeed in hand, as well as a John Silver. But being able to take out that Malicious, Mean, Scary is pretty great.
Yeah, 4 ink spent there on the Grandmother Willow, as well as what was the Bobby, it was the Grandmother Willow, and then the Ursula. Of course, 2 cost reductions in the mix there from the Grandmother Willows. Really, really interesting sequencing to take that Bobby first, drawing that additional card, seeing what you're working with, then playing the Grandmother Willow and finishing it off with the Ursula to get that Ursula down for just 1 ink. Of course, you'd love to take that Ursula right off the start, but for all we know, that Ursula might not have even been in hand before Bobby came through. So really interesting sequencing from Irvin and a very important decision from him. Really like the way he played that turn.
Definitely. So I think that sequencing is one of those things that is really key here at these levels of play, and is something that new players, that's something you have to learn, that sometimes it really comes down to the sequencing of plays that you do that can make the difference.
Yeah, and a good rule is if you can get some information and you're always going to do it, do that first. And this Bobby was the play from Irvin to get that extra information about their own hand, and then they played the Ursula Deceiver at the end to get the information on Bernardo's hand. So they valued the Bobby more than the Ursula. Again, the Ursula might not have even been in the hand to start things off, or the Grandmother Willow, for example. So really nice play by Irvin, but it is back on over to Bernardo. Irvin has dumped that hand. There's only 1 card in hand, so Clarabelle is not going to be doing an awful lot here. 3 cards for Bernardo. There was the John Silver, there was the Clarabelle. He's going to probably hope to have drawn some ink, because I wouldn't want to ink that John Silver or that Clarabelle.
No, you don't. I'm not sure what he drew off the top, but neither of those would want to see themselves into the inkwell. That is into the unknown for sure. They would stay there, and those are both cards that he would like to play out in this game. Taking his time here, really thinking through what he wants to do. But I think you're right on Irvin's side, that he knows that Clarabelle is probably going to be coming, and so he doesn't want to have cards in hand. He does not want Bernardo to be drawing more cards.
Yeah, now that Irvin has dumped their hand, the Clarabelle is a lot less appealing for Bernardo. And in fact,
so
it's
unappealing.
going to be inked. John Silver comes through. It's going to be giving Reckless to this lady, and I really love the decision-making here from Bernardo. This John Silver is such a menace to deal with, the alien pirate.
And I love that his ability is both on play and every time he quests. It's so good. He's also a really great body, 5/5, and he quests for 2.
Yeah, big fan of John Silver. It wasn't a card which ever saw that much play back in pre-rotation. It was that set 1 first chapter legendary, but I think it's one of my favorite reprints. It's really taken on a new lease of life post-rotation.
We are going to shift Miss Park Avenue, and we're going to bring back 2 cards into hand, cost 2 or less. There was a Go-Go, and I forget the other card that was there in the discard, but refilling Irvin's hand a little bit, and we're going to play some out, I think. We're going to play a daisy. 2 daisies. I love a double daisy. Double daisy is one of my favorite things in Disney Lorcana.
Donald Duck also loves a double daisy. 2 Daisy Duck, Donald's dates. Big prize ability, but Bernardo not going to be happy to see that daisy enter the field. However, could of course still find something like an Under the Sea. Could still find something like a
Spooky Sight.
Yes,
that
would be
do
quite
it.
impressive.
He only has 1 copy, I believe, in his deck. I don't know if he'll find it.
Irvin only with that 1 card in hand, so the Spooky Sight would be really quite effective here. Okay, Irvin's going to have so much ink, but they don't have much cards to spend that ink on. This John Silver is, remember, giving the lady Reckless, so it cannot quest this turn despite shifting in. That Reckless tag will stick around.
Yes. Of course, if there was a character exerted, she would have to challenge, but so she can't. So she just has to sit there ready and waiting for next turn to do something. questing here, up to 7 on Irvin's side of the board. Bernardo is still at 0, not questing yet. We have 2 cards in hand. I believe there is a Clarabelle. We are going to shift here with that Clarabelle light on her hooves.
Yeah, unfortunately not a Princess Clarabelle, as much as you might like to be, but your welcome is going to be something big moment from Bernardo. The Your Welcome and Clarabelle synergy is absolutely outstanding.
I love it because, of course, Your Welcome, whichever player you choose, could be yourself or your opponent. They're going to draw 2 cards, and then that's going to allow him to draw off of Clarabelle's ability at the end of the turn. And I believe that Bernardo has no cards in hand now.
Yes, absolutely. They have emptied their hand. They, of course, inked that Clarabelle in the previous turn, but they were able to find another one. I think either the Your Welcome or the Clarabelle was found off the top here, Rebecca. I think that's about as good as it could have gotten at this stage. Maybe, admittedly, Under the Sea perhaps would
have been
quite
better.
a lot better.
That would have been better. But if you can't have that, this was not a bad option here. We're going to have 3 cards in hand now here for Irvin. So Bernardo is going to be able to draw up to 3. But he's thinking here, does he want to... He's counting how much lore is on the board. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Of course, the Clarabelle can challenge, the Clarabelle can quest, and it goes the same for the John Silver. John Silver will give Reckless when it quests, but of course you've also just got to consider challenging yourself to remove those threats entirely from the board rather than just stalling them. I would imagine we see a John Silver quest, and I would imagine we see a Clarabelle challenge here, but let's wait and see.
Yeah. And of course now, because there will be characters exerted, that means that anyone who he gives Reckless to is going to have to challenge, and he wants to make that challenge beneficial, right? He wants to get something off the board.
Yeah, and if you're challenging here with the John Silver, you're only taking out a 1 quester, whereas with the Reckless, you can potentially give Reckless to the Daisy Duck. That's what's going to happen. Not only is that going to stop Daisy Duck from questing, but that Daisy Duck must challenge if able. Although, admittedly, challenging that Cinderella would mean that Daisy Duck will not be taken off the board. It's not 6 damage on the Daisy, everybody.
Yes.
It's Reckless.
That's Reckless, yes.
I've never seen that, a six counter on the Daisy to be given Reckless, but we can work with it.
Ooh, I missed what Bernardo picked. He did draw 3 cards there off of Clarabelle, light on her hooves. Choosing here not to quest or challenge with Clarabelle. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Definitely a very calculated player. Always the sign of a good player, Rebecca, to find those windows of opportunity to not do the obvious thing. The obvious thing was to challenge, but Bernardo decides, you know, I quite like my Clarabelle. I want to keep her, and I don't want to risk this 2-cost Tramp, which could give a big strength boost to one of the other characters. Of course, this Clarabelle able to help contribute towards Under the Sea.
And there it is,
wow.
That 2-cost Tramp coming down, giving some extra strength to another character. So you are exactly right.
Yeah, it's possible also that was one of the cards added back to hand from the Lady Elegant Spaniel.
That
so
could
it's
have been. I
something
think
Bernardo
that's right.
might know about.
Yep.
But even if not, of course, it is open deck list at this point. You can't be too surprised to see it. It is going to be that Ursula Deceiver having a little look. It wasn't the best cards off the top. 2 of those 1-cost Clarabelles and a Cinderella. It's not a great hand for Bernardo, I've got to say.
And we have that Tramp making its way down. We're going to be able to look through a lot of cards here. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. 9 cards that he's going to be able to look at. Of course, he's going to have to discard 9. So now here we get to keep 1 card in hand.
Yeah, that is quite unbelievable amount of card draw there from Irvin. Or not card draw, but card filtering. Had that 1 card in hand already and really just gets to pick exactly what they want. I have a feeling we might see some Lilo escape artists entering the discard as well. So even though it's only going to be 1 card in hand, those Lilos in the discard would be a great help, I'm sure.
Yeah, super valuable, and sometimes even more valuable in the discard. You know, that's a threat to your opponent to have those Lilos in the discard pile. But man, look at this board. This is what this Amber Emerald deck does. It floods the board. You get that Tramp out. You're looking through cards. It's that hybrid of like the aggro combo control even of this dog's deck.
It can do it all.
It can really do it all, and that's why these players are making it here to the top of the tournament here. We are in top 8. Again, this is our Saturday tournament. These players did 8 rounds yesterday of Swiss and 4 this morning, and they are working their way through the brackets to hope to claim victory here today as the champion.
Yeah, Irvin, let's not forget that Daisy Duck is reckless. They're still making a lot of decisions. Untimed round now is the moment to do lots of calculating. Irvin has all the information to work with. There's only one thing they don't know about right now, and that is what card is Bernardo going to draw into. What is that card on top of Bernardo's deck? Irvin knows everything else. They know the cards in Bernardo's hand, thanks to that Ursula, and they have all of the options in their own hand. So now is the time to calculate, Rebecca,
Yes.
and absolutely the right moment to slow down.
Yeah, so what's interesting here is he has, I believe it's 13 lore on the board. If he kept all those characters, next turn he could just turn everything sideways and win.
Right.
But there are threats that could be drawn off the top of Bernardo's deck. He could draw a Spooky Sight. He could draw an Under the Sea. He could draw something. So yeah, he's thinking now, what do I want to quest with? We're looking through the discard here. It looks like.
I think Bernardo's also just like, not sure exactly what's happening, but it is also important to recognize.
He's counting ink. He wants to know what he can play. If he draws something off the top, can he play it? And
Right.
I think he has 6 ink, I believe, because he played 5.
Yeah, definitely at least 6. I think it is 6 because we saw that Clarabelle ink
Shift.
to get John Silver down, and then we saw the Clarabelle shift and the You're Welcome played, and it was. I don't think a card was inked that turn. Clarabelle shift came down for 5, and there's 1 ink open,
Yes,
so it looks
so
like
he has
6.
6. Yep.
All of the cards discarded, and look now, Bernardo's got to do all of the calculating. Bernardo does not have all the information. That one card in Irvin's hand is a mystery. You know what it could be? It could be another tramp.
It could be another tramp.
Oh, it is another tramp.
I cannot believe that, Joe. I cannot believe that. And he played it for free because he had all those characters down on the board. That is amazing. And we're just going to turn cards over in the discard because we don't have any cards in hand to keep. So we're just going to turn over, gosh, 12, 13. There's a lot. There's a lot of cards there. Man, Tramp truly is a street smart dog.
Yeah, we do see that Daisy Duck challenge come through. Big moment off the top for Bernardo. Irvin's going to, of course, probably quest with everything. An Under the Sea off the top, a Spooky Sight off the top would be a huge moment. The Under the Sea could be absolutely game-winning. I wonder if Irvin ever decides to actually just challenge into this Cindy and ensure that they cannot lose to Under the Sea.
Yeah, that is so true. If we can get rid of the Cindy, we won't be able to sing it, and he doesn't have enough ink to play it.
And at that point, it would be only the Spooky Sight, which would be able to remove all these characters from the board, but it wouldn't deal with those Tramp street smart dogs. The only big concern I have for Irvin right now, Rebecca, is how many cards do they have left in their deck? Because you've got to be really careful at this point that you don't run out of cards. I don't think it's going to happen, but my goodness, they can't have that many cards left in the deck.
You know, what's interesting is I'm pretty sure that it is a May ability on the Enterprise, on the Street Smart Dog. So he doesn't necessarily have to draw and discard all of those cards, and he is choosing to challenge there into the Cinderella, like you said, taking away the ability for Bernardo to sing Under the Sea or even play it. He doesn't have the ink, and we are looking at a possible win next turn.
Big moment off the top,
everything
Rebecca.
Can stay on the board.
Big
We
moment.
have Moana.
I don't think that's going to do
it. That is not going to do it. There's just that Cinderella dream come true. There is 2 clumsy guests, and then a Moana off the top, and there is a handshake. Bernardo, he played his heart out, but unfortunately, those dogs were running a race that he could not keep up with.
Yeah, wow, what an impressive win. Bernardo was in that position in the top 8, winning that Golden Mickey. Huge congratulations to them. There's someone that I know has gone to a lot of these Disney Norcana Challenge events. Really, really great spirit in this game. Fast play, funny moments with that rub on the table. I really enjoyed seeing it. But Amber Emerald, we've just seen it win in both of our top 8 matches, Rebecca. It is looking like your prediction to win the tournament is looking pretty good.
I am hoping that it makes it all the way. That was my prediction. I'm not going to win the caster draft at this point. I don't think Kim and Baker are both running away with that. So I'm going to run away with the dogs because the dogs are here to play.
Yeah, and I do believe, Rebecca, we have got an interview with Zan Sai Ed from that first feature match that we saw.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent, Belgium. And I am joined by the man who just went 2-1 and is proceeding to top 4, the legendary Zan Zayed. Zan, such a pleasure to talk with you as always, mate. How are you feeling off the back of that?
I feel good, but I just have this feeling that I'm not done. I need to focus, and I need to feel incomplete until I get back to Worlds.
Job's not done.
Job's not done.
Job's not done. But of course, you mentioned already a DLC champion in the past, a Worlds player. I know you're keen to get back there. Talk to me a little bit about what made you lock in dogs for this weekend. Why was it the correct choice for you?
I mean, I did a podcast that said, let's talk about bans. And, here we are with the deck that we talked about.
And why is it the correct deck, though?
It just does everything. It can be aggressive, it can be controlling, it can be mid-range. And I feel like my playstyle is I evaluate it every single turn. I'll make a control deck look like the most aggressive thing in the world. So I think that this is the most explosive best deck maybe of all time. And if I play it 100% correctly, I think that you have a shot to win any tournament.
Was there ever a consideration for a different deck, or were you dogs ever since essentially day one of planning for this?
I was purple steel until 15 minutes before.
15 minutes before.
15 minutes before. I didn't even have all the there's 2 slots that would have been different if I had brought all the cards.
Wow. Can you talk about what they would have been?
Yeah, it would have been 6 cost tramp over the one of Ursula and the 3rd Mickey Mouse.
But in retrospect, are you happy you made those decisions?
The deck's so powerful, it doesn't matter.
It's just going to get the job done either way.
Yeah.
There you go. Spessy mentioned it on the cast. We already have our first ever person, Frank Carsten, to win 2 Disney Lorcana challenges. And you seem keen to add your name to that list?
Yes. I mean, I've been following Frank Carsten from other card games.
Sure.
He was honestly one of my heroes. So it would be only ideal to follow in his footsteps.
Absolutely. And hey, I think you're well on your way to doing it. You're in top 4, but job is not done. Talk about that match just a little bit for me. Was there ever any worrying turns, any really decisive turns that you think are interesting that may be able to educate Lorcana players out there that may not have quite enough experience as you?
Yeah. I would say in game 2, I drew 2 Under the Seas, and it put me in a bad position, and I had to be like, I had to reevaluate how I should play this game. And my reevaluation was my opponent is playing Blurple. They have to get rid of my threats by inking my threats. And that means I'm going to have an opportunity to Under the Sea, not by singing it, but by hardcasting it. And so I think that I just needed to be a little cheeky in order to have a chance. And so I bounced my Rhino, which allowed me to give -1 to a Hades, and then hard cast a Under the Sea, and I ended up pulling off and utilizing both cards. Of course, my opponent ended up drawing very well, despite the fact that I was able to make 2 cards that would be dead to other dogs players, but I just didn't want to let them be dead.
I'd like to get your opinion on one thing that's been a bit of a debate between dogs players at the moment. Typically, Emerald Chromicon has been a very popular card in dogs, helping it a lot. Recently, shout out to Sailor, who won a CCQ playing a no Emerald Chromicon list. What are your thoughts on the ups and the downs to playing Chromicon or not, and whether you want the full Under the Sea package? Can you speak to that a little?
Yeah, so first of all, Sailor is one of my favorite people, and he's a really intelligent player. And so at the beginning of the set, I felt that 4 Under the Sea was going to be a thing, and I was waiting for the right moment. So there's 2 tournaments that happen, Melbourne and Melbourne and the CCQ, and I wasn't sure which one it was going to come out. I was pretty sure that Dogs was going to make a deep run, have a great shot at winning Melbourne, so it won Melbourne. And then after that, I was like, okay, there's going to be a bit of adjustments, and that adjustment's going to bring a lot of item hate. Now, what is going to be the response? Either people are going to play dogs or bring item hate. So the natural next step was the 4 Under the Sea, no Chromocon. So I was really hoping that would happen, because what it does is it creates chaos, and that chaos ends up being good to bring back the Chromocons. Because you're looking at the Blurple players, they're not playing the Wasabis anymore, and you're like, okay, this is now, it makes it 100% correct to play it. If you didn't play it, you were just incorrect this weekend. That's just the reality.
Do you think Sailor's win had a knock-on effect on the rest of this DLC?
100%. And I was like, someone needs to do it. I hope someone does it. And I was just happy that it was Sailor. But I kind of knew that it was going to happen.
Kind of clear the way for the Chromocon believers like yourself.
Exactly. Well, Chromocon is such a powerful effect, you want to play it anyways. So either you play through the artifact, item hate, or you let something like this happen, and then it becomes clear as day. But yeah, it's a complicated evaluation. But once you hear it once, card games are cyclical in their trends, and so I would bet money that this would happen again.
There you go. So, yeah, listen to the words of a former DLC champion, a Worlds player. Zan, you're a man I've got a lot of respect for. I follow your content. It's great to see you in the top 4. I want to let you go. I'm going to let you have a breather, reset before you head into your top 4 game. But before we do, any shout-outs, any thank yous, anything you'd like to say to the Lorcana community?
Yeah, first of all, thank you to my wife. She was supposed to come with me on this trip, but we had to cancel our trip together because I felt like I had to go to Taiwan for the DLC, for Taipei.
You're on the grind.
And she was very, very understanding. So really, thank you to my wife. And then, of course, my team, Rare Hunters. These opportunities are so impossible to do without a family backing you up. And my family in Austria is absolutely amazing. And yeah, thank you, Alex, owner and leader of Rare Hunters.
I can see you're emotional. I can see how much it means to you to get back here. I know how much Lorcana means to you. Zan Zayed, thank you so much for your time. I wish you the best of luck with the rest of your run. This is Zan Zayed, who will be proceeding to the top 4 of DLC Ghent. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Disney Lorcana coming up very soon.
I've always said that Baker's a very smart man. Don't go anywhere. We are here with top 4 action, and by we, I of course mean myself, Ross, and the lovely Kim. Kim, you got Pascal on your shoulder, you got a smile on your face. Where's your hype level at?
I'm ready, and here is Diego, not to mention the one player left on my fantasy team, which, by the way, Ross, I am in the lead of, and he is going up against, once again, another Amber Emerald deck. And we know as well as everybody else in the Disney Lorcana community, Diego is an expert on dogs.
I have 2 words for you, Kim. Woof and woof. We are off in top 4 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent. Lilo Escape Artist hits the ink. Bobby Zamarewski, Spray Cheese Kid, gets played as the 1-drop for the turn. And then we are getting ourselves, remember, we get to draw 1 and then discard 1. We pass over to Diego here. And what have we got? We are inking and we are playing. And it's the Troubadour both times.
Yeah, the Troubadour, and it has resist, and not only that, it has Singer 4.
Not too bad, that musical narrator narrating through song. There was no turn 1 play for Diego, which is worth pointing out. And the Troubadours is not something I've seen on any game I've casted this weekend, but I know it has made a few appearances. Back over to David here. And this is where these dog decks want to go fast. Lilo in the ink. What's the turn 2 play? Ursula Deceiver.
Oh, Ursula Deceiver, and we know that this top 8, well, top 4, top 32 in Hull has been open decklist, meaning David knows that Diego is playing an Amber Steel song, knowing if I do turn 2 Ursula Deceiver, more than likely I am going to be able to target a song. And not only does he get to choose from one song, there's 3 songs in the hand, And that is going to be a Kutamuti being discarded out of Diego's hand into the discard.
I'm so happy one of us can say the name of that card right, Kim. You carry that. The other one, we had Strength of a Raging Fire, which gets inked, and he hurled his Thunderbolt was the other option. But Nani's Stage Manager comes down here. We look at the top 4 cards. We find a 2 cost. It's my boy, Doc.
Yeah, Jen's favourite card from the weekend, and definitely a bold knight standing out among all of the glimmers on the board today. Diego could definitely use this to be able to refuel its hand, but right now the Troubadour is going to sing and hurl the Thunderbolt upon the Ursula Deceiver.
And that is banished. By the way, Spessy and I determined earlier this weekend, if you play a Doc and you get a Doc and play another Doc, that is jumping on the Doc train, and I will expect some choo-choos coming along. We're not there yet.
Okay.
I'm just warning you for if it happens.
I'm down. But right now, before we get any Doc action, it is going to be that Grandmother Willow into another Bobby Zimmerowski spray cheese kid. He's building a little bit of a leaning tower of cheese, wouldn't you say, Ross?
I would, and I love it. And you didn't even have to pay for any of that cheese because Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor, came down and reduced the cost by 1. We do see... Now, is that onto the...
That's onto the discard, I believe.
I was going to say that they're a little bit too close. Okay, I thought that was discard, but I did have to just double-check because, of course, with Bobby Zimmerowski, you draw 1, and then you discard 1. But I'd like just a tiny separation there.
Just a little bit, just a little bit.
Mean there, Kim?
Just a little bit. Normally the deck is the other way around, but it's fine. We know it's a discard, and it's exactly where our Amber Emerald player wants this Lilo Escape Artist to be, knowing we can just keep cycling it if we've no more characters in our hand to be able to play next turn.
Wow, we have the Mickey Mouse Amber Champion going down into the ink there. And, see, look, a little separation. That's all we needed. See, that's
perfect.
beautiful.
Yay!
Lore guide
Round
at the
of
table.
applause.
Yes.
Round of applause for our Amber Emerald player. Everything is cleared up now.
And the lore guide, who I think probably did have a little bit of an impact. I think I might have heard a little round of applause out in the crowd.
I think they were just as excited as we were, Ross.
Either way, we're back to Diego. We're inking Strength of a Raging Fire, and it's that lovely enchanted Stitch. Experiment 624, discarding Doctor. Oh, that snowball right into the face of Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor.
Yeah, and myself and Jen got to commentate over Diego's match earlier, and he is playing not just one of these enchanting angel Experiment 624s in this deck, so it was quite possible we may see another quite enchanting card appear on the board.
I'll have you know, I have watched the entirety of the stream when I've not been on it, so I have seen Diego's deck, I have seen the bling, and I've gotten incredibly jealous. I don't even have one of those cards, and that makes me sad. Over to David here, and we have the Nami Stage Manager coming down. We're going to be searching the top 4 cards for a 2 cost or a 1 cost.
Yeah, I get a bit of a deja vu, Ross. Isn't that card just another similar card Diego played a few turns ago?
Amber's pretty good. I think that's pretty well established now. Amber equals good.
Yeah, a lot of these Amber decks sharing a lot of similar cards, and right now it's going to be Nani Stage Manager, and David just trying to decide which 1 or 2 cost is going to be put into his hand, and that is going to be Lady Decisive Dog being chosen by Nani's ability.
That's a nice one. That means you get that little bit of extra oomph if you've got a tramp in play, which we don't right now, but I'm sure that will be coming down the line. Looks like we are inking it, though. We're inking a tramp, Street Smart Dog, to pay for that Lady Decisive Dog. Passing over to Diego. Will we see any of those lovely songs being sung?
Who knows, but I get the feeling when our Amber Emerald player inks a tramp, they quite possibly have another tramp in the hand we may possibly see come out next turn.
It's a fair guess. Tramp would be a free cost right now. There's 4 ink down, so Tramp absolutely on the board for next turn if that's where you're going.
Yeah, but the Troubadour here having the possibility to perhaps sing a removal song, but we know Diego has a Doc in hand, meaning we could trigger Angel's Experiment 624's ability here, discard a card, and then hurl a snowboard to get rid of one of these 2 Bobby Zimmerowskis.
That is potentially going to be the play. You can discard 1 card, then you can play the Doc. Oh, it's hurling the Thunderbolt. That's even better than a snowball. Hurts a lot more, frankly. And that is going to get the Nani Stage Manager. We play Doc. We draw 2 cards. Is it time to board the Doc train?
Choo-choo.
Thank you very much. See, that's all I wanted.
Yay!
Now, we are hurling a snowball at the Lady Decisive Dog. That is the Lilo Escape Artist. I think probably the best possible option for Angel's ability there.
Yeah, definitely the card Diego put into this deck on purpose. It synergizes great with Angel's ability to be able to discard it, meaning next turn if Diego doesn't have another Glimmer to play or has extra ink available at the start of his turn, can play this Lilo, Escape Artist.
I love that. I love having something to do with my spare ink. It makes me so happy. I haven't got anything in my hand. Guess I'll play this from my discard. Now, David here is having a quick look at his hand. He can ink and he can play. It is potential trap turn. We're using free ink. That's not going to be a trap, but it could be a shift into Lady Miss Park Avenue, and that is going to recover cards from your discard pile up to 2, as long as they cost 2 or less. Ursula Deceiver and Trap. Oh, I've forgotten the Enterprising Dog. There we go.
Yes, there you go, Ross.
But that Ursula, huge, like you've already pointed out, Kim, against this Steel Song deck.
Yeah, and Lady Miss Park Avenue, by the way, can also either quest for 2, or we can take the opportunity to be able to possibly deal with this Troubadour. It would deal a damage to the Lady, but would the Troubadour be banished? I believe it would. It only has resist 1, and so 4 strength would go through, dealing 3 damage, and the Lady Miss Park Avenue would still survive.
It would be absolutely perfect. You would survive with 1 willpower remaining, and you would take out the Troubadour. So that would be fun. I would enjoy that. And of course, although the ink has to dry on a Glimmer you play, if you shift from a dry Glimmer, then you can immediately take advantage of that shifted up, which is one of the reasons that makes this shift mechanic so powerful.
Yeah, and we did see David already put that Tramp Enterprising Dog back to hand. Could also choose to just play that Tramp Enterprising Dog. Still has 1 ink available. There's a Lady in play, so it is going to only cost 1 ink. And maybe perhaps also give the strength to one of the Bobby Zimmerowskis to be able to also challenge this Nani Stage Manager. But of course, when the Bobby Zimmerowski in return would just trade with the Nani, a boat would end up in the discard.
But Nani Stage Manager getting off the board, that could be quite nice. You know, Nani is a better character on the board than Bobby Zimmerowski. How do we feel about the fact that we don't have Tramp Street Smart Dog on the board yet for David?
Well, choosing to ink it earlier on, clearly going for the other play of being able to shift Lady Miss Park Avenue, going a different route, knowing not many of the cards are going to be able to be targeted by an Under the Sea. Seeing this Angel Experiment 624 and the Nani, we would also need to see perhaps a Delamoon's Lullaby or even a Rhino 1/16th Wolf to be able to target one of the opposing Glimmers and then make it in reach of being able to Under the Sea, but not the path we're going to take. We are going to be able to tramp, and just like I mentioned earlier, the Lady is going to challenge into the Troubadour, and one of our Bobby Zimmerowskis is going to take that trade into the Nani Stage Manager, leaving just Angel Experiment 624 and a Doc Bold Knight on the board for Diego.
Yeah, I like that for David. I think those trades were very much in your favor. Here comes another Nani Stage Manager, though, and that means we get to do another search with the That's Your Cue ability. Did we whiff?
Oh, that was no 1 or 2 cost cards, and you
How
could
do you
see,
whiff?
You could see the language. Well, we don't play as many 1 or 2 costs in Amber Steel as we do Amber Emerald, clearly, and that was, oh, you could see the facial expression on Diego's face going, oh, it was nothing.
Well, David's not having a great time either between challenges and the Angel 624 ability. That Lady Miss Park Avenue has been banished into the discard pile, leaving just the Tramp Enterprising Dog on the board to face down the Angel and the Nani on the other side. So Diego doing quite nicely with the board control, and lore-wise, no one's done much of anything this game. Diego's got 3, that's it. But we are just hard playing that Lady here because, well, we've got enough thing to do it and we want to recover some cards.
Yeah, why not? You already got rid of some Bobby Zimmerowskis. You want to bring some back. Now is your time. Checking what's in the hand. And yes, 1 Bobby Zimmerowski, my favorite spray cheese kid. Also joined by a Lady Decisive Dog going back to the hand, and Ursula Deceiver going into the inkwell. Now Diego is at the start of his turn going to bring back his Lilo Escape Artist. Perhaps we are going to see a discard of the card drawn into his hand. And yes, the Rhino is going to be discarded using Angel Experiment 624's ability. Going to deal that 2 damage to our Lady Miss Park Avenue.
And worth noting that with no cards in hand, that Angel will now get that resist 2, making it much, much more difficult to get off the board. David says, hang on a second, playing Lilo Escape Artist from your discard, that seems like a wonderful idea. Guess I'll have a bit of a play with that as well. Tramp Enterprising Dog is going to quest, and David is, oh no, we're not, we're singing Delamoon's Lullaby. Why would you be bringing down the power of that?
Why not? You get to draw a card and also reduce 2 strength off one of your opponent's glimmers. And maybe drawing the card is exactly what David needs to do. Perhaps he drew into that Bobby Zimmerowski, or maybe it's the Bobby Zimmerowski that we returned from our discard, meaning we can play the Bobby Zimmerowski and we're going to be able to discard another Lilo Escape Artist. And let's just talk about the glimmer foiling on those Lilos. It is magnificent.
I am a huge fan. Here comes Emerald Chromacon. Every time one of the characters is banished for David, something is getting bounced to hand. We are taking out that Lilo Escape Artist. Fun fact, over in Japan, that was a box topper promo. So every time you buy a box, you get that glimmer foil of Lilo Escape Artist. We had it in a gift box. They had it as a booster box topper. Boom, obscure Disney Lorcana knowledge.
Oh, wow. Let's go take a quick flight over to Japan. It's not like it's only like 14 hours or something, but also Emerald Chromacon coming onto the board for David.
Huge.
And important to note, I've just had a look at Diego's list. He's not running any item removal. That could have been in the form of Benjas. There's nothing there, meaning we're really going to have to think about this Emerald Chromacon. Well, I know Diego is an expert when it comes to Amber Emerald decks.
And here's the thing, we've seen this on stream already this weekend. When that Emerald Chromacon sticks, it basically means every single challenge becomes a real test of, is it actually worth it? So here, oh, the lady gets banished, so now I get to bounce a glimmer back to hand if I want to. And that means that we can start really taking advantage and just really hurting our opponent's board. Are we activating the Emerald Chromacon here?
I believe so. We were able to use Angel Experiment 624's ability, and we discarded the other enchanting angel that was in our hand. Dealt 2 damage to finish off that Lady Miss Park Avenue, and now I think David just taking a moment to figure out what to bounce back to, his hand maybe, or maybe his opponent's hand. And yes, we are going to bounce back the Tramp Enterprising Dog.
Why would we bounce back the Tramp Enterprising Dog? I suppose you do get the strength boost
to
when you play
it. Of course, why not?
Well, of course. Is the strength boost really worth it when you could have got rid of the Angel Experiment 624, which has just challenged and taken out your Lilo Escape Artist?
Yeah, but we still have the opportunity now to trigger Emerald Chromacon once again. And the last thing David wants to do is bounce the Nani Stage Manager back to hand, because Nani, another new card we got in this set of Winter Spell. Amazing, but it seems like David did no trigger, doesn't want to let Diego have the advantage of possibly being able to discard the Nani and trigger Angel's ability, or being able to replay the Nani and be able to gain an additional card into his hand.
Apparently not. Well, we do get to play both of the Lilo Escape Artists from the discard pile for David here. 2 more characters on the board. And essentially, you're just using your ink every turn to play these and saying to your opponent, you can either deal with them and waste your resources, or you can not deal with them, and I'm getting 4 lore per turn. Either way, I am loving it. Lady Elegant Spaniel comes down, joined by a Tramp. And that is then going to give that extra lore to Lady Elegant Spaniel. Bobby Zimmerowski is going to challenge into Angel here. And they are going to both go down.
Yeah, Bobby Zimmerowski getting that extra strength thanks to Tramp Enterprising Dog.
Plus 4 strength.
Yeah, no, only a Nani left now on the board for Diego. But still, it's all to play for. It is only 4 lore to 1. Diego slightly in the lead. Nani is going to take a challenge into one of these Lilo Escape Artists.
And we're just going ball control here. There's very little questing, very little lore. He hurled his Thunderbolt, is apparently being sung here by Nani, and that is going to take down the Lady Elegant Spaniel. And apparently we're just going to sit here for a while somebody tries to take control of the board. And when that happens, we can start questing and working towards the end of the game. For now, both players content to just wreck each other's boards.
Yeah, this Emerald Chromacon definitely causing a little bit of havoc Diego being able to hard cast that. He hurled a Thunderbolt to get rid of that other Lady Elegant Spaniel, but can once again replay Lilo, Escape Artist, that was just chilling over there in the discard for a little bit.
We see Delamu's Lullaby being played. It does give them minus strength, not terribly relevant. It's mostly being played for the draw here. We see the Lady Mistpark Avenue coming down along with that Tramp Enterprising Dog. We actually see Lilo challenging into Nani, and actually that was not a complete waste of Delamu's Lullaby, because what you did was reduce the strength on the Nani so that when the Lilo challenged, it only took 1 damage back and actually survived that challenge.
Yeah, now meaning the strength of the Raging Fire that Diego just drew is not really much use to him here because there's no more glimmers on his board.
He can play it for 0 damage if he wants.
Yeah, but it's not looking good for Diego.
And I think
like
that is going to be it. Looks like David is going to be picking up his cards. And despite there only being 4 lore between both players, game 1 is over and David's got a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, Diego there just realizing, no, I'm not going to take this. Let's just move along. Let's get straight to game 2. There's a lot here on the line, and we are in top 4, day 2. These players have gone through 8 rounds of Swiss, 4 more rounds of Swiss, and have battled it out all the way from top 32 to get here, top 4. And we're already bringing you game 2 because, well, Diego just saying, no, I'm not going to win this. Let's just go straight to game 2. Okay.
And that was a surprising concession there. And don't get me wrong, I know his board wasn't great, but have you ever seen a concession where there's 4 lore total between both players?
Never.
I don't think I've ever seen a game end with so little lore being generated.
No, we only got 1 Dockbald Knight on the board. I thought we would have get more dock trains moving, you know?
I want to jump on the dock train, but here's my theory here. It's a resources question. Essentially, Diego, it wasn't necessarily about the board or about the lore. It was about resources, and Diego looked at the board and said, I don't have the resources left in my deck to rebuild my board. I've gone through a lot of cards. I've played a lot. I've drawn a lot. And I just don't have the things left in my deck I need. Let's go to game 2. Now I can go first in game 2, and we can have a better play going along there.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't seem like there was going to be a lot for Diego to do, unless perhaps he was going to be able to top deck another Dockbald Knight. But our Amber Emerald player, already so many characters on the board. There's no full wide board kind of state removal. We don't have a Be Prepared and Amber Steel at the minute or anything like that, unless, of course, he was playing Raging Storm. He's not playing that at all, and I don't think a Strength of the Raging Fire was going to be much use with no glimmers left on the board. Not many ways for Diego to be able to draw cards, only in the form of Nani Stage Manager or maybe Stitch Carefree Snowboarder. But, of course, you need other glimmers on the board, and sadly, our Amber Emerald player just took the better of him, but luckily we get to go to a game 2.
We do get to go to a game 2, and if things go well for Diego, we can go to a game 3 after this as well. So I did say that both players were playing a bit of ball control, and at some point somebody was going to start questing. That never happened. We got to the point where, essentially, that was the point where we would have seen David start pulling ahead with the lore. Diego recognized that and went, there's just no point. Let's just carry on. Let's go to game 2. Both players here. Now, of course, it is open deck list, but still playing against your opponent gives you better information than just looking at their list. So hopefully, Diego here. Oh, we are already off in game 2. We are in King of Troubadour and playing a Rhino 1/16 Wolf.
Yeah, and I can't help but think perhaps he's going for that all-important Rhino shift, meaning we will be able to perhaps sing a He Hurled His Thunderbolt straight away. We saw it happen before. Can we see it happen again? But moving on to our Amber Emerald, we are going to see Go-Go Tamagogo into that Inkwell, and Lady Decisive Dog going to be playing. And yes, here it is,
Nailed it,
Ross.
Kim. It is Rhino Power Hamster, and he is going to sing He Hurled His Thunderbolt straight into that lady. Great start here from Diego, and I suppose when you see those 3 cards in your hand, it's a bit tempting not to, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think against dogs, when dogs move so aggressively, we start questing so quickly, as I like to call it. This is the exact start that Amber Steel needs to be able to play to the board, because right now David isn't going to be able to get rid of this very easily.
No, it's a 4-3 at Quest for 2. Now, we do see the Grandmother Willow being played for 2 ink. That will then reduce the cost of the next card, meaning Bobby Zamaruski's Spray Cheese Kid is played for 0 lore, and then we draw a card and discard
the Bobby Zemaruski. Pass back over to Diego. He's got a powerful hamster on the board. What can he play with it? Maybe a particularly fast gerbil.
Yeah, or will we see a Grandmother Willow of our own to be able to play perhaps a one-drop for free? Doesn't seem like he has it, does it? Or do we have perhaps another He Hurled His Thunderbolt? Or maybe we're just going to quest for 2. Perhaps this game, Ross, we're going to see the lore totals get past 4.
Well, we're already halfway to the combined total from last game, and we've been playing for about 1 minute. Now, there's no more ink to play with, but we do still have the possibility of playing a 1 cost by virtue of that Grandmother Willow Ancient Advisor and the cost reduction it grants you.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Diego there had a 1-drop to play. So moving back over to our Amber Emerald player, we are going to see our favorite stage manager, Nani, coming out onto the board, putting that Lilo Escape Artist into David's hand.
And that is very nice. We're going to hopefully be discarding that at some point so we can play it from the discard, or you just play it down and wait for your opponent to banish it. Either will be fine. Ursula Deceiver goes into the ink this game, and that is going to be it. Back over to Diego. We've got the Rhino Power Hamster. We've got Grandmother Willow Ancient Advisor. And it's that beautiful, you ink an angel, and then you get to play Angel Experiment 624, discard the Nani Stage Manager, and immediately throw a snowball and knock the tree over Grandmother Willow straight to the discard pile.
Yeah, excellent play here by Diego, realizing next turn we could possibly see that 7-cost Tramp coming into play. So instead, to stop that happening, David now has to play more characters to the board because there's no more Grandmother Willow helping reduce the cost of the next character you play. Instead, now David is going to play 2 more characters to the board, and that is going to be Lady, Enterprising Dog, and our favorite Lilo Escape Artist.
Yeah, we have an decisive dog there in Lady and an escape artist in Lilo. Building up that board quite nicely. There's 5 lore represented among those 4 characters. And David, once again, is just basically saying to Diego, deal with my board. The thing is, between the Angel and the Power Hamster, does feel like Diego's in a better position this game to do so.
Yeah, off to a much better start this time round, and still has the option of being able to discard a card. And this is exactly the kind of card Diego wants to be able to discard to replay at the start of the next turn. Going to be able to deal 2 damage to that Bobby Zemaruski. No more Leaning Towers of Jesus for our poor Amber Emerald player.
Now we play a dock, we draw 2 cards. Let me see another dock so we can draw more cards. I would be happy. Although we would need to ink to make that happen. But to be fair, I don't think we've inked this turn, so give me an inkable card and a dock. Let's see what we can do. We ink the Mowgli.
Well, we wouldn't actually have to ink because we only paid 1 ink for that dock.
You're correct,
so we still had 2 ink available, unless we will be able to play 3 to perhaps play a Nani Stage Manager.
That would be kind of fun. Will we see the Rhino questing up to 6? We have already beaten the total from last game. Fun fact, David is up 1-0, has yet to gain a single lore in the 25 minutes we've been playing. His lore total is actually still 0.
However, didn't he win the last game on 0?
He did win the last game on 0, so apparently the rare Disney Lorcana player who does not need lore to win the game.
Yeah. And apparently you could lose the game by still being ahead on lore, only 4 lore apiece. But it is only 6 lore to 0 in Diego's favor, and most definitely off to a better start for Diego this time around. But it's still not over. David still has 3 glimmers on the board, but is it going to be enough to deal with this Rhino Power Hamster?
And that Rhino is actually surprisingly chunky. It's a big card to be playing out so early in the game. And so far, David's just not had any way to deal with it. It's just been sitting there. It's quested 3 times, gone up to 6 lore. We see Ursula Deceiver going into the Inkwell. We do finally see that Tramp Street Smart Dog, but it's taking 4 ink, which is not... Normally you can get it cheaper than that.
Yeah, normally you can, but Diego making the right play earlier to get rid of that Grandmother Willow, meaning... Sadly, I'm going to have to pay a little bit extra for that Tramp Enterprising Dog this time around.
Would have been a 2 cost if that Grandmother Willow had stayed on the board. But you do still get to draw 3 cards because you've got 3 other characters. And then you get to discard, well, I say get to, you have to discard 3 cards. And like I like to say, it doesn't give you card advantage, but it does allow you to fix your hand, to set your hand, tutor your hand, however you want to phrase it, filter your hand. There's 20 different phrases. The point is you get the cards you want.
Yeah, and Emerald Chromicon in this matchup is probably in particular what David is trying to look for. So I wonder if he has got it in his hand, and that is a Stitch, our Carefree Surfer, coming into the board for Diego. Meaning next turn, if it does quest and Diego has 2 or more characters, he's going to be able to draw a card. A great way for Amber Steel to be able to draw a card, because we know this problem first game, Diego didn't have a lot of cards in hand.
No, ran out of cards very, very quickly, and that was not where you want to be. Carefree Surfer draws 2 cards on play. Carefree Snowboarder draws 1 card when you quest. For both of them, the proviso is that you have 2 other characters in play. Diego absolutely does. So David here, just going to use a couple of those ink to play the Lilo Escape Artist straight from the discard pile onto the field there. Still a couple of ink left, and has built up a fairly impressive board so far. Still yet to gain a lore. Can he gain a lore before half an hour has elapsed in this match?
I would love to see David here be able to ink a card, and maybe that Tramp Enterprising Dog was able to get him that Emerald Chromicon he was most likely searching for, because then if he gets this Emerald Chromicon onto the board, it is open deck list. He knows his Amber Steel opponent doesn't have any item removal. Being able to get this Emerald Chromicon onto the board means he can freely quest, but right now we are going to sing a little lullaby. That's going to be Della Moon's lullaby. We're going to reduce to lore and be able to draw a card. Is the card what David is searching for?
Well, the Rhino's got 2 less strength right now, and that's a big question. I think he did sing that just to dig for the Emerald Chromicon. See 1 more card, try and get a chance to get it. We see Ursula Deceiver getting inked. We spend 3, but it's not for anything like a Chromicon. It is just shifting up into Lady Miss Park Avenue, which is a very nice card, but it's not very much of a Chromicon.
No, but it definitely helps David here, our Amber Emerald player, bring 2 cards back up to his hand. Only 1 card left in that hand, I believe. So now at least has the ability.
Oh, Under the Sea gets sung here. Sing together 8. All of those 2 strength cards go to the bottom of the deck. And because of Delamoon's lullaby reducing the strength of Rhino Power Hamster, that gets caught in the crossfire as well. And it is only Stitch and Angel that survive here.
Yeah, meaning David can finally get some lore on the board, bringing our lore totals up to 7-2. He's getting there. No Emerald Chromicon, but we were able to deal pretty nicely with Diego's board, meaning Diego is going to have to establish another Glimmer onto the board if he wants to quest with this Stitch Carefree Snowboarder in order to draw a card. But no, we're not going to quest and draw a card right now. We are going to instead sing a little song.
And that song is going to hurl a Thunderbolt right at Lady Miss Park Avenue. That is going to get banished to the discard pile. We play a dock. We draw 2 cards. Technically discarded a hand of 0 if anyone's interested in the technicalities. But either way, we did draw 2 cards. And what do we get from Diego here? Can you keep building up your board?
Or can we discard a card and use Angel Experiment 624's ability to be able to hurl that snowball, deal 2 damage to perhaps one of these Lilo Escape Artists, stopping David from being able to quest next turn?
That would be an option here. It's the only thing that is in range of one of those snowballs. Tramp, of course, has 6 willpower, and Nani has 3. So both out of range of the snowball for now. Now, it does seem like we are actually going to discard that Chief Powhatan there to hurl a snowball at Lilo. And it is a Rhino. That is the 1/16th Wolf, just to get another Glimmer on the board. And it seems like we are going to... Was that a challenge into Nani there? Bearing in mind that we did have the power reduction from Rhino 1/16th Wolf.
Yeah, and not to mention also no cards in hand, meaning that Angel did also have resist too.
So that meant no damage came back. You took Nani from 3 to 2 with the resist 2. No damage taken. But we do see Lilo Escape Artist coming straight back from the discard. We see Bobby Zamaruski come down. Your favorite spray cheese kid, so I hear.
Oh, yes, he's great at building those leaning towers of Cheesa.
Oh,
and double
double!
Daisy Duck Donald's Day coming out onto the board for David. Finally catching up on some of Diego's lore.
My very favorite card in Disney Lorcana is Daisy Duck Donald's Date. 2 of them are down now, and David's actually got 11 lore represented on the board. It is only Bobby Zamaruski questing for 1. The other 5 glimmers all questing for 2. He can get very close to winning next game. Diego now forced into proper board control. We do see the Stitch Carefree Snowboarder taking out the trap. The Angel is going to challenge into Lilo, taking no damage back. No hand means resist +2. So at least if he's not going to get that close, but he's still questing for 7 next turn. We're still on a 2-turn clock as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, you're definitely right there, Ross. And these 2 Daisy Duck Donald's Date could definitely hit a big prize next turn if our Amber Emerald player is going to start questing all the way up to finally reach the total 20. We didn't see it happen first game, or will we be able to get up there this turn? Now, we know there's a lot of songs and action cards in Diego's deck, and that, I believe, unfortunately, we couldn't see what it was, but it might have been a He Hurled His Thunderbolt, was going to hit a big prize. Sadly, the second prize was a big prize, the opposite direction, giving Diego an extra card. Not quite sure what it was, but what must have been a character if it went into Diego's hand.
That is a very fair assumption to make. We are questing around now. We're up to 13 lore. And we've seen this over and over this weekend with this Lilo Escape Artist. You play it from your discard, and your opponent gets rid of it, and you just play it again. It's not taking any cards out of your hand. You've got enough ink to be able to justify doing it every single turn. And then you just end up in such an advantageous position. Diego is staring game in the face right now, but not for him. For his opponent, there is a 9 lore represented on the field. David only needs 7, so we are going to just quest with Stitch.
Yeah, hoping maybe to draw an answer to David's wide board, but it isn't going to be enough to help Diego deal with so many glimmers on our Amber Emerald board.
Well, we're paying 4 ink for the Angel Experiment 624. Is there anything we can do? We're showing hand here.
We're going to maybe discard. We're going to discard both these cards, trigger each of our Angels to be able to deal with 2 of our Lilo Escape Artists, meaning now we've no cards in hand. This Angel is going to have resist. We're going to be able to challenge, get rid of, thanks to our Duck Build Knight also assisting, we are going to be able to get rid of one of these Daisy Ducks Donald's Date, just leaving only 3 lore left represented on the board for David, meaning next turn, does Diego have enough? I haven't quite done the maths yet.
Diego's only got 6. Those Angels Experiment 64 are great, but they only actually quest for 1 each. It's only the Stitch Carefree Snowboarder that quests for more than 1. So Diego's not got game on board. He will be 2 lore light. And now that we've seen this be played, David is not winning this turn, but will be winning next turn. Diego needs 1 turn of grace to just quest a little bit and get closer, but David is going to keep making Diego answer the board, and those Lilo, they're going to come back every single turn.
Yeah, but if this Stitch Carefree Snowboarder stays on the board, at least next turn, Diego will be able to draw an additional card with it by questing, and then we'll have 2 cards in his hand. We could be able to discard 2 cards once again, or even maybe play them to the board. Maybe they'll help him take the win, to be able to delay David's board long enough to let him quest and maybe make it go all the way to a game 3.
That might be where we're going here, where we are paying another 2 ink for that other Lilo Escape Artist. You're absolutely right, 2 cards in hand. You could use those 2 Angels to then discard, get rid of those, banish them, put them in the discard. Daisy is going to quest up to 15. Bobby Zamaruski presumably up to 16. But the thing is,
If we get rid of both those Lilo, David does not have game on board next turn, and that is the important point here.
Yeah, Daisy Duck, Donald's Day is going to trigger that big prize. It's not going to be a big prize in the form of an action getting sent to the bottom of Diego's deck, but instead sending another Stitch Carefree Snowboarder into Diego's hand. And our Stitch Snowfree Surf for Glimmer that's already on the board can hear Quest for 2, helping Diego, or maybe we are going to have to challenge. But no, we are going to be able to Quest, bringing Diego's lore up to 14. It is 14 to 16 to our Amber Emerald player. Does Diego have enough to be able to deal with this board to stop David being able to Quest next turn to have game?
I think he might be able to get over the line here. If you use both the Angel to take out both the Lilo, which is what we see here, that means David can go up to 19 next turn but not win. And in theory, Diego here should be able to go up to maybe 8. Oh no, we're going to be singing. What are we singing? He's covering the song.
No, we're not singing. Are we going to challenge with the, thanks to the Angel and the Rhino, we are going to challenge into the Daisy Ducks Donald's Date, meaning we can still Quest with our Doc Bold Knight, but no more Glimmer remaining on David's board. And Diego's board clearly representing game now next turn, unless David's going to be able to do a full board wipe here.
And that is what I'm loving about Diego's game here. I love what you've done. You have finally got game on board. There is 6 lore being represented. You only need 5. David is 4 away, but he has nothing. Go-Go Tomago comes down, but can only get 2 lore off of the damage on Stitch Carefree Snowboarder, and that is not going to be enough. So Diego is going to take game 2 here, and we're getting our wish, Kim. We're getting a game 3.
I love a game 3, Ross. I never try to root for either of the players, but I love when we get a game 3 because it means we get to bring you guys watching this more Disney Lorcana.
I mean, look, we came here. We travelled all the way to Belgium, Kim.
Yes,
we did not come all the way here for a little bit of Disney Lorcana.
No, and each player really wanting to make it into the finals, get to the very final, the Del La Creme, and try to get their all-important Worlds invite.
Okay, no one's told Buzz it's not his time yet. Buzz, we are hyped for Wilds Unknown. It's a set I'm very excited about, but I'm afraid we're in the winter-bound metagame, mate. We're not ready for you. I can't wait. You and Woody, it's going to be emotional. It's going to be great.
I know how to fix this. I know how to fix this. I know how to get rid of Buzz.
How do you get rid of Buzz?
For the minute.
How do you do it?
And he's coming.
Well, someone has been brushing up on their Disney knowledge. Now, we are, I believe, heading into a game 3 here between our players. And that was, you know, if you're Diego, that was such a difficult game to try and get over the line here.
Yeah, and Diego definitely knowing these Amber Emerald decks inside out. He's known very well across the whole community for playing it most likely. And I have a feeling he does know this matchup inside out. Clearly, I've said it before, everyone in the community knows it. And he had mentioned before that he decided to play Amber Steel in order so people wouldn't really know what he's playing. And I did get the opportunity to interview him, and he was telling me that he could have still brought dogs because a lot of people in Europe didn't realize that he is very well known in the American Disney Lorcana community for being the dogs player, but this time around he is playing Amber Steel's song. Let's have a little look. These are the decks played by both of our players before we get into that game 3 here. Classic Dogs deck, both represented there. And of course, I'm excited to get into a game 3.
I'm excited to get into a game 3. Diego, game 1, he just could not get well enough established, could not get a board to deal with what David was going on there. Went in game 2, and it took so much effort, turn after turn, playing keep away. But I'll tell you what it was, Kim. It was those 2 Angel Experiment 6-2-4, being able, and also that Stitch Carefree Snowboarder, giving him those 2 cards in hand every turn, essentially nullifying the Lilo Escape Artist.
Yeah.
Every turn David went, I've got 4 ring, I'm playing Lilo, and every turn Diego went, well, I've got 2 Angel, I'm going to throw snowballs and take away those Lilo, and that bought the time needed to build up enough of a board to finally quest and get over the line.
Yeah, something I think really changed the game completely was just Diego's starting game. Of course, we didn't see it game 1, but game 2, we did see our turn 1 Rhino into our turn 2 Shift Rhino Power Hamster, our dual ink Amber Steel Power Hamster, but we're waiting. We have to pause this. We're getting ready into the action. It's Della Moon's Lullaby going into the Inkwell, and my favorite Spray Cheese kid, Bobby Zimmerowski, letting David going to be able to draw a card, and we are going to discard a Lady Elegant Spaniel.
Yes, and that means we are rolling here in game 3. We've had game 1, we've had game 2. One of these players will be going into the final, and they need to win this game to do so. Diego gets an ink, but does not get a turn 1 play. Not even 1/16 of a wolf came down then.
No, and I really would have loved to see our underdog, a little bit of our underdog, our Angel Siren Singer coming out there. Something we haven't seen Diego play yet, but we have seen him ink it a couple of times and could have definitely helped keep up the pace with this Amber Emerald deck.
Unfortunately, not an option this time around. So back over to David, deciding what is going to be his second ink. It is going to be that Ursula Deceiver to allow to play the Grandmother Willow, which means he gets his own Rhino 1/16 hamster. But I'm afraid you should not be getting too excited. I don't believe he plays the Shift version, does he?
Well, no, because
of course he doesn't. He has got Steel in his deck.
The Shift version is Amber Steel, you silly Billy, but no to fear.
How silly of me. To be fair, I did say he didn't play it.
Yes,
maybe it should have been a bit more obvious.
You're not wrong, but we are instead going to be able to see our Tramp coming down this turn, exactly what David wants to see. Sadly for Diego, wasn't able to get his turn 2 Shift Rhino and Sing to get rid of our Grandmother Willow so early on. So we are going to instead see that turn 3 Tramp Enterprising Dog come in for David, and we are going to be able to draw 3 cards, and we are going to have to discard 3 cards, but could definitely find an Emerald Chromicon or maybe even an Under the Sea to target Diego's early board. But Rhino 1/16 Wolf, commonly played in these Amber Emerald decks, to help team up with the likes of Under the Sea, because we can target the opposing Glimmers, give them -1 strength, and then be able to send them under the sea or under the deck.
This is a nightmare scenario for Diego. You miss your turn 1 play, and your opponent gets a turn 3 Tramp Street Smart Dog. You've now got 4 Glimmers on the board, one of which is that Tramp. The good news is Diego is able to play that Angel, discard the Lilo Escape Artist in order to take out, to banish that Grandmother Willow Ancient Advisor. So look, that was at least a win in that regard, but the start from David here was so strong. Diego needs to, well, he needs to just get his board a little bit stable. The Angel helps, but now we've got a second Tramp Street Smart Dog coming down here. Did take 4 ink, but you had 4 ink, that's fine. And now you get to draw 3. You get to discard 3. David never had that Emerald Chromicon in the last game, Kim. You might be searching for it here.
Yeah, most likely searching for it here. Maybe we're going to see it Under the Sea go into the discard, because right now it's no good against this Angel Experiment 6/4. And being able to discard the Lilo Escape Artist by Diego, definitely the kind of card Diego wants to see discarded, meaning next turn, if we don't have a great play, we will be just able to discard a Lilo Escape Artist at the start of our turn. Looking like David is going to start questing and getting that early lore on the board.
That is always fun when you can start doing that. David is already up to 8 lore. We've had a couple of turns of decent questing. Diego stuck on 0, and David is clearly going aggro mode here. Play characters, quest for lore, force your opponent to respond. Diego has a look at the hand with Mowgli Man Cub, but the only thing there is a character, and Mowgli can only make you discard a non-character, and a character, it's not a non-character.
Yeah, but still, very nice play there by Diego. You had to be a little bit worried in case it wasn't Under the Sea, perhaps, or even more likely the Emerald Chromicon. So I like that play, and we did only have to pay 1 ink for that Mowgli, meaning we still have 2 ink available, and we are going to be able to play the Troubadour, meaning next turn we might see some songs being played, but right now we can still discard a card and trigger Angel's ability to be able to deal 2, perhaps dealing 2 to the Bobby Zimmerowski or the Rhino to be able to banish it.
It's actually going down into the Tramp here, so presumably we got a way to finish that off in future turns. That the Troubadour musical narrator is going to be a bit of a problem with songs, potentially for David here. Right now, it is sitting there just kind of threatening, and if you're David, you're not too worried yet. You've had a good start, but you are starting to see your opponent build up their board. But you are delighted that Mowgli is the only way to get rid of Emerald Chromacon because there's no item removal in your deck, and Mowgli didn't hit the Chromacon.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, he must have top-decked the Chromacon, and that feels so bad when you're Diego. You literally played Mowgli to stop this happening, and it happened anyway.
Yeah, David not finding that Chromacon off the Tramp, but instead top-decking it. Well, we wouldn't have been able to ink it anyway if we wanted to play Lady Miss Park Avenue, but particularly in this matchup, it's open deckless. You know your opponent doesn't play any item removal. Didn't get it off the Mowgli. What a top deck to play.
That is twice on this stream this weekend. I have seen somebody play a Mowgli with the Emerald Chromacon only for their opponent to top deck it immediately afterwards. And David, not for nothing, is already up to 14 lore. Diego is still not yet off the starting line. There's no lore generated here. David has he got game on board yet? He does have game on board, so Diego has to get rid of some of these glimmers. David is very close to booking that space in the final here of the Friday main event.
Yeah, the Troubadour, though, still having that Singer 4 ability. If we do perhaps have a Strength of the Raging Fire or a He-Hurled Thunderbolt, we will be able to deal with either of these Tramps, stopping David from being able to quest to win next turn. But we still have to deal with all of these other glimmers on the board right now.
That is a little bit of a problem. Diego, absolute backs against the wall time. The Troubadour is great for singing, but it's not great for board removal. But unless you sing Strength of a Raging Fire, which actually, because of that 2 damage from the Angel Snowball on the previous turn, does mean that Tramp Street Smart Dog is exactly in range.
Yeah, but now David has the option of bouncing a Glimmer back to their any player's hand, and that is going to be Grandmother Willow being bounced back to Diego's hand. Still has the option to play it, hasn't used any of his ink this turn, and perhaps even has another Strength of the Raging Fire to be able to be hard cast, dealing 3 damage exactly on the other Tramp would get rid of it.
And that would then leave just 2 lore on the board. David will be on a 3-turn clock at that point. And here's the deal. And this is where I don't like to be when I'm playing Disney Lorcana. Your opponent's got a huge lead in lore, and you are basically being forced to just play keep away, to play board control. We do see it's actually the Angel ability doing 2 damage combined with a Mowgli Man Cub challenge that takes down the Tramp in the end. But just getting rid of your opponent's glimmers isn't enough for Diego. You are 14 lore behind. You've got to establish a board and start getting some lore down.
Yeah, I do like this play even better, but still that pesky Emerald Chromacon, Diego doesn't like it at all. But we still haven't played any cards to the board, and that Troubadour is going to be bounced back to his hand, leaving our Angel Experiment 626 on the board. No ink yet used by Diego, can still replay the Troubadour if he so chooses, or there is 2 other cards available in his hand.
Well, we're going to be inking right now. It's going to actually be the Troubadour that gets inked. And it is that Shift Rhino Power Hamster. Although it's not shifted here, it is just played as a 4 cost. But at least it is a big, chunky body on the board that can start dealing with some of those glimmers when they are exerted.
Yeah, because at least with this, if David quests next turn with any of these glimmers, we will be easily be able to challenge into them. But bringing back our Lilo Escape Artist now, Rhino Hamster, our Power Hamster, can challenge in here quite easily and get rid of this Lilo. But then David will have once again another Emerald Chromacon trigger.
And that is what's so sad about this point in the game. Bobby Zimmerowski, a very nice trade with Angel Experiment 6-2-4. Now we see Rhino questing. David goes up to 15. Of course, the Lilo was played from the discard this turn, so you're not going to be questing with that. We are going to ink a Rhino 1/16th Wolf, pass back over to Diego. 5 lore remaining before David books his spot in the final. We are going to see Rhino Power Hamster is going to banish Lilo, but Emerald Chromicon is going to throw it straight back to hand. And David here is, Diego is 15 lore behind, and every time he banishes, one of his characters gets bounced back to hand with Emerald Chromicon.
Yeah, it seems like we are going to play Nani.
I don't believe we
Nani
searched.
Stage Manager. It is a May trigger, so does not actually have to do it. It is a May. Obviously, clear here Diego chooses not to do it. He did whiff next time, doesn't want to send any key cards down to the bottom of his deck. Instead, right after we play our Nani Stage Manager, going to be playing the Doc Bold Knight to draw 2 cards. And here it is, that Lady Miss Park Avenue, allowing David to be able to return up to 2 characters that cost 2 or less back to his hand from his discard.
And we're getting the Bobby Zimmerowski, your favorite spray cheese kid, and the second one coming out here. It looks like it's going to be a Lady Elegant Spaniel, unless we're going to be changing our mind here. He's certainly thinking about it, and no, it is that Lady Elegant Spaniel.
Yeah, no tramp on board, so bringing down that Lady Elegant Spaniel right now without a tramp in play. He's not going to quest for an additional lore, but we are going to quest with our Rhino 1/16th Wolf, meaning bringing us up to 16 next turn.
1/16th Wolf brings us to 16 lore, and we're not got game on board for David, but we are mighty close. Doc is going to quest for 1. Diego finally off the schneid here, gets 1 lore. We are then using a bunch of ink. It looks like 4 ink being played, and he's hurling a thunderbolt into that Lady Miss Park Avenue. But since something was banished, Emerald Chromicon is going to come in. Nani Stage Manager goes back to hand. And we are inking a Rhino 1/16th Wolf to play the Angel Siren Singer.
Yeah, another great inclusion from Winter Spell that we got this new set. She does have the ability to Singer 3, and of course we didn't see it turn 1 for Diego as he was going second, but does have that new underdog ability to be able to be played for 1. But now David really putting on all the pressure, going to be able to play a Grandmother Willow into a Bobby Zimmerowski, into a Lady Elegant Spaniel, and that is most definitely game on board right there, Ross.
I agree, and there is the handshake. Diego agrees, and David is going to book his spot into the final of this Friday main event. 1 game away from getting a chance to play for the World Championship invite.
Yeah, unfortunately, that powerful hamster on the board for Diego was not quite powerful enough, and our Amber Emerald player is going to get himself through to the next round of our Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent.
And this is very, very important to note. We are running 2 parallel events here. We've got the Friday main event, we have the Saturday main event. We are talking about the final of their main event, but you have to win that and then the grand final. And it is not 1 more game for a World's Invitation, it is 2. Win your final to become your representative, there we go, of your main event in the grand final. Win the grand final, get to Worlds. I think we might have a bracket we can look at. I'm hoping we can have a look at the bracket. Otherwise, I just lied to everyone, and I'm very, very sorry. No, we actually have a look at David's deck list here, and this is the deck we just saw book the spot into the main event final here. Anything stand out there, Kim?
Nothing out of the ordinary, but did add back in those Emerald Chromicons that a lot of people are cutting, it seems, and against this deck definitely paid off. Not much item removal in Diego's deck, and he will be moving forward, David, into the next round. And I'm excited because after this next round, we are going to have a winner from our Day 1 Friday event and our Day 2 Saturday event. These 2 players that win the next round have battled their way essentially through 2 entirely separate DLCs, and it's going to come into a full circle moment where they're both going to battle it out for the all-important World world invite.
That is very, very important. Before we get there, look, there's a bunch of people around the hall this weekend that you probably would like to have a chat with. There's too many people. What we can do, though, is we can have a chat with them for you, and maybe you're going to learn something.
Thank you, Ross. Yes, what an incredible matchup there. I am joined by the co-creator of the Disney Lorcana trading card game, Steve Warner. How are you feeling after I thrashed you earlier?
I've never gotten over it. Never will.
I will give you your opportunity for redemption. But enough about that. You just caught the tail end of that match there. Dogs beating Amber Steel in that matchup. And there's a lot of dogs in our Final Four. Does that surprise you?
A little bit, but I mean, there's been a little bit of time to figure out Winter Spell.
Sure.
And people have figured out some really good decks, and you know, hopefully people will be able to find out some neat tricks to work around dogs in the future.
Yeah, exactly. If a certain deck has a target on its head, then the community needs to react to that and find ways to beat it.
Yeah, and that's what I really love about the deck builders and the players and the pilots here, because they're always looking for those things where if a deck is playing really well, they figure out some sort of tech, some sort of way, some sort of thing, and to combat it. And they come back next time, and it's a new deck. And I really love when that happens.
I'm always blown away by the creativity of the Lorcana community. They find such interesting ways to attack the meta. So, yeah, a huge shout out to our players. We've got some more exciting games to go, and then it's going to lead us all to our best of 5, and we will be deciding, finding out who is going to the next World Championship. Steve,
Yeah,
it's season 2 now. I know that you came to season 1 Europe, but I believe this is your first time coming to a season 2 European event. How's the experience been for you over the weekend?
Oh, this has been absolutely amazing. Over 4,000 competitors. That is incredible. Everything's been running well, and I mean the stream's been great. Everybody in the hall has been great. The hall is wonderful. There's a family area. I saw people working on puzzles. Myself and Joseph and Alex from our design team have been playing people a variant of Pack Rush, which was a lot of fun. And so there's just all sorts of stuff to do for all different sorts of people. You could come to compete. You could come to hang out. You could come to cheer on your teammates. It's been amazing.
I'm glad to hear that. Can you give us a small insight on the variation of Pack Rush that you've been playing over the weekend? I'm sure people would love to hear it.
Yeah, I want to hold on to it for a little bit because we're just testing it right now.
Sure.
So we'll wait a little bit.
That's fine, but you've been enjoying playing it with players today.
Yeah, I think people have enjoyed just the absolute insanity that it can be. And so we'll take it back. We'll talk about it just like we did with Pack Rush, and we'll see if it can't be some of a fun thing to open up a couple packs with.
We love that you're constantly trying to find new ways for people to enjoy the game. And like you said, there's a huge community out there, not only the people that are the most competitive players, but families, collectors, people that are doing the puzzles, getting involved in quizzes and everything. It's such a highlight of just Disney fans and TCG fans coming together to create an incredible event. You must be very proud.
Oh, yeah. To see all sorts of people. Again, we have the collectors, we have the people that are here to be with their friends and their teams, and then we have, I saw probably one of the coolest Donald Duck framed collections, and he was collecting it for his wife, and it was just absolutely gorgeous. And that's what he was here for, to do, and it's just, stuff like that is really amazing that there's something for anybody with Disney Lorcana.
There really is. We do implore you, maybe you're just discovering Lorcana. If you're in a position to come down to a Disney Lorcana challenge, please do. We would love to have you. There's something for everybody, whether you want to get yourself to the World Championship, maybe you want to get involved with Collection Quest, maybe you just want to be around other Disney fans. If you're in a position to, please come down to Disney Lorcana Challenge. We would love to have you. We've got Infinity events coming up in June. Is that going to be chaotic, Steve?
I think that's going to be pretty chaotic.
In the best way.
We have all sorts of people building all sorts of deck. I can't imagine what they're going to get to do with an even larger pool and all of the things that they had earlier with the sets 1 through 4. So we'll have to see.
I am very excited. You could say I am thoroughly prepared. But that said, Steve, as always, mate, such a pleasure to get to have a chat with you. I'm sure you're going to stick around and be checking out that grand finals at the end of the day. That being said, I should stop yapping and we should get on with some more Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to do a shout out.
Yeah,
to
please.
Lorcana. So my personal cameraman and Taylor, Lorcana man, he's always been great. So I wanted to give a shout out to him and my family. My family. Like, my kids are home, dealing with everything at home. My wife has been here with me. She's been wonderful.
Amazing.
So, thank you very much.
Love that. It's great to have you, Steve. Don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it back over to the casting booth for more Disney Lorcana action. We'll see you soon.
We are moments away from seeing our top 2 feature match here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent. I am so excited to be here. How are you feeling, Joe?
I'm ready. And we're going to be seeing the deck lists in a minute. I was out there on the floor watching some of the action. Zan Syed is still in the tournament. It was a close 2-1 win in an Amber Emerald Dogs mirror. This is the deck list for Zan Syed, looking to become only the 2nd ever player to be a 2-time Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. That one of Ursula Deceiver is something I really love to see, because I've often said it's like the best amount of Ursula Deceivers to play. If you don't really want to play it, just play one, because then in the open deck list format, your opponent still knows that it might come, but that they kind of might just not respect it, and that's going to be a really interesting dynamic. 2 copies of Finnick, 2 Emerald Chromicons, all 4 Under the Seas.
You are correct. I think it's really interesting, you know, when players are building their decks, do they think about if they're going to get to this stage?
Yep.
Do they think about, of course, this open deck list situation? Because as we know, both our players will get the deck list of their opponent to have a look at and browse for a good 5 minutes or so before they go into their match. And so now we've got this other deck list here. It is an Amethyst Sapphire here. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, Maxime Ogre here. I'm looking at the deck list and I'm looking for that item removal, and I'm not seeing any of it, but there is quite a few interesting things. Bell Accomplished Mystic is in there, which you don't always see. Only 2 Genie Wish fulfilled. That could actually be really significant. 3 Iago Giant Spectral Parrots with that Vanish, and Delamoon's Lullaby is in Zan Syed's list as a 4 of. So that's an interesting dynamic to look at. Those 4 Let It Goes. There's also those 3 Into the Unknown. So lots of targets for Ursula Deceiver. 3 Isis Vanderchill is going to be an extremely interesting card in this matchup. That is that 4-cost uninkable 4/4. When you play this character, you may exert an opposing character. That could be a great way to disrupt that turn 3 tramp.
Exactly, yeah. And of course, that all-important ink ramping for Sapphire. We saw those T-pose, we saw those Sail the Azurite Seas, all incredibly important to this ink color here. So here we are, we're kicking it off here with Maxime going first, playing a Rafiki down on the board here.
Yep, so remember now, these are the last 2 players in the Saturday main event. It's almost like a DLC final in of itself. 2,000 players in any other DLC in Disney Lorcana history. This would be the grand finals, but it is not the grand finals. These players will not secure that World's invitation by winning this match, because they're going to have to beat as well. The winner of this will be playing against the winner of the Saturday main event as well. Is there that turn 2 ramp? There certainly is with that Sail the Azurite Sea.
Oh yes, we're seeing it, Joe. We have seen it happen a few times today where our Sapphire players have not managed to get that all-important turn 2 ramp. But here we get it. Maxime's happy. We're going for it.
Yeah, Zan Syed gonna, of course, on the draw here, be looking for that turn 2 Grandmother Willow to accompany that, a 1-cost character. That's what enables that turn 3 tramp, which is so difficult to stop. But Maxime with those Isis Vanderchills in the deck definitely has a way of disrupting Zan Syed's turn 3 tramp, even if they find the Grandmother Willow. I have a feeling that Isis, 3 copies of it, could be incredibly significant. And it is that Grandmother Willow for Zan Syed, and it is the Bobby. Now, does Maxime have that Isis to exert the Grandmother Willow or any other character and challenge with Rafiki?
We are going to see, but yes, that all-important Grandmother Willow, of course, for our Amber. It's a brand new winter spell card that's come out. We've seen a huge amount of play of it because it has been one of the biggest new cards to come in for Amber here that's had such a huge impact on Amber becoming a fearsome ink color once again in this game.
It's going to be let it go into the ink, and it's going to be Dumbo. Does Zan give anything away with their facial expression? No, but I'm sure that Zan is going to be really relieved not to see that Vanderchill. There's 3 copies of it in Maxime's deck, but it has not been found. Let me tell you, Jen, 3 copies of that Maxime 3 copies of the Vanderchill uninkable is a lot. And I really love the deck building from Maxime, but not finding it at this moment. But now the question, Jen, does Zan have the turn 3 tramp? No.
No is the answer there. Unfortunately, we're seeing a Bobby Cheese, Spray Cheese Kid coming down. We're going to draw a card and have to discard a card. He's clearly trying to search for what he needs here, but I'm not sure he's seeing it. And we've talked about before that Tramp Street Smart Dog is so incredibly important to this deck.
Having said that, with that Grandmother Willow cost reduction, with this Bobby entering the board, there are going to be 4 characters on the board, which means there is still a possibility for this Tramp to come through on turn number 3. If I'm not mistaken, going to be at 3 ink. The cost reduction is going to come through, so we could still see it from Zan Syed. Really interesting.
Really, yes, truly. So I'm not sure. He's got to have a little bit of a think here, you know. He's clearly figuring out exactly what he's got in his hand. What is the best thing to play here? And I mean, if you didn't have the Tramp in this moment and you were playing Amber Emerald here, what do you think would be a good card to play?
Emerald Chromacon.
Yes.
I think Emerald Chromacon would be the next best play for Zan. Usually it's the kind of card you're going to be playing on turn 3 when you're on the play. There's only 2 copies of it in Zan's deck. What's it going to be? Nani would be a decent option as well. It's going to be a Lady Shift, adding 2 characters back into the hand. Those 2 cards that were discarded by Bobby the Spray Cheese Kid. And now Zan, it looks like, might just be questing without the Emerald Chromacon at all, leaving, though, that Grandmother Willow at the ready, and of course that Bobby is drying. So Zan not too worried about Elsa in this position, because of course could have just, if they accept that Elsa's coming down, there's maybe an argument that Zan could have quested with the Grandmother Willow, but a very conscious decision by Zan to leave that Grandmother Willow ready and almost force Maxime into playing the Elsa.
Of course. So we see that Elsa, as you were just talking about, that Elsa Fifth Spirit coming down, exerting the Grandmother Willow. And is it going to be taken care of? No, he's sending the Rafiki and the Elsa into the Lady and sending the Dumbo into the Grandmother Willow. So dealt with 2 problem characters on Zan's board there in one big fell swoop.
Yeah, and we didn't see the alter stage of this match, so I'm not sure exactly how much Zan altered, but not finding that Tramp at this moment in time is a huge moment in this game. Again, Maxime has that Vanderchill in the deck to try and disrupt. They didn't find it, but on the flip side, Zan didn't find the card which needed to be disrupted in the first place, and I think that Maxime is sitting pretty right now.
Yes, I agree with you. It's a tricky situation for Zan in this in this scenario. You know, he's inking that one of Ursula de Ziva that we talked about before, playing another Lady here, Miss Park Avenue.
Yep, and another couple of characters back into Zan Syed's hand. So look, they're not getting that Tramp through. They don't have the Emerald Chromacon, but these ladies are absolutely refilling the hand for Zan Syed, showing the power of these dual ink cards. Tramp is the talk of the town, but ladies not so bad either.
You are correct. Yeah, as you say, really like refilling Zan's hand repeatedly here. Incredibly useful, especially with not much draw power going on. Obviously, he had the bobbies, but you know, you draw and then you have to discard a card, so it doesn't actually give you an extra card. It just lets you cater your hand a little bit. And potentially also, you know, me and Kim talked about it earlier, utilizing Bobby to pop that Lilo Escape Artist into the discard, which of course can be then played again from the discard. But we see another Elsa Fifth Spirit coming down, exerting the lady, and we're gonna banish her, and we're gonna banish the Bobby as well for good measure.
Yeah, and at this moment in time, this is where like Xana's kind of missed that window of opportunity to play the Emerald Chromacon. Very often there's like a one-turn window where Emerald Chromacon can absolutely shine, and I fear that window might have just been slammed shut. It's possible Xan could just about make it work this turn. The reason for that, Jen, is Emerald Chromacon, really powerful item, no item removal for Maxine, but if Maxine can just ignore Zan's board and just quest out themselves, then the Emerald Chromacon does nothing at all.
A Grandmother Willow coming down again for Zan. So that's going to really help him in this situation, try and build out that board. We know he's got quite a lot of cards in hand, so he's going to get another lady down for one less ink, and a Rhino, choosing that Elsa for a -1 strength with the Rhino ability.
In comes Tramp as well. That's going to be giving some extra strength to one of Zan Syed's characters, but Bobby is going to be going on a quest and then passing play over to Maxime. So not getting any value out of that Tramp, although it's also always important to remember how much cost worth of characters does Zan Syed have on the board for Singing Under the Sea potentially.
That's a very good point, Joe. So Zan on 6 lore here to Maxime 0, but of course we do know, you know, questing big and fast near the... straight from the get-go is what Amber Emerald is kind of designed to do, whereas of course Amethyst Sapphire is built much more the other way around. You know, it's quite slow at the start because you're trying to get as much ink into your inkwell as possible so that you can then play all of those bigger cards.
Yep, Maxime got a quest for 1 with this Elsa. Of course, worth mentioning, this is a best of 3. We are going to be doing a best of 5 for that grand finals, but this is a best of 3. So very interesting situation here as we find ourselves in game 1. Zan Syed, of course, has 2 opportunities to break serve, as I've heard Frank Carsten call it. Being that player on the draw, it can be a little bit more difficult to win, and Zan Syed hasn't quite got off to that dream start in this match.
Yes, but we are only in our first match, so there is still time. There is still time for these players. You know, obviously next match maybe a little bit more advantageous for either of them. So, but we'll see. So, if you're just joining us, first match of this final round here. We've got our top 2 from our Friday main event here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent. So,
but there is going to be another final going on after this, because we essentially have like 2 big main events. We had the Friday main event, the Saturday main event. So we are going to be watching over the next couple of hours all sorts of high-stakes Disney Lorcana trading card game. So get comfortable, as it's that Lady Miss Park Avenue coming through for the 3rd time for Zan Syed. If Zan Syed can manage to win this game without that Tramp, without an Emerald Chromacon, without Under the Sea, it will be an absolute miracle. But they are making a real good effort of it. I am incredibly impressed at the state of the board for Zan Syed right now. They are putting in a lot of pressure on Maxime right now.
You are correct. Shooting all the way up to 12 lore there for Zan. You're right. I mean, it's been a bit of a disadvantage here for Zan going into this. As you say, no Tramp, no, Emerald Chromacon, but really getting it. And 3 lady, Miss Park Avenues, which has been quite fun.
She's been the star of the show, Jen,
Yeah,
hasn't she?
she really has.
And it just really shows you the power of this Amber Emerald deck, even without some of its most core tools, just actually going like a traditional Amber Emerald quest, no control here has been the story for Zan. They are 8 lore away. The current board, those 2 Lady Elegant Spaniels are questing for 2. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lore on the board from Zan Syed coming out of Atlanta, United States.
This is a really tricky situation for Maxime. You can see him thinking hard here. He's doing the maths. He knows that Zan has game on board. He knows what he needs to deal with to stop Zan from winning in the next turn. But can he do so? I'm not sure.
Honestly, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I really thought that Maxime had this all under control, but we are now seeing Elsa not questing, but paying 1 ink thanks to that Dumbo making history ability, adding that 1 additional card to hand. Here comes Hades. This is what Maxime needs. The Infernal Schemer comes through. Dumbo challenges the Tramp, and Maxime is still in this game, but Zan is applying so much pressure. No tramps on the board, so ladies only quest for 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If Zan finds a tramp, that will be an additional 2 lore, which would still only mean 7 lore. Go to Margot, by the way, would be pretty unbelievable right now. Zan again has 5 lore on the board. A go-go would be enough to win it.
It really, this is intense. We see a Mowgli come down. We're going to have a look at Maxime's board. No non-character cards to be discarded here, but of course we're getting information. We've got a Genie Wish Fulfilled, a Demona, and a Hades Infernal Schemer, which of course is potentially going to come down and try and get, you know, all 3 of those characters might be able to deal with Zan's board currently, so that information is very vital.
Yeah, the information is so key here for Zan, because one thing that they could do is they could just say, okay, I need to draw Go-Go to win the game, so I'm not going to exert any of my characters, and that's going to mean that Elsa can't challenge anything. But with that Demona in play, there comes the Lady Shift. That's an additional lore out of nowhere. That's going to be a tramp added back to hand as well.
Oh my God, that's the 4th Lady, Miss Park Avenue, I believe, that we have seen in this game. I did not think that we would see all 4 of that lady. Wow, shooting all the way up to 19 lore for Zan here. Incredibly done.
Oh, it's unbelievable, Jen.
And
it's absolutely crazy.
That is it. Maxime can't do anything here, and Zan takes that first game here in our final 2 of our Friday main event. Wow. Incredible.
I can't quite believe it.
No.
4 Lady, Miss Park Avenue. That is a 5 cost.
And no tramps.
Uninkable. And was the absolute star of the show. Who needs tramp? Ladies doing it all.
She's great. She did so much in that game, and I still can't believe we saw all 4 of them. But yeah, I mean, it was just, it felt right at the start there, like Zan was really kind of struggling to keep a board. You know, everything he got down, you know, was being dealt with. But then after a while, it was just like, okay, well, boom, 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 boom. I now have all of these things. Can you deal with them? I don't think you can.
Yeah, and that's the sign of a great player, being so adaptable, finding the lines to win the game. Zan Syed just really, we're saying that it's like brilliant play, but really what Zan did there is they just went simple. They just played characters and they quested, and it was just about enough to get the job done. But of course, Zan really masterfully recognizing, actually, I've got to be a little bit unorthodox. I've got to show the flexibility of my deck. I've got to adapt to the situation. And didn't they do it brilliantly? Zan breaking serve in game number 1. Maxime will be on the play again. And let's not forget about that Vanderchill in Maxime's deck, which could disrupt that turn 3 tramp.
Of course, we didn't see that Vanderchill come out in the first game there, so maybe we'll see it now. And of course, as you said, Maxime will be going first in this game, which is incredibly advantageous. And if you're Maxime at this point, we're currently in our altar phase. What are you hoping to get in that starting hand?
I'm looking for a 1-drop. I'm looking for ramp on 2, potentially, ideally, Sail the Azurite Sea and an additional 1-drop. That would be the best possible opener. And I'm certainly going to be looking for one of those Vander chills to exert one of Zan's characters on Maxime's very third turn, disrupting that turn 3 tramp from Zan. And if you're Zan, you're going to be looking, of course, for that 1-drop. You're going to be looking for that Grandmother Willow and another 1-drop on turn 2 into that turn 3 tramp.
Oh, yes. I'm really keen to see how this pans out. And as we know, in this game, especially at this weekend, we've seen obviously a lot of games on the feature table here. And it can swing either way, and you can have 3 matches in a round that are all very different to each other and how they pan out. So we could see a game here that is completely different to what we just saw. So I'm really, really excited to see how this pans out. Again, if you're just joining us, we are here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent. This is our top 2 players from our Friday main event. We had Friday main event, we had 2,000 players, and then we had a Saturday main event, another 2,000 players. And today, those 2 main events have been going alongside each other up to this point. But here we are, we're kicking it off with a Rafiki on Maxime's board.
Yeah, both these players already won a Golden Mickey this weekend. Not Zan's first, that's for sure. Zan looking to become that second ever 2-time DLC champ. It's going to be that lady on turn 1 for Zan Sayed, Rafiki on the other side of the board. Fortunately for Zan, no hyenas in their deck because that Rafiki is pretty good against hyenas, that's for certain.
Of course, yes, he has that secondary ability, doesn't he? I think it's easy to forget about because
It
it's
is.
not something that is often comes into play.
I have quested my Banzai against Rafiki, totally forgetting about that second part of the ability, and it lost me the game on the spot. Not going to be relevant here, but Rafiki's still a really good option. Now, look, I can see, Jen, in Maxime's hand, there is the Sail, and there is also that 4-cost uninkable, which we mentioned, which can exert a character from Zan's board. So I think this is about as good as it gets for Maxime in the opening hand. Yep, that is pretty much the curve I said that Maxime wants exactly.
I think you're right, getting that Sail the Azurite Sea out there to get that all-important ink ramp, and we've got another Rafiki on board. So passing back over to Zan here.
Can see the tramp in hand this time.
Okay, we're gonna see it. We're gonna see him. He's gonna that street smart dog is he lost his smarts in the last game, but he's here now.
Yeah, Grandmother Willow, of course, would be the best play.
Yes, indeed
but
it would.
We can also see with Maxime's hand that Grandmother Willow might not be quite as impactful as you might expect, thanks to that exert 4-cost. It is going to be Grandmother Willow. Zan has pulled it off, but we're about to see, I think, in the next turn, the power of Maxime's Isis Vanderchill. Not questing. This is going to be a big moment. I'm really interested to see the facial expression from Zan. They know it's in the deck. They're going to be hoping it's not here. This is a huge moment. Here it comes.
Oh, there it is. What are we exerting? We're going to exert the lady and send the Rafiki in to banish that lady. Of course, removing a shift target for that Lady Miss Park Avenue that we saw so much of in the first game.
Yeah, really interesting not to go for the Grandmother Willow, but respecting that lady that much. It's going to be tramp into the ink. Hello, Zan. We know he's adaptable. That is a different play entirely. Gets down the Emerald Chromicon. Let me tell you, everybody, get used to this Emerald Chromicon on the board because it's not leaving play. Zan knows that as well, but this is the main line to take against an Emerald Chromicon. If you can't remove it, just pretend it doesn't exist and start questing with everything.
It is not going anywhere. You are correct, Joe. So we've got an Elsa 5th Spirit coming down here, exerting the Grandmother Willow and bumping into it to send it to the discard, I think.
Yeah, it's going to the discard, but Zan is just holding that card in his hand so he doesn't forget about the Emerald Chromacon trigger.
Yes,
Emerald
of
Chromacon,
course.
every time one of your characters is banished during your opponent's turn, you may return a character card to one player's hand. You can choose your opponent, you can also choose yourself. In this instance, you definitely expect Zan to choose Maxime, but look at Maxime's board. 2 1-cost characters, not going to be that high impact. 2 characters which exert a character when played. And look, Zan not really happy about any of the decisions. I reckon it's going to be Elsa. It's actually going to be the Vanderchill. Perhaps just being that uninkable is the reason. Yeah, actually it makes sense, right? Elsa has Rush,
yeah.
the Vanderchill doesn't. So the Vanderchill is a little bit less impactful when played from hand. Zan spending the time to make the right decision, which I certainly did not in that instance. And that just shows why it's so important to slow down in those big moments. Zan Syed really thinking through that play.
Yeah, yeah. I was surprised by that. I mean, but you obviously, what you said about Vanderchill, of course, is an uninkable. It's not ideal. I would not personally have thought that sending Vanderchill back to hand would be a great idea because, of course, it has that on-play ability that can exert a character.
Yep.
I mean, is that what you would have chosen?
Well, I think if I'd spent a little bit longer, I don't know if I would have chosen it, but I do think it's the correct play.
Okay.
I think it's the correct play. The Elsa is often what you're going to be bouncing back in this instance, but it has Rush.
Yes,
the Vanderchill
of course.
exerts, but it doesn't. You really don't want to be getting rid of these Rafikis. Maxime's just going to be able to play them down quite easily.
Yeah.
What you're looking to do with the Emerald Chromacon here is you're looking to kind of bounce back as much value into your opponent's hand as possible. And I do think that it was the correct decision from Zan Syed.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Great. Yeah, it kind of just slows them down a bit more. But we saw that Della's Moon Lullaby going down there, and I think it was the one of the middle Rafiki that was chosen for a -1 strength there.
Yeah, Zan just continuing to consider their options here. Not the best play with the Della Moon's Lullaby. Certainly would have been a lot nicer if there was an Iago on Maxime's side of the board. But in this open deck list format, that Iago arguably becomes that little bit better because you know what kind of cards your opponent's playing. Admittedly, against dogs, you expect to see the Della Moon's Lullaby regardless.
Yes, you definitely do. You really do. I mean, as we know, Maxime has no item removal here, so can't get rid of that Emerald Chromacon, but...
Just ignore it, Jen.
Yeah,
that's the line.
mean, it literally is. He just has to ignore it and do what he was going to do regardless, because otherwise he's not going to be... If he's too worried about the Emerald Chromacon to try and remove any of Zan's characters, then he's not going to remove any of Zan's characters, and then nothing's going to work.
Now, I say ignore it. You also don't necessarily just totally ignore it. But
You have to be
for the
aware
most
of it.
part, you're going to be questing.
Yeah.
But there's definitely going to be some opportunities to take some interesting challenges. The key thing is just plan out the whole turn before you do anything else. And it looks like Maxime is going to quest with this Rafiki, expecting maybe Zan to bounce back the other Rafiki with hand. That's really interesting sequencing, but actually Zan takes the Elsa back to hand, which I'm not too surprised to see, but it's not the best thing to be bouncing back. And it is something that happens quite often when you've got the Emerald Chromacon. They play the Elsa, you bounce the Elsa back, and you just try and get a foothold in the match. For Zan, the important thing is Maxine's still only at 4 lore, but Zan really needs to start getting some questing in, needs to try and find some cards which refill the hand, things like that Lady Miss Park Avenue. I think that Nani is a decent start, but Zan not looking to be in a great position here, I think it's fair to say.
Unfortunately not, so I'm keen to see what he's going to choose from the Nani. Of course, when she comes into play, you can look at the top 4 cards of your deck and choose a character card that is cost 2 or less to pop into your hand. So looking for something useful here.
Yeah, and the thing is, we talked about Zan being so adaptable, right? Inking that tramp and playing the Chromacon. But it's important to recognize that sometimes you don't even have the option of being adaptable. This Isis Vanderchill totally changed Zan's game plan and forced them to go down the route of the Emerald Chromacon. Of course, it's an uninkable card. If you can't discard it with a Bobby or a tramp, well, You've either got to play it or just leave it in your hand. I don't think this is the line that Zan wanted to take, but this Isis Vanderchill has had so much impact. Maxime with 3 copies in their deck, such a good medical in this tournament, which has proven to be a bit of the dog show.
Yes, I love that. So we're passing back over to Maxime here. Only a Rafiki left on the board currently, but we know he has that Elsa 5th Spirit back in his hand that got bounced by the Emerald Chromicon. I think I saw he might have a second one in there as well, actually. But yeah, 4 cards in hand. So not in the worst position in terms of hand advantage. You know, he has some options here, but what is the best play?
It's a good question. Well, Maxime's going to start off with Elsa exerting the Nani, then Rafiki's going to challenge it. Okay, look, Zan's probably going to be bouncing back. Well, I'm a bit confused as to what just happened there. Why does the Elsa have damage on it? Didn't the Rafiki challenge it? We'll work that out. I'm a little bit confused exactly what happened, but we'll be sure to work it out. Yeah, there we go.
Yes, I think it was just a mistake.
Yeah,
or...
never mind. It doesn't matter either way. That Elsa's been bounced back to hand with the Emerald Chromicon. And again, this is what you expect to see. The Elsa is coming up and cleaning up, but Xanis is continuing to bounce it back. They're looking to use this Emerald Chromicon to just keep Maxine from questing. Okay, the Elsa's not the best thing to be bouncing back, but if you do it every turn, it is slowing Maxime down significantly. And now Zan suddenly maybe can go start going wide here and really starting to get some questing power down. The big thing missing is that Lilo escape artist.
Exactly. But yeah, nothing on Maxime's board to currently threaten Zan if he were to, if he's able to build his board back out and get questing. Currently, not much that Maxime has going on, but yeah, it's.
That's not a good turn.
No, it's really not looking. Honestly, it's not looking great for either of our players here. But that was not ideal for Zan.
Yeah, that was a big moment for Zan. That was like that opportunity. The Elsa had been put back to hand. There's no cards on Maxime's side of the board, but can't really get anything going here. Just paying 2 for Delamoon's Lullaby to draw a new card and do nothing else. Again, those Lilo escape artists would have made all the difference. And let's not forget why Zan finds himself in this position. It was that Isis Vanderchill from Maxime totally disrupting Zan Syed's extremely powerful game plan.
Yes, absolutely. Really, really rough position. But we see another Vanderchill. We were just talking about her, and there she is coming down again.
Yep, and it's going to be only that from Maxime again. Not the most impressive turn,
unfortunately,
it's fair to say. 3 ink was still available for Maxime. Now Zan, he used that last turn to just sort of draw another card. Here's the fascinating thing about the Emerald Chromicon gen, right? We saw in game 1 without it, Zan just turned sideways like a traditional aggro deck.
Yes.
The Emerald Chromicon really changes things because it allows you to be an incredibly slow aggro deck, which is kind of like an oxymoron. You still quest, your opponent's forced to challenge, but you can just win a really, really slow match. So it really does totally change the dynamic. There we go. That's Zan's favorite card.
Yes, the star of the show in game 1, Our Lady, Miss Park Avenue, allowing Zan to grab 2 characters from the discard that have 2 cost or less, which is big. It's big, I think. If you know, we know he's gonna choose the right cards because he's a very skilled player.
Yep.
So yeah.
And
great.
Jen, we talk about this Isis Vanderchill, right? But it wasn't even an easy decision for Maxime.
No.
Do you go for the Grandmother Willow on this 3rd turn, or do you go for the Lady? And if we actually cast our minds back to that 3rd turn from Maxime, it was the Lady 1 cost that Maxime exerted and then challenged that 1 cost Lady, totally denying Zan Syed that early shift line. And Zan Syed has only just recovered, and in comes Hades.
Hades Infernal Schemer, sending that Lady into the inkwell. Get out of here, you pretty dog.
Yeah, and that is not going to trigger the Emerald Chromacon. That has not been banished. It has been sent to the inkwell. A great way of mitigating the potential value of that Emerald Chromacon. And Maxime is finally starting to get a little bit more lore on the board. 5 lore to 2 in their favor. Zan Syed, again, it's a big turn. They need to get some questing power through, or it's going to run away from them very quickly at this point.
Of course, you are correct. You know, cards like Hades Infernal Schemer, Let It Go, for example, all sending characters into the inkwell rather than banishing them. So, of course, the Emerald Chromacon does not trigger on that because it is when a character is banished.
Yeah, and we know how strong this Tramp is, that street smart dog, but if you've only got one character on the board, well, it's not so good, and Maxime is just making things so awkward for Zan. Again, I really can't stress enough the brilliance of the deck building from Maxime to put in this tech card, this Vanderchill. It really has made all the difference here.
It has indeed.
So if you're a purple player, I would recommend 3 copies of Isis Vanderchill moving forward.
I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of her from now on. I think that's for sure. But we've got a Lady Decisive Dog down on the board here, alongside that cute little Rhino and our Emerald Chromacon. Very important item.
Only 1 ink spent so far for Zan. We did see that like a couple of turns ago, basically nothing done by Zan. They paid 2 to draw a card, of course, just replacing itself. So you would expect that Zan does have a decent amount to work with in hand. Another lady would be pretty big to keep refilling that hand. It is going to be the Tramp.
It's the Tramp. We did not see him in the first game, but here he is now. Of course, being able to draw Zan 2 cards because he has 2 other characters on board. But of course, he then does have to discard 2 cards. But, you know, he can choose the right cards that he needs in this moment.
Where is that Lilo Escape Artist?
Yeah,
that is
where
what
is she?
Zan is surely looking for. 4 copies in the deck list. Well, there it is. No place I'd rather be. That Lilo Escape Artist ability. When it's in the discard at the set phase of the turn, you may pay 2 ink to play them exerted. Not usually all that impressive, but the synergy there with the Emerald Chromacon is absolutely unbelievable. And actually, Jen, the first time I ever saw that synergy in